The strong rogue Ling Tianyang is reborn as a foster son of the Ling family. However, a hidden dragon in the abyss must soar to the 9 heavens. He once again enters this cruel cultivation world, stirring up the open and covert struggles among various forces. Chapter 1. There are assassins in a remote, dense forest. 2 wild boars were running wildly, startling the birds and beasts in the forest. At this moment, behind the 2 wild boars, a young boy, with a youthful appearance, was drawing a bow, aiming straight ahead. Whoosh whoosh! The arrows in the boy's hand transformed into shadows, piercing through the air with a sharp whistle, shooting towards the bodies of the 2 wild boars like lightning. Ow ow! The hind legs of the 2 wild boars were brutally pierced by the arrows shot by the boy, and they fell to the ground, rolling in distress, unable to suppress their cries of pain. Seeing that his arrows had hit the target, the boy holding the bow and arrow slowly revealed a smile on his face. Whoosh! But just then, a faint sound of breaking air suddenly echoed in the scene. Immediately behind the boy, a blurred shadow appeared, holding a cold, gleaming dagger in its hand. With a muffled sound of PFFF, the boy suddenly felt an unbearable sharp pain from his back to his chest, and his vision quickly blurred. Ling Tianyang. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending the wrong person. Chapter 2. The Medicine King Classic. In the early morning, a hint of hazy brightness appeared on the horizon. In a courtyard of the Ling family, Ling Tianyang stood with his eyes slightly lowered, holding a sword. At a certain moment, Ling Tianyang extended his right hand, leveling the long sword, and with the tip of his toe on the ground, his entire body transformed into a shadow and darted. Out! Breathing, drawing the sword, stepping, swinging the sword. The long sword waved, creating gusts of wind in the air. There was no obstruction in the sword's movement. Everything seemed so natural. Each move was fluid and graceful, like flowing clouds and flowing water. It's been over half a month, and this body is finally healed. If I continue to lie in bed, I'll probably start a mold. After completing this set of sword techniques in one breath, Ling Tianyang sheathed his sword and stood still, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. Life changes and people come and go. A person's soul and will are the true core, while the physical body is merely a shell as soon as his body healed. Ling Tianyang couldn't wait to move around. After this period of recuperation, Ling Tianyang's soul had completely merged with this body, no longer distinguishable from each other. Most of the memories of this body had also been digested by Ling Tianyang, allowing him to have a clearer understanding of his surrounding environment. Chapter 3. Conflict at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. As soon as he raised his eyes, 5 figures appeared before Ling Tianyang, 3 men and 2 women among them. The one who spoke was a young man in a brocade robe with small eyes. As soon as he opened his mouth, the others behind him chimed in. Ling Xiao. With a glance at the young man in the brocade robe, Ling Tianyang quickly recognized who he was. Ling Xiao, the grandson of the 3rd elder of the Ling family. Ling Tiandu had always been at odds with Ling Tianyang since childhood. Ling Xiao often bullied Ling Tianyang in the past, relying on his higher cultivation level. Hey, you! Ling Tianyang. Our young master Ling Xiao is talking to you. Are you mute? Seeing Ling Tianyang's indifferent attitude towards Ling Xiao, a man beside Ling Xiao immediately jumped out and scolded him fiercely. In this man's eyes, Ling Tianyang was merely an outsider adopted by the head of the Ling family. A wild seed. Ling Xiao standing in front of him was the legitimate direct descendant of the Ling family. He knew that Ling Xiao and Ling Tianyang had always been at odds, so to curry favor with Ling Xiao, he treated Ling Tianyang unfavorably and wanted to teach him a lesson to earn Ling Xiao's approval. Humph! You lowly creature, what do you think you are? How dare you act against your superiors? You're seeking death. Ling Tianyang coldly glanced at this sycophant beside Ling Xiao. Chapter 4. Spirit refining powder. On the table lay more than 50 herbs, among which only a few were first-grade spiritual herbs, while the rest appeared to be quite ordinary. Spiritual herbs are classified into 9 ranks based on their growth years and medicinal effects. The first-grade spiritual herbs have the lowest efficacy and are the most numerous, generally used by warriors in the body refinement stage. Conversely, the higher the grade of the spiritual herbs, the more powerful their effects. At the same time, higher-grade spiritual herbs are also rarer. Looking at the herbs on the table, Ling Tianyang pondered for a moment before starting to act. With the passage of time, the herbs on the table gradually diminished. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Tianyang let out a long breath and stopped his actions. That was close, but I finally succeeded in refining it. Luckily, this isn't alchemy. It doesn't require a cauldron or flames. Otherwise, with my current cultivation level, not even at the chi gathering stage, I wouldn't have been able to refine it at all. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Ling Tianyang looked at the two small jade bottles on the table, secretly relieved. In his previous life, although Ling Tianyang could refine high-grade spiritual pills of the 6th rank, today is different. First of all, Ling Tianyang's current cultivation level is only at the 9th level of body refinement. His spiritual power is even less than that of the spiritual C stage, which is a far cry from his peak in the previous life. Chapter 5. Chi Gathering Stage. I wonder how much my cultivation will improve with the help of the spirit refining powder. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. The spirit refining powder in the wooden barrel was depleting rapidly, and the originally dark green liquid in the barrel began to turn transparent. During this time, Ling Tianyang's cultivation level was skyrocketing. Early stage of the 10th level of body refinement. Mid stage of the 10th level of body refinement. Late stage of the 10th level of body refinement. When the last bit of the spirit refining powder's medicinal power was exhausted, Ling Tianyang's cultivation had surprisingly reached the peak of the body refinement stage. Body refinement starts with nurturing life, refining the body, bones, and internal organs, progressing layer by layer. When a warrior reaches the peak of body refinement, they become strong and healthy, immune to diseases. Although they still cannot achieve invulnerability to blades and fire, they can withstand immense force, capable of breaking stones with ease. Not bad. Not bad. Feeling the changes in his body, Ling Tianyang laughed with satisfaction. At this moment, he felt filled with power. Even if a first-grade striped tiger stood before him, he was confident he could punch it to death. I didn't expect to reach the peak of body refinement in one go. Warrior cultivation emphasizes gradual progress. If a warrior's cultivation suddenly improves too quickly, leading to a significant gap between cultivation and mindset, it is easy for them to go astray. Chapter 6. Mysterious Spirit. True revelation. The unknown and uncontrollable are what truly evoke fear. As soon as Ling Tianyang sensed the cold, mysterious airflow, he was startled. Just as he was secretly worried, this airflow did not run rampant within him as he had imagined, but instead transformed into a massive stream of information that surged into Ling Tianyang's mind. A vast amount of information suddenly flooded into his mind, and at that moment, Ling Tianyang could only feel dizzy, as if his head would explode from the overwhelming influx of information at any moment. Never had he felt that time passed so slowly. Every second felt like tortured him. It seemed as if a century had passed. When the mysterious airflow in his mind disappeared, Ling Tianyang's thoughts gradually cleared. As the throbbing pain in his head faded, his gaze grew brighter, and a fiery brilliance emerged deep within his eyes. Mysterious Spirit. True revelation. After the mysterious airflow vanished, an extensive and obscure ancient text suddenly appeared in Ling Tianyang's mind. This was a powerful martial arts inheritance, containing a wide range of content, including martial arts cultivation techniques, information on pills, magical treasures, talisman crafting, formations, and demon beasts, among others. Chapter 7. Provocation at the door. Ling Xiao was originally a peak body refinement warrior. After being defeated by Ling Tianyang at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion last time, Ling Xiao's grandfather, the third elder of the Ling family, Ling Tianyang, spent a significant amount of resources to obtain a precious foundation establishment pill for Ling Xiao. Spiritual medicines are classified into 9 ranks based on their years and efficacy, and the pills made from spiritual medicines are further divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the lowest and the 9th grade the highest. The Foundation Establishment Pill is a low-grade second-tier pill that can increase a warrior's success rate by half when they break through the peak of body refinement to advance to the Qi gathering stage. With the help of this Foundation Establishment Pill, Ling Xiao successfully broke through to the Qi gathering stage. As soon as his cultivation level broke through, he couldn't wait to seek revenge on Ling Tianyang. Why is that martial fanatic Ling Ba here as well? Ling Tianyang didn't take the roaring Ling Xiao seriously at all. Instead, he curiously focused on the red-clad man beside Ling Xiao. This red-clad man was named Ling Ba, the grandson of the Ling family's elder Ling Chun, and he was also a genius of the younger generation, second only to Ling Ju in cultivation level. Ling Tianyang quietly released his spiritual sense to scan Ling Ba and discovered his true cultivation level. He was at the peak of the mid-Qi gathering stage. seemingly on the verge of breaking into the late Qi gathering stage. It seemed Ling Ba truly deserved to be called the second genius of the Ling family. Chapter 8. Unprepared. Beside the Ling family martial arts platform, a tall viewing platform was built. At this moment, many people had already gathered on the platform, including the head of the Ling family, Ling Xian, and Ling Tianyang's older brother, Ling Ju, along with several elders of the Ling family, all watching the situation on the martial arts platform. Damn it, that little brat Ling Xiao is simply too much. If my second brother suffers any harm, I will definitely not let him off easily. Looking at Ling Tianyang and Ling Xiao on the martial arts platform, Ling Ju clenched his fists tightly, a worried expression on his face. Ju don't worry. Since Tianyang dares to agree to duel with Ling Xiao, he must have his own plans. Glancing at the slightly nervous Ling Ju beside him, Ling Xian spoke to comfort him, but the tightly clenched fist under his sleeve indicated that he was also somewhat uneasy. Looking at Ling Tianyang and Ling Xiao on the martial arts stage, Ling Xian secretly mobilized the spiritual power within him. He had already decided in his heart that as soon as he sensed something was wrong, he would immediately rush onto the martial arts stage to rescue Ling Tianyang. However, just as Ling Ju was about to say something, he was interrupted by the third elder of the Ling family, Ling Tiandu, beside him. Patriarch, do you know what level of cultivation Ling Tianyang has now? My grandson has just broken through to the inner Qi realm. Ling Tianyang actually dared to agree to compete with Xiao Heir. Truly admirable courage. Chapter 9. Father-in-law, Ling Tianyang wins. On the martial arts stage, the referee was momentarily stunned before finally regaining his senses, looking at Ling Tianyang with a complex expression before announcing with difficulty. Hee Ling Ba, do you remember our bet? Look at Ling Xiao's current state. Can he still stand up to bow and apologize to me? Ling Tianyang glanced indifferently at the unconscious Ling Xiao on the ground, then turned to Ling Ba below the martial arts stage. However, I am a magnanimous person. Considering we are both from the Ling family, I will let it go this time. When Ling Xiao wakes up, remind him. If he dares to trouble me again next time, I will not be merciful. After saying this, Ling Tianyang did not wait for Ling Ba to respond and ignored the passionate gazes around him, directly walking to the referee to take his spoils of war. Leaping down from the martial arts stage, Ling Tianyang headed towards his residence, leaving behind a graceful figure in the eyes of the crowd. Hiding quite deeply, I can't deny you have some strength. I wonder how long you can last under my hands. Ling Ba, dressed in red, looked at Ling Tianyang as departing back, a hint of battle intent flickering in his eyes. Chapter 10. The reappearance of the man in black adoptive father. Are you saying I already have a fiancé? Ling Tianyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Did you forget that your Uncle Chu and I arranged a betrothal for you and your brother since childhood? Ling Xian nodded affirmatively. We agreed that you two would marry when you turned 20. Now your brother is already 19. You should be getting married next year. I suspect your Uncle Chu Ming called us to the Chu family, this time to discuss your brother's marriage with Yu Yan. What? You look like you don't believe it, Ling Xian said, looking at Ling Tianyang with a strange expression. Have you forgotten? You met Yu Jiao a few times when you were young. I also asked you back then how you would feel about marrying Yu Jiao when you grew up. You were so happy that you couldn't sleep for several days. Have you forgotten all that? Cough, cough. Well, this matter has been so long ago. I seem to have forgotten some details, Ling Tianyang said awkwardly. Although he had absorbed the memories of this body, there were inevitably some gaps. Suddenly hearing that he had a fiancée caught this two-lifetime-old virgin off guard. Chapter 11. The Qingxian Flower in the Afternoon. Ling Tianyang arrived at the outskirts of the Qinglian mountain range. Daytime is the time when demonic beasts are least active. Knowing this, Ling Tianyang chose to enter the Qinglian mountain range at noon. Before deciding to come to the Qinglian mountain range, he obtained a terrain map of certain areas on the outskirts from the Ling family. The vast Qinglian mountain range, even for large families like the Ling and Song families, could not possibly have a complete topographical map. However, even an incomplete map would at least prevent Ling Tianyang from wandering around blindly in the Qinglian mountain range. As far as the eye could see, it was an endless forest. The Qinglian mountain range is the largest primitive mountain range in the Qingyun kingdom, spanning over a dozen cities, and serves as the boundary between the Qingyun kingdom and the Bloodslaughter kingdom. Ling Tianyang slowly walked deeper into the mountains, and gradually, signs of wild beasts began to appear around him. The further he went in, the more numerous the beasts became, and occasionally, he could even see the shadows of a few low-level demonic beasts. It had been over half a month since Ling Tianyang's duel with Ling Xiao. During this time, Ling Tianyang not only stabilized his inner chi realm cultivation, but also experienced a significant improvement in his strength, nearing the peak of the early stage of the inner chi realm. Chapter 12. The Ambush Whoosh. Whoosh. Several arrows pierced the air again, hitting the wounded, earth-splitting black bear. Whoosh. An arrow shot through the air, hitting the bear's throat. However, this arrow, which struck the bear's throat, only left a shallow white mark and did not penetrate the neck at all. Such strong defense. It seems that if this stupid bear hadn't been injured earlier, it would be very difficult for me to kill it with my current strength. If only I had a divine weapon in my hands, even if its defense is strong, I could kill it with one strike. Unfortunately, I didn't learn weapon forging in my previous life. Otherwise, how great would it be to forge a divine weapon myself now? Watching the frenzied, earth-splitting black bear stagger after being hit by several poisoned arrows, its defense began to significantly decline. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Tianyang unhesitatingly raised his long sword, channeling the limited inner chi in his body into the sword, and struck down at the bear's body. Poochie! The long sword sliced through the earth-splitting black bear's body without any obstruction. Looking at the bear lying in a pool of blood, Ling Tianyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 13. The deadly three moves you, and I had no grievances, yet you all want to take my life. Can't I resist? Can I fight back? Oof. Despicable, you still have a nerve to speak of despicability. With a cold snort, Ling Tianyang looked at the lifeless bald man on the ground and the emaciated man beside him who was in a deep coma, and he let out a long breath. Previously, when purchasing the Shadow Dagger and the Xian Iron Bow, Ling Tianyang had poisoned both the dagger and the arrows. Although this poison was not lethal, it had a very strong, paralyzing effect. The reason Ling Tianyang didn't kill the emaciated man who had fallen into a coma immediately was not that he was soft-hearted, but because he was still uncertain about the enemy's strength and decided to leave one alive for the time being. This ambush plan went unexpectedly smoothly for Ling Tianyang. Not only did he kill the bald man, but he also dealt with the emaciated man, leaving only the strong man with the mountain axe alone. Ling Tianyang felt a significant reduction in pressure. It seems that what the shopkeeper said was right. This shadow dagger is indeed worth the price. I estimate that the commotion here will soon be noticed by that strong man, making another ambush almost impossible. Chapter 14. A sword that spills blood. What surprised the strong man even more was that in the brief exchange with Ling Tianyang, every move and technique Ling Tianyang displayed was exceptionally crafty and ruthless. In a brief clash earlier, he surprisingly found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining significant injuries. It seemed that with every move he made, Ling Tianyang could predict and counter him in advance. The burly man knew that if it weren't for his much higher cultivation compared to Ling Tianyang, he wouldn't have been able to last more than a few moves against him. No, this kid must die today. The burly man reached into his pocket, quickly pulled out a signal flare, and without hesitation, shot it into the sky. At the same time, he quickly retreated in the opposite direction of Ling Tianyang. At this moment, the burly man felt immense hatred towards the black-clad figure who had sent their three brothers to hunt down Ling Tianyang. Ling Tianyang's strength was far beyond what the black-clad man had described as the early stage of internal chi. There was no martial artist at that level who was so formidable. Realizing this, the burly man suddenly felt regret. He hated his greed, cursed himself for being blinded by wealth, and taking such great risks to hunt down Ling Tianyang. Now, not only had he failed to kill him, but he had also suffered heavy losses. Chapter 15. A surprising master. I don't recall offending anyone from the Song family. Why are they suddenly trying to kill me? And why are they pursuing me so relentlessly? The Ling family, where Ling Tianyang currently resided, and the Song family were the two most powerful forces in Kaiyang City. The strength of the Ling family and the Song family was comparable, and both harbored ambitions to swallow the other, until one side possessed absolute power to annihilate the other. Despite their frequent skirmishes, they still maintained a facade of restraint in public. Thus, although their relationship had always been tense, it had not completely broken down. There were many minor conflicts between the Ling and Song families, but why were they suddenly targeting me? Ling Tianyang was puzzled. As a direct descendant of the Ling family, Why did the Song family dare to send people to hunt him down so openly? Any family's direct descendant was the hope for its future, the foundation of the family. Assassinating a direct descendant was tantamount to severing their lineage, digging up their graves, which was an absolutely mortal feud. If discovered, it would surely trigger a large-scale war between the families. Chapter 16. Right and wrong. Immediately after, a series of earth-shattering sounds erupted, and an invisible aura spread from afar, causing Ling Tianyang to feel a heaviness in his chest. Ling Tianyang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His strength was still too low. Crack, crack. Looking up, he saw a scene of devastation in the distance, with many trees having fallen. But the large tree where Ling Tianyang was hiding was far enough from the two combatants that it suffered little damage. In the distance, there were two figures, a man and a woman. The previously seen fire cloud eagle was nowhere to be found in Ling Tianyang's line of sight. To the left stood a man in a blood-red robe holding a sword, his gaze filled with lewdness and lechery as he stared intently at the figure opposite him. Following the blood-robed man's gaze, to the right stood a beautiful girl, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old. The beautiful girl held a blue long sword in her right hand, her long hair flowing in the wind, clad in a simple dress that wrapped around her curvaceous body. Her bright eyes radiated an air of superiority mixed with a cold, distant demeanor. Chapter 17. The Medicine King's pulse-cutting technique. Who? Come out. Or don't blame me for being rude. Although Jiang Ziyun was seriously injured, she remained vigilant in the perilous environment of the Qinglian mountain range. After her fight with Shi Qianxuan, Jiang Ziyun's true energy was nearly depleted. More importantly, she had used a forbidden technique recorded in the Ice Soul Sword technique, causing severe damage to her meridians and leaving her with almost no power. However, as she and Shi Qianxuan were both heavily injured, she suddenly noticed a living person hiding behind a large tree not far away, making it impossible for her not to be on guard. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Jiang Ziyun struggled to stand up, scanning her surroundings warily. With one hand tightly gripping the blue long sword, Jiang Ziyun's other hand unexpectedly revealed an ancient talisman. Oh no! I've been discovered. Since Jiang Ziyun had already spotted her, Ling Tianyang knew it was pointless to continue hiding, so he calmly walked out from behind the tree, a bitter smile on his face. I mean no harm, I was just passing by. Looking at the seemingly frail Jiang Ziyun not far away, Ling Tianyang felt no sense of relief. Chapter 18. The Upper Void Sect. A masculine aura wafted into his nose. Jiang Ziyun opened her eyes to see Ling Tianyang, drenched in sweat, and recalled how his fingers had been tapping on her body earlier, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Are you feeling better? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Ling Tianyang smiled at Jiang Ziyun. After using the Medicine King's pulse-cutting technique, even though Ling Tianyang's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of internal qi, he still felt somewhat drained, as if an ordinary person had suddenly run several kilometers. Thank you. I feel much better. With a smile, Jiang Ziyun looked gratefully at Ling Tianyang. You're welcome. For a beauty like you, I'm more than happy to help. Seeing Jiang Ziyun smile, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but say, He. Jiang Ziyun chuckled lightly. The age difference between them wasn't significant, and since Ling Tianyang had saved her earlier, their relationship had become much closer. You have quite the courage, daring to venture alone into the Qinglian mountain range with a mid-stage internal qi cultivation. It seems your pain has really improved a lot. Jiang Ziyun spoke more freely now. Nice to meet you. I'm Jiang Ziyun. You can call me Ziyun. What about you? Chapter 19. Affection. Why is he being so nice to me? Could it be that he really likes me? The Qingxian flower is undoubtedly one of the best spiritual herbs for healing Jiang Ziyun's internal injuries at the moment. This time, when Jiang Ziyun went out to hunt Shi Qianxuan, she brought along some commonly used healing herbs, but unfortunately, none for treating meridian injuries. Wherever heavenly materials and earthly treasures are found, there are sure to be powerful beasts guarding them. Since there were no strong family members watching over Ling Tianyang, it was easy to imagine that he had gone through great danger to obtain these two Qingxian flowers. Looking at the Qingxian flower Ling Tianyang handed to her, Jiang Ziyun believed he must have faced significant danger to acquire it. Ling Tianyang had already saved her life once, and now he was offering her the Qingxian flower he had risked so much to obtain for her healing. Jiang Ziyun felt that Ling Tianyang was being incredibly kind to her. The Qingxian flower was also something Ling Tianyang desperately needed, and now he was offering one without hesitation. Jiang Ziyun felt a bit guilty. Thinking of this, Jiang Ziyun's face inexplicably turned red. Deep down, she didn't reject Ling Tianyang and had a rather good impression of him. Chapter 20. Strange white smoke. There's a smell of roasted meat here. There must be signs of someone living nearby. Behind a man in black, the big-nosed man sniffed vigorously around and suddenly spoke up. What? Are you sure? The man in black was overjoyed to hear this and said excitedly, Sir, my nose has been different from others since I was young. My sense of smell is sharp. Anything emitting a scent within hundreds of meters is hard to escape my nose. There is definitely evidence of someone living nearby. Everyone spread out and searched carefully around. Confirming that there were signs of survival nearby, the leading man in black waved his hand, and 3 of the black-clad men dispersed first, followed by a dozen fierce-looking men behind them. Sir, there's a cave here, and there are 2 people inside. Moments later, the big-nosed man discovered a concealed cave not far away. As he approached the cave entrance, he sensed 2 faint auras from the warriors inside. It was clear that there were indeed people in the cave, and they were likely the targets they were searching for. Chapter 21. A past warning. Who is it? Mulao exclaimed. The white smoke arrived and dissipated quickly. When the surroundings cleared up again, both parties, who had been fighting, simultaneously stopped their actions, quickly retreating to the sides and adopting a defensive stance. Thud! Thud! Steady footsteps echoed from inside the cave, and soon after, a young man in a green robe slowly walked out. Ling Tianyang. It really is that kid Ling Tianyang. We finally found him. I told you he must be in the cave, and sure enough. Both sides paused momentarily, and Ling Tianyang was immediately recognized by Mulao and the others as he stood at the cave entrance. Ziyan, thank you. As soon as he exited the cave, Ling Tianyang felt the tense atmosphere between Jiang Ziyun and Mulao and the others. He walked over to Jiang Ziyun and handed her a small green pill. What is this? Jiang Ziyun asked as she opened her mouth to swallow the pill Ling Tianyang offered. Of course, it's a good thing. Ling Tianyang stroked his chin, his gaze wandering over Jiang Ziyun, trying to suppress a smile. However, Ling Tianyang felt deeply moved at that moment, never expecting Jiang Ziyun to trust him so much. Chapter 22. Foggy Valley. Young Master Ling, I've told you everything I know. I really don't know anything else. Xing Laozi looked at Ling Tianyang with fear and unease, afraid that Ling Tianyang might kill him out of anger. Good, you Song family. If I don't avenge this grudge, I want to be called Ling Tianyang. Upon hearing that the assassins pursuing him were sent by the Song family, Ling Tianyang's anger surged, gritting his teeth. Then Ling Tianyang turned his head, coldly staring at Mulao. So, Mulao, it seems we are old acquaintances. The last time someone tried to assassinate me, it was you, and now the ones pursuing me are also led by you. Today we'll settle this score. Ling Tianyang, since it has come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you that I am indeed a steward of the Song family. Seeing that Xing Laozi had exposed his relationship with the Song family, Mulao knew that continuing to be stubborn was pointless and chose to admit it. If you kill me, the Song family will definitely not let you off. I advise you to let me go. Clinging to his last hope, Mulao et Ling Tianyang. Slap. Ling Tianyang gave Mulao a hard slap across the face, laughing in anger. Song family, good for you, Song family. Chapter 23. Danxiao Relic 4th Tier Top Demon Beast, Powerful Sawtooth Tiger. 5th Tier Intermediate Demon Beast, Overlord Armored Pangolin. 5th Tier Intermediate Demon Beast, Redhorn Sky Python. Looking at the remains before him, which were as large as a small mountain, Ling Tianyang was increasingly astonished. The remains had not completely rotted, indicating that they had not been dead for long. Based on Ling Tianyang's previous experience, they had likely died no more than a month ago. This means that before Ling Tianyang and Jiang Ziyun entered the Foggy Valley, a group of super strong beings had already entered ahead of them. Tianyang, luckily we came a bit late. Otherwise, if we encountered these powerful demon beasts, we would probably have to wait for death. Jiang Ziyun looked at the massive remains of the demon beasts, feeling a sense of dread in her heart. Tianyang, should we go back? Ziyun, I still want to stay and take a look. Going back like this makes me feel a bit unwilling. Ling Tianyang said with a hint of reluctance. Although Ling Tianyang knew that the path ahead would definitely be filled with many unknown dangers, he was not willing to give up so easily. The path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. Chapter 24. Random Teleportation Talisman. Run. Tang Lai and 1 Rinshi, upon seeing Shun Tu-jing swallow the black pill, were instantly alarmed, recognizing the origin of the black pill at a glance. With a scream, they both stopped their actions and hurriedly turned to escape into the distance. Void King Pill, a top-tier 5th-grade pill that can instantly elevate a warrior's cultivation to the peak of the heavenly extreme realm, even approaching the void profound realm. The side effects of a Void King Pill are also extremely severe. Warriors below the Spirit Sea realm who consume it will immediately explode due to the violent energy contained within the pill. Moreover, warriors above the Spirit Sea realm will inevitably lose their cultivation for a period and become so weak that they are not even as strong as ordinary people after consuming the Void King Pill. After Shun Tu-jing swallowed the Void King Pill, her aura surged instantly. As she waved the spiritual weapon long knife in her hand, intense fluctuations erupted around her, as if the surrounding space would be cleaved open by the long knife in her hand at any moment. Qing Yin Knife, Soul Extinguishing 10 slash. Feeling the immense energy within her, Shun Tu-jing dared not delay for a moment. She vanished like a phantom, the long knife in her hand becoming a blur as it shot out into the void. Chapter 25. Spiritual Energy Manifestation. Where is this? When Ling Tianyang and Jiang Ziyun entered the second layer, Ling Tianyang found himself alone in a white, misty place where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Ling Tianyang released his consciousness, but discovered that he could only see within a 1-meter radius around him. Ziyun, Ziyun. Ling Tianyang shouted Jiang Ziyun's name several times, but the surroundings remained silent. There were no traces of anyone else, and Jiang Ziyun was nowhere to be found. Looking at the hazy mist around him, Ling Tianyang frowned. The only thing that reassured him slightly was that he knew Jiang Ziyun had a super teleportation talisman. In case of danger, she could activate the talisman to return to her family, ensuring her safety. Could it be that the positions warriors enter in the second layer are random? It seems that in this ghostly place, he could only continue moving forward to see what lay ahead. Observing the surroundings vigilantly, Ling Tianyang unconsciously activated the internal energy within him, causing all his muscles to tense up instantly as he slowly walked forward step by step. Boom! Before long, Ling Tianyang suddenly felt a burst of white light illuminate the area, and amidst a loud roar, he realized that he had unknowingly fallen into a strange formation. Chapter 26. Peak of Internal Energy Realm. The more Ling Tianyang thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Although this woman had an exquisite figure and was a rare beauty, with Ling Tianyang's mindset, no matter how enchanting she was, it was impossible for him to willingly become her healing furnace, ending up as nothing but a bag of bones. With this thought, Ling Tianyang's killing intent towards her surged. However, he was also wary of her formidable cultivation. Even though she was heavily injured, he dared not act recklessly. Senior, I am a disciple of the Shanshu sect. I hope you can spare me for the sake of the Shanshu sect, Ling Tianyang said, cupping his hands toward the woman, reluctantly invoking the name of the Shanshu sect in hopes of instilling some caution in her. Hearing Ling Tianyang identify himself as a disciple of the Shanshu sect, the woman in light gauze was momentarily taken aback, and her expression softened slightly. This woman was none other than Shun Tu-jing, who had previously killed Tang Lai and others in the first layer of the Danxia ruins. Yes, seeing Shun Tu-jing's attitude soften, Ling Tianyang felt a surge of joy, and his demeanor became somewhat more sincere. Chapter 27. 7 Stars Demon Confinement Formation. Shun Tu-jing, who had just regained consciousness, was filled with shame and anger, raising her hand to strike at Ling Tianyang. This isn't my fault. I'm also a victim. Seeing Shun Tu-jing's movement, Ling Tianyang instinctively grabbed her arm and began to explain. How did I suddenly become so powerful? After subduing Shun Tu-jing's attack, Ling Tianyang suddenly sensed something was off. Wasn't this woman supposed to be very strong? Why was she so weak now? In confusion, Ling Tianyang extended his spiritual sense through her arm and probed into her body. After a brief scan, he understood what had happened. It turned out that Shun Tu-jing had lost all her cultivation, and not only was her internal energy chaotic, but there were also numerous cracks in her meridians, indicating severe injuries. From Ling Tianyang's estimation, Shun Tu-jing must have forcibly unleashed some power she could not control, leading to her body being severely damaged. In his past life, Ling Tianyang was a powerful alchemist, and with a turn of his mind within Shun Tu Jing, he could immediately understand her condition clearly. Damn it. You ruined my innocence. I want to kill you. Shun Tu Jing's eyes surged with killing intent, and an icy aura emanated from her entire body. Chapter 28. The last layer. Since that's the case, let's look around for the core of this formation and then leave. The 7 stars demon confinement formation consists of a binding formation and a killing formation, specifically designed to restrain demons. Once demons enter the 7 stars demon confinement formation, both the binding and killing formations will activate simultaneously until either the demon is killed or the energy sustaining the formation is exhausted, at which point the formation will automatically stop operating. When human warriors enter, the killing formation typically does not activate immediately, but the binding formation will automatically trigger. For human warriors to leave this formation, they must either forcibly break the formation or find its core to have a chance of success. Ling Tianyang acted immediately and, regardless of Shun Tu Jing's resistance, grabbed her delicate hand, and the two began to dash around within the 7 stars demon confinement formation. Shun Tu Jing looked at Ling Tianyang, who was pulling her along. Her feelings were quite complicated. Love? It was too early to say. Hate? Perhaps there was a bit of that. However, what occupied her mind more was the embarrassment and anger, as she often couldn't help but recall the intimate moments shared with Ling Tianyang. After 2 full hours, the two still found nothing, and Ling Tianyang couldn't help but release his spiritual sense for a sweep around. Chapter 29. Sudden change. I didn't expect there to be so much Qingmu essence and chilling liquid here. Even if we leave with nothing else, having these Qingmu essence and chilling liquid makes this trip worthwhile. Seeing the 2 small pools on either side of the ancient cauldron, Ling Tianyang and Shun Tu Jing's eyes were immediately drawn to them. With their knowledge, they recognized the origins of these 2 pools at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim with joy. Qingmu essence is a type of spiritual liquid belonging to the wood element, possessing powerful purification and recovery abilities. An ordinary person who consumes a drop of Qingmu essence can prolong their life significantly. Living healthily for over 100 years is not difficult. Even for martial artists, consuming Qingmu essence after being injured can quickly heal their physical wounds. Chilling liquid, on the other hand, is a type of spiritual liquid belonging to the fire element, filled with powerful and violent energy. It can not only accelerate a martial artist's cultivation speed, but also temporarily enhance their cultivation level with minimal side effects. For those cultivating wood and fire attribute techniques, Qingmu essence and chilling liquid are absolutely rare treasures. If others were to learn that Ling Tianyang possessed Qingmu essence and chilling liquid, it would undoubtedly attract countless powerful individuals to vie for them. Chapter 30. Soul seizing. Oh no, could it be a remnant's soul seizing? Seeing this, Shun Tu Jing's body shook, and she was instantly alarmed. She was not unfamiliar with such situations, as she had witnessed her senior brother fall victim to a remnant's soul seizing before. That time, Shun Tu Jing and several fellow disciples had gone to the In Soul mountain range to capture In Souls, during which one of her senior brothers accidentally provoked a powerful, vengeful spirit and was ultimately seized by it. After being seized, her senior brother lost all sense of self and became a machine that only knew how to kill. He then killed countless people, committing heinous crimes, forcing the leaders of his sect to send powerful individuals to eliminate him. At this moment, seeing Ling Tianyang's symptoms, Shun Tu Jing could almost be certain that the transparent entity from earlier was a remnant soul left behind after a powerful individual fell. Clearly, this mysterious transparent entity had set its sights on Ling Tianyang's potential and body, intending to seize him. Soul seizing is when a powerful soul uses its spiritual power to forcibly eliminate another soul, seizing the body of another person, which means devouring the opponent's soul to occupy their body. Chapter 31. Soul origin. Ling Tianyang. Are you okay now? Seeing that Ling Tianyang was finally unharmed, Shun Tu Jing let out a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at the lecherous old man floating in the hall with a face full of killing intent. Quickly kill this old guy to prevent him from harming others again. Ever since her senior brother was seized by the vengeful spirit, Shun Tu Jing had developed a strong aversion to such soul-seizing actions. If it weren't for her current loss of cultivation, she probably wouldn't have been able to resist attacking the lecherous old man. Yes, I'm fine now. Ling Tianyang nodded at Shun Tu Jing. Little girl, you don't have to be so vicious. The lecherous old man saw the undisguised killing intent in Shen Tu-Jing's eyes and was filled with rage. Back in the day, he was one of the few powerful figures in the fallen god realm, but he never expected to fall to such a state now. Do you know who I am? I am the master of this Danxia relic, the Danxia Elder. Moreover, you should also know that I am a 6th grade alchemist. I admit I was wrong earlier, and I apologize to you. How about we cease hostilities for now? I'm willing to offer you some treasures as compensation. Chapter 32. Heavenly Soul Waterham finally succeeded. After about half a cup of tea's time, Ling Tianyang suddenly felt a very strange sensation in his mind. He sensed that a subtle connection had been established between his soul and that of the Danxia Elder. It was as if, with just a thought, he could completely control the life and death of the Danxia Elder. Ling Tianyang realized that he had completely refined that strand of the Elder's soul essence, and from now on, the Danxia Elder would have to obediently follow his commands. This kid is quite impressive. I didn't expect he really knows how to refine soul essence. It seems there must be powerful figures backing him. Otherwise, at his age, he wouldn't possibly understand the secret methods known only to experts in the void transformation realm. However, this also proves that this kid is not simple. Following him probably wouldn't be too much of a loss for me. Sensing that his soul essence was being slowly refined by Ling Tianyang, the Danxia Elder could only silently comfort himself. When the last trace of soul essence was completely refined, the Danxia Elder knew that everything was set in stone. He was destined to follow Ling Tianyang for the rest of his life. Chapter 33. The pitiful mother and daughter. The hidden spirit ring indeed contains 2 layers of space. The larger space is for storing items, while the smaller space is specifically for accommodating soul bodies and ghost cultivators. Sikong Ran patiently explained to Ling Tianyang. Young master, the hidden spirit ring was something I stumbled upon after my cultivation broke through to the void transformation realm in an ancient cave. The hidden spirit ring has a very special function. It can hide its main body within the user's body according to their thoughts, becoming part of their body. Apart from the owner of the hidden spirit ring, outsiders cannot discover its traces at all. Sikong Ran continued to elaborate on the origins of the hidden spirit ring. Oh, so it turns out the hidden spirit ring is more advanced than ordinary space rings and belongs to the category of Chinkoan space treasures. Ling Tianyang nodded and then looked at Sikong Ran seriously, promising, Sikong Ran, once you have a suitable physical body, I will return this hidden spirit ring to you. Thank you, young master. Sikong Ran felt that he was increasingly convinced by Ling Tianyang. Everything Ling Tianyang said seemed right to him. Chapter 34. An unexpected conflict bastard. Ling Tianyang shouted angrily, pulling out a silver ingot weighing dozens of taels from somewhere and smashing it towards the tavern waiter. Ouch! The ingot of silver weighing dozens of taels collided hard with the waiter's face. Immediately, the waiter was knocked to the ground, covering his face and crying out in pain. You piece of trash, with your dog eyes looking down on people. Today, I'm bringing people in. What can you do about it? Do you think this young master doesn't have money to pay the bill? Ling Tianyang casually took out a large handful of gold coins and waved them in front of the waiter, speaking arrogantly. Where? This matter was all my fault. The waiter hurriedly got up, picked up the weapon that Ling Tianyang had used to injure him, and saw that it was actually a large silver ingot. He quickly walked to Ling Tianyang, and a professional flattering smile appeared on his face. I was wrong earlier. I hope the guest can forgive me. Guest, please come in. Guest, please come in. The waiter had worked in the tavern for several years and naturally had some insight. Seeing Ling Tianyang casually take out a large handful of gold coins, he knew he was definitely someone wealthy and powerful, so he dared not offend him. Chapter 35. Building Enmity Myths. This young master is a Yulong from the He family in Fire Cloud City. My father is the elder He Yuan Shan, who has already broken through to the peak of the spiritual sea realm. As long as you are willing to follow this young master, whatever advanced techniques or spirit pills you want, I can fulfill your wishes. Moreover, if you fancy any treasures, just speak up, and this young master will definitely find a way to get them for you. He Yulong looked at Shen Tu-Jing with arrogance, his eyes shining green as if she were already his possession. He had often used this tactic when pursuing women before, and it had always worked. He couldn't believe that Shen Tu-Jing would refuse him. At this moment, He Yulong was very excited. Having just arrived in Kaiyang City from Fire Cloud City, he encountered a great beauty, believing it was a romantic encounter arranged by heaven specifically for him. Kid, what do you think you are? My woman is someone you can covet. Seeing He Yulong's arrogant demeanor, Ling Tianyang was very disdainful. He didn't expect that right after returning to Kaiyang City, he would encounter such a situation. Ling Tianyang felt somewhat speechless, not believing that in his 2 lifetimes he would be here competing for a woman with a kid. Chapter 36. Going home what, the Song family? You really are from the Song family? Upon hearing the young man claim to be from the Song family, Ling Tianyang's pupils shrank, and he suppressed the killing intent in his heart to confirm. Yes, I'm not only a servant of the Song family, but also a trusted confidant of the family head. The young man hurriedly explained. Oh, I see. I was originally planning to cripple your cultivation, but since you are from the Song family, then you can die. Ling Tianyang coldly stared at the young man, then swiftly swung the dagger in his hand several times, and the young man along with the remaining 4 met their demise. Murder. As Ling Tianyang killed the few people, the onlookers who had been watching were suddenly horrified and scattered in all directions. Upon hearing that the parties involved were from the Ling and Song families, they dared not linger any longer, fearing they would get caught up in the conflict between the Ling and Song families. In this world, in the eyes of the strong, the lives of the weak are like grass. In this place, the Ling and Song families are the local emperors of Kaiyang City, and no one dares to provoke them. Chapter 37. Demonic Tribulation, Ningzhen Realm. I have finally broken through to the Ningzhen Realm. Ling Tianyang exclaimed with wild joy. When everything calmed down, he sensed that his cultivation had indeed broken through to the Ningzhen Realm. Long ago, when he was in the 2nd level of the Danxia Relic, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the internal Qi realm. After that, on his way back to Kaiyang City, he felt that the internal energy in his body was restless, with a feeling of wanting to break through. After returning to the courtyard where he lived in the Ling family, Ling Tianyang honored the agreement he made with Shun Tu Jing, dividing half of the Qingmu essence and chilling liquid he obtained from the Danxia relic to her. After obtaining half of the Aoki essence and the red spirit liquid, Shun Tu Jing happily entered seclusion to heal her injuries. When Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei saw Shun Tu Jing in closed-door training, they quickly returned to their own rooms to consolidate their recently broken through inner Qi realm, feeling the enthusiasm for cultivation from those around him. Ling Tianyang did not dare to be negligent and turned back to his room to start breaking through his realm. Bang! Opening his eyes, Ling Tianyang slowly got up, and with a palm strike forward, he felt his true essence burst forth from his body, instantly shattering the table several feet away from him into pieces. Chapter 38. Organizing gains. Could it be that my heart demon tribulation has arrived early? No. ISNT, the heart demon tribulation, supposed to occur when a peak spirit sea realm warrior breaks through? Ling Tianyang was extremely confused. After taking the Tiani soul water, he unexpectedly became lost in the memories of his past life, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. In his memories, as Ling Tianyang was about to self-destruct, his soul in reality also began to tremble violently. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the mysterious airflow from the Xianling Pearl, Ling Tianyang might have turned into an idiot or even died. The power of the heart demon tribulation is to trap warriors in their past, unable to extricate themselves from their deepest memories, unable to distinguish between illusion and reality until their soul power is exhausted and their soul dissipates. Fortunately, the stimulation from the Xianling Pearl in the soul finally freed Ling Tianyang from the illusion of his memories. Once he regained his rationality and recalled the scene from before, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. What exactly is going on? At this moment, Ling Tianyang felt that something about himself had changed, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Although he had just spat out a mouthful of blood, Ling Tianyang felt refreshed and clear-headed. Chapter 39. A moonless night in the Song family. These must be the spirit herbs that were taken first in the Misty Valley, right? Dozens of martial arts and technique manuals, hundreds of various elixirs, 17 pieces of various spirit tools, several refining materials, hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and some silver. What surprised Ling Tianyang the most was discovering a large number of spirit herbs among these 3 spatial rings. Soul-nourishing fruits. These are the soul-nourishing fruits I was looking for in the Qinglian Mountains. I didn't expect to find more than a dozen. What a pity. I no longer need to consume soul-nourishing fruits to repair my soul. Looking at the more than a dozen soul-nourishing fruits, which displayed 3 different colors and exuded rich spiritual energy, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but feel emotional. Why did I take the risk to enter the Qinglian Mountains back then? Wasn't it to find soul-nourishing fruits to heal my injured soul? Nevertheless, now that I have obtained these more than a dozen soul-nourishing fruits, Ling Tianyang was still very happy. This was indeed an unexpected joy. It is well known that after a martial artist breaks through to the peak of the true condensation realm, the most difficult hurdle before breaking into the spirit sea realm is to open the soul sea. Rare 4th-grade advanced spirit herbs like the soul-nourishing fruit are extremely rare and can be said to be something one can only hope to encounter. Chapter 40. Blood Demon Pursuing Soul Seal, Mr. He. If you have no further business, we shall take our leave. In a luxurious guest room of the Song family, several servants of the Song family respectfully bowed to a middle-aged man. You all can leave. He Pajuan waved his hand, impatiently sending the Song family servants away. What should I do? That brat He Yulong has been killed. I estimate that even if I return to the He family, I will be executed by the Grand Elder. I might as well take this opportunity to sneak away before the He family people arrive. The Qinyan kingdom is so vast. As long as I escape far away from the He family's influence, it will be difficult for them to find me. After the servants of the Song family left, He Pajuan rubbed his forehead, looking around anxiously. It's better to prioritize my life. I don't want to be buried alongside that fool He Yulong. All right, that's the plan. I will escape now. He Pajuan quickly packed his belongings into a bulging bundle, then slung it over his back and tried to quietly push open the door to leave. Just then, a shadow silently appeared behind He Pajuan, and he suddenly felt a chill on his back before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 41. Master. As the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, Ling Tianyang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shining brightly. The blood demon pursuing soul seal was something Ling Tianyang had obtained from a powerful demonic cultivator in his past life. It is a rather sinister secret method for refining puppets. Back then, the master of the blood demon pursuing soul seal, the blood demon ancestor, controlled many powerful warriors using this vicious secret technique, causing a bloody storm across the continent. The blood demon ancestor's blood demon pursuing soul seal, executed through special materials and methods, could turn a living warrior into someone who completely obeys him while also exponentially increasing their combat power. What Ling Tianyang had previously used on He Pajuan was merely a castrated version of the blood demon pursuing soul seal. Perfect execution of the blood demon pursuing soul seal required countless precious materials. It wasn't worth Ling Tianyang's time and resources to waste those precious materials and effort just to control someone like He Pajuan. He didn't think He Pajuan was worth that. What Ling Tianyang needed to do now was just to temporarily control He Pajuan, which would simplify things a lot. He only needed to use the secret method to control He Pajuan's soul and then seal the spiritual energy from the spirit stones within He Pajuan's body using special techniques, allowing He Pajuan, whose Qi Si had been destroyed, to continuously tap into his potential and temporarily restore his cultivation. Chapter 42. Gift of Treasure's Foster Father. Look. Ling Tianyang suddenly raised his hand and lightly struck a nearby spot, causing a burst of true essence to erupt, instantly shattering a nearby stool in the room. True essence externalization. Tianyang, didn't you just break through to the inner Qi realm a month ago? How did your cultivation suddenly reach the true condensation realm? Your speed of breakthrough is a bit too fast. Ling Xian exclaimed in surprise, then stared at Ling Tianyang in disbelief, examining him up and down. You didn't cultivate some evil technique, did you? Tianyang, this is a golden period for your cultivation. The most important thing is to lay a solid foundation. You must not destroy your future. After a moment of shock, Ling Xian said with a worried expression, Foster father, you're overthinking it. Ling Tianyang gave Ling Xian a reassuring look, then continued, My master is an extraordinary person. Not only is he highly skilled, but he is also a formidable alchemist. In the days I've spent with him, I've learned a lot, and you can see my cultivation has improved significantly. Moreover, when I returned this time, my master gave me a lot of good things. Look at this. Chapter 43. Storm approaching. Any high-level martial arts and techniques are what every martial artist dreams of. Only by cultivating advanced techniques can a warrior reach higher realms and achieve longer lives. As for the 5th grade extreme spirit pill, it is a spiritual pill that gives a peak warrior in the spirit sea realm the opportunity to break through to the heavenly extreme realm. After obtaining the extreme spirit pill, it means that Ling Xian may also have the chance to become one of the powerful beings in the heavenly extreme realm in the future. Once Ling Xian truly becomes a strong practitioner in the heavenly extreme realm, not only will his power become even more formidable, but his lifespan will also increase exponentially. The purpose of a warrior's cultivation is to gain powerful strength, a long life, and a high status and authority. This is something that every warrior yearns for immensely. Ling Xian's eyes gradually became moist, feeling an immense emotion in his heart. What Ling Xian cared about was not how precious the treasure Ling Tianyang gave him was. What he truly valued was Ling Tianyang's heartfelt intention towards him. In today's cruel cultivation world, most warriors are selfish, seeking to enhance their own cultivation and prolong their lives. Sometimes, they would even turn against their relatives and harm each other for a bit of benefit. The items that Ling Tianyang brought out are treasures that ordinary warriors dream of. Even in the eyes of those in the spirit sea realm, or even the heavenly extreme realm, they are extremely valuable. Chapter 44. Followers, I remember the last time I came here, my cultivation was not even at the inner chi realm. I didn't expect that in just over a month. My cultivation has already reached the initial stage of the true condensation realm. I have made another step closer to the peak cultivation of my previous life. Outside the Ling family's spiritual medicine pavilion, Ling Tianyang looked at the 3-story ancient building in front of him and couldn't help but feel emotional. As soon as he stepped through the door of the spiritual medicine pavilion, the fragrance of various medicinal herbs once again greeted him. Inside the hall of the spiritual medicine pavilion, the attendants in miscellaneous clothing were still busy on the shelves. Beside the counter, the gray-robed steward Wu was still calmly flipping through a seemingly old and worn book. The alchemist's notebook. It seems that Steward Wu is truly an obsessed person with alchemy. What a pity. Without the guidance of a renowned master and extraordinary encounters, he is destined not to become a respected alchemist in his lifetime. I remember the last time I came to the spiritual medicine pavilion, I saw Steward Wu holding that worn book, tirelessly flipping through it. This time, I still saw Steward Wu looking through that old alchemist's notebook. Ling Tianyang's mind moved, and his spiritual sense clearly observed the contents of the worn book in Steward Wu's hands. Chapter 45. Enemies arrive. How could I joke about such things with you? Young Master Tianyang, your cultivation speed is simply like a raging tide, and in such a short time, you have already become a practitioner of the true condensation realm. I believe your future achievements will definitely not be low. As the saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, even the chickens and dogs rise to heaven. I admire you, so I want to follow you. Steward Wu coughed lightly and said decisively. During the brief encounter with Ling Tianyang just now, Steward Wu felt that Ling Tianyang's use of his true essence was already extremely proficient, even surpassing him, who had broken through to the true condensation realm for many years. This proves that although Ling Tianyang's cultivation has advanced rapidly, his true essence shows no signs of being superficial. Steward Wu is well regarded in the Ling family, not only because of his decent cultivation and loyalty to the family, but also because he knows how to assess the situation and discern good from evil. The reason warriors cultivate is not only to become powerful. Steward Wu has been trapped at the peak of the true condensation realm for many years. And although his status in the Ling family is not low, the Ling family lacks the ability to help him break through to the spirit sea realm. Ling Tianyang's previous performances made Steward Wu feel that Ling Tianyang either has enormous potential or has a powerful backing. Coupled with Ling Tianyang's terrifying combat power earlier, it has completely shocked Steward Wu. Chapter 46. Savage Lion Beast Fire. The little man greets the family head. Greetings to the elder. In Kaiyang City, he family. He Pajun knelt half respectfully in front of He Chio and He Yuan Shan, his body occasionally trembling slightly. You worthless fool. How did you protect Yulong? Why did Yulong die while you survived? He Yuan Shan's face was full of anger as he kicked He Pajun's body away. He Pajun's body crashed heavily against the back door, instantly smashing the door of the room into pieces, and his entire body fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and He Pajun struggled to rise, kneeling again in front of He Yuan Shan, trembling as he said, Elder, spare me. He Pajun, you failed to protect your master. Your crime deserves death. You should go accompany Yulong. He Yuan Shan gathered his energy, preparing to kill He Pajun with a palm strike. Yuan Shan stopped. A large hand suddenly appeared in front of He Pajun, intercepting He Yuan Shan's palm aimed at He Pajun's forehead. Yuan Shan, you need to calm down. Although he Pejun failed to protect his master, he is after all a member of our He family. Besides, when Yulong had an accident, he was being protected by people from the Song family. He Ichio, the head of the He family, blocked He Yuan Shan's attack and said solemnly, "What is most important for us now is to eliminate the Ling family and kill Ling Tianyang." Chapter 47. Kill them all in the Ling family's martial arts square. The Ling family members stood in stark contrast to the He and Song families who came seeking revenge. In the central position, the Ling family's grand elder, Ling Tianyang, had already engaged in battle with the He family's grand elder, He Yuan Shan. The two exchanged punches and kicks, and, as their spiritual power surged, waves of spiritual energy shot out in all directions. Suddenly, both of them stomped on the ground and leaped into the air, soul severing palm, chasing wind fist. Bang! The two crossed paths in midair, and their fists and palms collided, emitting a heavy muffled sound. Both of their bodies let out a muffled groan under the force of each other's fierce attacks. Then, when they landed on the ground, their bodies could not help but continuously retreat. All members of the Ling family, come out and die. From the forefront of the He and Song families, more than 10 figures slowly walked out. Among them, the grand elder of the Song family, Song Dao, shouted loudly. On the Ling family side, Ling Tianyang, the grand elder, suddenly tightened his expression, his mind moving, discreetly surveying the more than 10 people appearing behind Yuan Shan. The one who drew Ling Tianyang's attention the most was an old man with a gloomy face and a few long whiskers on his chin. This person was tall, appearing to be around 70 years old, with a head of black hair that had no silver strands at all, neatly tied behind his head. Chapter 48. Self-inflicted misery spirit sea realm warriors. How could the Ling family suddenly have so many experts in the spirit sea realm? Having resolved the sudden onslaught of powerful spiritual energy, the warriors from the He and Song families saw Ling Xian leading 7 spirit sea realm warriors descending from the sky, appearing beside the 7 grand elders of the Ling family. Family head, you. The members of the Ling family and the grand elders of the Ling family looked at Ling Xian and the 7 spirit sea realm warriors behind him in disbelief. This matter will be explained after we repel the warriors from the He and Song families. With the clear wind sword in hand, Ling Xian finished speaking and leaped out, charging towards the warriors from the He and Song families. Clear wind sword technique. Wind sweeps the clouds. A series of sword energies stirred up fierce winds. And amidst the flashing sword lights, several warriors from the He family screamed in agony. Kill! Seeing Ling Xian take the lead, the members of the Ling family followed closely behind him, not willing to be outdone, brandishing their weapons and charging towards the enemy. After consuming the Tiani Soul water and Qingmu essence provided by Ling Tianyang, Ling Xian's injuries were immediately healed, and his cultivation returned to the peak of the early Spirit Sea realm. Chapter 49. Dragon and Tiger Longevity Pill. Not good. Everyone escaped quickly. Among the warriors of the He and Song families, a sudden panic erupted, and soon they saw the head of the He family, He Ichio, and the supreme elder of the Song family, Song Dao, turn and flee. When Shintu Jing had displayed her spiritual energy transformation earlier, the warriors of the He and Song families were greatly frightened. However, before they could recover from the shock of Shintu Jing being a strong practitioner of the heavenly extreme realm, they sensed another person deep within the Ling family was about to break through to the heavenly extreme realm. Having one heavenly extreme realm expert was already beyond their capabilities, so thoughts of retreat had long taken root in their hearts. At this moment, when they saw that the Ling family was about to produce another heavenly extreme realm expert, how could they resist fleeing? Block them. Don't let them escape. Seeing the He and Song family warriors trying to flee, Ling Xian and Ling Tianyang shouted, immediately using their martial skills to charge towards the Spirit Sea realm warriors of the He and Song families. When the members of the Ling family realized that the one who had displayed the spiritual energy transformation was the woman brought by Ling Tianyang, they breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Then, sensing that another person deep within the Ling family was about to break through to the heavenly extreme realm, they became even more excited. Chapter 50. Ling Taishu. After the explosion, the scene cleared. The situation in the Ling family's martial arts arena appeared clearly before everyone. Many of the Ling family's buildings were destroyed by the earlier terrifying explosion, with debris and blood scattered all over the ground. The warriors from the He and Song families who had come to seek revenge on the Ling family were almost all killed in that explosion, leaving only a few survivors, resulting in extremely heavy losses. As for the Ling family, with Shinta Jing and the suddenly appearing heavenly extreme realm expert joining forces, they easily neutralized the impact of the explosion, ensuring that most of the Ling family's warriors were safe and sound. With two heavenly extreme realm experts taking action simultaneously, logically, all the members of the Ling family should be unharmed. However, for some unknown reason, there were still a few unfortunate individuals who were missed by the energy barrier, ending up tragically dead on the spot. Grandfather, Ling Xiao, who had previously been at odds with Ling Tianyang but survived this self-detonation, cried out while looking at a corpse not far away. This corpse was none other than Ling Tianyang's grandfather, the third elder of the Ling family, Ling Tiandu. If anyone were to observe closely, they would find that those who were overlooked by the energy barrier were almost all Ling Tiandu as trusted aides. Chapter 51. Unifying Kaiyang City, daring to offend my Ling family. We cannot let them go. Taichung, Renjia, you two immediately take the Ling family's elders to eliminate the Song family in the north of the city. Make sure they all disappear before they can escape Kaiyang City. Remember, cut the grass and remove the roots, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Ling Taishu said sternly, then turned to Ling Xian and said, Xianer, you are the patriarch of my Ling family, so you need not take part in the battle. Stay behind to rebuild the family. As for the He family in Huayan City, I will personally take action. Yes, Ling Taichung and Ling Renjia replied, immediately leading the slightly injured Spirit Sea realm experts from the Ling family, along with those remaining capable of fighting from the true condensation realm, to march towards the Song family in the north of the city. Given the Ling family's strength, even if they wanted to swallow the Song family's power, it would be extremely difficult, let alone simultaneously eliminate the He and Song families. However, now that Ling Taishu's cultivation had broken through to the heavenly extreme realm, everything was different. Just relying on Ling Taishu alone was enough to annihilate all the warriors from the He and Song families. As soon as Ling Taishu finished speaking, he shot into the sky, transforming into a streak of light flying towards the He family's location in Huayan City. All of you from the He family, come out and die. Chapter 52. Lauf Heivel Xuanea. The reason I was able to successfully break through to the heavenly extreme realm this time is largely thanks to the extreme spirit pill you gave me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have succeeded at all. Ling Taishu looked at Ling Xian, patting his shoulder with a comforting expression. However, standing together, Ling Taishu appeared slightly younger than Ling Xian, which seemed a bit strange. Father, actually that extreme spirit pill was also a gift from Tianyang. Ling Xian chuckled and then laughed heartily. Good, not bad. I didn't expect Tianyang to be so filial. Ling Taishu nodded approvingly, looking at Ling Tianyang with great satisfaction. This is what I should do. Ling Tianyang replied with a smile. Tianyang, how did you obtain such a high-level pill as the extreme spirit pill? After a pause, Ling Taishu asked, Father, actually, it was because Tianyang was favored by a powerful expert and became his closed-door disciple. This extreme spirit pill was given to Tianyang by his master. Not only did Tianyang give me the pill, but he also provided me with quite a few high-level cultivation techniques and martial skills. I'll take them out later and give them to those who have contributed to the Ling family for cultivation to strengthen our Ling family. Chapter 53. 2 months later. Sigh. With a light sigh, Ling Tianyang did not answer, but instead glanced deeply in the direction where Shinta Jing had left. Tianyang, I think that Shinta girl is interested in you, right? Otherwise, why would she dodge when I bowed to her earlier? After a pause, Ling Xian suddenly realized. Shinta girl must have felt jealous after knowing about your engagement with Yu Jiao. That's why she left in a huff. Tianyang, I think you should take in Shinta girl as well. This way, our Ling family will gain another heavenly extreme realm expert, greatly increasing our strength. Ling Taishu, at the head of the hall, couldn't help but tease. Tianyang, in this world, having multiple wives is quite common for strong practitioners. You see, when I was young, I married several wives. Otherwise, I wouldn't have so many children now. Ling Renjia chuckled, then waved at the Ling family members beside him, soon seeing 11 Ling family warriors, 5 men and 6 women, stepping forward. As soon as these 11 Ling family warriors stepped out, they bowed to Ling Renjia. Looking at Ling Rinjia's proud demeanor, Ling Tianyang was instantly speechless. Chapter 54. Leaving the Ling family half a month ago, Ling Tianyang had spent his first birthday after rebirth in the Ling family. This meant that in this life, he was now an 18-year-old youth. Now, Ling Tianyang no longer lived in that small courtyard from before. After the Ling family dominated Kaiyang City, Ling Tianyang was assigned to a very spacious courtyard. With pavilions, bamboo groves, and flowing water, the entire courtyard appeared grand yet elegant. The arrangement and environment of the courtyard were incomparably better than that of the previous small courtyard. This level of courtyard in the Ling family could only accommodate those at the elder level in the past. This was also the result of Ling Xian spending considerable effort and hiring a group of renowned architects specifically to build it for Ling Tianyang. Now, in this vast courtyard, apart from a dozen newly arrived miscellaneous servants, only Ling Tianyang, the two sisters Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei, and Wu Lingyan, a follower of Ling Tianyang, reside here. Since deciding to follow Ling Tianyang, Wu Lingyan has been loyal, obedient, and has played the role of the most devoted follower without complaint. As a result, under Ling Tianyang's deliberate training, Wu Lingyan's cultivation has made rapid progress, successfully breaking through to the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Chapter 55. Chuming, the territory of Nanlin County, is several times larger than Kaiyang City and is composed of numerous large and small forces. Not only is Nanlin County close to the imperial city of the Qingyun Kingdom, but is also within the influence of the super sect Taiankaizong. Therefore, a large number of martial artists often pass through Nanlin County, making it a melting pot of various social classes, resulting in a strong martial culture and many formidable warriors. The rare heavenly extreme realm experts found elsewhere are not uncommon in Nanlin County. Among the top 10 forces in Nanlin County, almost all have experts at the heavenly extreme realm, and the Chu family is one of them. The Chu family is a large family with tens of thousands of members. Located in the western part of Nanlin County, the Chu family occupies several dozen acres, featuring grand and imposing architecture. With dozens of imposing guards standing at attention in front of the entrance, their sharp gazes intimidating passers-by. Have you heard? Today, Miss Yuyin and Miss Yu Jiao's fiancé are coming to our Chu family. I've heard about it. However, they are said to be just members of small family. In my opinion, they are not worthy of Miss Yuyin and Miss Yu Jiao at all. Well, I really don't know what the family head is thinking. Actually marrying off his two beautiful daughters to the Ling family's offspring. Chapter 56. Rival appears after the new year. The Chu family's annual family competition will soon be held. The family competition of the Chu family is a major event for the high-ranking members to test the accomplishments of the younger generation, and it has been continued for hundreds of years. During this time, the scattered family members of the Chu family will return to participate in the competition hosted by the family, which is not only their moment to showcase their strength, but also an opportunity to win generous prizes. However, today, the topic of discussion among the Chu family members is not related to the family competition. Instead, it is about the two future sons-in-law of the family head, Chu Ming. As the head of the Chu family, every word and action of Chu Ming is particularly scrutinized. The news of Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju arriving at the Chu family immediately attracted the attention of countless Chu family members. The accommodations arranged for the Ling family members by Chu Ming are quite decent. Pavilions, towers, and artificial mountains with flowing water are not inferior to where Ling Tianyang and others are staying. Ling Tianyang's room has been arranged next to Ling Ju's. Just after Ling Tianyang sat down for a while, he heard a noisy commotion outside, followed by several furious shouts. Chapter 57. Future sister-in-law, adoptive father. Seeing his attack easily neutralized by the newcomer, Ling Tianyang looked up and saw Ling Xian and Chu Ming flying over rapidly. Following closely behind them was a beautiful woman, and the person who had attacked earlier was Ling Tianyang's adoptive father, Ling Xian. Family head, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei hurriedly stepped forward to salute upon seeing Ling Xian approaching. Father, why are you here too? Ling Ju also quickly walked over. It's so noisy here. How could I not come? Ling Xian sighed with a bitter smile and then said, Juer, Tianyang, this is your Uncle Chu Ming. Don't you want to greet Uncle Chu? Hello, Uncle Chu. Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju said in unison. Very good, very good. Chu Ming nodded with a smile, then curiously looked up and down at Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju, saying, Nephew, I didn't expect your cultivation to have reached such a level. Juer, Your cultivation is probably about to break through to the mid-stage of the condensation realm, right? And Tianyang, if I'm not mistaken, you're already a martial artist at the late stage of the condensation realm, right? Chu Ming said in shock. Chapter 58, Treasure Auction Nanlin Treasure Street, is located in the center of Nanlin County and is the largest trading market in the area. It is a bustling and prosperous place with taverns and tea houses lining the streets, all kinds of shops available, and a constant flow of people. Young master, there's so many people here, it's so lively. Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei exclaimed with joy beside Ling Tianyang. It was the first time for the two girls to leave Kaiyang City, and they were thrilled to experience the environment, which was slightly different from Kaiyang City. In front of the three of them, Ling Zhu and Chu Yuyan were affectionately holding hands, selecting various small accessories that Chu Yuyan liked from the stalls along the street. As they walked along the street, the sounds of vendors calling out their wares could be heard everywhere, and they occasionally spotted beautifully dressed girls in groups trying to attract customers. Hey there, come inside and have a seat. The girls on the street had long since developed keen eyes, able to tell who had money at a glance. When they saw Ling Zhu's extraordinary demeanor, they couldn't help but want to grab his arm. Get lost. All of you, get away, or I'll take you down. Chapter 59, Crimson Soul Stone, 35,000 gold coin for the first time. 35,000 gold coins for the second time. Is there a higher bid? 35,000 gold coins for the third time sold. Ultimately, this low-grade, mysterious level fragmented gold palm manual was sold for a high price of 35,000 gold coins to a fierce-looking roadman. Inside the private room, Ling Tianyang and the others, looking through the crystal glass, were left dumbfounded by the situation in the auction house. The next item up for auction is a pair of low-grade spirit swords called the Crimson Moon Twin Swords. The sultry voice of Duanmu Yao echoed throughout the auction house once again. With a flick, the silk covering the wooden plate was lifted, revealing two red long swords. Their blades radiating dazzling red light under the glow of the crystal, stunning everyone. The Crimson Moon Twin Sword were crafted by our Nanlin County's #1 weapon master, Tyne Kizi, guaranteeing quality. Being a pair of low-grade spirit weapons, they are perfect for couples to use. Low-grade spirit weapons are generally used by martial artists at the Spirit Sea realm, enhancing their combat power by 20 to 30%. Chapter 60. Fierce Competition. It's actually the Crimson Soul Stone. Inside the private room, when Ling Tianyang heard the words Crimson Soul Stone, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he immediately stood up. Last time at the Ling Family, watching Shen Tu-Jing leave into the sky left Ling Tianyang with a deep longing for his past life, reminiscing about the days he soared through the skies. Ling Tianyang's cultivation level is still too low to achieve flight. However, the appearance of the Red Soul Stone has given him hope for early flight. Soul treasures are a special type of treasure, different from ordinary spirit artifacts. Spirit artifacts are activated by a warrior's own spiritual power, while soul treasures can only be controlled using the warrior's soul power and consciousness. In other words, to use a soul treasure, one must have at least reached the Spirit Sea realm, having opened the soul sea and birth consciousness. Ling Tianyang's current consciousness and soul have already recovered to the early stage of the Sky Extreme realm. If he can possess a soul treasure, he will be able to use it for flight. Moreover, with the soul treasure, Ling Tianyang could even unleash attacks equivalent to the early stage of the Sky Extreme realm. No, I must obtain this Red Soul Stone. Chapter 61. The Chu Family Competition. Greetings, esteemed guests. A hurried sound of footsteps approached, and then two figures pushed the door open. Duanmu Yao's pleasant voice rang out in the private room where Ling Tianyang and the others were. Young master, this is the Red Soul Stone you bid for. Duanmu Yao glanced at Ling Tianyang and the others, then smiled at Ling Tianyang, signaling the beautiful maid behind her to hand over the jade plate containing the Red Soul Stone. Thank you. Ling Tianyang nodded, waved his hand, and stored the Red Soul Stone into the hidden spirit ring. Then he waved his hand again, and a pile of low-grade spirit stones appeared in the private room, resembling a small mountain. Young master, this must be your first time at Junlai Pavilion, right? After Duanmu Yao waved her hand and took away all the low-grade spirit stones, she walked over to Ling Tianyang's side. That's right. Ling Tianyang nodded helplessly and moved back slightly, inwardly cursing. Fairy. With such close contact, Ling Tianyang caught whiffs of the fragrant air and heard Duanmu Yao's enchanting voice, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Chapter 62. Voluntarily admitting defeat, the Chu family's martial arts arena is so large that it can accommodate nearly 10,000 people at the same time. Beside the arena, there's a viewing platform, and at this moment, many people have already taken their seats in the VIP area, chatting and laughing among themselves. Ling Taisu, along with the Chu family's elder Chu Ao Tan, and Ling Xian and Chu Ming, as well as several other elders from the Chu family, were already seated among them. In addition, there were many distinguished guests who had come to observe the family competition. Young master, the Chu family is quite lively today. There are so many powerful presences on the platform. Behind Ling Tianyang, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei felt the powerful auras of those above the spirit sea realm on the platform, and couldn't help but speak up. Although the two girls had seen such scenes before, they still felt a twinge of nervousness. You don't need to envy them so much. As long as you are willing to practice hard, one day you will become stronger than them. Ling Tianyang gently patted Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei on the shoulders and continued walking toward the competition stage. Young master, we will definitely work hard to cultivate. Looking at Ling Tianyang's back, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei murmured in unison. Chapter 63. The top 10 after Chu Yu admitted defeat. Ling Tianyang also left the know. 3 competition stage and went to the side of the arena to watch the situation with Shi Xiaoya and the others. The competition was still in full swing, and cheers could be heard from the audience around the competition stage and the VIP seats. The one on the number 1 competition stage is Chu Ming's son, Chu Zhongtian, right? He is already a peak warrior at the early stage of the essence solidification realm at such a young age. His future must be limitless. Chu Ming's eldest daughter, Chu Yuyin, is also impressive. Not only is she as beautiful as a fairy, but her cultivation has also reached the early stage of the essence solidification realm. I think the 2 brothers from the Ling family are truly remarkable. Anyone who faces them either voluntarily admits defeat or simply cannot withstand a few of their moves. Chu Mingfeng, Chu Dachuan, and Chu Munchi from the Chu family have all performed well. Not only are their combat abilities astonishing, but their cultivation has also broken through to the essence solidification realm. The younger generation of the Chu family has indeed produced quite a few talented individuals. Speaking of which, that Chu Yu from the Chu family is really unfortunate. He was already a warrior at the essence solidification realm, but unexpectedly, as soon as he appeared, he encountered Ling Tianyang from the Ling family. Chapter 64. The conclusion of the competition with a single palm strike. Ling Tianyang sent Chu Zhongtian flying, standing with his hands behind his back. In that strike, Ling Tianyang used pure skill. Therefore, even though Chu Zhongtian was knocked away by Ling Tianyang, his body suffered no injury whatsoever. Thank you for going easy on me. I admit defeat. As soon as Chu Zhongtian landed, he knew he had lost, as the strength between him and Ling Tianyang was not on the same level. This time, Chu Zhongtian lost willingly. Moreover, in his heart, he had already acknowledged Ling Tianyang's future brother-in-law status, so he felt that losing to a family member was nothing to be ashamed of. While Ling Tianyang was battling Chu Zhongtian, on the other side, Ling Ju was also engaged in a fight with another genius from the Chu family, Chu Mingqi. Both used long swords, but Ling Ju not only had slightly superior cultivation, but also attacked far beyond Chu Mingqi's level. In less than 20 exchanges, Chu Mingqi had her weapon taken away by Ling Ju. Shifting his gaze, Chu Yin's opponent was a chubby man wielding a long spear, who was another genius from the Chu family, Chu Dachuan. Yin, I broke through to the early stage of the essence solidification realm 2 months ago, so be careful. Chapter 65. Master Tianqi. Young Master. Is this the residence of Master Tianqi? Near the Treasure Street in Nanling County, there is a magnificent 5-story wooden building, with a constant flow of people at the entrance. At this moment, Ling Tianyang, along with Shi Xiaoya, Shi Xiaomei, and Wu Lengan, curiously examined the wooden building. It should be here. Let's go in and take a look. It has been 2 days since the last Chu family competition. Ever since Ling Tianyang bid for the Red Soul Stone at the Junlai Pavilion Auction House, he had been looking for someone to refine it into a soul treasure. Later, Ling Tianyang learned from Chu Yuyin that the first master of refining tools in Nanling County, Master Tianqi, lived in this building, so he brought Shi Xiaoya and the others here. Sigh, if I had known, I would have learned refining back then, so I wouldn't be so passive now. Ling Tianyang sighed lightly and stepped into the wooden building. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang could refine high-grade 6-tier pills, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the void profound realm. However, he had never learned refining, and now faced with the red soul stone that could be refined into a soul treasure, he was at a loss, without any ideas. Chapter 66. The Might of Beastfire Kid. I advise you to accept your fate. The fourth floor of this wooden building has been sealed off by my consciousness and spiritual power. You will never be able to escape. Anyone who dares to offend me will have no good ending. As he spoke, Tianyang's eyes emitted a green light, and a sinister smile appeared on his face, making him look extremely malevolent. Whoosh! Immediately, Tianyang's figure became illusory, and the next moment, he had already appeared less than a meter away from Ling Tianyang. Fire Cloud Palm. Tianyang's palm suddenly ignited with a layer of crimson flame, carrying a terrifying wave of heat, and he struck towards Ling Tianyang's chest. It seems this old man really intends to kill me. If this palm truly hits me, I might be turned to ashes immediately. Seeing Tianyang's attack without warning, Ling Tianyang was slightly taken aback, and then a surge of killing intent rose within him. This time Ling Tianyang came here to seek Tianyang's to refine a soul treasure. However, he did not expect that this Tianyang's was actually the bald, middle-aged man who had competed with him for the Red Soul Stone that day at Junlai Pavilion. Chapter 67. Heading to Tianyang. Congratulations, young master. You've successfully subdued another powerful Tianji realm expert. A gray-white substance shot out from Ling Tianyang's body and instantly transformed into Sikong Ran's appearance. Though Sikong Ran looked extremely fatigued at this moment, his soul body also appearing much thinner than before. Thanks to your power this time, otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to successfully extract Tianyang's soul origin. After refining Tianyang's soul origin, Ling Tianyang said with a joyful expression, Sikong Ran, take the Tiany soul water and recuperate well. With a flip of his palm, a jade vial containing Tiany soul water appeared in Ling Tianyang's hand. He flicked his finger, and a drop of Tiany soul water accurately landed in Sikong Ran's mouth. After using Tiany soul water last time, only 17 drops remained in the vial. Later, Ling Tianyang gave 2 drops to Ling Xian. And now, after letting Sikong Ran consume 1 drop, only 14 drops of Tiany soul water remain in the vial. After consuming the Tiany soul water, Sikong Ran quickly returned to his original state, and even his soul body became much more solid than before. Young master, Tianyang's had already woken up, standing respectfully beside Sikong Ran and looking at Ling Tianyang with great reverence. Chapter 68. Entrance examination. The forces large and small in the Eastern Emperor domain are like stars in the sky. Every day, some old forces decline while new ones rise. Generation after generation, endless competition continues to this day. In the vast land of Qingyun country, since ancient times, one after another, earth-shattering sect giants have emerged. Tianyang, as one of the top powers in Qingyun country, has its sect established among a range of mountains. Within the mountains, 3 gigantic peaks soar into the sky, one of which is named Mingyue Peak. At the summit of Mingyue Peak, clouds and mist swirl, resembling a fairyland. Qingyun Blade, 10 consecutive soul destruction strikes. A woman dressed in light blue, with a veil covering her face, stood proudly on the mountain peak, continuously wielding a long spiritual weapon knife. The aura of the woman in blue surged, and with a swing of the long knife in her hand, strong waves rippled through the surrounding space, as if the space around her could be split open at any moment by the long knife. What a superb knife technique! The Peak Master's Qingyun blade technique has truly reached an extraordinary level, almost to the point of being divine. Several graceful figures flew over, lightly landing on the peak, and bowed to the woman in blue, saying, "We pay our respects to the Peak Master." Chapter 69. Gu Qingxue. This time, more than 10,000 participants entered the Tianyang entrance examination, but after the first round of tests, only a little over 3,000 remained. The 10 members of the Chu family who came to take the test passed the first round smoothly and entered the test of the Heart Refining Great Array. Congratulations on successfully passing the first round. As long as you can pass the examination of the Heart Refining Great Array, you will officially become disciples of Tianyang. The elegant voice of Gu Qingxue, an elder of Mingyue Peak responsible for this entrance examination, echoed in everyone's ears. Following this, over 3,000 people, led by Gu Qingxue and more than 100 deacons responsible for the examination, arrived at a mountain range shrouded in clouds and mist. Looking up, A staircase leading directly to the gate of Tianyang appeared before them, extending from the foot of the mountain to the gate, with a total of over 2,900 steps. This is the heart-refining great array of Tianyang. As long as you can persist and reach the gate of Tianyang, you will have successfully passed this examination. After the examiner spoke, the more than 3,000 people surged forward, rushing towards the steps leading to the gate of Tianyang. Chapter 70. Tsulan Peak. The overall strength of Tianyang ranks among the top 5 in Xinyan country, mainly consisting of outer sect and inner sect parts. However, there are already hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples in Tianyang alone. The outer sect of Tianyang occupies an area of over 100 miles, with spiritual peaks built at intervals. On these spiritual peaks, courtyards are built at intervals to provide training and accommodation for outer sect disciples. Among these numerous spiritual peaks, 10 are exceptionally eye-catching. These 10 peaks are lush and rich in spiritual energy, clearly much higher grade than the ordinary spiritual peaks around them. In fact, these 10 peaks abundant in spiritual energy are a means employed by the upper echelons of Tianyang to encourage the outer sect disciples to improve their cultivation. In theory, any outer sect disciple of Tianyang can cultivate on these 10 peaks. However, those who can truly cultivate on the 10 peaks are the elite among the outer sect disciples. Though everyone is an outer sect disciple of Tianyang, there are still distinctions in status among the many disciples, with varying ranks. Large sects and major powers emphasize the survival of the fittest. Martial artists wishing to access better cultivation resources must continuously surpass others to qualify for residence on these 10 peaks. Chapter 71. Xianling, Avatar Heaven and Earth. Xianling. All streams converge into one. Ren and Du, stepping through the air in an instant, refining heaven and earth. As the Xianling true solution operated, the 2 inferior spirit stones in Ling Tianyang's palm instantly turned into a pile of powder. Then, with a wave of Ling Tianyang's hand, over 100 inferior spirit stones appeared in the air of the secret chamber. Under the pressure of Ling Tianyang's profound soul power, all the spirit stones were instantly crushed, turning into strands of pure spiritual mist that tightly enveloped Ling Tianyang's body. Lin, with a loud shout, Ling Tianyang formed seals with both hands, and the spiritual mist surrounding his body was immediately absorbed into his body all at once. Bang! At the same time, a crisp, muffled groan suddenly rang out from the sea of souls within Ling Tianyang, and the soul power in the secret chamber also became solidified. His cultivation reached the peak of the early stage of the spirit sea realm. His spiritual consciousness also broke through to the mid-stage of the Tianji realm. This secret technique in the Xianling true solution is indeed domineering. It actually allowed my cultivation to rise straight to the peak of the early stage of the spirit sea realm, and my spiritual consciousness also reached the mid-stage of the Tianji realm. According to the records in the Xianling true solution, when my cultivation reaches the Tianji realm, won't I be able to cultivate that miraculous Xianling avatar? Chapter 72. Master of the Bright Moon Peak. Between men and women, it is all about mutual consent. Ling Tianyang has always believed that a man can be romantic, but he must never be lewd. Seeing Qin Lai's beast-like behavior, Ling Tianyang felt extreme disgust in his heart, and every move he made was merciless. If it weren't for the rules of the Heavenly Artifacts sect that forbade killing at will within the sect, and if Qin Lai wasn't the top-ranked outer disciple of the sect, who garnered much attention, Ling Tianyang would have killed him by now. Although Qin Lai's strength was not weak among the outer disciples, he was still no match for Ling Tianyang. In an instant, Qin Lai was knocked down to the ground, rolling his eyes and fainting. If one looked closely, they could vaguely see a blurred gray shoe print between Qin Lai's legs, with traces of blood seeping through. Seeing Ling Tianyang's domineering actions, Su Yingrong not only felt no aversion, but instead experienced a sense of safety she had never felt before. As a beautiful woman without any background, surviving in this world where strength is paramount was extremely difficult. At this moment, Su Yingrong also roughly understood Ling Tianyang's identity. When Ling Tianyang first entered the sect, he forcibly occupied one of the 10 spirit peaks, the most spiritually rich emerald bamboo peak. Afterwards, he began to sweep across the other 9 peaks. Chapter 73. Competing for favor peak master. Wasn't I the one who presided over the last entrance examination? There was a kid who swept through the entire outer sect as soon as he entered, attracting the attention of many intersect elders. Gu Qingxue suppressed a hint of excitement in her heart and quickly explained, "That kid's cultivation has now broken through to the Spirit Sea realm and has automatically advanced to an intersect disciple." This communication jade slip was sent by a steward stationed in the administrative hall of our Bright Moon Peak. Throwing the communication jade slip to the woman in a green shirt, Gu Qingxue continued, "According to what the jade slip says, that kid is currently registering in the administrative hall, preparing to choose his intersect mountain peak for cultivation. Hearing you say that, that kid's talent is indeed quite good." The woman in the green shirt said with great joy as she caught the communication jade slip thrown by Gu Qingxue. Nowadays, the lineage of the sect master peak is producing many talents, suppressing the disciples of our Bright Moon Peak and the Flame Sun Peak completely. If our Bright Moon Peak does not produce a new talent, the next intersect competition will likely see us at the bottom again. The woman in the green shirt frowned slightly and then said seriously, "Xiao Xue, have you sent anyone to investigate that kid's background?" Chapter 74. Reunion Old Ghost Go. Staring at me like that 1T help, I'm just stating the facts. Wang Hanzhan shrugged, completely ignoring Gu Chuanxio's furious gaze. "Ling Tianyang, I am Wang Hanzhan, an elder of the sect Master Peak. What have you decided?" Wang Hanzhan fixed his eyes on Ling Tianyang, pressing for an answer. "I believe you're a smart person and know how to choose." "No need to choose. Ling Tianyang was recruited into the Heavenly Artifact sect by me and should join our Bright Moon Peak." A sharp voice approached from afar and reached Ling Tianyang's ears. Immediately after, everyone saw Gu Qingxue's figure rapidly rushing in, appearing not far from Wang Hanzhan. "Ling Tianyang, come with me." Gu Qingxue quickly walked to Ling Tianyang's side and reached out to pull him away. "Humph. Gu Qingxue, relying on the support of the master of Shinta Peak. You dare to ignore us like this. It's simply too much." As soon as Gu Qingxue finished speaking, Wang Hanzhan and Gu Chunxiu both became furious, shouting, "If you want to take this kid away, you have to ask our weapons if they agree." As they spoke, Gu Chunxiu and Wang Hanzhan gripped their weapons tightly, ready for a fight. Chapter 75. Fellow disciples make a move. Dongfang Bai. "Why aren't you staying at your Flame Sun Peak? What are you doing here?" Shintu Jing coldly glanced at the ancient clothed man blocking the way. "Little junior sister, aren't you asking a rhetorical question?" The ancient clothed man looked at Ling Tianyang beside Shintu Jing and smiled faintly. "I heard this kid has good talent, and I also want to take him as my disciple." The ancient clothed man was none other than Dongfang Bai, Shintu Jing's senior brother, and he was also the peak master of the Flame Sun Peak, possessing peak strength in the heavenly extreme realm. Impossible. Upon hearing that Dongfang Bai wanted to take Ling Tianyang away, Shintu Jing immediately refused decisively. How could she watch Ling Tianyang become a disciple of Dongfang Bai and others? Wouldn't that confuse her status? If she were to marry Ling Tianyang in the future, would she call Dongfang Bai senior brother or master? Just thinking about this made Shintu Jing angry. Immediately, she flipped her palm, and a flash of light appeared as the rather exaggerated spirit artifact, long knife, appeared in her hand. Whoosh! With a swing of the long knife, a domineering and fierce energy surged, pointing directly at the blocking Dongfang Bai. "I must take this kid away today." Chapter 76. Master of the Heavenly Artifact Sect, Wuji Hunyuan. The newcomer waved both palms to the sides, and two visible energy shields instantly enveloped the attacks of Shintu Jing and Dongfang Bai, rapidly throwing them into the sky. Boom! Boom! The attacks of Shintu Jing and Dongfang Bai violently collided with the two energy shields, resulting in two earth-shattering roars. Two dazzling mushroom clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. The massive shockwave instantly shattered the energy shields created by the newcomer, which then disappeared into the vast clouds of the sky. The people on the ground felt as if the air around them was about to solidify at that moment. And even Ling Tianyang and the others in the distance felt their breathing becoming somewhat difficult. "Humph. Do you still have any regard for the rules of the sect? A peak master of Bright Moon Peak and a peak master of Flame Sun Peak actually fight openly in public. This is simply absurd." The newcomer snorted in anger and glared fiercely at Shintu Jing and Dongfang Bai. "Do you want all the inner disciples to learn from you too how to disregard the rules?" The authoritative voice of this person resonated again, as if filled with a mysterious power that caused everyone present to tremble inwardly. Chapter 77. Learning to Refine Artifacts. Bright Moon Peak Artifact Refining Hall. In a closed artifact refining stone chamber, several pieces of moonlight stones emitting a soft glow were embedded in the walls. And a massive furnace stood in the center of the stone chamber. Beside the furnace were a forging table and several mysterious iron hammers. A scorching and terrifying flame continuously erupted from the palm of Ling Tianyang's left hand, tightly enveloping a large mass of crimson liquid inside the furnace. The space above the furnace began to distort under the roasting of the fierce lion beast fire, and the temperature in the room gradually rose. If an ordinary person who had never practiced entered here, they would probably be instantly burned to death by the terrifying high temperature. Ling Tianyang controlled the temperature of the Mang lion beast fire with one hand while the other hand was not idle, gesturing towards the crimson liquid wrapped in flames from a distance. As Ling Tianyang made his gestures, streams of spiritual power shot out from his fingertips, merging into the crimson liquid in a very mysterious manner. Under Ling Tianyang's control, the crimson liquid gradually began to change with the passage of time. Chapter 78. Surprise attack. Looking at the meticulous young man refining spiritual tools not far away, Shin Tu-jing's gaze gradually became unfocused, even somewhat complex. No matter how high her status in the Tianchi sect, or how strong her cultivation, she was still a woman. Thus, it was destined that a man would appear in her life, walking into her world. This was her fate. If she didn't say it herself, who in the Tianchi sect could have guessed? The young man in front of her, who appeared to be quite young, was actually Shin Tu-jing's first man, the head of the Minghua peak of the Tianchi sect. If it weren't for the ambush by Tang Lai and Wen Rinshi of the Flame sect last autumn during her training trip, she wouldn't have ended up in that ridiculous situation with Ling Tianyang in the Misty Valley. Just thinking about the Flame sect made Shin Tu-jing's teeth itch with hatred. Although there were many powerful female warriors in the Eastern Emperor domain, female warriors still found themselves at a disadvantage compared to male warriors. The mindset of men having multiple wives while women remained loyal has long been ingrained in the Eastern Emperor domain, although this seems somewhat unfair to female warriors. It is the reality in a world where the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon. Chapter 79. Nyomang Mountain Hehe got a bit too excited. Feeling embarrassed, Ling Tianyang scratched his head and slowly released Shin Tu-jing, then chuckled. Sister Jing, your fragrance is really pleasant. Oomph. Shin Tu-jing let out a light snort. Her face flushed as she turned her head away. In truth, with Shin Tu-jing's cultivation, how could a mere spirit sea realm warrior casually hold her? As long as she wanted to evade, Ling Tianyang, with his current cultivation, might not even be able to touch a single hair on her head. When Ling Tianyang suddenly hugged her just now, her heart raced and she almost reflexively resisted. But she feared accidentally hurting Ling Tianyang. However, allowing Ling Tianyang to hold her made Shin Tu-jing feel somewhat unnatural. By the way, Sister Jing, I'm planning to leave the Tianchi sect for a while in a few days. After releasing Shin Tu-jing, Ling Tianyang suddenly spoke up. What? You want to leave the Tianchi sect? Upon hearing Ling Tianyang say he was leaving the Tianchi sect, Shin Tu-jing immediately turned her head, her expression filled with suspicion. You're not thinking of going to the Xianbing sect to find your unwed little lady, are you? Sister Jing, where did you get that idea? Seeing Shin Tu-jing's suspicious look, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Chapter 80. Annihilating the bandits with a stunning leap. Ling Tianyang moved like a startled swan, crossing over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. He transformed his palm into a blade and struck down a bandit who was swinging a knife at an elderly woman. The bandit felt a flash before his eyes, and before he could scream, his throat was crushed by Ling Tianyang's palm blade. Then, a flash of red light appeared in Ling Tianyang's palm, and a crimson spiritual weapon, long knife, materialized. Ling Tianyang had a deep hatred for bandits. In his past life, he had once shown mercy to a group of bandits, resulting in a village being retaliated against and everyone tragically killed. From then on, he vowed never to show mercy to those inhuman bandits again. In the forest, Ling Tianyang moved like a ghost, swinging his crimson long knife, causing a wicked bandit to perish under his blade. In an instant, Ling Tianyang's swordplay was bold and fierce, as if he were in a realm without opponents. There was not a single adversary beneath his blade. As Ling Tianyang made his move, Tuo Biyi, Gu Yifeng, and Su Yingrong followed closely behind, each unleashing their most proficient martial skills. Chapter 81. Breaking into the bandit den boss. We've really brought back a lot this time, and there are many pretty girls too. in the main hall of the bandit lair. A rugged man with a face full of stubble said to the middle-aged man seated at the head of the hall, grinning lewdly, "This time, all the brothers have worked hard, and I will reward you handsomely." Wu Zongming looked at everyone in the hall with a joyful expression and laughed heartily. "The only Spirit Sea Realm mid-level expert in Niomang Mountain has been killed by us together, and now this Niomang Mountain is ours. By the way, second brother, I heard you caught a special little girl recently." Wu Zongming suddenly turned his head to look at the bandit second-in-command beside him and spoke slowly. "It said that her blood can heal your internal injuries. I wonder if I could have a taste as well?" Wu Zongming licked his lips unconsciously, his eyes glowing with heat. "Boss, that might not be appropriate." The second-in-command, sitting beside Wu Zongming, bit his teeth and refused with a difficult expression. "Boss, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that the little girl is still too young. She doesn't have much blood to spare, and I still hope to rely on her blood to save my life." Chapter 82. Madness finally willing to come out. Ling Tianyang stood with his knife and coldly looked at Wu Zongming and the others across from him, speaking indifferently. "Brothers, we have never met before. I don't know where I have offended you. Why are you causing trouble on my territory?" Seeing Ling Tianyang kill the Spirit Sea Realm initial-level bandit third-in-command with one strike, Wu Zongming's body shook and his eyes narrowed, feeling secretly alarmed. He knew very well the strength of the third-in-command. Even if he wanted to kill him, it would take at least 10 moves. This showed that the young man in green holding the crimson long knife was likely stronger than him. "I wonder if we have some misunderstanding? Let's discuss it. Wu Zongming will not be vague." Wu Zongming's eyes flickered as he looked at Ling Tianyang and the others, like facing a great enemy. "Oh, is that so? I'm afraid the things I want you can't provide." Ling Tianyang coldly smiled, then called out to Tuoba Yi beside him and charged toward Wu Zongming and the others with his knife. Breaking cloud knife technique. Ling Tianyang moved like a ghost, executing the breaking cloud knife technique he had just learned, and soon a dazzling red blade light slashed toward Wu Zongming's body. Chapter 83. Taking a disciple. Little sister, are you okay? Seeing the little girl on the wooden stake had woken up, Ling Tianyang hurriedly set aside the kneeling second-in-command bandit who was begging for mercy, gently placing the little girl down and asking softly, "Woo woo, big brother, you finally came. Ooh, my mother was killed by that evil person on the ground, and he keeps slashing my hands with a dagger, using a cup to collect the blood flowing from my hands. I'm really scared. Thankfully you came. If you hadn't come, I would have died." As soon as the little girl was rescued by Ling Tianyang, she tightly hugged his neck with both hands, crying in fear, "Woo woo, big brother, can you kill him and avenge my mother? Please." This little girl is no one else but a familiar acquaintance of Ling Tianyang. She is the younger daughter of the poor mother and daughter he met at the entrance of the Fragrant Wine building in Kaiyang City. "All right, big brother promises you." Carefully lifting the little girl, Ling Tianyang gently patted her back while secretly infusing his spiritual power into her weak body, nourishing and adjusting her condition. Chapter 84. Eliminating harm for the people. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures swiftly swept down from the mountain, and in a moment, they appeared not far from Tuoba Yi. "Tuoba Yi, where's the senior brother?" "What did you say?" "I said, where's the senior brother? You can't be deaf, can you?" Gui Feng laughed when he saw that Tuoba Yi didn't respond immediately. "You're the one who is deaf. Can't you see? Isn't it your senior brother up there on that red giant sword?" Watching Ling Tianyang take Xiao Xiaoyu onto the red giant sword and fly into the sky, Tuoba Ye's eyes widened in envy as he looked at the two people flying higher and higher in the sky. As a martial artist, who wouldn't yearn for the feeling of flying freely in the sky? Although Tuoba Yi is already at the spiritual sea realm, he would need at least the heavenly extreme realm to fly in the sky without relying on a soul treasure. However, how easy is it to break through to the heavenly extreme realm? Many peak spiritual sea realm martial artists are trapped at this step, unable to achieve their wishes until their time runs out. In the sky? Upon hearing Tuoba Yi say that Ling Tianyang was in the sky, Gui Feng and Suing Rong were both taken aback and immediately looked up at the sky. Chapter 85. Fiancé? In front of the largest inn in Nyogong Mountain Town. "Let's go. We'll first go into the inn to eat something, then we'll go to the money gang to settle accounts with Jin Yuanbao." After leaving the bandits' den, Ling Tianyang took Xiao Xiaoyu and Tuoba Yi and rode to an inn not far from the headquarters of the money gang in Nyogong Mountain Town. Several guests. "Are you just stopping by or staying overnight?" As soon as they arrived at the inn, a smiling inn attendant came out to greet them. "We'll eat first. You take care of our horses, make sure to look after them, and feed them some fodder. Ling Tianyang dismounted with Xiao Xiaoyu and handed a piece of silver and the horse reins to the attendant. All right, don't worry, guest. I will take care of everything you instructed. Taking the reins and the silver from Ling Tianyang, the attendant's smile became even brighter. In Nyogong Mountain, it's rare to meet someone as generous as Ling Tianyang, who gives a large piece of silver just to have their horse taken care of. This is the busiest place in Nyogong Mountain. As soon as Ling Tianyang and the others entered, it was already bustling with noise, and almost all the seats were filled. Chapter 86. Framing a Miss, are you talking about me? Ling Tianyang was taken aback, then looked around, somewhat astonished. Yes, kid, I'm talking about you. The white-clad girl pointed her long sword at Ling Tianyang, angrily scolding him. What are you looking at? You dare to be so unreasonable to my senior brother. My senior brother looks at you to give you face. Don't be ungrateful. Hearing the white-clad girl scold Ling Tianyang, Tuoba Yi shouted angrily, then stood up and immediately gripped his staff, glaring fiercely at the white-clad girl. At the same time, Gu Yifeng and Su Yingrong also took out their weapons, looking unfriendly at the white-clad girl. Umph. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because there are more of you? The white-clad girl saw that Tuoba Yi and the others had drawn their weapons and looked unfriendly, immediately gathering her energy. And a mid-stage spiritual sea realm aura erupted from her, gripping her long sword, ready to strike. Everyone stop. This is purely a misunderstanding. Miss, I'm sorry. I was too abrupt just now. Seeing Tuoba Yi and the others draw their weapons and wanting to fight the white-clad girl, Ling Tianyang immediately intervened, apologizing to the white-clad girl and turning to let Tuoba Yi and the others put away their weapons. Chapter 87. My name is Nyo Idao, don't worry. With me here today, I won't let this evil thief hurt you. I hate people like him the most, relying on a bit of strength to kill indiscriminately, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The white-clad girl's first impression of Ling Tianyang was not good, and now seeing him killing people in the money gang with Tuoba Yi, her impression of him worsened even more. While Ling Tianyang was confronting the white-clad girl, Tuoba Yi swung his staff, sending the evil men of the money gang flying and ruthlessly killing them. Watching the scene, the white-clad girl became even more convinced that Ling Tianyang and his group were not good people and chose to believe the nonsense of Jin Yuanbao. Evil thief. State your name. I don't kill nameless people. The white-clad girl waved her spiritual sword forward, and the sword shone brightly. The killing intent in her eyes solidified as she stepped closer to Ling Tianyang. My name is Ling. No, my name is Nyo Idao. Just as Ling Tianyang was about to reveal his real name, he felt it was inappropriate. Glancing at the crimson long knife in his hand, he immediately changed his words. Chapter 88. No fighting, no acquaintance, haha. Yu Jiao, this evil thief has been killed by me. The attack of the spiritual sea realm man was as fast as lightning. Seeing that he had pierced Ling Tianyang's body with his sword, he couldn't help but shout in joy. What is going on? As soon as the spiritual sea realm man's voice fell, he felt something was off. The body he had pierced with his long sword did not bleed at all, and Ling Tianyang's body was gradually becoming illusory. Not good, it's an afterimage. The spiritual sea realm man was shocked and immediately released his divine sense, holding his long sword horizontally, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Kid, you dare to sneak attack me. A cold voice suddenly came from behind the spiritual sea realm man, and then he saw a crimson spiritual long knife suddenly appear behind him. Ling Tianyang swung the crimson long knife forcefully, and the extremely sharp blade was less than an inch from the spiritual sea realm man's neck. When dealing with enemies who harbor killing intent towards him, Ling Tianyang would never be polite. Moreover, the spiritual sea realm man had malicious intentions and had attacked first. As the crimson long knife was about to sever the head of the man from the spirit sea realm, a white shadow suddenly swept in from the side. With a flash of white light, a snow-white long sword appeared beneath Ling Tianyang's crimson long knife. Chapter 89. Kidnapping Master, you finally returned. As soon as Ling Tianyang stepped through the inn's door, his newly accepted little disciple, Xiao Xiaoyu, flew into his arms. Xiaoyu, I asked Sister Yingrong to take you to the tailor shop in the town to buy you a few new clothes. Okay? Now that the bandit situation was resolved, Ling Tianyang looked at the old clothes Xiao Xiaoyu was wearing and couldn't help but speak up. Sure, I'm going to have new clothes to wear. Being just 8 or 9 years old, Xiao Xiaoyu was easily satisfied. As soon as she heard Ling Tianyang was going to let Su Yingrong buy her new clothes, she immediately jumped up with a smile. Seeing Xiao Xiaoyu's happy expression, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but laugh as well. He then waved to Su Yingrong and said, Yingrong, take Xiaoyu to the town to buy a few new clothes. If this girl likes anything, just buy it for her. Okay, brother. Then I'll take Xiaoyu with me. Nodding her head, Su Yingrong then took Xiao Xiaoyu and left the inn. In a guest room on the second floor of the inn, Ling Tianyang sat in a chair, while Gu Yifeng and Tuo Yi, who had just returned to the inn, stood not far from him. Chapter 90. Unexpected encounter in Nanlin County. Master, we are back. Look at what I brought you. Just as Ling Tianyang was annoyed that Lian Yun had escaped, Su Yingrong returned to the inn with Xiao Xiaoyu. As soon as she saw Ling Tianyang, Xiao Xiaoyu handed him a skewer of candied hawthorn, smilingly saying, Master, I treat you to a skewer of candied hawthorn. Xiaoyu is really good. Already knows how to honor her master. Rubbing Xiao Xiaoyu's little head, Ling Tianyang laughed heartily as he accepted the candied hawthorn she offered. Feeling the sweet taste of the candied hawthorn in his mouth, Ling Tianyang temporarily set aside the matter of Lian. Brother, what happened here just now? Seeing the shattered chair in Ling Tianyang's room, Su Yingrong couldn't help but ask curiously. It's nothing. I accidentally broke a chair. Waving his hand, Ling Tianyang continued, Yingrong, go prepare a bit. We'll be setting off from here shortly. All right, brother. Nodding her head, Su Yingrong turned and left Ling Tianyang's room. Shortly after she left, Gu Yifeng also returned to the inn. I'm sorry, brother. I couldn't bring that guy back. Please punish me. In the room, Gu Yifeng lowered his head with a face full of apology. Chapter 91. Urgent call from the sect young Master Ling. It's only been a few months since we last met, and your cultivation has soared to the mid-spirit sea realm. Truly a prodigy. As soon as they arrived at the VIP room on the second floor of Junlai Pavilion, the charming voice of Duanmu Yao, which could make one's bones feel weak, rang in Ling Tianyang's ears. Miss Duanmu, you flatter me. Ling Tianyang cupped his fists and smiled. The last time I saw Miss Duanmu, I could still vaguely sense the aura of someone at the peak of the spirit sea realm on you, but now I can't sense it at all. You must have broken through to the heavenly extreme realm, right? What? The few people behind Ling Tianyang, including Toba Yi, couldn't help but gasp when they heard that the young woman before them was actually a strong practitioner of the heavenly extreme realm. The heavenly extreme realm is considered a powerful level even within the heavenly artifacts sect. Although there are many spirit sea realm warriors in the Qingyun kingdom, those who successfully break through to the heavenly extreme realm are 1 in 100. Any heavenly extreme realm warrior is a guest of honor among major forces and holds a high status in the Qingyun kingdom. I knew young Master Ling was no ordinary person. I didn't expect your insight to be so sharp. Duanmu Yao smiled, acknowledging Ling Tianyang's guess, and then slowly walked up to him. Chapter 92. The eve of returning to the sect after leaving Junlai Pavilion. Ling Tianyang took Tuoba Yi and the others to a magnificent 5-story wooden building not far from Treasure Street. Taking out the identity token given by the heavenly artifact master, Ling Tianyang and his companions proceeded smoothly under the envious gazes of many guests in the wooden building all the way to the 4th floor. Young Master Ling, you are back. On the 4th floor of the wooden building, a maid in her 30s was still at the reception desk, waiting for incoming guests. Please call Master Tianqi and Xiaoya for me. Looking around and seeing no one else besides the maid, Ling Tianyang instructed her to go upstairs and summon Tianqi and the others. Okay, I will go call Master Tianqi right now. Please wait a moment. The maid respectfully nodded to Ling Tianyang and then turned to ascend to the 5th floor of the wooden building. Brother, could it be that Master Tianqi is a high-ranking member of our heavenly artifact sect? After the maid left, Gu Yifeng behind Ling Tianyang couldn't help but ask. Though this person is called Tianqi, he has no relation to our heavenly artifact sect. Seeing the confusion on Gu Yifeng, Tuoba Yi, and Su Yingrong's faces, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but explain. Chapter 93. Heading to the secret realm, Ling Tianyang. Gu Qingxue looked at Ling Tianyang with suspicion and said, You have such boldness to directly call the peak Master Sister Jing. Ling Tianyang awkwardly laughed and quickly changed the topic. Elder Gu, it was the peak master who called me here. Where is the peak master? The peak master was just called away by the sect master to the sect master peak. I'm also waiting for the peak master here, Gu Qingxue replied while thoughtfully gazing at Ling Tianyang. at the sect master peak of the heavenly artifact sect. In a conference hall, sect master, the Qingyan secret realm is about to open. Shouldn't we determine in advance who will enter, so we can prepare? Yin Yang Peak Master Dongfang by glanced respectfully at sect master Ling Tianyang, who was seated at the head of the hall. The Qingyan secret realm opens only once every few hundred years, a rare opportunity. My suggestion is to adopt a voluntary approach. Whoever wants to go can go. Sitting at the head, Ling Tianyang wore a thoughtful expression and after a long while said, "Elders, do you have any other good suggestions?" Sect Master, our heavenly artifact sect is now one of the top forces in the Qingyun kingdom, and we don't necessarily need to take such risks. Chapter 94. Gathering of strong ones. We're about to leave the territory of the heavenly artifact sect. Everyone stay alert and be careful on the road. The Grand Elder, Long Xingao, suddenly gathered his power and shouted loudly. In less than half a day's time, over 100 flying demon beasts sped away, quickly leaving the territory of the heavenly artifact sect. On the back of each flying demon beast sat a dozen disciples of the heavenly artifact sect. But these flying demon beasts were incredibly strong and filled with demonic energy. They continued to maintain their high-speed flight as if they were weightless. This time, the number of people from the heavenly artifact sect heading to the Qingyan secret realm was considerable, led by Grand Elder Long Xingao, Yin Yang Peak Master Dongfang Bai, and Mingyue Peak Master Shindijing. Ling Tianyang observed and found that except for himself, who was at the mid-spirit sea realm, the other warriors were either at the late spirit sea realm or strong practitioners of the heavenly extreme realm. Among the strong men in the heavenly polar realm, there are hundreds and there are thousands of martial artists at the late stage of the spirit sea realm. To the west of the Qingyun kingdom lies the desolate ancient land, which is usually rarely visited by people. The entrance to the Qingyun secret realm is located within this desolate ancient land. When Ling Tianyang and the disciples of the heavenly artifact sect arrived here, many martial artists had already gathered in the desolate ancient land. Chapter 95. Bloodthirsty Giant Lizard Whoosh. Whoosh. As soon as the gate to the Qingyun secret realm opened, those martial artists waiting in the desolate ancient land quickly activated their techniques, displaying their movement skills to the extreme, rushing into the light gate one after another, and soon disappeared without a trace. Since the secret realm's gate is open, let's go in quickly, Shun Tu Jing said, glancing at Ling Tianyang and Gu Qingxue beside her. The terrain in the Qingyun secret realm is complex, and although there are many treasures, dangers are also ever present, so you must be extra careful. Before entering the secret realm, Shun Tu Jing couldn't help but remind Ling Tianyang and Gu Qingxue again. After entering the secret realm, we must quickly use the communication jade talisman to regroup. As soon as her voice fell, Shun Tu Jing transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the light gate. Almost at the same time, Ling Tianyang and Gu Qingxue leaped one after another, transforming into two afterimages as they rushed into the light gate and vanished. This is a primitive forest, with towering trees blocking out the sun, lush green grass under the trees, blooming flowers, and the sounds of birds singing. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce wind arose above this forest, and the space began to twist. Chapter 96. Threat of death. Humans die? The bloodthirsty giant lizard opened its massive mouth, its demonic aura surging, and then its huge body quickly disappeared from its original spot. In the next moment, the bloodthirsty giant lizard seemed to tear through space, instantly pouncing in front of Ling Tianyang. Its enormous mouth opened wide as it fiercely bit toward Ling Tianyang's body. Demonic beasts are treasures to human martial artists. But for demonic beasts, aren't human martial artists the same? In the eyes of the bloodthirsty giant lizard, Ling Tianyang is merely its prey, a delicious lunch. Moreover, it is extremely simple for demonic beasts to gain benefits from human martial artists, as long as they eat the recently deceased martial artists. They can obtain part of the human martial artist's power. To demonic beasts, human martial artists are like a miraculous pill that helps them rapidly increase their strength. Beast, seeking death. Faced with the intermediate fifth-tier, bloodthirsty giant lizard, Ling Tianyang dared not be the slightest bit careless. The intermediate fifth-tier, bloodthirsty giant lizard is equivalent to a mid-stage heavenly polar realm powerhouse among human martial artists, and in a fair match. Demonic beasts are clearly stronger than human martial artists. Chapter 97. rich harvest. As soon as the Mang lion beast fire left Ling Tianyang's palm, its size immediately exploded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a fire lion as large as the bloodthirsty giant lizard. Boom! The fire lion opened its mouth, and with a loud bang, its entire body exploded, turning into flames that distorted the space, shooting towards the bloodthirsty giant lizard like lightning. The Mang lion beast fire ignited on the bloodthirsty giant lizard, instantly enveloping it, turning it into a flaming monster. A wave of intense pain surged through the bloodthirsty giant lizard, and from its massive mouth came cries of extreme agony. "Spare me, Lord, I am willing to offer my beast soul." The bloodthirsty giant lizard's original arrogance and its desire to devour Ling Tianyang had long been cast aside. It looked at Ling Tianyang with eyes full of terror. It never expected that what it viewed as merely a fourth-tier demonic beast, Ling Tianyang, would suddenly unleash a power that even it found frightening. The bloodthirsty giant lizard trembled and convulsed, the blood flowing from its neck wound evaporating in midair due to the terrifying heat of the Mang lion beast fire. Chapter 98. Unwholesome intentions. Swish. Swish. About 2 miles away, 2 figures, one black and one white, suddenly fell from the twisted space above the forest. Finally, someone has been teleported here. When a martial artist cultivation reaches the spirit sea realm, their vision far exceeds that of ordinary people. Although Ling Tianyang could not see their exact appearance, he knew that they were 2 human martial artists. Let's go ahead and see what kind of people have been teleported here. After putting the Millennium Medicinal Ginseng into his hidden spirit ring, Ling Tianyang glanced at the bloodthirsty giant lizard and said, "Blood lizard, I heard that among your demonic beasts, some with outstanding talents can change size. Can you do that?" "Master, I can too." The blood lizard is the new name Ling Tianyang gave to the bloodthirsty giant lizard. Hearing Ling Tianyang's question, the bloodthirsty giant lizard quickly nodded. Then, the bloodthirsty giant lizard leaped from the ground, and its enormous body rapidly shrank at a visible speed, transforming in the blink of an eye into a blood-colored little lizard the size of a palm. Seeing this, Ling Tianyang reached out, and the blood-colored little lizard jumped onto his arm. At this moment, the bloodthirsty giant lizard had undergone a drastic change, and it was completely unrecognizable from its previous ferocity and menace. Chapter 99. Fiancé. This pearl is amazing. It can instantly freeze a martial artist at the initial stage of the heavenly polar realm. Under the invasion of this chilling energy, the old man in black robes was unable to even show a terrified expression and was instantly frozen. Having witnessed the entire process of Chu Yujiao freezing the old man in black robes, a chill involuntarily surged up Ling Tianyang's back. Scenes from his rebirth flashed through his mind. It seems I was a bit too complacent and overconfident before. There are countless extraordinary talents in the world. The number of geniuses who can fight beyond their level is definitely not just me. Watching the scene before him suddenly enlightened Ling Tianyang, and he immediately tucked away his arrogant heart. Since his rebirth, Ling Tianyang's cultivation level had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his soul consciousness had even crossed a major realm, reaching the mid-stage of the heavenly polar realm. Coupled with the mid-grade soul treasure, the red little sword, and the peak 5th-tier Mang lion beast fire he had previously refined, he could exert power surpassing the mid-stage of the heavenly polar realm. He had defeated opponents beyond his level more than once, inevitably giving rise to a sense of arrogance in his heart, thinking no one could match him in the world. Chapter 100. Traveling with Beauty. He. Embarrassed. Ling Tianyang smiled awkwardly and then nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, it's me." "Ling Tianyang, you bastard, did you already know who I was?" Upon hearing Ling Tianyang's acknowledgement, Chu Yujiao's mood became even more complicated, and she couldn't help but angrily say, "So should I call you Ling Tianyang or Nyoe Dao? I don't know what you were thinking, but you lied to me about your name being Nyoe Dao." Chu Yujiao's eyes fixed on Ling Tianyang. "Come on. Please tell me how you felt after you deceived me." Staring blankly at the continuously blaming Chu Yujiao, Ling Tianyang was instantly speechless, especially when she heard Chu Yujiao ask him to share his thoughts after deceiving her. Ling Tianyang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "It was indeed wrong of me to deceive you earlier. I apologize to you now. I'm sorry." After Chu Yujiao finished speaking, Ling Tianyang suddenly put on a serious expression and apologized to her. "I'll give you a spirit pill as a way to express my apology." Ling Tianyang's consciousness entered the hidden spirit ring on his hand, and soon Chu Yujiao saw a flash of light in the palm of his hand, revealing a small green jade bottle. Chapter 101. Ascending Spirit Fruit. The scope of the Qingyun's secret realm is vast. Even with hundreds of thousands of human warriors flooding in at once, it still appeared extremely spacious. Throughout the secret realm, battles were incessant. In a grove far from Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao, several late-stage Spirit Sea Realm warriors were engaged in a fierce battle over a fifth-grade spiritual herb. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A vast wave of demonic energy suddenly surged up from the distant sky, followed by a strong tremor from the ground. Not good. What kind of demon beast is that? The several Spirit Sea Realm warriors sensed the overwhelming demonic energy and instinctively felt a deep-rooted fear and unease from their souls. Run. One man, reacting quickly, turned to flee, no longer caring about the nearby fifth-grade spiritual herb. In the next moment, a fifth-grade demonic serpent, over hundreds of meters long, appeared behind the several Spirit Sea Realm men, carrying an overwhelming wave of demonic energy. You ants, obediently let me swallow you. The demonic serpent moved like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed the several Spirit Sea Realm men one after another. Chapter 102. Women of the Hahuan Sect, the Ascending Spirit Fruit. It's actually the Ascending Spirit Fruit. Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao, hiding behind a tree, both rejoiced upon hearing the three words Ascending Spirit Fruit. The Ascending Spirit Fruit is a high-level, fifth-grade spiritual fruit. Any warrior in the mid-stage of the Heavenly Extreme Realm who consumes this fruit can directly elevate their cultivation to the late stage of the Heavenly Extreme Realm. For those below the mid-stage of the Heavenly Extreme Realm, the effects are even more pronounced. However, each warrior can only consume the Ascending Spirit Fruit once in their lifetime. After consuming one, a second has no effect whatsoever. If Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao can obtain the Ascending Spirit Fruit, they can quickly elevate their cultivation to the Heavenly Extreme Realm. Once they truly become powerful in the Heavenly Extreme Realm, their chances of survival in the Qingyun Secret Realm would undoubtedly increase significantly. Yujiao, we must find a way to obtain this Ascending Spirit Fruit. Behind the tree, Ling Tianyang transmitted his thoughts to Chu Yujiao. Chu Yujiao nodded at Ling Tianyang, clearly very tempted as well. Ling Tianyang then carefully extended his consciousness and scanned all the incoming people, quickly clarifying everyone's cultivation levels. From the previous white light, he could see that it was a boldly dressed and charming woman. Chapter 103. Intent to kill. Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao, hiding behind the big tree, were still pondering how to obtain the Ascending Spirit Fruit from the Hahuan sect woman. Unexpectedly, just before the Hahuan sect woman died, she threw the spatial ring in her hand towards Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao, who were hiding behind the big tree. Got it, let us run. Ling Tianyang quickly collected the spatial ring thrown by the Hahuan sect woman and immediately pulled Chu Yujiao to escape. These two juniors from the Spirit Sea Realm dare to come to the Qingyun's secret realm to seek death. If I let you escape from my hands, wouldn't that mean I've lived these years in vain? Whoosh! At that moment, the mid-stage Heavenly Extreme Realm man flashed and quickly appeared in front of Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao, blocking their path. Roar! A beastly roar echoed in the dense forest. Then, over 30 Heavenly Extreme Realm warriors quickly swept down from the sky, appearing behind the mid-stage Heavenly Extreme Realm man in no time. One mid-stage Heavenly Extreme Realm warrior and 32 early-stage Heavenly Extreme Realm warriors. Seeing that more than 30 Heavenly Extreme Realm experts had blocked their path, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao's expressions changed slightly, and they looked warily at the group in front of them. Chapter 104. Displaying great power, as soon as Ling Tianyang's voice fell, the bloodthirsty giant lizard leaped into action. Its blood-red eyes, as large as giant bells, coldly fixed on a mid-stage Heavenly Extreme Realm man, and it opened its massive mouth to speak human words. Kid, you dare to offend my master? I will eat you. The bloodthirsty giant lizard emitted an invisible pressure, greedily staring at the body of the mid-stage Heavenly Extreme Realm man, drooling uncontrollably. In its eyes, the mid-stage Heavenly Extreme Realm man was an incredibly tempting humanoid spiritual medicine. If it could eat the mid-stage Heavenly Extreme Realm man before it, its strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, and it might even advance to a high-level 5th-grade demonic beast. Beast, don't be arrogant. The mid-stage heavenly extreme realm man, hearing the bloodthirsty giant lizard's claim that it would eat him, was immediately enraged. He then flashed a light in his hand, revealing a huge axe over 2 meters long. Boom! In an instant, the massive body of the bloodthirsty giant lizard clashed with a mid-stage heavenly extreme realm man wielding the giant axe in midair. Chapter 105, Dividing the Spoils. Bang. Just as the mid-stage heavenly extreme realm man was distracted, the bloodthirsty giant lizard's eyes flashed, and its massive tail whipped out like lightning, striking hard against the chest of the mid-stage heavenly extreme realm man. Poof! The mid-stage heavenly extreme realm man was instantly sent flying backward, spitting blood, as if struck by lightning. Meanwhile, on the ground, Ling Tianyang seized this rare opportunity and quickly controlled the red small sword to shoot towards the mid-stage heavenly extreme realm man. Poof! As expected, the red small sword instantly pierced through the back of the mid-stage heavenly extreme realm man's head. Thus, more than 30 heavenly extreme realm experts all fell at the hands of Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao. Ling Tianyang, I didn't expect your hidden strength to be so powerful. Behind Ling Tianyang, Chu Yujiao, seeing that those who had ill intentions were all defeated, immediately exclaimed with excitement. To be able to exert the power of a mid-stage heavenly extreme realm warrior with only the late-stage spirit sea realm cultivation. This is probably rare even in the entire Qingyun kingdom. A hint of inexplicable emotion flashed in Chu Yujiao's eyes. It was purely luck. If it weren't for you exploding that crystal bead earlier, I probably wouldn't have been able to kill them all so easily. Chapter 106. The 106th chapter. Double tribulation. Stop it. Chu Yujiao, can you not be so greedy? Seeing Chu Yujiao's jade hand suddenly reaching for the space ring on his hand, Ling Tianyang was taken aback and speechless. Look at your stingy appearance. Do you really think I would rob your space ring? Chu Yujiao huffed proudly and then said, hurry up and take out the Shengling fruit. I can hardly wait. All right, just a moment. Ling Tianyang waved his fingers, dripping his blood onto the space ring left by the woman from the Hahuan sect, and then he put away the other 16 space rings in his hand. In the next moment, a virtual space of several hundred square meters appeared before Ling Tianyang. There were many items in the virtual space, but aside from the Shengling fruit, he was not in the mood to sort through anything else for now. In the virtual space, a small tree that emitted abundant spiritual energy, completely milky white, instantly attracted Ling Tianyang's attention. On that milky white tree, 7 green fruits stood out prominently. He didn't expect that this was actually a complete Shengling fruit tree. He wondered how that woman from the Hahuan sect had obtained it. Chapter 107. The 107th chapter. Uninvited guesting. Condense. Ling Tianyang waved his hand, and countless strands of heaven and earth spiritual energy around him were summoned, instantly condensing into a gigantic spiritual energy sword in front of him. With a thought, Ling Tianyang controlled the massive spiritual sword and fiercely shot it toward the lightning striking down from the sky. Bang! The giant sword made of spiritual energy met the lightning, and both instantly vanished. Immediately after, another bolt of lightning shot down from the dark clouds above, rapidly aiming at his body. Facing the attack of the thunder tribulation, Ling Tianyang did not retreat a step with a wave of his hand. He once again condensed a huge sword made of spiritual energy in front of him. Haha, I will finally become a powerful being of the Tianji realm. Chu Yujiao laughed out loud, and at the same time that Ling Tianyang extinguished the first bolt of lightning, she successfully blocked the lightning attack aimed at her. Confronting the thunder tribulation in the sky, Chu Yujiao also chose to meet it head-on. The second, the third, the fourth, bang bang, 5 bolts of lightning struck in succession, and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly disappeared without a trace. The sky returned to clarity, as if everything that had just happened was a mere illusion. Chapter 108. The 108th chapter. Let's go robbing. Are we being robbed? As soon as the black-clothed man's voice fell, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao were both stunned, then exchanged a tacit glance. Shall we team up to take him down? Chu Yujiao looked at Ling Tianyang with excitement and said seriously, our cultivation has just broken through, so it's perfect for us to use him as a sparring partner now. All right. Ling Tianyang nodded helplessly, and then both of them flew into the air simultaneously, vigilantly watching the suddenly appearing black-clothed man. Hee, you really aren't afraid of death, are you? The The black-clothed man looked at Ling Tianyang and Chu Yu Jiao with disdain. And then his aura surged, revealing his peak mid-stage Tianji realm presence to Ling Tianyang and Chu Yu Jiao without reservation. Kid, I originally planned to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I will make you die slowly and painfully. The black-clothed man's murderous aura intensified as he stared maliciously at Ling Tianyang. Then he lewdly looked at Chu Yu Jiao beside Ling Tianyang, unconsciously licking his lips. Hee. As for the woman beside you, I'll take care of her for a while. Chapter 109. The 109th chapter. Black-clothed thief swish, swish. After reaching the Tianji realm, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yu Jiao's speed increased significantly, and the two transformed into two streaks of light, rapidly heading toward the center of the Qingyun's secret realm. In less than a day, they left the previous forest area and entered a dilapidated ancient city. In midair, Ling Tianyang glanced at the broken ancient city below. The ancient city was quite large, with numerous buildings, and it was apparent that this had once been a prosperous city. In the ancient city, he could still see many human and beast skeletons. As Ling Tianyang and Chu Yu Jiao arrived here, they immediately felt the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them. Those martial artists ahead must be fighting over some treasure. Let's go take a look. Feeling the vibrations in the air and the collision waves between spiritual senses, Ling Tianyang looked at Chu Yu Jiao, who was fully wrapped in black clothing with only her large eyes exposed, and felt quite helpless. Chu Yu Jiao, let's disguise ourselves properly. Why do you have to dress like a masked black-clothed person? Looking down at his own all-black outfit, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but complain. Chapter 110. 5 Elements Yin Sha Thunder Ling Tianyang. Now we're being called black-clothed thieves. If we continue robbing like this, we might provoke public anger. If they join forces, we will be in trouble. While flying on a red giant sword, Chu Yu Jiao looked at Ling Tianyang uneasily. We'll rob and then run. Ordinary Tianji realm martial artists can't catch up to our speed at all, now that the bloodthirsty giant lizard has also advanced to the 5th tier high stage. Even ordinary late-stage Tianji realm martial artists may not be its opponent. Ling Tianyang thought for a moment and said seriously, besides, with our current disguises, nobody knows what we look like. What is there to be afraid of? That's right. Once we sense something is off, we can just take off this set of black clothes and pretend to be victims. Haha. The two then exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Although Ling Tianyang and Chu Yu Jiao's combination was not particularly powerful, it was absolutely unstoppable for small groups without late-stage Tianji realm strongmen in charge. Chapter 111. Going all out, the power of that explosion is terrifying. If I were at the center of that explosion, I would probably be reduced to ashes. Behind Ling Tianyang, Chu Yu Jiao stared blankly at the location of the 5 elements Yin Sha thunder explosion, murmuring, "Don't be dazed. That thing, the 5 elements Yin Sha thunder, is definitely hard to refine, and there shouldn't be too many." Ling Tianyang came back to his senses, then retracted the red giant sword beneath him, and, taking Chu Yu Jiao with him, they vanished into the palace below. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the air above the palace, and an aura belonging to a late-stage Tianji realm presence instantly engulfed the entire area. As the aftermath of the 5 elements Yin Sha thunder explosion dissipated, everyone present saw 4 men on one side, led by a lean man. Except for the lean man who escaped unscathed, the other 3 men had 1 dead and 2 seriously injured and unconscious. Duan Yue Yao, you shameless person. I want you to die a terrible death. The thin man shouted angrily, his whole body radiating an overwhelming aura, and a strong smell of blood surrounded him. At the same time, the thin man's face twisted, and his black hair visibly turned pale. Blood Demon Longevity Pill. Chapter 112. Make a big profit. Kill the one who killed you. In the sky above the palace tower, Ling Tianyang looked coldly at the thin man, no longer saying anything. Immediately, Ling Tianyang's soul consciousness surged out, and the red giant sword grew larger again, carrying unmatched power, slashing towards the thin man's body. Yao Yao, do you know this person? Why did this thief in black take the initiative to help us? The white-haired old man and Duan Yue Yao hadn't gone far when they heard the shouts and roars of the warriors below. The white-haired old man glanced curiously at Duan Yue Yao. His voice and gaze seemed familiar, but I'm not sure. Suddenly, Duan Yue Yao smiled. Perhaps he really is an old acquaintance of mine? Haha, that's great. The white-haired old man was overjoyed. This person seems to be just an early-stage Tianji realm warrior on the surface. But now he can unleash the power of a peak Tianji realm. Perhaps he is a strong person deliberately hiding his cultivation. The white-haired old man looked curiously at Ling Tianyang, who was fighting fiercely with the thin man, and murmured, "Perhaps?" Duan Yueyao's eyes were fixed on Ling Tianyang's figure, and the brilliance in her eyes grew brighter. Chapter 113, Cultivation Blessed Land. Your benefactor is joking. Duan Yueyao came to Ling Tianyang's side with a smile and said, "You saved us just now. I should repay you. I found a treasure map in the palace tower below, which records a cave blessed land particularly suitable for warriors to cultivate. According to the treasure map, the spiritual energy there is exceptionally rich, and most importantly, it contains the law of time. A warrior can cultivate there for a year, while only 10 days pass in the outside world." What? As soon as Duan Yueyao finished speaking, Ling Tianyang immediately exclaimed with joy. The law of time is not something ordinary warriors can achieve. As far as Ling Tianyang knows, those who can wield the law of time must have a cultivation level that exceeds the Guiyuan realm. What does it mean for a warrior to cultivate for a year in the blessed land while only 10 days pass in the outside world? It can be said that the cultivation speed of warriors in the blessed land is at least over 30 times that of warriors in the outside world. How terrifying is that? It seems that Miss Duan Yue is indeed a grateful person. Indeed. Ling Tianyang nodded in satisfaction and then said, "You should also get on my red giant sword." Chapter 114, Spirit Pool Hall Master. Welcome everyone to the Spirit Pool Hall. I am a former hall master of the Spirit Pool Hall. After the passage disappeared, a phantom figure of a man suddenly appeared in the air above the hall. Anyone who can come here is a fated person of the Spirit Pool Hall. And first, I wish you all great improvements in your cultivation here. The phantom man's gaze seemed somewhat dazed, and then Ling Tianyang and the others heard his somewhat mechanical voice. Soul Phantom. This is a soul phantom. Seeing the phantom man above the hall, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. To display the soul phantom, one's cultivation must at least reach the Kongxian realm. However, to maintain the soul phantom for many years without dissipating, one must have at least the strength of the Guiyuan realm. While Ling Tianyang was surprised, the voice of the phantom man above the hall rang out again. The Spirit Pool Hall contains the law of time. If you cultivate here for a year, only 10 days will pass outside. The Spirit Pool Hall opens once every few hundred years, and each of you can cultivate here for 3 years. After 3 years, the passage to the outside of the Spirit Pool Hall will automatically open, and you must leave. Chapter 115, Cultivation Clone. Ling Tianyang did not forget that he was cultivating the Xianling True Solution. When his cultivation reached the Tianji realm, according to the records of the Xianling True Solution, he could already begin to cultivate the Xianling clone. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang had heard of some useless clone techniques. However, these useless clone techniques had too many limitations, resulting in the clones having little attacking power. Moreover, once these clones were attacked by enemies, they would immediately dissipate. Such clones had no other use except to create some confusion in fierce battles. Besides these useless clone techniques, Ling Tianyang had also heard of a powerful puppet clone technique, which was a demonic technique. It mainly involved refining another person's body into a puppet, and then the practitioner would use secret methods to inject their own spirit into the puppet to control it. Although puppet clones were powerful and would not betray their master, they had no room for growth. Moreover, refining puppet clones was laborious, and once a puppet clone was destroyed, its master would certainly suffer a heavy price. Chapter 116, Niu Yidao. Ling Tianyang had been eyeing the Xianling clone for a long time and had already understood the method of cultivating the Xianling clone. Cultivating the Xianling clone also posed some risks for warriors. If the cultivator's soul consciousness was not strong enough, they might fail during the cultivation of the Xianling clone, resulting in severe damage to the warrior's soul consciousness. In mild cases, they could fall into a coma for a long time. In severe cases, they could go mad and die. The Xianling clone could be considered a divine-like ability, not comparable to those so-called external incarnations. Those external incarnations were merely high-level puppets that could cultivate independently and be manipulated at will. As long as Ling Tianyang successfully cultivated the Xianling clone, it would immediately possess the same cultivation and strength as Ling Tianyang, effectively turning one person into two. Ling Tianyang glanced at the energy body in the fire of the fierce lion beast that was about to take shape, then without hesitation, he formed a series of dazzling seals with his hands. In the next moment, Ling Tianyang's body suddenly radiated rich red light, painting the white barrier inside a blood red. At the same time, the 150 types of liquid transformed from fifth-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the fire of the fierce lion beast, had completely merged together, completely forming an energy body that looked exactly like Ling Tianyang. Chapter 117. 3 years of hard training. I'm now also a late-stage Tianji powerhouse. In the Spirit Pool Hall, while Ling Tianyang was cultivating the Xianling clone, Duan Yueyao's joyful laughter suddenly rang out. It seems that for warriors to become strong, opportunities are also crucial. A single opportunity can be worth several years or even decades of hard training for a warrior. Feeling her cultivation at the late stage of the Heaven Extreme realm, Duanmu Yao couldn't help but sigh. Before entering the Qingyun secret realm, her cultivation was only at the early stage of the Heaven Extreme realm. However, after entering the Qingyun secret realm and obtaining the treasure map, she had a chance that allowed her cultivation to break through from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Heaven Extreme realm. Later, she consumed the ascension fruit gifted by Ling Tianyang, and without any surprise, her cultivation broke through to the late stage of the Heaven Extreme realm. In less than a month, Duanmu Yao achieved what many martial artists might not attain in their entire lives. Looking in the direction of Ling Tianyang, her eyes were quite complex. Yao, your cultivation has far surpassed that of your uncle. Unbeknownst to her, not far from Duanmu Yao, the white-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes, filled with a look of satisfaction. Chapter 118. Departure descending from above the spirit pond. Ling Tianyang landed steadily on the white jade floor. Stretching comfortably, he heard a crisp sound from his bones, and then he felt a powerful surge of explosive strength throughout his body. It felt as if, at this moment, a fifth-tier spirit beast stood before him, and he was confident he could send it flying with a single punch. I've reached the peak of the Heaven Extreme realm. My cultivation has finally reached the peak. Feeling the immense power within him, Ling Tianyang's smile grew wider. Glancing at the spirit pond where he had been cultivating, he noticed that the spirit liquid was reduced to a thin layer at the bottom of the pond. I've been cultivating here for 3 years, which is roughly equivalent to decades on Mingyue Peak. I really wish I could cultivate here for a few more years. Ling Tianyang sighed, then immediately removed the barrier he had set up around the spirit pond. Subsequently, he leaped into the white misty barrier he had arranged for the first time. Inside the barrier, Niu Yi Dao, above the spirit pond, had also awakened from his cultivation. Ling brother, congratulations on your significant advancement in cultivation. Chapter 119. Scarman Big Brother. The Qingyun secret realm has been opened for over a month. Most of the powerful practitioners at the Heaven Extreme realm have probably gathered in the core area of the secret realm. The things of value have all been looted by them. Above a seemingly ordinary small hill in the Qingyun secret realm, more than a dozen Heaven Extreme realm martial artists flew in from a distance, quickly heading toward the core area of the secret realm. We're just a bunch of latecomers. We won't gain anything good. Among the dozen or so Heaven Extreme realm martial artists, some voices of complaint could be heard. We should hurry up, or all the good stuff will be snatched away by the martial artists ahead. There won't be any left for us. A clearly leading, scarred man glanced at the dozen or so Heaven Extreme realm martial artists beside him and shouted loudly. Boom! However, at that moment, a spiritual energy passage suddenly appeared from a small hill not far below them, leading who knows where. The passage that suddenly appeared in the small hill was filled with abundant spiritual energy, and in just that moment, the surrounding Heaven Extreme realm martial artists felt the spiritual energy become denser. Whoosh whoosh. Immediately after, the Heaven Extreme realm martial artists saw 4 figures flying out of the passage one after another, then stopping in midair, not far from them. Chapter 120. Phantom Demon Fox, do as you see fit. Waving his hand, Ling Tianyang signaled the white-haired old man to handle himself. Seeing that the leading scarred man had already been killed by the white-haired old man, Ling Tianyang lost interest in the remaining Heaven Extreme realm martial artists. In that case, let the old man make them accompany the scarred man. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the white-haired old man's eyes, and, as he spoke, the spiritual energy in his body surged, unleashing terrifying spiritual energy attacks from his palms. In the blink of an eye, More than a dozen initial stage Heaven Extreme realm martial artists met their demise at the hands of the white-haired old man. It seems this old guy is no pushover. He is quite ruthless when he strikes. Seeing the white-haired old man show no mercy and swiftly kill the remaining dozen or so Heaven Extreme realm martial artists, Ling Tianyang raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, without the night grass, the horse 1T be fat. Without windfall, people 1T get rich. Collecting the spatial rings from the dozen or so Heaven Extreme realm martial artists, the white-haired old man recognized the rings as his own before laughing heartily. This feeling of robbery is really quite nice. I haven't acted so decisively in many years. Young Master Ling, I admired you greatly when I saw you and Miss Chu robbing hundreds of martial artists of the Palace Tower. Chapter 121. Reputation spreads whoosh whoosh. The Heaven Extreme realm martial artist had already known that one of the black-clad thieves possessed peak Heaven Extreme realm strength when he was at the Palace Tower. However, here, aside from the Lihua sect and the Qingyun royal family, which had two small groups with peak Heaven Extreme realm martial artists, there was no one who could match the black-clad thieves. As this Heaven Extreme realm martial artist turned to flee, at least 100 others followed suit in panic. Choosing to escape. Big brother, it was one of those black-clad thieves who robbed me of the Xiantai essence I just obtained last time. From the Qingyun royal family side, a girl in green clothing looked at Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao with a somber expression, gritting her teeth. The girl in green had initially wanted to rely on her own strength to reclaim the Xiantai essence. However, upon discovering that one of the black-clad thieves could unleash peak Heaven Extreme realm power, she immediately abandoned that thought. Ching, these black-clad thieves do have some real skills. I see that at least the 4 of them are all late-stage Heaven Extreme realm powerhouses. Beside the girl in green, a man in his 30s looked at Ling Tianyang and the others with a serious expression, then smiled bitterly. I'm afraid your Xiantai essence won't be coming back today. Chapter 122. Core Cave Big Brother, these black-clad thieves are too arrogant. They clearly have no regard for us martial artists present. The girl in green from the Qingyun royal family group bit her lips slightly, filled with deep resentment toward the black-clad thieves. It seems we have no choice but to do this. The girl in green's older brother shook his head with a bitter smile. These individuals are too strong. We're probably no match for them. In the world of martial artists, it has always been the strong who prevail and the weak who perish. The law of the jungle is even more vividly reflected in the world of martial artists. If the hundreds of martial artists present joined forces, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope to encircle and eliminate the 4 black-clad thieves. However, during that encirclement, the hundreds of martial artists would undoubtedly suffer extremely heavy casualties. 3 phantom demon fox cubs that they might not even obtain themselves. To let these martial artists risk their lives against the 4 black-clad thieves, nearly all the martial artists would choose to stand by and watch. After all, although the cubs of the shadow fox are rare, each adult shadow fox can reach the 5th tier peak. Chapter 123. Convergence at the Core Cave. Ling Tianyang's mind shook slightly. A flash of brilliance in his eyes, and he immediately said with delight, "Okay, Sister Jing, I'll go over right away." Previously, Ling Tianyang and the others had either been plundering in the secret realm or in seclusion at the Spirit Pool Hall. So they had communicated with the martial artists in the secret realm. They were indeed somewhat isolated from news from the outside world. If it weren't for Shun Tu Jing's reminder through the communication Jade tablet, Ling Tianyang and the others would have missed this great opportunity. If they couldn't seize the initiative before the core cave opened and arrived too late, the treasures inside might have been completely looted by others. Putting away the communication Jade tablet, Ling Tianyang tore off his black robe, revealing his true appearance. Glancing at Chu Yujiao, Duamu Yao, and the white-haired elder not far away, Ling Tianyang said solemnly, "I just received news that the core cave ahead is about to open. We need to hurry." He continued, "Let us go in our true appearances this time. In this final core cave, there are mostly experts. Our black robes might be a disadvantage." Chapter 124. Spiritual Imprint. What? You actually didn't take him as your disciple? As soon as Shun Tu Jing's words fell, it caused a huge uproar among the martial artists of the Tiangong sect. Aside from Ling Tianyang, Shun Tu Jing, and Gu Qingxue, everyone else was taken aback, looking incredulous. After a brief silence, chaos quickly erupted in the Tiangong sect's camp. Back then, in the Tiangong sect affairs hall, Gu Chunxiu, Wang Hanshan, and Dong Fangbai had all wanted to take Ling Tianyang away as a disciple. However, they were ultimately stopped by Shun Tujing, who took Ling Tianyang back to Minghua Peak. To take Ling Tianyang away, Shun Tujing even fought Dong Fangbai, and even attracted the attention of the sect master, Shun Tianxing. Thus, many within the Tiangong sect believed Shun Tujing would take Ling Tianyang as her disciple. Shun Tujing, since you don't plan to take him as a disciple, why did you stop me back then? Not far away. Dong Fangbai looked at Shun Tujing with a face of frustration, glaring at her and saying, if it weren't for you stopping me back then, I would have a peak heavenly extreme realm disciple by now. Shun Tujing, if you don't clarify this today, I 1T let it go. Chapter 125 Conflict in the Herb Garden. Oh, that old guy is here too. Ling Tianyang's gaze passed over Helianyan, and he saw the red-haired elder he had encountered in the wild ancient land, not far from Helianyan. However, this time the red-haired elder did not sense the killing intent in Ling Tianyang's eyes as he had last time. Turning his head, Ling Tianyang continued to observe the situation in the square. In the center of the square, a large green light membrane was particularly eye-catching. Through the light membrane, the martial artist present could vaguely see a mansion intertwined with light and shadow. Beside the green light membrane stood a green stone tablet about 2 people tall. The stone tablet bore 3 ancient characters radiating a powerful aura. Qingyi Mansion. Just from the aura emitted by these 3 characters, it was enough to keep martial artists below the heavenly extreme realm at bay. It turned out that this Qingyi Mansion was a separate secret space within the Qingyan secret realm. Just as Ling Tianyang was observing the situation in the square, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly gathered above Gu Qingshua's head in the Tiangong sect's camp. At a certain moment, Gu Qingshua's body trembled, and countless strands of spiritual energy were visibly devoured by her. Chapter 126 Fierce Battle. Most of the high-level spiritual herbs in this herb garden have been taken by you. The martial artists from several small groups looked at the herb garden that had been stripped bare, their faces full of greed as they stared at the space rings in Ling Tianyang and the others' hands. If you don't want to die, hand over the space rings you have. One of the peak heavenly extreme realm experts glared with a murderous intent and shouted angrily, looking for death. Ling Tianyang's expression turned cold as he glanced indifferently at the obstructing martial artists. Among the small groups, in addition to 1 peak heavenly extreme realm expert, there were also 3 late-stage and 16 mid-stage heavenly extreme realm martial artists. Qingyan Blade. Soul extinction 10 consecutive slashes. As soon as Ling Tianyang's voice fell, the hot-tempered Shun Tujing beside him immediately produced an exaggerated-looking spiritual weapon long knife, visually giving a strong impact. Shun Tujing's aura surged instantly, and just as Ling Tianyang was about to make a move, she leaped into the air, swiftly heading towards the peak heavenly extreme realm martial artist across from her. This peak heavenly extreme realm old thief will be taken care of by me. Chapter 127 Treasures Everywhere. Humph. Who cares about your submission? After putting away the space ring of the peak heavenly extreme realm expert, Shun Tujing disdainfully glanced at the kneeling heavenly extreme realm martial artist begging for mercy and coldly shouted, after you hand over all the space rings you have, you can scram. Although Ling Tianyang and Shun Tujing were decisive in their actions, they were not senseless killers. After slaying the 4 highest cultivators among the small groups, the remaining heavenly extreme realm martial artists no longer posed any threat to Ling Tianyang and the others. This time, Ling Tianyang and his companions entered the Qingyi Mansion solely for the cultivation resources within, not to kill, and they did not wish to create unnecessary bloodshed. After some consideration, Ling Tianyang and Shun Tujing exchanged glances and decided to let these people go. All right, fine. We'll hand over the space rings now. Upon hearing that they could leave as long as they handed over the space rings, the 16 mid-stage heavenly extreme realm martial artists immediately nodded as if granted amnesty, hurriedly handing over their respective space rings. Although they had often engaged in robbery and plundering when it came to their own lives, they still felt a deep fear of death. Chapter 128 Enemies on a Narrow Road. Kid, obediently hand over those 5-colored lotus roots you obtained from this pond. Just as Ling Tianyang was putting away the last 5-colored lotus root into his hidden spirit ring, a harsh voice suddenly rang in his ears. This group of people dressed in fire-red robes were none other than the martial artists from the Fire Sect, one of the top 10 powers in the Qingyan Kingdom. There were 7 martial artists from the fire sect, with varying levels of cultivation. Among them, the highest were 2 peak heavenly extreme realm experts. In addition, there was 1 late stage, 3 mid-stage, and 1 early stage heavenly extreme realm martial artist. It's actually them. Ling Tianyang glanced indifferently at the 2 peak heavenly extreme realm experts leading the group, not unfamiliar with them. One of them was the man with a shadowy gaze he had encountered while robbing the cubs of the shadow fox. As for the other elderly man with a head full of red hair, he was the master of Liang, whom Ling Tianyang had met in the wild ancient land. In addition, there was another initial stage heavenly extreme realm warrior in this small group of the fire sect, whom Ling Tianyang was also very familiar with. Liang. A flash of killing intent flickered in Ling Tianyang's eyes. This initial stage heavenly extreme realm warrior was none other than Liang, the young master of the He family, whom Ling Tianyang had always wanted to eliminate. Chapter 129. Conflict escalates not good. Upon seeing Ling Tianyang's figure suddenly disappear in midair, Tang Wuyin was startled. He quickly released his divine sense, cautiously observing the situation around him. Old thief, die. Just then, behind Tang Wuyin, Ling Tianyang's voice filled with killing intent rang out. Immediately, everyone present saw Ling Tianyang appear abruptly behind Tang Wuyin, holding a red long knife. Breaking Cloud Knife Technique. Ling Tianyang's red long knife slashed down rapidly, instantly aiming at Tang Wuyin's body. Speaking of this breaking cloud knife technique, it was a high-level mysterious knife technique that Ling Tianyang obtained after successfully refining the crimson long knife at the Minghua Peak. Now, Ling Tianyang had mastered this breaking cloud knife technique to perfection. The long knife waved in the air, creating powerful gusts of wind, each move executed effortlessly, like flowing clouds and flowing water, without any obstruction. Ah, kid, stop. Seeing that the red long knife in Ling Tianyang's hand was getting closer to Tang Wuyin's body, the distant Jilao Gui from the fire sect exclaimed in surprise, quickly mobilizing his own cultivation to rush towards Ling Tianyang. Chapter 130. Full Force Attack Die. After taking a forbidden drug, Ji Laogui's aura surged, and his speed instantly doubled. Faced with Ling Tianyang's descending sword, he easily evaded it. Shadowy Ghost Claw. As soon as Ji Laogui dodged the attack of the red giant sword, he immediately condensed a ghostly hand filled with dark energy in front of him. The aura emanating from that ghostly claw instantly made everyone present hold their breath. Tianyang, be careful. In the distance, after Shintu Jing had just sent a later stage heavenly extreme realm warrior flying with a palm strike, she caught a glimpse of the terrifying ghostly claw in front of Ji Laogui and hurriedly exclaimed towards Ling Tianyang. Flickering shadows. At the same time, Shintu Jing's aura surged, and her earth-level movement technique, Flickering Shadows, was unleashed. In a flash, she covered hundreds of meters of distance, and after sending the later stage heavenly extreme realm warrior flying with a palm, Shintu Jing gave up the excellent opportunity to pursue and instead turned to rush towards Ling Tianyang. 3 styles of controlling the sword. Void Slash. Shintu Jing's spiritual weapon long knife suddenly flew out of her hand, and then the spiritual weapon long knife hovered in front of her, spinning rapidly. Chapter 131. Transaction Puff. Under Ling Tianyang's full force attack, in just a moment, the later stage heavenly extreme realm warrior was caught up by Ling Tianyang and was killed with a single sword strike. After collecting the spatial rings from Ji Laogui and the others, Ling Tianyang turned around just in time to see Liang being sliced in half by the long sword in Gu Qingshue's hand. Sigh. Seeing his enemy, whom he wanted to kill himself, die so easily at Gu Qingshue's hands, Ling Tianyang sighed deeply, feeling quite emotional. Liang, I never expected you would end up dying at the hands of a woman. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Ling Tianyang was feeling emotional, a large number of heavenly extreme realm experts suddenly intruded into his divine sense. Sister Jing, we need to leave here quickly. We made too much noise here. Others will definitely think they're SA treasure, and a large group of heavenly extreme realm experts are already rushing over. Ling Tianyang swiftly rushed to Shun Tu Jing's side, picked up the injured Shun Tu Jing, and immediately flew away in the distance. As Ling Tianyang flew, the bloodthirsty giant lizard quickly shrank down, transforming in the blink of an eye into a blood-colored small lizard the size of a palm. which Ling Tianyang once again stored in his sleeve. Chapter 132. Imposter. While Shen Tu-jing was in seclusion to heal and Gu Qingxue was refining the Tianyi soul water, Ling Tianyang was guarding them and preparing to sort through the spatial rings left by Ji Laogui and the others. Earlier, Ling Tianyang had killed a total of 4 people at the pond. They were He Liangyun's master Tang Wuyin, the third elder of the fire sect Ji Laogui, as well as a later stage and a mid-stage heavenly extreme realm warrior. Just as Ling Tianyang completed the blood oath recognition on Ji Laogui's spatial rings, several unexpected guests suddenly intruded into his divine sense. There are actually a few unfortunate guys healing here. In just a moment, 5 black figures rushed to the outside of the building where Ling Tianyang and the others were located. All 5 of them had considerable cultivation. Aside from one peak heavenly extreme realm expert, the other 4 were also later stage heavenly extreme realm warriors. Oh, when Ling Tianyang's divine sense noticed the attire of these 5 people, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. The 5 who suddenly appeared outside the building were not only wrapped in a layer of black clothing, but their faces were also covered with black cloth. The black attire of these 5 individuals was almost identical to the one Ling Tianyang wore when he was robbing in the secret realm. Chapter 133. Moving forward. No, I dare not. Ling Tianyang's cold voice made the 4 later stage heavenly extreme realm black-clad individuals feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, not daring to retreat even a little. And Master, spare us. We are not really black-clad bandits. We are just loose cultivators from the Qingyun country. Upon seeing the killing intent in Ling Tianyang's eyes, the 4 black-clad individuals immediately spoke tremblingly. Master, we are willing to hand over all our spatial rings. Please spare us. You just try to kill me. As he spoke, Ling Tianyang waved his hand and collected the spatial ring from the peak heavenly extreme realm black-clad individual. Then, Ling Tianyang glanced at the distant, terrified faces of the 4 later stage heavenly extreme realm black-clad individuals and coldly said, "If I let you go just like this, it wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Master, I am willing to submit to you." A quick-reacting black-clad individual hurriedly spoke up, and as soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 black-clad individuals echoed, "Master, we are also willing to submit to you. Master, please let us stay by your side. A strong person like you can't do everything yourself. You need a few subordinates to help you with the chores." Chapter 134. I won't really eat a master. A powerful aura suppression suddenly appeared in this area. As soon as they approached this vast building complex, the bloodthirsty giant lizard's body rapidly fell towards the ground. It wasn't until the bloodthirsty giant lizard's body was less than 3 meters from the ground that it finally returned to normal. In this core area, it is certain that the master of the Qingyi mansion has set up a forbidden air formation that prevents flying in the sky. After a pause, Ling Tianyang continued, "Since that's the case, let's land on the ground." "Yes, master." As soon as Ling Tianyang's voice fell, the massive body of the bloodthirsty giant lizard descended, bringing Ling Tianyang and the others down outside the group of palaces. By the time Ling Tianyang and the others arrived outside the group of palaces, many people had already entered, and a large number of martial artists were gathered outside. Hey, who are those people? They're riding such a terrifying spirit beast. The arrival of the bloodthirsty giant lizard with Ling Tianyang and his companions immediately drew curious and awed gazes from many martial artists. This spirit beast must have reached the peak of the 5th rank, right? I really envy them. If only I could tame such a powerful spirit beast. Chapter 135. The Undying King Realm. Swish, swish. Ling Tianyang and the others unleashed their movement techniques and flew directly toward the lower part of the Blue Palace. Their bodies flickered continuously above the ground, covering at least hundreds of meters with each flash. The closer they got to the Blue Palace, the more they felt the overwhelming, oppressive force pressing down on them. Ling Tianyang, there must be a power in the air above the Blue Palace that exceeds our imagination. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the Blue Palace, Shen Tu-jing couldn't help but express her thoughts. Just this unintentional aura alone feels so terrifying. What kind of existence is the master of the Qingyi mansion? Gu Qingxue glanced at Ling Tianyang and immediately chimed in. Under the terrifying aura of the Blue Palace, Gu Qingxue felt her heart racing, and the spiritual power within her began to tremble restlessly. The master of the Qingyi mansion must be an extraordinary powerhouse. Feeling the oppressive aura upon him, Ling Tianyang, however, felt a sense of excitement and anticipation. When Ling Tianyang and the others arrived at the lower part of the Blue Palace, many powerful figures from the Tianji realm had already gathered there. Chapter 136. The Deathgate Inheritance. We just arrived here not long ago. As soon as Shintu Jing finished speaking, the voice of Elder Lung Xingao rang out. The aura emanating from that purple jade monument has made it impossible for us to approach. I think we can only get closer once the aura from the purple jade monument dissipates. Nodding in agreement, Shintu Jing suddenly voiced her surprise. Why do I feel that the oppressive force around us is gradually weakening? Hey, the pressure really is diminishing. Hearing this, Elder Lung Xingao also carefully sensed the terrifying and mysterious aura around them. Indeed, in Elder Lung Xingao's perception, the aura was gradually weakening. Seeing the smiles on Shintu Jing and Elder Lung Xingao's faces, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but think, this must be because the kingly power around us is being devoured by the Xianling Pearl. Diving into his soul sea, Ling Tianyang saw the Xianling Pearl in the soul sea, resembling a miniature black hole, continuously devouring the kingly power left by the Qingyi king. The aura around us is diminishing. Everyone look, the content on the purple jade monument is already completely visible. Chapter 137. Spiritual projection. Look, over there. Two fearless guys are rushing toward the death gate. I wonder if they will succeed this time, but it's good to let them probe the way. The earlier group of men had not approached the death gate before being blasted into a mist of blood. Now, could this man and woman pass through successfully? As Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing flew toward the death gate, the martial artists below the Blue Palace also began to take action. After entering the Qingyun's secret realm, especially the Qingyi mansion, with the assistance of many opportunities within the secret realm, most of the external martial artists had made breakthroughs in their cultivation, with many emerging as powerful figures at the late stage or even peak of the Tianji realm. After all, the martial artists who could enter the Qingyun secret realm were not ordinary. They were either top geniuses or outstanding figures from the older generation. Whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, as Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing approached the death gate, they both felt as if they were being seen through by an invisible force. Haha, Ling Tianyang. We actually made it through. We're not dead. The scene of their worries about exploding into pieces did not occur for Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing. Chapter 138. The yin and yang have been disordered. Heaven and earth's yin and yang, the cycle of life and death. To obtain the inheritance, one must die. This second step is the most crucial part of obtaining the Qingyi king's inheritance. After a pause, the spiritual projection of the Qingyi king spoke again. Years ago, my source was wounded, and my vitality was extinguished, surrounded by rich death energy. If I hadn't comprehended the mysteries of life and death, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until the inheritance was left behind. Although I ultimately succeeded in leaving the inheritance, it is flawed. All things in heaven and earth, the 5 elements of yin and yang, the spirit of humanity, woman represents yin, and man represents yang. At that time, my yin and yang were disordered, leaving only the death energy that represents death in the inheritance. If the inheritor wants to obtain the inheritance left by me, they must have a powerful individual with a yang attribute voluntarily offer up their entire essence. Upon hearing this line from the Qingyi king's spiritual projection, Ling Tianyang immediately cursed. That bastard Qingyi king, is he trying to get me killed? What do you mean by voluntarily offering up one's entire essence? Without a martial artist's essence, wouldn't they become a corpse? Chapter 139. Sacrifice you, what do you mean? Seeing Shintu Jing looking a bit dazed, Ling Tianyang's Xianling avatar suddenly reached out and pinched Shintu Jing's delicate face, laughing heartily. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? You're Ling Tianyang? Looking at the Xianling avatar that looked exactly like Ling Tianyang, Shintu Jing asked in disbelief. You could say that, but my name is Nioi Dao. Shaking his head slightly, Ling Tianyang's Xianling avatar responded with a smile. Hearing the Xianling avatar introduce himself as Nioi Dao, Shintu Jing looked at Ling Tianyang and then at the identical body of the Xianling avatar, murmuring, Nioi Dao? After experiencing the initial shock, Shintu Jing gradually came to her senses. She had heard of legendary techniques like doppelganger transformation, external avatars, and puppet clones. Seeing the Xianling avatar that suddenly emerged from Ling Tianyang's body, Shintu Jing guessed that this might be the legendary doppelganger technique. Ling Tianyang, this is your external avatar, right? Shinta Jing fiercely glared at Ling Tianyang's Xianling avatar, then immediately reached out to slap away the avatar, which was pinching her face. Chapter 140. Departure imminent. How many years has it been? The air has finally allowed this king to wait for you. Suddenly, two beams of blue light shot out from the eyes of the projection of the Qingyi king, instantly piercing into Shinta Jing's eyes. At the same time, a faint layer of spatial ripples suddenly appeared around Shinta Jing, and her entire figure became blurred. In the next moment, Ling Tianyang saw Shinta Jing's entire body, along with the projection of the Qingyi king, both slipping into the void, completely disappearing from the room. It seems that the biggest winner of this trip to the Qingyi mansion is Sister Jing. Watching Shinta Jing and the projection of the Qingyi king vanish, Ling Tianyang felt a surge of joy. The inheritance of the Qingyi king can only be passed on to female warriors, since Ling Tianyang himself cannot obtain it. Shinta Jing receiving the inheritance of the Qingyi king is undoubtedly the best choice, since the Qingyi king has set such harsh conditions. Ling Tianyang also believes she will keep her promise. After all, the Qingyi king is a ruler of the undying realm, possessing her own pride and dignity. Given the current situation, it seems I can only wait for a day before the forces of the Qingyi mansion automatically transport me away from here. Chapter 141. Regeneration of Severed Limbs? Inside the Lingqi Great Hall, Ling Tianyang's hands swiftly formed dazzling seals without hesitation. A rich red light enveloped him, casting the entire hall in a bloody hue. As for Ling Tianyang's front, the pinnacle 5th-level Mongshur Beast Fire had long been released. At a glance, it was evident that within the Mongshur Beast Fire, a body identical to Ling Tianyang had already appeared, having had experience in cultivating the Xianling avatar once. Ling Tianyang found this time's cultivation to be even more adept. Last time, he used 150 types of 5th-level materials. However, this time, he integrated 2 5-colored lotus jade lotuses into the foundation of 150 types of 5th-level materials. At this moment, the Xianling avatar forming within the Mongshur Beast Fire appeared even more vibrant than the one Ling Tianyang had cultivated last time. I hope this Xianling avatar cultivated with the 5-colored lotus jade lotus 1T disappoint me. Watching the Xianling avatar gradually taking shape within the Mongshur Beast Fire, Ling Tianyang's expression grew more expectant. Chapter 142. Small world. It seems the Qingyan secret realm is about to close. As the spatial force enveloped Ling Tianyang and Shinta Jing, causing their figures to fade and vanish without a trace, warriors in every corner of the Qingyan secret realm, the Qingyi mansion, and even within the Qing palace sensed a strong spatial disturbance. Swish, swish. All the warriors' bodies were wrapped by the spatial force within the secret realm, and their bodies quickly became faint and transparent, one by one disappearing from sight. In the western part of Qingyan country, the wild ancient land, this is a hot desert, usually sparsely populated, with the intense heat causing the air to slightly distort. If an ordinary person who has not trained were to come here, they would likely be baked into a dried corpse within moments. Except for when the Qingyan secret realm opened over 2 months ago, gathering a large number of warriors. No warriors have come here during this time. However, today, the space above the wild ancient land began to slightly distort. Swish, swish. Suddenly, figures of warriors fell from the sky like rain, flooding down from the distorted space above the wild ancient land. Chapter 143. Spatial Treasures, Tianyang. The Grand Elder is calling us. Let us quickly return to the Tianqi sects camp. Hearing the voice of the Grand Elder, Lung Xingyao, Shinta Jing immediately spoke up. Okay. Ling Tianyang nodded and was about to put the black small package that Shinta Jing had given him into the hidden spirit ring. But at that moment, he discovered that the black small package could not be stored in the hidden spirit ring. Huh, why can't I store this thing? Tianyang, you should keep that black package in your arms for now. It contains several spatial treasures that you cannot put into a spatial ring. Seeing Ling Tianyang trying to store the black package, Shinta Jing reminded him. Spatial treasures? Hearing the term spatial treasures, Ling Tianyang's eyes widened in delight. Sister Jing, you are really generous. Saying this, Ling Tianyang placed the black small package in his arms and immediately flew with Shinta Jing towards the Tianqi sect's camp. Over 2 months ago, many people from the Tianqi sect went to the Qingyan secret realm, including hundreds of powerful warriors from the Tianji realm and over 1,000 from the late spiritual sea realm. However, after more than 2 months in the Qingyan secret realm, the 1,000 or so warriors from the Tianchi sect had dwindled to just under 300 left now. Chapter 144. Soul Control Master, you're back. Near the Treasure Street in Nanlin County, in a magnificent 5-story wooden building, Xiao Xiaoyu flew towards Ling Tianyang as soon as she saw him return. Xiaoyu, did you miss Master? Ling Tianyang laughed as he picked up Xiao Xiaoyu. Looking at her, her complexion was evidently much better than a few months ago. No longer the pale, weak figure she used to be. Xiaoyu missed Master too. Xiao Xiaoyu nodded, blinking her big, watery eyes. Young Master, you're back. At that moment, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei joyfully approached Ling Tianyang. Following behind them were Tian Qizi and Wu Lingen. Ling Tianyang nodded and then said, I brought 2 new friends today. You all should get to know each other. Ling Tianyang glanced at the 2 black-clad men in the late Tianji realm behind him and then at Shi Xiaoya and the others, saying, after introducing the identities of Shi Xiaoya and the others to the 2 black-clad men, Ling Tianyang then said to the 2 black-clad men, you 2 should introduce yourselves as well. Chapter 145. The Azure Blue Ring refining treasures is different from refining spiritual tools. When warriors refine spiritual tools, they generally only need to drop blood to acknowledge their master before they can start using them. However, treasures not only require the warrior to drop blood to acknowledge their master, but also need the warrior's soul consciousness to refine them. Only after completely refining the treasure can the warrior use it. What kind of treasure is this ring? Among the 4 treasures, Ling Tianyang was most interested in the silver ring and the mini palace. After dropping blood to acknowledge the master for the 4 treasures, Ling Tianyang picked up the silver ring and began to refine it using his soul consciousness, which had already reached the void profound realm. One day later, Ling Tianyang suddenly heard a crisp sound in his mind, and a huge space appeared in his eyes. This space of the silver ring was vastly different from the hidden spirit ring space in Ling Tianyang's hand. The space that appeared before Ling Tianyang was almost the size of the entire Kaiyang city. What was most peculiar was that half of this space was land and the other half was water. The Azure Blue Ring, a low-grade spatial treasure. The Azure Blue Ring is a special spatial treasure that can accommodate living beings within it. Chapter 146. The Formation of Power 3 days later. In the blazing fire of the Mang Lion Beast, a body as translucent as jade had begun to take shape. At a certain moment, Ling Tianyang bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Sikong ran. You need to merge quickly. As the essence blood accurately sprayed onto the body in the fire of the Mang Lion Beast, Ling Tianyang immediately shouted towards Sikong Ran, who was floating in midair. Okay. Sikong Ran nodded with a serious expression, his eyes flashing with excitement. He had been watching Ling Tianyang refine his body for 3 full days, and he was already impatient. As soon as Ling Tianyang's voice fell, Sikong Ran's entire soul body instantly darted into the body within the Mang Lion Beast fire. Time passed slowly. About 3 hours later, the body in the fire of the Mang Lion Beast, which had its eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened. Gradually, signs of vitality flickered in its hollow eyes. Sikong Ran. You must not get distracted. Continue to merge. Seeing Sikong Ran suddenly open his eyes, Ling Tianyang hurriedly shouted. Chapter 147. Long-distance teleportation array whoosh, whoosh. Above Kaiyang City, 5 streams of light rushed in from a distance and appeared above the Ling family in an instant. Who is it? Several shouts came from deep within the Ling family. Soon, some Ling family disciples saw the elder of the Ling family, Ling Taishu, and Ling Renjia, who quickly soared into the air from deep within the Ling family. Immediately, Ling Taishu and the others looked vigilantly at the 5 streams of light rushing towards the Ling family. It's me. As he flew over the Ling family, Ling Tianyang revealed his figure and spoke loudly. Tianyang, it's actually you? Upon seeing the 5 people rushing in from a distance, the leading figure was none other than Ling Tianyang. Ling Taishu and Ling Renjia were both shocked, feeling the powerful aura emanating from Ling Tianyang. What is your cultivation level? Sensing the subtle yet powerful aura from Ling Tianyang and the others, Ling Taishu and Ling Renjia's expressions tightened, unable to calm down for a long time. I encountered a small opportunity and had a breakthrough in my cultivation. Ling Tianyang smiled at Ling Taishu and Ling Renjia, and then quickly flew towards the inner residence of the Ling family. Chapter 148. Departure Master. The long-distance teleportation array leading to the fallen god domain is hidden 500 meters below us. Sikong Ran respectfully spoke to Ling Tianyang. This was a hall constructed of fine steel and inked jade stone, and in the center of the hall stood a massive three-legged bronze ancient cauldron, with a pool of about 1 square zhang on each side. Beyond the ancient cauldron was a platform occupying nearly 1/5 of the hall's area. There wasn't much on the platform. Behind a large empty stone table was a giant throne made of purple jade, and sitting atop the throne was a human skeleton as translucent as jade. After so many years, I have finally become a being with flesh and blood. Sikong Ran stored away the human skeleton from the purple jade throne, feeling quite emotional. Sikong Ran, can you hurry up? Before Ling Tianyang could speak, Bai Minghui, who was behind him, urged Sikong Ran, who seemed a bit dazed. When Sikong Ran suddenly appeared beside Ling Tianyang at the peak of the celestial realm in Nanlin County. Both Bai Minghui and Mo Xingchuan were quite surprised. Chapter 149. Arriving at the fallen god domain. Is this the fallen god domain? After an unknown amount of time, when the dizziness in Ling Tianyang's mind disappeared, his feet were already standing in a formation shimmering with colorful lights. Looking around, this place was also a cave filled with rocks. The structure of this cave was roughly the same as that beneath the Danxia ruins. Not far from this teleportation array, there was a passage over a zhang wide and more than 2 people high. Crack, crack! Just as Ling Tianyang was observing this cave, several unusual sounds suddenly came from the long-distance teleportation array beneath his feet. Looking down, Ling Tianyang discovered that the top-grade spirit stones in the teleportation array had cracked into dust after sending him over. Phew! Looking at the piles of dust in the array, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I had previously stored Sikong Ran and the others in the azure blue ring. Otherwise, the spirit stones in this array would not have been enough to transport them all at once. Pausing for a moment, Ling Tianyang waved his hand, and the figures of Sikong Ran, Bai Minghui, Mo Xingchuan, and Tian Chizi appeared before him. Chapter 150. An unexpected encounter. Everyone be careful. That armored beast is coming. Seeing a large demon beast covered in scales appearing in their line of sight, Brother Liu, among the 7 young warriors of the Spirit Sea realm, immediately warned the others. Sikong Ran, this kind of armored beast seems to be unseen in our Qinyan kingdom. Ling Tianyang, Bai Minghui, and the others, who were hiding nearby, curiously transmitted their voices to Sikong Ran upon seeing the sudden appearance of the armored beast. You don't know, this armored beast is unique to our fallen god domain. There are no such armored beasts in other places. Sikong Ran continued to explain. This type of armored beast is incredibly fast and is generally used for transportation by the powerful in the major forces of the fallen god domain. At the same time, seeing the 7 young warriors of the Spirit Sea realm, Ling Tianyang and the others felt relieved. Ling Tianyang did not intend to reveal himself with Sikong Ran and the others. The presence of Spirit Sea realm warriors indicated that the level of demon beasts in this area would not be too high. Therefore, this place should be relatively safe for Ling Tianyang and the others. Chapter 151. Taking action. How dare you humans capture my child? I will make you all die. Just as the 7 Spirit Sea realm warriors were panicking and turning to flee, the 5th-tier armored beast's aura surged, and its already massive body began to change again. In an instant, it surged to become a colossal creature about 6 meters tall and around 20 meters long. Godi, the 5th-tier armored beast, with its pair of giant eyes like lanterns, stared intently at Lu Shixiang and the 7 others, then opened its massive mouth, speaking human words. No. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the 5th-tier armored beast, Lu Shixiang and the 7 could no longer care about the 4th-tier primary armored beast they had successfully captured earlier and turned to flee in panic. Although Lu Shixiang and the others ran extremely fast, the 5th-tier armored beast was even faster. In an instant, the 5th-tier armored beast easily caught up with the youngest-looking young man among the 7 martial artists of the spiritual sea realm. Watching the 5th-tier armored beast getting closer, the young martial artist could not help but cry out in fear. Chapter 152. Wanfu Sect. Kid, which sect are you disciples of in this area? As soon as Lu Shixiang finished speaking, Sikong Ran's voice rang out in the venue. Reporting to you, my lord, we are inner disciples of the Wanfu sect here. Hearing Sikong Ran's question, the young martial artist, named Lu Shixiang, immediately bowed and replied, Wanfu sect? Upon hearing the name Wanfu sect, Sikong Ran seemed a bit stunned, murmuring to himself, "What?" Seeing Sikong Ran's dazed expression, Ling Tianyang immediately communicated through his consciousness. "Sikong Ran, have you never heard of this Wanfu sect before?" "Master, I really haven't heard anything about the Wanfu sect." Sikong Ran nodded and immediately replied through his consciousness. "It seems that the Wanfu sect is a new force that has risen since I left the divine destruction domain." After answering Ling Tianyang's question, Sikong Ran then asked the young martial artist named Lu Shixiao, "Kid, we are martial artists who have come from Lingzhou outside the Hengduan Mountains to travel here." Sikong Ran continued, "We really haven't heard of this Wanfu sect before. Several lords, you may not know." Chapter 153. Grievances between two sects, several lords. Since that's the case, shall we set off? Meanwhile, the 6 young martial artists behind Lu Shixiao were quite happy to hear that Ling Tianyang and the others agreed to join the Wanfu sect. After all, there was a rule in the Wanfu sect that any disciple who could recruit a powerful warrior of the heavenly extreme realm for the sect would receive a substantial amount of spirit stones as a reward. Our Wanfu sect is located less than 200 miles from here. Several lords, I will lead you there. The young man, named Lu Shixiao, warmly invited Ling Tianyang and the others to return to the sect, seemingly afraid they would suddenly change their minds. All right. Seeing this, Ling Tianyang nodded. Then he stored the 4th-tier primary armored beast on the ground into the deep blue ring and floated down from the air, appearing not far from the 7 young martial artists led by Lu Shixiao. After all, the 7 young martial artists named Lu Shixiao only had the cultivation of the spiritual sea realm and could not fly like Ling Tianyang and the others. "My lord, I have successfully subdued this 5th-tier armored beast." Chapter 154. Joining Wanfu sect, you 7 can be excused. This time, you have brought back several esteemed guests for the sect, and I will definitely reward you handsomely. The peak heavenly extreme realm leader of the Wanfu sect looked at the 7 young martial artists named Lu Shixiao. With a wave of his hand, an overwhelming force erupted from the body of the peak heavenly extreme realm leader, lifting the 7 kneeling young martial artists effortlessly. Then, the peak heavenly extreme realm leader of the Wanfu sect cupped his hands to Ling Tianyang and the others, smiling kindly. "I am Ji Haoran, the current sect master of the Wanfu sect. Welcome, friends, to be our guests at the Wanfu sect." Ji Haoran, the current sect master of the Wanfu sect, looked deeply at Ling Tianyang and Sikong Ran and continued, "Friends, please come to the guest hall of our Wanfu sect to rest for a while." Ji Haoran was quite surprised to see Ling Tianyang and Sikong Ran, both peak heavenly extreme realm experts. The peak heavenly extreme realm cultivation is quite rare, even within the Wanfu sect. Apart from the sect master Ji Haoran himself and the Grand Elder Lu Xian, who are both peak heavenly extreme realm experts. Chapter 155. Guest Elder Ling, Brother Sikong, you 5 are all experts of the heavenly extreme realm. According to the rules of our Wanfu sect, you can all hold the position of guest elders within our sect. Upon hearing that Ling Tianyang and the others were willing to join the Wanfu sect, Sect Master Ji Haoran and Grand Elder Lu Xian were both overjoyed. "Guest Elder. That's good." Ling Tianyang nodded and then smiled, saying, "In the future, if Sect Master Ji needs us 5, just speak up." Ling Tianyang also understood the position of guest elder. Guest elders of various sects generally enjoy the same treatment as inner elders of the sect. Usually, guest elders can cultivate independently and receive a considerable amount of cultivation resources from the sect each month. Of course, once a guest elder joins a sect, they must obey the directives of that sect. When their sect is in danger, guest elders are also required to protect the safety of the sect. "Welcome Elder Ling to join our sect. Welcome Elder Sikong to join our sect." Seeing that Ling Tianyang and the 5 were so knowledgeable and perceptive, Sect Master Ji Haoran and Grand Elder Lu Xian seemed very pleased. Chapter 156. Wanfu South Courtyard, is this where we will live? Ling Tianyang looked at the luxurious courtyards covering thousands of square meters in the distance and murmured, subconsciously releasing his consciousness to scan. Ling Tianyang discovered that there were 52 courtyards in the distance, but fewer than 20 seemed to be occupied. Zhulan Mountain is a rather large peak, spanning several dozen miles. The reason why the ancestor of Wanfu chose to establish the sect on Zhulan Mountain was mainly because it is located on a significant spiritual vein. Wanfu South Courtyard is located halfway up Zhulan Mountain, where the spiritual energy is quite rich, sufficient for the cultivation needs of ordinary heavenly extreme realm martial artists. Elder Ling, Elda Zikong, Elda Baiming, Elda Montak, Elda Xian. Within this Wanfu South courtyard, there are a total of 52 courtyards built for guest elders to reside in. Previously, Ji Shaowan respectfully introduced to Ling Tianyang and the others. Among them, 18 courtyards already have owners. In the remaining 34 courtyards, you can freely choose one that you like to live in. Alright, since that's the case, let's each choose our own residence. Chapter 157. Hibernation. In the training room of the courtyard, Ling Tianyang activated the formation and began to sit cross-legged. After entering this courtyard, Ling Tianyang had already walked around both the inside and outside of the courtyard, and he understood the structure of the courtyard very clearly. Besides the simple defensive formation set up by someone around the entire courtyard, there is also a slightly more advanced defensive formation in the training room to prevent outsiders from disturbing the owner's cultivation. Ling Tianyang was new to the Hungduan Mountains and did not have a deep understanding of everything in the area. Additionally, the long-distance teleportation array leading to Qingyun Kingdom was built just a few hundred miles away from Wanfu Sect. Since Sikong Ran unexpectedly discovered that long-distance teleportation array back then, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but worry that others might also find out about it. To firmly control that long-distance teleportation array and keep it secret from others, the best method was to occupy the territory around it. Even better would be to firmly control the entire Hungduan Mountains. Chapter 158. Master Xiaoyu. With your cultivation at the first level of body refinement, you are no match for me, your master. Ling Tianyang's Xian spirit clone smiled as he held onto the little fist that Xiao Xiaoyu threw at him. Hee, master, you are really amazing. Xiao Xiaoyu blinked at Ling Tianyang's Xian spirit clone and started laughing as well. Looking at Xiao Xiaoyu's happy expression, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but think of his own master. Yaohang Zun. I wonder where my master is now. Is he alive or dead? In his previous life, Ling Tianyang was just a lonely orphan, often troubled by the need for 3 meals a day. However, after meeting Yaohang Zun, not only did Yaohang Zun take Ling Tianyang as his disciple, but he also imparted all his lifelong knowledge to Ling Tianyang. Yaohang Zun had always practiced alone, but after taking Ling Tianyang as his disciple, he treated him as his own child and generously provided various rare treasures. It was under Yaohang Zun's careful guidance that Ling Tianyang's cultivation quickly broke through to the peak of the Kongxian realm. Hundreds of years ago, after Yaohang Zun left Ling Tianyang to search for the follow-up techniques of the Medicine King scripture, he had been out of touch ever since. Chapter 159. 5 Elements Treasure Hall. Elder Ling. We can set off now. However, my speed is not as fast as yours, so you'll have to wait for me. The silver small sword swelled in the wind and quickly transformed into a silver giant sword large enough for Ji Shaowan to stand on. Ji girl, not bad. This silver small sword is probably among the top in the low-grade soul treasures. Although Ling Tianyang had not been with the Tianqi sect for long and could not yet refine mid-grade or higher spiritual weapons, his understanding of spiritual weapons exceeded that of most martial artists. This silver moon sword was a gift from my father when I broke through to the spiritual sea realm. As Ling Tianyang finished speaking, Ji Shaowan on the silver moon sword immediately responded. Subsequently, Ling Tianyang and Ji Shaowan quickly flew towards the direction outside Wanfu sect, soon disappearing from Wanfu Nanyuan. Elder Ling, ahead is the marketplace I mentioned, the 5 Elements Treasure Hall. The 5 Elements Treasure Hall was created through the combined efforts of our Wanfu sect, the Refiner sect, the Treasure Gathering sect, the Black Scale sect, and the Dominant Blade sect. Chapter 160. Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Elder Ling, you may not know this, but within the 5 Elements Treasure Hall, our Wanfu sect and the other 4 sects have dispatched many powerful individuals to guard here. Additionally, our respective Kongxian realm experts will occasionally come here to oversee things. The rule prohibiting martial artists below the Kongxian realm from flying over the 5 Element Treasure Hall was established by those Kongxian realm experts together. Seeing Ling Tianyang's puzzled expression, Ji Shaowan immediately began to explain. Oh, I see. Ling Tianyang nodded. While speaking, he and Ji Shaowan had already landed from mid-air at the entrance of the 5 Elements Treasure Hall. Senior Sister Ji, you are here. As soon as the two arrived at the entrance of the 5 Elements Treasure Hall, several Spirit Sea Realm guards responsible for guarding the entrance immediately bowed to Ji Shaowan. Junior Brother Liao, Junior Brother Gong. Nodding to the guarding Spirit Sea Realm guards, Ji Shaoan smiled and replied, Junior Brother Liao. It's our turn again to guard for Wanfu sect so soon. Yes, it just happens to be our turn this month. Chapter 161. Silver Mask. The items at the counter require a total of 274 low-grade spiritual stones. This is your first time at our treasure gathering pavilion, right? This time, you only need to pay 270 low-grade spiritual stones. Hearing that, Ling Tianyang was willing to buy all the books and jade slips at the counter. The Spirit Sea Realm warrior at the treasure gathering pavilion was immediately overjoyed. Smiling, Ling Tianyang did not answer but waved his hand. And all the books and jade slips at the counter vanished. In their place were 270 glowing low-grade spiritual stones. Inside the Five Elements treasure pavilion, Ling Tianyang did not worry about being robbed, as there had been clear regulations established. Anyone causing trouble here would be pursued by the 5 major sects led by Wanfu sect and Blackscale sect. Moreover, even if they dared to act here, Ling Tianyang would not be afraid at all. Since there were not many Kongxian realm experts in the Hengduan Mountains, Ling Tianyang believed that with his current cultivation strength and the hidden trump cards he possessed, he could adequately protect himself. After the transaction was completed, Ling Tianyang and Ji Shaoan turned and left the treasure gathering pavilion. Chapter 162. Rui Pavilion Master, I can finally come out. It was so stuffy in your spatial treasure. It was no fun at all. As soon as she exited the azure blue ring, Xiao Xiaoyu jumped over to Ling Tianyang's side, acting cute. Young master, I also think the air outside is much better. Staying in that spatial treasure for too long inevitably feels a bit oppressive. At this moment, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei walked over to Ling Tianyang with smiles. Young master, senior brother. Behind Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei were Wu Lingyan, Tuobiyi, Gu Yifeng, and Suing Rong following closely. When looking at the familiar faces, Ling Tianyang smiled and nodded, then said, I have now joined a sect in the Hengduan Mountains called Wanfu sect. Now I, along with Sikong Ran and others, have become guest elders of Wanfu sect. Just now in the 5 Elements treasure hall ahead, I bought a shop. Now I will take you to do some small business. After that, Ling Tianyang began to talk to the people present about his life with Sikong Ran and others after arriving at the Hengduan Mountains. Chapter 163. Grand opening discounts. A few days ago, Ling Tianyang brought Xiao Xiaoyu, Shi Xiaoya, and others back to the 5 Elements gathering treasure workshop and started preparing for the opening of the Rui Pavilion. At this time, the items for sale in the Rui Pavilion were all things that Ling Tianyang had no use for in the Blue Ring. Prepare to be sold for spirit stones for cultivation. The Rui Pavilion mainly sold pills and spiritual weapons. Anyway, Ling Tianyang now had a Xianling clone. As long as the clone was cultivating, his main body would continuously improve in cultivation whether he was eating or sleeping. Therefore, Ling Tianyang had plenty of time to enhance his ability to refine weapons and alchemy skills. Once everything was ready, Ling Tianyang decided that the Rui Pavilion would open today. The hall on the first floor of the Rui Pavilion was extremely spacious, with a huge white jade counter on either side of the hall. Beside the wall on one side of the hall, there were exquisite glass vessels containing various beautifully crafted low-grade spiritual weapons. There were domineering big swords, soft long swords, golden short spears, and explosive hammers. On the other side of the hall, there were some exquisite small jade bottles, in which one could vaguely see round pills shimmering with spiritual energy. Chapter 164. Booming business. No one can become rich without unexpected fortune, and no horse can become fat without wild grass. The reason Ling Tianyang took out the spirit building pill and the extreme spirit pill, 2 types of pills that could help martial artists break through their cultivation realms, was also to quickly establish the reputation of the Rui Pavilion. Pills that can help martial artists break through their cultivation realms are always the rarest and most sought after by martial artists. A common person is innocent, but possessing treasures brings guilt. If a martial artist possesses coveted treasures without the corresponding strength, it will definitely attract countless strong individuals to plunder. No matter where you are, the timid starve while the bold thrive. Although Ling Tianyang knew that taking out the extreme spirit pill at this time would attract the attention of many strong individuals in the Hengduan Mountains, he was not worried. As long as those at the empty profound realm did not show up, Ling Tianyang was not afraid of those at the heavenly extreme realm having ill intentions toward him. Moreover, both Ling Tianyang and Sikong Ran could potentially break through to the empty profound realm in a short time. Once they truly became strong at the empty, profound realm, it would mark the rise of Ling Tianyang in the Hengduan Mountains. As soon as the news of the grand opening discounts at the Rui Pavilion spread, it immediately caused quite a stir in the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop. Chapter 165. Manager Ji. Hello everyone. I'm the manager of the Rui Pavilion, Ji Shaowan. After the crowd in front of the Rui Pavilion quieted down a bit, Ji Shaowan immediately stood next to Ling Tianyang and cupped her fist toward the customers coming to the Rui Pavilion. Welcome to the Rui Pavilion. We have just opened, and as we announced, we will be selling some spirit-building pills and 2 extreme spirit pills. After a pause, Ji Shaowan continued, please line up and do not push each other. Everything will be orderly. We're about to start selling the pills now. As soon as Ji Shaowan's voice fell, Ling Tianyang unleashed his peak heavenly extreme realm aura without reservation. At the same time, he also released a wisp of his soul consciousness, carefully controlling it to remain within the peak heavenly extreme realm range. Then, Ling Tianyang glared with his eyes and coldly said, our manager Ji has spoken. Please line up consciously and come one by one. Saying this, Ling Tianyang took on the appearance of a loyal guard and respectfully stood behind Ji Shaowan. Cough, cough. Ji Shaowan coughed lightly, giving Ling Tianyang a somewhat strange look, suppressing her laughter, and said loudly, dear guests, please come in. Chapter 166. Uninvited guests. What exactly is the background of the Rui Pavilion? Outside the Rui Pavilion, some passers-by stopped to chat, filled with curiosity about everything inside the Rui Pavilion. Since the Rui Pavilion opened more than a month ago, many martial artists have come to visit every day. Even those who were not there to buy anything could not help but be curious and enter the Rui Pavilion to take a look. In such a small place as the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop, any fresh happenings in the market could immediately attract a lot of attention. I heard there's a peak heavenly extreme realm strong person in the Rui Pavilion. I heard that too. Guess who I saw inside the Rui Pavilion besides that peak heavenly extreme realm strong person? Who? One of the managers of this Rui Pavilion is the young lady of the Wan Fuzong. Bro, is this true? Are you sure you aren't mistaken? How could that be? I have seen the young lady of Wan Fuzong, Ji Shaowan, before. There is absolutely no mistake. Last time I came too late and missed the time for the extreme spirit pill sale. I wonder when the Rui Pavilion will have new extreme spirit pills for sale. Chapter 167. Conflict. Du Jiang seemed unconcerned with Ling Tianyang's tone, but his blood-red eyes, which were clearly different from other martial artists, were playfully fixed on Ling Tianyang and Ji Shaowan. Kid, I heard you're the newly appointed guest elder of Wan Fuzong. Our Black Scale Sects master is quite interested in you. So our master specifically sent me to bring you back to the Black Scale Sect. I advise you not to be ungrateful. I, the bloodthirsty madman Du Jiang, am not someone to be trifled with. Du Jiang sneered a few times, and, as he spoke, he stepped into the Rui Pavilion, approaching Ling Tianyang with an unfriendly expression. What do you think you are? You want to take me back to the Black Scale Sect? You probably don't have that ability. Feeling the obvious ill intent from the other party, Ling Tianyang's expression turned cold, and he replied indifferently. Besides, what is your Black Scale Sect's master? I have no interest in meeting him, nor do I have time to visit your Black Scale Sect. Ling Tianyang placed the teacup in his hand on the table beside him and slowly stood up. At the same time, Ji Shaowan immediately put away the spirit-raising fruit in her hand, staring at the approaching Du Jiang with a serious expression. Chapter 168. Merciless Slaughter, Seeking Death. Casting a glance at the Black Scale Sect's elder Du Jiang, who was approaching him with a murderous intent and a long sword, Ling Tianyang's killing intent also rapidly surged. From Ji Shaowan's brief introduction earlier, Ling Tianyang believed that Du Jiang was definitely a ruthless and bloodthirsty killer. A drop of water received should be repaid with a fountain. A grudge should be repaid with the extraction of bones. Since Du Jiang has already developed killing intent toward him and wants to kill him, Ling Tianyang would certainly not be polite to him. Others fear Du Jiang and the powerful figure behind him, Du Long, but Ling Tianyang does not fear Elder Ling. Be careful, young master. As Du Jiang appeared less than 2 meters away from Ling Tianyang, Ji Shaowan and Shi Xiaomei immediately exclaimed, no problem. Smiling and waving his hand, Ling Tianyang's body shook, and his robes billowed without wind. A powerful aura comparable to the peak of the Tianji realm erupted from him. Swish! At the same time, Du Jiang, wielding a spiritual weapon sword, moved swiftly and in an instant was in front of Ling Tianyang. Before he arrived, he thrust his sword toward Ling Tianyang's body. Chapter 169. The Powerful in the Void Realm. Elder Ling, although your strength is formidable, you are not a powerhouse of the Void Realm. Ji Shaowan frowned and continued. A powerhouse of the Void Realm is not something we can provoke right now. You should escape quickly. Escape? Ling Tianyang glanced at Ji Shaowan with a meaningful look and then handed her a spatial ring. Miss Ji, this is your reward for working at Rui Pavilion for over a month. Elder Ling, you already gave me a spirit fruit. I can't accept this spatial ring. Ji Shaowan waved her hand, refusing to take the spatial ring, her expression somewhat troubled. Miss Ji, I estimate that Du Zhang's father, Du Lung, will arrive here soon. You should leave first. Ling Tianyang continued. I will tidy up the things in Rui Pavilion and will leave here shortly. Seeing the hesitation on Ji Shaowan's face, Ling Tianyang further urged, as for this spatial ring, you should take it. He pressed the spatial ring into Ji Shaowan's hand and said seriously, I don't like being in debt to others. You have worked hard at Rui Pavilion, and this is what you deserve. Chapter 170. Blood Demon Great Handprint. Hey, did Ji Shaowan not leave the market? After exiting Rui Pavilion and on the way out of the Five Elements Treasure Pavilion, Ling Tianyang instinctively released his spiritual sense and carefully scanned the area. In the next moment, a familiar figure appeared in Ling Tianyang's spiritual sense. It was none other than Ji Shaowan, who had left Rui Pavilion a step ahead of him. In the depths of the Five Elements Treasure Pavilion, Ji Shaowan was standing respectfully behind an ancient clothed man, a powerhouse of the Void Realm. There are actually two early-stage powerhouses of the Void Realm hidden in this market. Besides Ji Shaowan, Ling Tianyang sensed two other powerful auras. His spiritual sense had long surpassed the realm of the Void, and now had reached the peak of the early stage of the Void Realm. Since Ling Tianyang practiced the Xianling True Solution, his spiritual sense was extremely solid, far exceeding that of an average Void Realm powerhouse. Therefore, even if Ling Tianyang's spiritual sense recklessly probed the market, it would generally go unnoticed by martial artists whose spiritual sense was not significantly stronger than his. Grandpa, Elder Ling is a guest elder of our Wanfu sect. Are we really not going to help? Chapter 171. Gongsun, how bold madman, you dare to attack our Five Elements Treasure Pavilion. As soon as the blood-red giant hand landed, two terrifying auras immediately erupted from deep within the Five Elements Treasure Pavilion. With a cold shout, a robust man of the Void Realm and an ancient clothed man quickly flew out from the depths of the market. Du Lung, this is the Five Elements Treasure Pavilion. Not a place for you to run wild. As they reached the market, the robust man, angered by the deep pit created by the blood-red giant hand, shouted furiously. Although our weapon refining sect strength cannot match your black scale sect, you shouldn't go too far. The robust man glared at the blood-robed man, Du Long, filled with killing intent, and said, Don't make me angry, or I will kill you right now. Do you believe it? Others fear your black scale sect's threat, but I do not. If necessary, we can go to war. Looking at the damaged shops in the Five Elements Treasure Pavilion and the innocent martial artists killed by the blood-red giant hand, the robust man's killing intent intensified. Du Ling, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I will ensure you do not leave here alive. Chapter 172. Overestimating oneself. Humph. Du Long. Don't use Nangong Ming to scare me. Do you really think I would be afraid of him? As soon as Du Long finished speaking, Gong Sun Hao snorted angrily, his gaze growing colder. Du Long, you are forcing me to kill you. As he spoke, Gong Sun Hao's aura surged, and he seemed ready to kill Du Long at any moment. The reason Gong Sun Hao hadn't killed Du Long earlier was that he did not want to offend the Black Scale sect too much. It was one thing to injure Du Long, but if he really killed him, it would be a serious matter. Inside the Black Scale sect, there was also a peak early-stage powerhouse, Nangong Ming. If Gong Sun Hao truly killed Du Long, it would definitely provoke a deadly war between the weapon refining sect and the Black Scale sect. Although the Wanfu sect, Black Scale sect, Bad Blade sect, Treasure Gathering sect, and Weapon Refining sect had temporarily formed an alliance against the 100 Flower Valley and the Golden Armor sect. If a deadly battle truly broke out between the Weapon Refining sect and the Black Scale sect, the Wanfu sect, Bad Blade sect, and Treasure Gathering sect would definitely be eager to take advantage of the situation and devour the powers of both sects while they were severely weakened. Chapter 173. Black Ghost Light. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Since you are seeking death, I cannot let you down. Looking at Du Lung charging towards him, Ling Tianyang showed a hint of mockery in his eyes. Ling Tianyang's body did not dodge or evade, remaining in place. Due to the Xianling concealment technique, Ling Tianyang appeared to Du Lung, Gong Sun Hao, and Ji Wanfu as merely a martial artist at the half-step void realm. This made Du Lung, Ji Wanfu, and Gong Sun Hao overlook Ling Tianyang's cultivation entirely. Glancing at Du Lung charging at him, Ling Tianyang found that in Du Lung's eyes, he seemed like a piece of meat on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Kid, go die. Seeing Ling Tianyang suspended in midair without moving, Du Lung's eyes became even crazier. He stretched out his hands, and two terrifying blood-red giant hands immediately formed in front of him. Blood Demon Great Handprint. With Du Lung's frenzied shout, his body was enveloped in a thick blood-red light. As the two blood-red giant hands appeared, the space around them surged with intense spatial fluctuations. Chapter 174. Nangong Mingpt. A black ghostly light passed through Du Lung's body, instantly penetrating through him. Amidst the splattering blood, Du Lung's figure, which was rushing forward, was split in half by a black ghostly light during its flight. Under the attack of that black ghostly light, Du Lung didn't even have time to fully reveal the expression of terror on his face before he immediately fell. After reaching the void profound realm, a martial artist has already given birth to a primordial spirit within their body. Even if a martial artist at the void profound realm has their physical body destroyed, as long as their primordial spirit is not extinguished, they can find a suitable body to seize within a short time and continue to live. However, Du Lung's primordial spirit was also shattered in an instant under this black ghostly light, causing Du Lung to truly vanish from this world. Facing a same-level martial artist in the void profound realm, how dare you be so dismissive and careless? This is your end. With a wave of his hand, Ling Tianyang summoned the spatial ring from Du Lung's body. Looking at the two halves of Du Lung's corpse crashing to the ground, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but speak coldly. Since Ling Tianyang and Du Lung had already formed an irreconcilable feud, one of them must die. Chapter 175. Cloud-piercing bold madman. How dare you attack someone from my black scale sect? As soon as Ling Tianyang left, a terrifying aura mixed with a roar came from afar, approaching quickly. Immediately after, Gong Sun Hao and Ji Wanfeng, who were returning to the market, saw a streak of light breaking through the air from a distance. In the blink of an eye, this streak of light appeared above the ground, where Du Lung's corpse lay. Gong Sun Hao, Ji Wanfeng, what is going on? The newcomer, with a cold voice, fixed his gaze on Gong Sun Hao and Ji Wanfeng as he commanded them to take away Du Lung's body. Who killed Du Lung? The newcomer was none other than Nangong Ming, the remaining peak early-stage void profound realm expert from the Black Scale sect. Fixing his gaze on Gong Sun Hao and Ji Wanfeng, Nangong Ming said frenziedly, Ji Wanfeng, Gong Sun Hao, I advise you not to shield the murderer who killed Du Lung. Nangong Ming, why are you going crazy at us? As Nangong Ming's words fell, Gong Sun Hao swung the giant hammer in his hand, intending to reprimand Nangong Ming. However, Ji Wanfeng beside him pointed in the direction Ling Tianyang had left, sneering. Chapter 176. Collective cultivation to the west of the Hungwan Mountains is the location of the Jinjia sect, one of the four major superpowers. 1,000 miles away from Jinjia sect is a rarely trodden valley overgrown with weeds. At this moment, a flying ship capable of accommodating hundreds of people suddenly appeared above this valley. This place is remote, seemingly seldom visited, making it a good spot for seclusion and cultivation. On the deck of the cloud-piercing boat, Ling Tianyang looked down at the overgrown valley and slowly spoke. My lord, the location of this valley is indeed remote, but the spiritual energy here is too thin. Just as Ling Tianyang's words fell, Bei Minghui's voice immediately rang out. Within 100 miles, there are no high-level martial artists present. The richness of the spiritual energy in this valley is secondary. What I mainly value is that the location is remote, and almost no martial artists come here. Ling Tianyang nodded, then put away the cloud-piercing boat, and with Sikong Ran, Bei Minghui, and Mo Xingchuan, and Tian Chizi, lightly descended into the valley. In the Hungduan Mountains, without the cultivation of the void profound realm, it is indeed difficult to establish a foothold. Ling Tianyang's gaze swept over Sikong Ran and the others, and he calmly said, I have a spatial treasure that can accelerate martial artist cultivation. Chapter 177. Gender differences. After everything was prepared, everyone began to cultivate in the Spirit Pool Great Hall. There are a total of 9 Spirit Pools in the Spirit Pool Great Hall, except for Ling Tianyang's Xianling avatar, which occupied 1 Spirit Pool with the baby shadow demon fox. Ling Tianyang's true self and Sikong Ran each occupied 1 Spirit Pool for cultivation. Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei, Xiao Xiaoyu and Su Yingrong, Tuo Yi and Gu Yifeng, Bei Minghui and Mo Xingchuan, Tian Shizi and Wu Lingyan. They each formed a pair and occupied 1 Spirit Pool. As for the last remaining Spirit Pool, it was jointly occupied by the bloodthirsty giant lizard and the 4th-tier scale armor beast. After everyone started cultivating, Ling Tianyang threw 50 million low-grade spirit stones into the Spirit Pool Great Hall. Ling Tianyang's current net worth is considerable, and having previously sold unnecessary spirit artifacts and pills from the Azure Blue Ring, he now has an extremely terrifying number of spirit stones. Among them are 312 top-grade spirit stones, 177,000 high-grade spirit stones, 18,450,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 148 million low-grade spirit stones. After deducting the 60 million low-grade spirit stones Ling Tianyang put into the Spirit Pool Great Hall, he still has 88 million low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 178. Blood Feud. Blood Lizard. I have seen the master. Upon seeing Ling Tianyang's gaze, the bald man transformed from the bloodthirsty giant lizard immediately bowed to Ling Tianyang. Blood Lizard is the name Ling Tianyang originally gave to the bloodthirsty giant lizard. I have seen the master. As soon as Blood Lizard finished speaking, the scale armor beast beside him also began to speak human language. At this time, the 4th-tier scale armor beast had successfully advanced from the initial stage of 4th tier to the initial stage of 5th-tier spirit demon beast. As for the baby shadow demon fox, it had also successfully advanced from the initial stage of 3rd tier to the mid-stage of 4th-tier beast. Once the shadow demon fox matures, it will at least be a top-tier 5th-tier spirit demon beast. The strength of the shadow demon fox is formidable, and its intelligence is quite high, not inferior to human martial artists at all. And a mature baby shadow demon fox is born as a 3rd-tier initial beast. Wow! Seeing Ling Tianyang come out, the baby shadow demon fox couldn't help but call out excitedly a few times. The next moment, the baby shadow demon fox quickly rushed to Ling Tianyang's side and appeared on his shoulder in the blink of an eye. Wow! Master, this little fox looks so cute. Can you give it to me? Although the baby shadow demon fox has already leveled up to a mid-stage 4th-tier beast, it still looks only the size of 2 palms. Chapter 179. Master of the Xianling sect. Thank you, my lord. Hearing Ling Tianyang's promise, Sikong Ran's eyes gradually brightened. Ling Tianyang smiled and nodded, glancing at Sikong Ran and the others in the Spirit Pool Great Hall, then spoke loudly. Actually, I have long had the idea of forming a force in my heart. However, since our cultivation levels were too low before, I didn't bring it up. Now that our cultivation levels have almost reached the late stage of the heavenly extreme realm, and even the void profound realm, it is time to establish a force. With every word, Ling Tianyang spoke. The brilliance in the eyes of Sikong Ran and Bei Minghui brightened even more. Now in the Spirit Pool Great Hall, aside from Xiao Xiaoyu, who is at the initial stage of the Spirit Sea realm, the lowest cultivation levels of Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei are both at the late stage of the heavenly extreme realm. Ling Tianyang's true self, along with Sikong Ran, Bai Minghui, Mo Xingchuan, and Tian Shizi, had all become powerful beings at the void profound realm. Adding to that were Ling Tianyang's 3 Xianling avatars and the blood lizard that had already advanced to a 6th grade spirit beast, bringing the number of void profound realm experts around Ling Tianyang to a total of 9. With the strength of these individuals, aside from lacking a mid-stage void profound realm expert and a large number of disciples, they were already able to rank among the top 5 forces in the Hengduan Mountains. Chapter 180. The Strong of the Golden Armor Sect Help. As Ling Tianyang and Sikong Ran left the valley, a scream immediately caught their attention. Young master, that little girl in front looks so pitiful. Should we help her? Following the direction of the voice, Ling Tianyang and the others flew down from the sky and saw the scene below. Shi Xiaoya, who was beside Ling Tianyang, couldn't help but speak up. Nodding. Ling Tianyang's gaze fell upon a 30-something man who was on the ground with an 11 or 12-year-old girl. The girl had messy hair, but her bright eyes were filled with fear. The earlier cry for help had come from her. The man beside her was not only disheveled, but also pale, occasionally spitting out blood. The girl was leaning against the injured man, watching in terror at the four men in golden armor facing them. "Speak! Where are the people from the 100 Herb sect hiding?" One of the golden-armored men shouted angrily. Chapter 181. Soul Jade slipped when Baiming Hui reappeared. He suddenly appeared in front of the half-step void, profound realm, golden-armored man. With a casual wave of his hand, a bright yellow palm print immediately formed in front of him. In the next moment, the golden-armored man, whose cultivation had reached half-step void profound realm, exploded into a cloud of blood mist before he could even let out a scream under that bright yellow palm print. His spatial ring, however, was intentionally preserved by Baiming Hui. As Baiming Hui made his move, Ling Tianyang, along with Shi Xiaoya and the others, floated down from the sky to the small hillside. In front of Lu Tiansong and Lu Xiaoman, Ling Tianyang flipped his palm, revealing a glowing 5th-grade healing pill. After stuffing the healing pill into Lu Tiansong's mouth, a layer of terrifying spiritual light appeared on Ling Tianyang's fingers. As the spiritual energy surged, the terrifying spiritual power shot precisely into various acupoints within Lu Tiansong's body using a mysterious technique. Tianrong, Shunsong, Danzhong, Tiantu, Chimin, Qihai, Yunmen. Chapter 182. Envy the Xianling sect? Staring blankly at Ling Tianyang and Baiming Hui, Lu Tiansong's mind was greatly shaken. At the same time, he became even more curious about the Xianling sect. A void profound realm expert actually showed such respect to Ling Tianyang, which clearly indicated that Ling Tianyang's cultivation was definitely not low. Moreover, Lu Tiansong had just overheard the conversation between Ling Tianyang and Baiming Hui, and when he learned that Baiming Hui was merely a home master of the Xianling sect, he was even more astonished. "My lord, I also want to join your Xianling sect. Please take me in." Lu Tiansong's thoughts raced, and after pondering for a moment, he suddenly knelt before Ling Tianyang and pleaded. "What are you doing?" Seeing Lu Tiansong's sudden action, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but voice his confusion. He had just heard the leading golden armor man say that Lu Tiansong was a member of the 100 Herb sect. Although Lu Tiansong had been severely injured by the 4 golden armored men, his cultivation was not low, and Ling Tianyang could see at a glance that he possessed peak Tianji realm cultivation. Since Lu Tiansong was already a member of the 100 Herb sect, why suddenly want to join the Xianling sect? This made Ling Tianyang and Shi Xiaoya beside him somewhat suspicious. Chapter 183. Establishing a sect. Greetings, sect master. Greetings. Hall Master Baiming. About an hour later, Sikong Ren finally returned with Lu Tiansong and over 20 Tianji realm martial artists. Upon seeing Ling Tianyang and Baiming Hui, Lu Tiansong immediately led the 21 Tianji realm martial artists to bow respectfully. "Well, since everyone is here, let's leave this place first." Ling Tianyang smiled and said after glancing around the crowd. He remembered that when they had just come out of the Spirit Pawn Hall, along with the blood lizard that had transformed into a human form and Ling Tianyang's Xianling avatar Nyoi Dao, there were only 14 of them. However, later they had subdued the 3-peak Tianji realm golden armored men, as well as Lu Tiansong and his daughter Lu Xiaoman. With the addition of the 21 Tianji realm martial artists now, Ling Tianyang's Xianling sect team had expanded to 40 people. Among the new 21 Tianji realm martial artists, 3 were late-stage Tianji realm warriors, while the remaining 18 were mid-stage Tianji realm cultivators. After all, they were not ordinary individuals if they could escape from the hands of the Tianji realm experts of the Golden Armor sect. Sect Master, where are we going now? Chapter 184. Xie Yuan Sect Master. The people fighting ahead seemed to be from the Giant Spirit sect and the Xie family. Noticing the dozens of figures engaged in fierce combat not far away, Lu Tiansong behind Sikong Ren suddenly reported respectfully to Ling Tianyang. Their cultivation levels are not low. All are Tianji realm martial artists." Ling Tianyang nodded and then spoke again. "Lu Tiansong, go and see what is going on with them." "Yes, Sect Master." As soon as Ling Tianyang's voice fell, Lu Tiansong immediately flew toward the dozens of people who were in combat. Lu Tiansong, it's you? You're still alive?" Upon seeing Lu Tiansong suddenly flying over, the fighters from both sides engaged in battle stopped their actions in unison. One of the peak mid-stage Tianji realm martial artists, upon recognizing Lu Tiansong, immediately sneered. Lu Tiansong, after your 100 herb sect was exterminated, you, a stray dog, don't hide well from the pursuit of the golden armor sect, but dare to appear here so brazenly? Hith, hith. The peak mid-stage Tianji realm martial artist seemed completely unafraid of Lu Tiansong's peak Tianji realm cultivation, letting out a cold laugh. Lu Tiansong, you really aren't afraid of death. Chapter 185. Intense battle sect master. Don't worry, I will do my best. Feeling the concern in Ling Tianyang's words, Mo Xingchuan's expression became serious, and he felt quite excited. Ever since Ling Tianyang had controlled his soul source, Mo Xingchuan's loyalty to Ling Tianyang had grown immensely. Even if Ling Tianyang ordered him to die at this moment, he would not hesitate for a moment. Then, Mo Xingchuan transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky, swiftly flying towards the hawk-nosed man in the Gongshinding. After Mo Xingchuan left, Ling Tianyang pondered for a moment and then spoke to Sikong Ran. Sikong Ran, you should also go. If Mo Xingchuan is not a match for that hawk-nosed man, you must immediately assist him. The Xinling sect has just been established, and now is the time to recruit and expand its influence. There are still too few people around me, and every loss feels like a painful blow. Although Mo Xingchuan's cultivation had reached the initial stage of Engshenjing, his practical combat experience was still insufficient, making the outcome uncertain against a peer-level Engshenjing expert. However, Sikong Ran was different. He was a formidable expert in the late stage of Engshenjing. Although Sikong Ran's current cultivation had only recovered to the early stage of Shaocheng in Engshenjing, he was not comparable to an ordinary early-stage Engshenjing warrior. Chapter 186. A change of heart. Ling Tianyang waved his hand casually, and the spiritual energy attack that shot out from the hawk-nosed man's hand was effortlessly neutralized by him. Hearing Ling Tianyang's familiar voice, Lu Tiansong opened his eyes in fear and said, "Thank you, sect master." Realizing that his body was unharmed and that the hawk-nosed man's attack had vanished, Lu Tiansong immediately understood that it was Ling Tianyang who had saved him again. Previously, Lu Tiansong had speculated that Ling Tianyang was likely an expert in Engshenjing. Now, feeling the faint pressure coming from Ling Tianyang, he couldn't help but think, so it is true. He then immediately bowed in gratitude to Ling Tianyang. Lu Tiansong, since you have joined my Xinling sect, you are one of us now. Ling Tianyang said with a serious expression, as long as this sect master allows you to live, who dares to let you die? With that, Ling Tianyang's gaze turned cold as he looked indifferently at the hawk-nosed man who was locked in combat with Mo Xingchuan in the distance. Ah, another expert in Engshenjing. Chapter 187. The crisis of the giant spirit sect. Once a warrior reaches Engshenjing, flying and burrowing into the earth is quite ordinary, and their bones and flesh have long transcended the realm of mortals. Even when an Engshenjing expert falls, their bones become as translucent as jade and remain uncorrupted for 1,000 years. Although the hawk-nosed man was sealed and unable to use his spiritual energy by Sikong Ran, his physical body was still quite powerful. Even though he fell from the sky and crashed into the ground, creating a dent, the hawk-nosed man was merely heavily injured and showed no signs of death. Ah, and Engshenjing expert, another Engshenjing expert. Seeing the Engshenjing hawk-nosed man injured by Sikong Ran, lying unconscious in a dent on the ground, the more than 10 warriors from the giant spirit sect and the remaining Tianji expert from the CF family were all astonished. Staring wide-eyed at Ling Tianyang, Sikong Ran, Mo Xingchuan, and the hawk-nosed man. It was rare to see an Engshenjing expert, yet now there were suddenly 4 of them here. Spare me, Elder Lu, spare me. Meanwhile, the fleeing figure of Xie Yuan was pulled back in front of Lu Tiansong by the force from Ling Tianyang's palm. Chapter 188. A scene of chaos. The giant spirit sect? Upon hearing the name, Ling Tianyang recalled the books and jade slips he had purchased from the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion, which included information about the giant spirit sect. The giant spirit sect was a sect force even stronger than the Wanfu sect. Within the giant spirit sect, there is also a peak expert in the early stage of Engshenjing stationed there, in addition to over 100 Tianji realm warriors and numerous disciples below the Tianji realm. When Lu Tiansong struck down the CF family warriors, the dozen Tianji realm warriors from the giant spirit sect dared not leave privately. The sudden appearance of several unfamiliar Engshenjing experts made the Tianji realm warriors of the giant spirit sect too fearful to move. Only after hearing Lu Tiansong refer to Ling Tianyang as the sect master did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, thinking about the dangerous situation the giant spirit sect was currently in, the Tianji realm warriors couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope and began to plead with Ling Tianyang and the others. Is your giant spirit sect being attacked by the golden armored sect? Ling Tianyang glanced at the dozen Tianji realm warriors from the giant spirit sect and then spoke lightly. Chapter 189. The blood-burning secret technique, Xiao Tian. I advise you to surrender quickly and stop your futile struggle. It is because of your obstinacy and unwillingness to submit to the golden armored sect that your giant spirit sect has brought about this calamity. Look, how few warriors from the giant spirit sect are left. Xiao Tian, are you really going to let us take action and eliminate all the warriors of the giant spirit sect for your own selfish reasons? Above the giant spirit sect, three kicking experts continuously flickered in the air, unleashing terrifying spiritual energy shockwaves that spread outward from the center of their battle, causing the warriors nearby to instinctively retreat, fearing collateral damage. Among the three fighting in the air, one was Xiao Tian, the supreme elder of the giant spirit sect, who had reached the peak of the early stage of Gong Shenjing. The other two were supreme elders from the golden armored sect, both also at the peak of the early stage of Gong Shenjing. Ultimately, after hundreds of exchanges in the air, Xiao Tian was caught off guard and was sent flying, spitting blood from a palm strike by one of the golden armored sect's Shenjing experts. Chapter 190. Converging upon him, are you talking about this kid? Just then, Sikong Ran had successfully extracted the hawk-nosed man's soul origin and began refining it in his soul sea. Lifting the hawk-nosed man, sang Tianyu, as if he were a kitten. Sikong Ran disdainfully glanced at Gu Feng from the golden armored sect and coldly said, "You fool. The person you are holding is one of our supreme elders from the golden armored sect. Don't think that just because you have a few Gong Shenjing experts, you can disregard us. If you truly anger the golden armored sect, the consequences are definitely something you cannot bear." Gu Feng from the golden armored sect stared hard at Sikong Ran and the dozens of others beside Ling Tianyang, coldly saying, "Let go of our Sang Tanyu immediately." As he spoke, Gu Feng's aura surged, clearly indicating that he was ready to take action at any moment. Because Ling Tianyang and his Xianling avatar, Neo Idao, had both utilized the Xianling concealment technique, their cultivation appeared to others as merely at the peak of the Tianji realm. However, aside from Ling Tianyang and his Xianling avatar, there were still 5 Gong Shenjing experts on Ling Tianyang's side. Chapter 191. Reprimand. Obedience. As soon as Ling Tianyang's voice fell, Bei Minghui and Mo Xingchuan and Tian Chizi immediately rushed towards the battlefield where Sikong Ran and Gu Feng were engaged in combat. Looking at the two in the air, Sikong Ran and Gu Feng, who were locked in a fierce struggle, Ling Tianyang suddenly instructed Bei Minghui and Mo Xingchuan and Tian Chizi next to him. In Ling Tianyang's eyes, the strength of Sikong Ran and Gu Feng from the Golden Armor sect was not much different. This led to the battle between Sikong Ran and Gu Feng being unable to determine a winner in a short time. Even if one side were to win, the victor might still suffer a fatal counterattack from the other side, potentially sustaining serious injuries, which was something Ling Tianyang did not want to see. Therefore, he ordered Bei Minghui and the others to immediately assist Sikong Ran. In the cruelly competitive realm of the god of death, there is no such thing as a fair one-on-one duel. Only survival and death exist. The purpose of a battle between martial artists is mostly to quickly kill the opponent. The two were already bitter enemies, and if you were still foolish enough to talk about rules like bullying the weak with numbers, you would eventually suffer a great loss because of it. Chapter 192. Turning against each other, who are you? Just as he severely injured the Golden Armor sect's Kuan Yu, Xiao Tian was preparing to pursue the victory. Suddenly, a young man in a green robe with a silver mask appeared beside Kuan Yu. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the young man in the green robe, Xiao Tian immediately knew that this masked figure was definitely a strong practitioner at the same level as himself in the empty, profound realm. With a serious expression, Xiao Tian's figure paused as he stared at the suddenly appearing silver-masked man. Although Xiao Tian was in a frenzied state due to his blood-burning secret technique, he still had some awareness left. The person known as Neo Dao was the head of the Guardian Hall of the Xianling sect. The young man in the silver mask was none other than Neo Dao, the Xianling avatar of Ling Tianyang. Noticing the cautious look on Xiahou Tian's face, Niu Yidao smiled and then cupped his hands towards Xiahou Tian. Xiahou Tian, we are not your enemies. You do not need to be so wary. As you can see, we from the Xinling sect are doing our utmost to assist your giant spirit sect in fending off external enemies. Then thank you, Hallmaster Niu. After Niu Yidao finished speaking, Xiahou Tian glanced at the battle situation above the giant spirit sect and also cupped his hands in return. Chapter 193. Hair-raising, such strong power. As soon as the two engaged, Xiahou Tian immediately realized that he was absolutely no match for Niu Yidao. Although both were at the peak of the early stage of the empty, profound realm, after just one move, Xiahou Tian found himself at a disadvantage, which made his expression extremely grave. While Xiahou Tian's body continued to retreat, he caught a glimpse of Niu Yidao's figure disappearing from sight, immediately causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Niu Yidao's speed was as fast as lightning. While Xiahou Tian's old strength was gone and new strength had not yet been generated, his reactions were somewhat sluggish. The spiritual power attack shot out from Niu Yidao's hand accurately struck several major acupoints on Xiahou Tian's body. As Niu Yidao's spiritual power attack landed, Xiahou Tian's aura immediately became somewhat chaotic. As Ling Tianyang's Xianling avatar, Niu Yidao naturally possessed all the techniques and martial skills that Ling Tianyang's true self knew. At this moment, Niu Yidao was using Ling Tianyang's signature martial skill, the Medicine King Pulse Cutting Hand. With a spurt, Xiahou Tian vomited a mouthful of reverse blood, and his already pale face turned even paler. Seizing on a flaw in Xiahou Tian, Niu Yidao slapped his palm against Xiahou Tian's chest, instantly sending him flying. Chapter 194. Instinct, don't move at all. Whoever moves, I will eat them. The blood lizard's demonic energy surged, its blood-red, giant eyes greedily fixed on the warriors of the Golden Armor sect. As its huge mouth, filled with fangs, opened and closed, it immediately began to speak human words. The warriors of the Golden Armor sect, upon meeting the blood lizard's gaze, dared not look back, trembling all over. Whoosh whoosh. Meanwhile, Bei Mingwei and Mo Xingchuan transformed into two streaks of light, constantly weaving through the warriors of the Golden Armor sect. Ah, save me. My lord, spare me. I don't want to die. One by one, the heavenly extreme realm warriors of the Golden Armor sect had their spiritual power sealed by Bei Minghui and Mo Xingchuan, falling to the ground like rain. With their cultivation below, even the empty profound realm, if their bodies fell to the ground after being sealed of their spiritual power, even if they survived by some stroke of luck, they would definitely be seriously injured and unconscious. Sigh, why are you all so obedient? I told you not to run, and you really didn't run. If you don't run, how can I have an excuse to eat you? Chapter 195. Please stay, everyone having met the master. Kuan Yu and Gu Feng had already awakened behind Ling Tianyang. Standing beside Niu Yidao, both looked at Ling Tianyang with respectful expressions. Earlier, they had been severely injured and then forcibly had their soul origins extracted by Ling Tianyang. At this moment, both Kuan Yu and Gu Feng appeared somewhat pale, and their bodies looked very weak. The soul origin is the core of every martial artist's soul. As long as one controls the soul origin of a martial artist, it is equivalent to controlling their life and death, and even their thoughts. After refining the soul origins of Kuan Yu and Gu Feng in their subconscious, they would regard Ling Tianyang as their closest person. Once this idea takes root in their minds, even if Ling Tianyang later returns their soul origins to them, they would still remain devoted to him. In his past life, Ling Tianyang was taken as a disciple by the rogue expert Yaoheng Zun, and from then on, he became a solitary rogue. The life of a rogue, while free and unrestrained, also has many drawbacks. After Ling Tianyang obtained the Xianling Pearl, he was hunted down by the many powerful figures of the two superpowers, the Demon Dragon Clan and the Annihilation Sect, which made him feel the sorrow of being a rogue. Chapter 196. Martial Arts Hall, not knowing when, the elder of the giant spirit sect, Xiahou Tian, had already awakened from his coma. After his somewhat hoarse voice fell, Ling Tianyang and the others immediately saw Xiahou Tian's figure swiftly flying towards them from deep within the giant spirit sect. Cough, cough. As he reached in front of Ling Tianyang and the others, Xiahou Tian couldn't help but cough violently. At this moment, Xiahou Tian's face was pale and bloodless, and his aura was unstable. His original peak in the early stage of the empty profound realm had dropped to a small success in the early stage of the empty profound realm. It seems that the aftereffects were caused by Xiahou Tian's use of the blood-burning secret technique. What? A shadow flashed, and Niu Yidao appeared in front of Ling Tianyang, coldly shouting at Xiahou Tian, do you really want to keep us here? Previously, Ling Tianyang and the others had acted against the warriors of the Golden Armor sect, saving the lives of the warriors of the Giant Spirit sect, preventing the Giant Spirit sect from being completely destroyed by the Golden Armor sect. Later, Xiahou Tian harbored murderous intent towards Niu Yidao. If it weren't for Ling Tianyang considering the Giant Spirit sect's dire situation, he would never have let Xiahou Tian off easily. Just as he was about to leave with the members of the Xianling sect, Xiahou Tian suddenly called him, which made Ling Tianyang quite displeased. Chapter 197, Stay No Problem. Seeing the hatred in Xiahou Tian's eyes towards the Golden Armor sect, Ling Tianyang pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. If the Xianling sect wanted to establish a foothold in the Hengduan Mountains, the first enemies they would face were the four major sects in the Hengduan Mountains: the Golden Armor sect, the Hundred Flowers Valley, the Black Shaman sect, and the Corpse Ghost sect. These four major sects in the Hengduan Mountains all had the intention of swallowing the small forces around them. Thousands of years ago, there were at least hundreds of sects established in the Hengduan Mountains. However, since the Golden Armor sect, Hundred Flowers Valley, Black Shaman sect, and Corpse Ghost sect began to expand their influence, many sects have been swallowed or exterminated by them. The number of sects in the Hengduan Mountains has decreased from hundreds to just over 100 today. The previous destruction of the Baichao sect, where Lu Tiansong belonged, and the current disaster faced by the Giant Spirit sect are the best proof of the Golden Armor sect's expansion. If Ling Tianyang wanted to establish a sect in the western part of the Hengduan Mountains, he would definitely face the threat of being swallowed by the Golden Armor sect. Therefore, if Ling Tianyang wanted the Xianling sect to grow and develop in the Hengduan Mountains and oppose the Golden Armor sect, it was only a matter of time. Chapter 198. Intruders die 3 days later in front of the former mountain gate of the Giant Spirit sect. A huge stone tablet measuring 5 meters wide and 20 meters high rose from the ground. On this massive stone tablet, 5 large golden characters spelling out Xianling sect branch shimmered with dazzling light under the sunlight. Auras belonging to experts of the empty, profound realm emanated from this stone tablet, firmly enveloping an area of several miles, with the might of multiple empty, profound realm experts lingering in the air. Beside this monumental stone tablet of Xianling sect branch stood a slightly smaller black jade stone tablet. On this smaller black jade stone tablet, a line of blood-red characters carved into it read, "Intruders die." The 8 characters glaringly eye-catching and chilling to behold. Bro, I heard that the Giant Spirit sect has been exterminated by the Golden Armor sect. I wonder why a branch of the Xianling sect, which we have never heard of, suddenly appeared in front of the Giant Spirit sect's mountain gate. Where did this Xianling sect come from? Just from those 2 stone tablets. I can sense several auras left by experts of the empty, profound realm. Chapter 199. Innate bloodthirst. The western part of the Hengduan Mountains is home to a vast architectural complex stretching for dozens of miles. The entire complex appears magnificent, with numerous walls embedded with gold and crystal stones, forming stunning patterns. In the center of this architectural complex, the grand halls and streets are made of a large amount of gold and spiritual stones. However, it does not seem vulgar at all. Instead, it gives a refreshing feeling. Above this architectural complex, one can occasionally see figures flying in the air, along with traces of birds and beasts. This place is the headquarters of the Golden Armor sect, one of the 4 major sects in the Hengduan Mountains. Bastards, what are you doing? We sent 3 experts of the empty, profound realm and hundreds of celestial extremity realm warriors to exterminate that small Baichao sect and Giant Spirit sect. And after they disappeared, you only tell me now? Inside the central hall of the Golden Armor sect, the sect master Jin Lingzi and many strong members of the Golden Armor sect stood trembling in front of a thin old man dressed in golden armor. This thin old man had an angry expression and kicked the body of a kneeling celestial extremity realm disciple of the Golden Armor sect, flying away. Chapter 200. Honest. At this moment, deep within the Xianling sect branch, in a secret room for cultivating, Ling Tianyang, after breaking through to the empty, profound realm, stood facing the 2 Xianling avatars he had cultivated. Xianling unification. With a loud shout from Ling Tianyang's main body, One of the Xianling avatars immediately merged its body into Ling Tianyang's main body. The next moment, the aura of Ling Tianyang's main body surged explosively. Instantly, he unleashed a power that surpassed the peak of the early stage of the empty profound realm, entering the mid-stage of the empty profound realm. Feeling the powerful force within him, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Now I have cultivated 3 Xianling avatars. I wonder what realm my cultivation will reach when I merge all 3 into my main body. As his thoughts raced, another Xianling avatar quickly merged into Ling Tianyang's main body. Soon, Ling Tianyang felt his cultivation surge once again. In an instant, the cultivation of Ling Tianyang's main body reached the mid-stage of the empty profound realm, approaching the peak of the mid-stage of the empty profound realm. I estimate that the strong one from the Golden Armor sect at the mid-stage of the empty profound realm is probably no better than this. Chapter 201. Chapter 201. Surrender. The mid-stage sect master of the empty profound realm is actually a mid-stage expert of the empty profound realm. Feeling the terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from Ling Tianyang, all the members of the Xianling sect were stunned, and then they all rejoiced. What does having a mid-stage expert of the empty profound realm mean in the Hengduan Mountains? Currently, only the 4 major forces of the Golden Armor sect, Hundred Flowers Valley, Black Shaman sect, and Corpse Ghost sect each have a mid-stage expert of the empty profound realm. Now that Ling Tianyang has also become a mid-stage expert of the empty profound realm, it means that he has jumped to become one of the top 5 experts in the Hengduan Mountains. With a mid-stage expert of the empty profound realm in charge, the Xianling sect no longer needs to fear the 4 major sects in the Hengduan Mountains. Xiao Tian, Lu Tiansong. Do you have the confidence to fight the Golden Armor sect now? Ling Tianyang scanned the crowd and suddenly spoke coldly, reporting to the sect master. We are willing to fight to the death. Upon seeing Ling Tianyang's cold gaze, all the members of the Xianling sect trembled and immediately spoke up. Chapter 202. Traitor Bastard. You actually dare to take it seriously. As the words of Qian Yu and Gu Feng fell, the Golden Armor ancestor turned around and immediately saw that among the camp of the Golden Armor sect, many warriors had flickering eyes, showing signs of temptation. Damn it! All of you disloyal to the Golden Armor sect deserve to die. The Golden Armor ancestor roared loudly, his aura surging, and terrifying spiritual power attacks shot out from his hands. Ancestor, spare my life. Ancestor, spare me. Seeing the attack from the Golden Armor ancestor coming, the warriors of the Golden Armor sect were filled with dread, begging for mercy. The Golden Armor ancestor was known for his bloodthirsty nature, deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Feeling the killing intent radiating from the Golden Armor ancestor, the heavenly extreme realm warriors of the Golden Armor sect near him scattered and fled, hastily darting away into the distance. Although these people ran very fast, the Golden Armor ancestor's attacks were even faster. In an instant, several golden lights flashed, and more than a dozen heavenly extreme realm warriors from the Golden Armor sect exploded into clouds of blood mid-air. Anyone who dares to take another step will be killed on the spot. Chapter 203. Where to run. The powerful practitioners of the Xianling sect clashed with the hundreds of warriors from the Golden Armor sect, immediately unleashing terrifying power. Multicolored spiritual power attacks flickered in the air. As soon as they engaged, Kuan Yu and Gu Feng quickly entangled a peak early-stage, empty, profound realm strongman from the Golden Armor sect, and another who was in the early-stage great accomplishment of the empty profound realm. As for Sikong Ran, his opponent was a small accomplishment early-stage strongman from the Golden Armor sect. The remaining 3 early-stage, empty, profound realm strongmen from the Golden Armor sect were handed over to the 5, Xiao Tian, Bai Minghui, and Mo Xingchuan, Sang Tianyu, and Tian Kizi. Under the joint effort of the 5 equal-level empty, profound realm strongmen, the 3 early-stage, entry-level strongmen from the Golden Armor sect quickly fell into a disadvantage, suppressed without the power to fight back. Xiaoyu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must pay close attention to the battles between these heavenly extreme realm warriors and those empty, profound realm strongmen. It will greatly benefit your future cultivation. As the battle raged, Ling Tianyang's Xianling clone, Niu Yidao, did not make a move immediately. Niu Yidao was currently floating above the battlefield between the Xianling sect and the Golden Armor sect, with Xiao Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaoman, keeping a close watch on the changes in the battle. Chapter 204. Self-destruction, damn it. You dare to block my way. Seeing Ling Tianyang obstructing him, the golden armor ancestor was instantly furious. A flash of light appeared in his palm, and a more than 3-meter-long spiritual weapon great sword immediately appeared in his hand. Gripping the sword's hilt tightly, the golden armor ancestor's speed increased as he charged forward. Kid, your attack is strong, but my defense is stronger. The golden armor of my golden armor sect is a famously defensive treasure from the Hongduan Mountains. With your meager attacks, what can you do to me? The more than 3-meter-long spiritual weapon great sword was continuously waved in the golden armor ancestor's hands, creating waves of air-splitting sounds. Visible ripples in space constantly emerged from the blade's body. Kid, now you can die. With a loud shout, the golden armor ancestor's spiritual power erupted without reservation. Then, the spiritual weapon great sword in his hand instantly transformed into a sharp sword light, rapidly slashing towards Ling Tianyang's body. Oh man, you do have some genuine skills. It's a pity that you choose to be my enemy. Watching the golden armor ancestor getting closer, along with the spiritual weapon great sword in his hand, Ling Tianyang's tone turned cold. Chapter 205. Delusion. I was already prepared for this. Just as the peak early stage, empty, profound realm strongman from the golden armor sect was about to self-destruct, Ling Tianyang's figure flashed and appeared behind him in an instant. Dreaming of self-destructing in front of me. Medicine King's acupoint stopping hand. As he spoke, Ling Tianyang's fingertips burst forth with spiritual light, rapidly tapping on the strongman's body. Tianrong, Shenzong, Hidden Path, Jiang, Lingtai, Zhongshu. The terrifying spiritual power from Ling Tianyang's fingertips accurately shot into various acupoints within this person's body using a mysterious technique. Under Ling Tianyang's Medicine King's acupoint stopping hand, the golden armor sect's empty, profound realm strongman immediately stopped expanding. The chaotic aura within him quickly calmed down. No. Feeling that his body, which was supposed to self-destruct, was rapidly calming down under Ling Tianyang's strange technique, the golden armor sect's strongman shouted unwillingly. Puffed. Just as he spoke, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his dantian. Looking down, he saw a black sword tip protruding from his dantian, though he didn't know when it had appeared. Chapter 206. Ji Baiwa, you have such skills that even the golden armor ancestor is no match for you. A streak of light shot through the air and appeared less than 200 meters away from Ling Tianyang. Following that, a pleasant voice echoed from the air. The newcomer was a beautiful young woman in a palace-style dress, appearing to be in her late 20s or early 30s, with an oval face and a string of purple crystal necklaces hanging around her fair neck. Early stage, great accomplishment of the empty, profound realm. Looking at the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared, Ling Tianyang raised his eyebrows, instinctively releasing his spiritual sense to sweep. Ling Tianyang immediately discovered that this beautiful woman was indeed a strong man in the early stage, great accomplishment of the empty, profound realm. Putting away the god-slaying sword, Ling Tianyang glanced at the beautiful woman and said indifferently, "Who are you?" As Ling Tianyang spoke, Kuan Yu, Gu Feng, Sikong Ran, Baiming Hui, and other empty, profound realm strongmen immediately stood respectfully behind Ling Tianyang. The gazes of everyone looking at the beautiful woman showed some vigilance. Please don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. The beautiful woman cupped her hands towards Ling Tianyang and the others, smiling. I am Ji Baiwa, the Supreme Elder of the 100-Flower Valley. Chapter 207. Going with the flow, were you all standing around for? After Ji Baiwa left, Ling Tianyang turned to look at Sikong Ran and the others, smiling. Why aren't you quickly subduing these warriors from the Golden Armor sect? As you command, Sectmaster. As soon as Ling Tianyang spoke, Kuan Yu, Gu Feng, Sikong Ran, Baiming Hui, Mo Xingchuan, and Taiyan Kizi each grabbed the warriors from the Golden Armor sect and flew to the side, starting to extract their soul origins. Meanwhile, Xiahou Tian and Sang Tanyu began taking stock of the casualties on the Xianling sect side and the situation of those from the Golden Armor sect who had surrendered. As for the Blood Lizard, after being scolded by Ling Tianyang, it ran behind the warriors of the Golden Armor sect, watching them closely. Sectmaster. In this battle with the Golden Armor sect, aside from the initial loss of 13 Heavenly Extreme Realm warriors, there were no major issues. About half a cup of tea's time later, Xiao Tian and Sang Tianyu finished counting and began to report to Ling Tianyang about the casualties of this battle between Xianling sect and Jinjia sect. As for the Jinjia sect's Tianji realm warriors, originally more than 300, only 237 remain now. Among them, except for the more than 20 killed by Master Niu, most of the rest were devoured by Master Xueshi. Chapter 208. The Black Sha Old Monster. Have you heard? The ancestor of Jinjia sect, the golden armored ancestor, has actually been killed. One of the 4 major sects that has stood for thousands of years in the western part of the Hengduan Mountains. Jinjia sect has actually been replaced by Xianling sect and has become history. Such a sensational news. Who in the world doesn't know it now? Speaking of Xianling sect, it is truly mysterious, suddenly rising silently in the Hengduan Mountains. It is said that there are at least a dozen strong warriors in the empty, profound realm within Xianling sect. And the sect master is even stronger than the old man of Jinjia sect. The former golden armored ancestor of Jinjia sect was killed by the current sect master of Xianling sect with a single sword strike. Dude, you're bragging again. The golden armored ancestor is a well-known strong warrior in the empty, profound realm. How could he be killed by a single sword? Were you there at that time? And did you see it with your own eyes? Although I didn't see it with my own eyes. I just know that my cousin is now an outer disciple of Xianling sect. It has been more than a month since the battle between Xianling sect and Jinjia sect. The rise of Xianling sect and the news of the destruction of Jinjia sect have long spread to the outside world. Chapter 209. 3-day deadline. So that's how it is? After hearing Wei Tianzhao's account, Ling Tianyang understood roughly what was going on. However, even if there is the support of the Black Sha Old Monster behind Baiwa Valley, Ling Tianyang still intends to take people to seize the 5 elements gathering treasure workshop. After all, there are some grievances between Ling Tianyang and the Wanfu sect and the Heluan sect related to the 5 elements gathering treasure workshop. When Ling Tianyang was still a guest elder of the Wanfu sect, he had purchased a shop in the 5 elements gathering treasure workshop. At that time, the business of the Rui Pavilion was booming. If it weren't for Du Jiang from the Heluan sect suddenly causing trouble and angering Ling Tianyang, who then killed him, it might be that Ling Tianyang was still operating his Rui Pavilion in the 5 elements gathering treasure workshop. Of course, none of this is the most important. What Ling Tianyang truly cares about is not the 5 elements gathering treasure workshop, nor the 5 forces that make up the workshop. What Ling Tianyang genuinely cares about is the long-distance teleportation array that leads to the Qinglian Mountains, which is not far from the Wanfu sect. The divine death domain is far from the Qinglian country, and the distance between them is more than thousands of miles. This long-distance teleportation array is the key for Ling Tianyang to return to Qinglian country. Chapter 210. Would rather die. The 3-day deadline has arrived. People from a 5 elements gathering treasure workshop, do you choose to submit? Or do you choose death? As soon as Jia Deizai's voice fell, everyone sensed powerful auras coming from afar. Immediately afterward, a thunderous shout echoed throughout the entire 5 elements gathering treasure workshop. Oh, not good. The people from Baiwa Valley are coming. In the depths of the 5 elements gathering treasure workshop, the 5 members of Ji Wanfu were startled as they felt those powerful auras. As their spiritual power surged, they immediately left the living room and swept into the air above the workshop. Looking into the distance, hundreds of streaks of light were breaking through the sky. Most of them were women, and the one leading them was a beautiful young woman dressed in a palace-style gown. A terrifying aura far surpassing that of the early stage of the empty, profound realm emanated from this beautiful young woman, making her exceptionally eye-catching. Ji Baiwa. Looking at that beautiful young woman in the distance, Ji Wanfu and Nan Gongming couldn't help but exclaim. Battles often occur between the major sects in the Hengduan Mountains. It's not a new thing. Either one side is destroyed or the other is. Chapter 211. Divided. Fortunately, I chose to surrender and join Baiwa Valley earlier. Seeing that Gongsun Hao, also a strong warrior in the early stage of the empty profound realm, was so easily defeated by Ji Baiwa, Jia Deizai couldn't help but feel secretly grateful. Meanwhile, the supreme elder of the Wanfu sect, Ji Wanfu, and Nan Gongming from the Heluan sect exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile wryly. Strong warriors in the mid-stage of the empty profound realm are rarely seen in the Hengduan Mountains. Although they already knew that mid-stage, empty, profound realm warriors were powerful, witnessing Ji Baiwa defeat Gongsun Hao so easily still shocked everyone. The previously somewhat unconvinced Wang Ba and the people from the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop were all greatly astonished. They no longer had the courage to confront Ji Baiwa. Jia Deizai, since you are willing to join my Baiwa Valley, then you will be the supreme elder of my Baiwa Valley from now on. With one hand, Ji Baiwa severely injured Gong Sun Hao, slowly withdrew her jade palm, and then her aura surged again as she coldly shouted at the people from the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop. Ji Wanfu, Nan Gongming Wang Ba. What you three decided? My patience is limited. Chapter 212. Speaking frankly, how could the sect master of Xianling's sect, who destroyed Jinjia sect, be the previous behind-the-scenes boss of Rui Pavilion? Could it be that I'm seeing things? The people from the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop, when they saw Ling Tianyang chatting and laughing with Ji Baiwa in midair, as well as Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei beside him, couldn't help but widen their eyes. When Ling Tianyang opened Rui Pavilion in the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop, the business was booming and customers flocked in. Therefore, many martial artists from the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop had seen Ling Tianyang and Shi Xiaoya. Now, seeing Ji Baiwa, the strongest of Baiwa Valley, treating Ling Tianyang so politely, and learning from Ji Baiwa that Ling Tianyang is actually the sect master of Xianling sect, made those who had previously seen Ling Tianyang feel a tremendous shock. Father, how could the sect master of Xianling sect be Elder Ling? Yes, Grandpa. How could Elder Ling become the sect master of Xianling sect? In the air above the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop, Ji Wanfu's two companions, Ji Haoran and Ji Shaowan, couldn't help but speak out when they saw Ling Tianyang's face. Alas, I miscalculated. Chapter 213. Solmf, trying to escape. Seeing Nan Gongming turn to flee, Ji Baiwa, who was in midair, let out a cold snort. Immediately, Ji Baihua's figure shot towards the direction where Nan Gongming was escaping. Yivenfu, Gong Sun Ho. We are somewhat old acquaintances. As Ji Baiwa went to pursue Nan Gongming, Ling Tianyang's gaze turned towards the crowd from the Wanfu sect and the refining sect above the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop. Seeing the somewhat evasive gaze of Ji Wanfu and the seriously injured Gong Sun Hao, Ling Tianyang slowly spoke. You should have heard it just now. Today, the five forces of the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop will definitely be eliminated from the Hongduan Mountains. Will your Wanfu sect and refining sect choose to perish or join my Xianling sect? Pausing for a moment, Ling Tianyang's tone turned cold as he continued. Those who recognize the times are heroes. My patience is limited, and I hope you won't disappoint me. Ling sect master, after all, you were once an honorary elder of my Wanfu sect. Why do you have to make things difficult for my Wanfu sect today? As soon as Ling Tianyang's voice fell, Ji Wanfu immediately spoke up, hoping Ling's sect master would show mercy. Chapter 214. Sixth Great Spirit Pill. Just as Ji Baihua's words fell, Ling Tianyang pondered for a moment and then burst into laughter. This time, Ling Tianyang's main goal was the long-distance teleportation array located not far from the Wanfu sect. As long as he could control the territory around that teleportation array, Ling Tianyang wouldn't mind allying with Baiwa Valley. After all, the Xianling sect had just been established not long ago, and aside from a few strong individuals in the empty, profound realm and some high-ranking members in the heavenly extreme realm, many martial artists within the Xianling sect did not have much loyalty to it. Ling Tianyang needed time to settle this situation. Last time, when he heard Wei Tianzhao mention the relationship between Baiwa Valley and the Blacksha sect, Ling Tianyang was also unwilling to become enemies with Baiwa Valley at this time. Ling sect master, I am willing to lead all the disciples of the refining sect to join the Xianling sect. Just as Ling Tianyang was conversing with Ji Baiwa, Gong Sun Hao, who was hovering above the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop, gritted his teeth and suddenly bowed to Ling Tianyang. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed that these short 20 words had exhausted all his strength. Immediately after, Gong Sun Hao rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 215. Southwest Spiritual Flower Workshop. From now on, my life, Gong Sun Hao, belongs to the Xianling sect. With a complex expression, Gong Sun Hao suddenly knelt on one knee in midair and loudly declared, I vow to serve the sect master faithfully. Although Gong Sun Hao had fainted, his primordial spirit was still very clear and he vaguely understood everything happening in the outside world. Moreover, now that both Baiwa Valley and the Xianling sect were eyeing each other, the five forces of the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop had only one outcome if they did not choose to submit: death or extermination. Gong Sun Hao was not afraid of death, but he did not want to bury the thousands of disciples of the refining sect with him. Previously, when Gongsun Hao was unwilling to submit to Ji Baihua's Baihua Valley and was almost killed by her palm, in that moment of life and death, many thoughts suddenly flashed through his mind. Perhaps he really should recognize the times. For the 5 forces of the 5 elements gathering treasure workshop, facing the 2 powerful forces of Baihua Valley and the Xianling sect was like hitting a stone with an egg. Compared to Ji Baihua, Gongsun Hao was more willing to submit to Ling Tianyang. Chapter 216. Loose Cultivator Alliance. As Ji Baihua's voice fell, Ling Tianyang narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, Southwest Spiritual Flower Workshop. That is indeed a nice name. It has the meaning of being located in the southwest, and it includes the names of the Xianling sect and Baihua Valley. Ling's sect master, since you do not oppose it, then we will make this decision. Seeing Ling Tianyang nodding with a smile, Ji Baihua also laughed. From now on, this 5 elements gathering treasure workshop will officially be renamed as the Southwest Spiritual Flower Workshop. Changing the topic, Ji Baihua suddenly spoke again. Ling's sect master, in half a year, it will be our Yojo's once-in-a-century empty profound realm strongman exchange conference. I wonder if Ling sect master will attend the empty profound realm strongman exchange conference? Ji Baihua's words made Ling Tianyang pause slightly, feeling a bit confused, to be honest. Elder Ji, I am not from Yuzhou. I do not know much about this Yuzhou empty profound realm strongman exchange conference, so I hope Elder Ji will enlighten me. Ling's sect master is actually not from Yuzhou. As soon as Ling Tianyang's voice fell, Ji Baihua was immediately surprised. I thought Ling's sect master was not from the Hengguan Mountains, but I didn't expect you were also not from Yuzhou. Chapter 217. Caught off guard in the divine fallen domain. Large and small forces are like stars. Every day, some old forces decline while new forces rise. Generation after generation, endless competition continues to this day. More than a month ago, after the 5 forces of the 5 elements gathering treasure workshop were jointly swallowed by the Xianling sect and Baihua Valley. Apart from the Blacksha sect and the Corpse Ghost sect, all the forces in the Hengguan Mountains were on edge. The Xianling sect and Baihua Valley, along with the Blacksha sect and the Corpse Ghost sect, have been continuously expanding their territories. In less than 10 days, dozens of forces in the Hengguan Mountains were either swallowed or exterminated. Originally, there were many large and small forces in the Hengguan Mountains, but now there were less than 50 left. Seeing the Xianling sect and Baihua Valley, along with the Blacksha sect and the Corpse Ghost sect, expanding their territories like a hot knife through butter in the Hengguan Mountains. The remaining forces of less than 50 began to submit voluntarily under the terrifying momentum of the 4 great powers. Except for a few hard-headed individuals who would rather die than submit, the entire Hengguan Mountains had already been occupied by the Xianling sect, Baihua Valley, Blacksha sect, and Corpse Ghost sect. Chapter 218. Master is in closed door, training not good. In the room, as soon as Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei entered, Ling Tianyang noticed it. It was not that Ling Tianyang was truly asleep. He just felt that as soon as he lay down, his soul consciousness was about to break through. During the cultivation breakthrough process, it is most taboo to be disturbed. When Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei called out for Ling Tianyang to get up, his soul consciousness was exactly at the critical moment of breakthrough. Although Ling Tianyang appeared to be asleep, his primordial spirit was incredibly awake, fully aware of everything happening in the room. Seeing Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei leave the bedside and start playing in the room, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's coming. Feeling that his soul consciousness was about to break through, Ling Tianyang was both nervous and delighted. But at that moment, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei's bodies unexpectedly flew towards him. As soon as Ling Tianyang's primordial spirit saw Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei getting closer, he was immediately alarmed and desperately accelerated the breakthrough speed of his soul consciousness. Chapter 219. Guessing him. No way, sister. You just kissed the sect leader. I want as well. Shixiami murmured and quickly got up, climbing to the position where Shixiao had been. She kissed Ling Tianyang fiercely a few times, patted her chest, winked at Shixiao, and chuckled, Sister, I feel much better now. She reached out and gently stroked Ling Tianyang's chest. Her curiosity piqued. Sister, what's wrong with the sect leader? With such a big commotion just now. He didn't wake up at all? After looking at Shixiao suspiciously, Shixiami changed her tone and said with bright eyes, No way, while the sect leader is still asleep. I have to steal a few more kisses from him. Sister, do you think the sect leader would be angry if he knew we were secretly kissing him? Saying this, Shixiami kissed Ling Tianyang again and burst into laughter. Xiao Mei Yu. Seeing Shixiami's somewhat crazy actions, Shixiao's face turned even redder, but she was also a bit worried. Ling Tianyang was a powerful figure in the Void Realm and had a renowned reputation in the Hengduan Mountains. How could he possibly be completely defenseless? Chapter 220, Dragon Fight and Tiger Battle. As thoughts raced, Ling Tianyang felt a bit complicated. He wasn't a fickle person. Otherwise, in his past life, he wouldn't have lived for hundreds of years as a virgin. During his first experience after being reborn, he had actually been forcefully taken by Jing. Thinking of this, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just recalling the somewhat absurd scene earlier left Ling Tianyang a bit dazed. Woke up. Ling Tianyang suddenly felt a bit restless. With a slight exertion of his arm, Shixiao and Shixiami's bodies were immediately pressed tightly against Ling Tianyang's chest. Feeling the soft sensation pressing against him, Ling Tianyang's hands became a bit restless as well. Young master. Feeling Ling Tianyang's mischievous hands on her, Shixiao shyly buried her head in Ling Tianyang's chest, savoring the moment. The fierce battle in the room began again. Time passed slowly, and soon it was already noon the next day. Crack, crack. With the sound of the door being pushed, Ling Tianyang's room door was suddenly opened from the inside. Soon after, Ling Tianyang, Shixiao, and Shixiami walked out of the room one after another. Chapter 221, The Situation in Qingyun in the Dongwang Domain, Qingyun Country. Ever since the last time the Qingyun Secret Realm opened, powerful figures in the Spirit Sea Realm and Heavenly Extreme Realm have emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain throughout the entire Qingyun Country. In various places in Qingyun Country, especially in the top 10 sects, there are almost daily occurrences of martial artists undergoing thunder tribulations. In just 1 year, at least tens of thousands of Heavenly Extreme Realm powerhouses have emerged in Qingyun Country. In addition to those in the Heavenly Extreme Realm and below, there were also dozens of Void Realm powerhouses born throughout Qingyun Country. Among them, the sect with the most Void Realm powerhouses was probably the Heavenly Artifacts sect, where Ling Tianyang had previously been. Although many martial artists in the Spirit Sea Realm and Heavenly Extreme Realm perished in the last Qingyun Secret Realm opening, those who survived had more or less gained some benefits from within. The Qingyun Secret Realm was a small world left behind by the Green Robe King. Even the areas outside the Green Robe Mansion contained numerous treasures. The Undying King had long comprehended the mysteries of life and death. And even the items left by the Green Robe King on the outskirts were extremely precious to ordinary martial artists. Chapter 222, The Master. After deciding to return to Qingyun Country, Ling Tianyang began to handle the affairs of the Xinling sect. By the time he had arranged everything for the Xinling sect and set off back to Qingyun Country, more than 2 months had passed. Moreover, there were less than 2 months left until the exchange conference for Void Realm powerhouses in Yuzhou. Looking at the cave before him, Ling Tianyang laughed a few times. With a wave of his hand, 8 familiar figures appeared behind him. Among them were 4 men and 4 women, each with a reserved expression and exuding a powerful aura far surpassing the Heavenly Extreme Realm. These 8 people were Shixiao, Shixiami, Xiao Xiaoyu, Su Ingrong, Blood Lizard, Wu Lingen, Gu Yifeng, and Tuoba Yi. Sect leader, are we returning to Qingyun Country so soon? Seeing Ling Tianyang release them from the Azure Blue Ring, Shixiao and the others couldn't help but speak up one after another. Ling Tianyang nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed towards the cave entrance. Whoosh, whoosh. Seeing Ling Tianyang's actions, Shixiao and the others hurriedly followed, transforming into 8 fleeting shadows that quickly disappeared. Compared to when Ling Tianyang left last time, the scale of Kaiyang City had expanded several times. Chapter 223, Dumbfounded. Okay. Everyone, no need to be so polite. Seeing several suspected Void Realm powerhouses bowing deeply to him, Ling Xian immediately waved his hand, signaling everyone to stand up. At the same time, however, Ling Xian's heart stirred with waves. Ling Xian certainly understood why Tuoba Yi and the others were so courteous to him. Obviously, they were doing it for Ling Tianyang's sake. But even so, Ling Xian was still extremely excited. Tianyang, your cultivation levels must be quite impressive, right? Although he had already guessed in his heart, Ling Xian couldn't help but look at Ling Tianyang and ask. Under Ling Xian's expectant gaze, Ling Tianyang smiled and nodded. Continuing, father-in-law, except for Xiao Yu, who is still at the peak of the heavenly extreme realm, we have all reached the void realm. Void realm? As soon as Ling Tianyang's words fell, Ling Xian's eyes widened, and he was shocked. Sigh. His gaze kept darting between Ling Tianyang and the others. Ling Xian couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He was well aware of the cultivation levels of Ling Tianyang, Shixiao, Shixiami, and Wu Lingen in the past. Chapter 224. Such a simple matter, isn't this a bit too much? Seeing the vast amount of cultivation resources in the spatial ring, Ling Xian couldn't help but be astonished. At this moment, there were millions of spirit stones in these spatial rings. There were also various spirit artifacts, spirit herbs, elixirs, and all kinds of resources and treasures. These spatial rings were part of the spoils Ling Tianyang obtained after swallowing or exterminating some forces in the Hongduan Mountains. In the Hongduan Mountains, most of the forces that were destroyed by the Xianling sect had void realm powerhouses stationed there. The wealth accumulated by those forces over hundreds or thousands of years was truly terrifying. Even just a small part of it would be enough for the Ling family to consume several years of time. Upon seeing that Ling Tianyang was already a powerful figure at the void realm, Ling Xian understood that Ling Tianyang's fortune was extraordinary and didn't care about these matters. So he accepted it without hesitation. By the way, adoptive father, where is big brother? After Ling Xian put away the spatial ring in his hand, Ling Tianyang suddenly spoke to him. Earlier, when Ling Tianyang scanned Kaiyang City with his divine sense, he didn't find any trace of Ling Ju. So he couldn't help but ask, after marrying Yu Yin, your big brother stayed at home for a little over a month before returning to Tianqi sect to cultivate. Chapter 225. Tear through space. Sect master, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I will go out now. Seeing Ling Tianyang suddenly get angry, Blood Lizard chuckled awkwardly, shrank his neck, and immediately ran out of the study. Sect master, we will go outside as well. Seeing Blood Lizard's somewhat embarrassed appearance, Tuoba Yi and Gu Yifeng couldn't help but stifle their laughter and also spoke to Ling Tianyang. All right. Ling Tianyang nodded, waved his hand, and the people behind him began to leave the study one after another. Soon, only Ling Tianyang and Ling Xian were left in the study. Since that's the case, we can temporarily not discuss your engagement with Yu Jiao. However, you must marry Yu Jiao. As soon as Ling Xian finished speaking, seeing Ling Tianyang about to refute, he immediately waved his hand to stop Ling Tianyang from speaking. Then, Ling Xian's expression suddenly became serious as he looked at Ling Tianyang. After pondering for a moment, a flash of light appeared in his palm, and an ancient ironwood box about 10 inches wide and 70 inches long appeared. Handing the ancient ironwood box to Ling Tianyang, a complex expression flashed in Ling Xian's eyes. Sai Tianyang, you have grown up now. Chapter 226. Soul Token Adoptive Father. Who is the enemy of my adoptive mother? Seeing Ling Xian's bitter expression, Ling Tianyang felt a bit uncomfortable. Hearing Ling Xian mention his adoptive mother, who had disappeared without a trace since leaving the Ling family over a decade ago, Ling Tianyang deeply understood the feeling of a sudden disappearance of a relative. After the disappearance of Medicine Master in his previous life, Ling Tianyang felt sad for a long time, and he had also searched everywhere for Medicine Master, but unfortunately, there was no trace. This time, hearing about a powerful figure named Medicine Master in the Loose Cultivator Alliance in Yuzhou suddenly reignited hope in Ling Tianyang's heart. Therefore, Ling Tianyang would not stay in Xingyun country for too long this time. Sighing deeply, Ling Xian said helplessly, Tianyang, when I met your adoptive mother, her whole family had been exterminated by enemies, and she was the only one who managed to escape. At that time, she refused to reveal who her enemies were, and she had also been injured by them, causing her cultivation to drop significantly. Later, seeing that your adoptive mother always refused to disclose the identity of her enemies, I did not continue to inquire. Thus, until your adoptive mother left, I never knew where she went or who her enemies were. Chapter 227. Who comes? I've seen the sect master. As soon as Ling Tianyang left Ling Xian's study, he immediately summoned Shi Xiaoya, Shi Xiaomei, and Gu Yifeng. Upon seeing Ling Tianyang, everyone immediately bowed respectfully. Gu Yifeng, Tuoba Yi, and Su Yingrong, the three of you, come back to Tianqi sect with me immediately. Ling Tianyang looked at Shi Xiaoya, Shi Xiaomei, and the others with a serious expression, Xiaoya, Xiaomei, and Xiaoyu. You three stay at the Ling family and wait for my return. All right, master. Understood, sect master. As soon as Ling Tianyang finished speaking, he immediately soared into the sky with Tuoba Yi, Gu Yifeng, and Su Yingrong. The four turned into streaks of light, rapidly heading toward Tianqi sect, disappearing in the blink of an eye over Kaiyang City. Sect master, when we left Tianqi sect back then, our cultivation was only at the Spirit Sea realm. I didn't expect that upon our return, we would all be powerful figures at the Void realm. While flying, Gu Yifeng, Tuoba Yi, and Su Yingrong couldn't help but sigh. It's still thanks to the sect master's space treasure. We cultivated in it for over a decade, while only a few months passed outside. Chapter 228. Just lucky I have seen the sect master. I have seen the Grand Elder. As Ling Tianyang spoke, he cupped his hands towards Shun Tianxing and Lung Xingao. Tuoba Yi, Gu Yifeng, and Su Yingrong behind Ling Tianyang also cupped their hands and smiled in response. After all, Ling Tianyang and the others were still inner disciples of Mingyue Peak in Tianqi sect, and they had a good impression of Tianqi sect. Long time no see. Congratulations to the sect master and Grand Elder for breaking through to the Void realm. Smiling, Ling Tianyang then spread his hands and said somewhat helplessly, Sect master, these supreme elders don't believe we are from Tianqi sect. You must vouch for us. Meanwhile, as soon as Shun Tianxing and Lung Xingao appeared, they saw 4 young Void Realm cultivators floating in front of 5 Void Realm powerhouses from Tianqi sect. They quickly recognized one of the 4. Wasn't it Ling Tianyang from Mingyue Peak? Haha, no problem. As Ling Tianyang finished speaking, Shun Tianxing and Lung Xingao exchanged glances and both nodded and laughed heartily. Tianyang, you can't blame us. You should blame your cultivation for breaking through too quickly. Chapter 229. Internal strife in the vast discussion hall of Tianqi sect. The crowd surged. This discussion hall was large enough to accommodate over 10,000 martial artists at the same time. At this moment, Shun Tianxing sat at the head of the hall, while Shen Huanyu and Ling Tianyang sat on either side of him on stone chairs. Clearing his throat, Shun Tianxing scanned the crowd of martial artists in the hall and slowly began to speak. Today, I gathered everyone here mainly to announce some good news to you. I believe you all saw earlier that our Tianqi sect now has 4 members whose cultivation has broken through to the Void Realm. This means that our Tianqi sect's strength might rank among the top 3 in Qingyan country. As Shun Tianxing finished speaking, the discussion hall erupted in chatter, and many eyes frequently turned to Ling Tianyang and the other 4 besides Shun Tianxing. Most people were not surprised by this result, as they had more or less guessed this news beforehand. Nevertheless, every Tianqi realm martial artist from Tianqi sect felt their blood boil with excitement. As disciples of Tianqi sect, the stronger Tianqi sect became, the more benefits they would receive. Chapter 230. Spiritual Energy Tsunami. Old man, how can you speak like that? I see you are the real traitor. Seeing Shun Huanyu's arrogant demeanor, Ling Tianyang's anger surged even more. Although Ling Tianyang was reluctant to take on the position of the supreme elder of the Tianqi sect, he had not done anything to betray the sect. Despite returning this time with the intention of leaving the Tianqi sect, he had prepared a considerable amount of training resources for the sect before his return. A drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain. A grudge shall be repaid with the pulling of bones. If others respect me a little, I will respect them greatly in return. Since Shan Huanyu was so rude to him, why should Ling Tianyang leave him any face? The worst outcome would simply be a battle, with Ling Tianyang's current cultivation reaching the peak of the mid-stage of the Void Profound Realm without fusing the Xianling avatar. He was confident in his ability to protect himself, especially with no powerful beings in the returning Origin Realm present. Shun Huanyu before him was merely a martial artist who had reached the mid-stage of the Void Profound Realm. With Shun Huanyu's current cultivation, what qualification did he have to act arrogantly in front of Ling Tianyang? How dare you speak to me like that? Ling Tianyang's words about the old man made Shun Huanyu furious. Chapter 231. The Ancestor of Sword Control. Father, stop. A figure flashed, and Shun Tianxing immediately stood in front of Shun Huanyu. Looking at Shun Huanyu with a bitter expression, Shun Tianxing's tone even turned somewhat pleading. Father, I beg you, do not continue to attack Tianyang. Just now, they had only exchanged a single blow, yet it had injured many martial artists of the heavenly extreme realm in the hall. If they continued to fight, the ones who would suffer in the end would definitely be our Tianqi sect. Moreover, Tianyang and the others are also disciples of our Tianqi sect. Even if they have done something wrong, We can all sit down and discuss it properly. Why must we resort to violence and ruin the harmony between us? After a pause, Ling Tianyang continued to persuade. Father, you must think carefully. Umph. With a cold snort, Ling Huanyu gradually calmed down after hearing Ling Tianyang's words. He glared fiercely at Ling Tianyang and looked at the heavenly extreme realm martial artists in the distance who were spitting blood, seemingly realizing that he had been too impulsive earlier. Tianyang, give me some face, let us all calm down and stop this pointless fighting. Seeing Ling Huanyu withdraw his spiritual power, Ling Tianyang turned to look at Ling Tianyang, his expression quite complex. Chapter 232. Xianling Dragon Control Decision Kid. What are you still doing there? Are you afraid? As he soared into the sky, Shen Yudao turned back to see that Ling Tianyang was still standing in place and shouted angrily. Afraid? I don't even know how to write the word fear. Ling Tianyang was jolted out of his daze by a Shen Yudao's shout. As soon as he spoke, Ling Tianyang's spiritual power surged, and he leapt into the sky. Now it's going to be a lively show. Watching Shen Yudao and Ling Tianyang ascend into the sky, Lung Xing'ao's expression became even stranger. When Ling Tianyang had broken through to the Spirit Sea realm and was promoted to an inner disciple, he was taken away by Shen Tijing. Lung Xing'ao thought Shen Tijing was going to accept Ling Tianyang as a disciple. But during the last trip to the Qingyun secret realm, Shen Tijing explicitly stated that Ling Tianyang was just an ordinary inner disciple of the Mingyue Peak. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that after the Qingyun secret realm ended, on the way back to the Tianqi sect, Lung Xing'ao and many martial artists who had entered the Qingyun secret realm had witnessed Ling Tianyang and Shen Tijing hugging each other. Recalling the scene when Ling Tianyang left, he had kissed Shen Tijing. Chapter 233. Thousands of slices make your move. Ling Tianyang's hand seals changed as he looked seriously at Shen Yudao opposite him. At the same time, the dragon-shaped phantom behind Ling Tianyang was about to solidify. Good. As soon as Ling Tianyang finished speaking, Shen Yudao's body trembled slightly, and he laughed while nodding. He extended his arms forward, and the enormous spiritual power blade that was rapidly spinning around him suddenly vanished into thin air. Come on. Seeing Shen Yudao make a move, Ling Tianyang's aura erupted without reservation. Before returning to the Qingyun kingdom, Ling Tianyang had fused a Xianling avatar into his main body. At this moment, with the integration of a Xianling avatar, Ling Tianyang's cultivation surged to the early stage of the late void profound realm. With a flick of his hand, a large number of high-grade spirit stones flew out, amounting to thousands. As Ling Tianyang waved his hand, all the high-grade spirit stones exploded into pure spiritual mist in the air, which was then instantly absorbed by the dragon-shaped phantom behind him. Xianling Dragon Control Decision. Dragon Guardian. Feeling the enormous spiritual power blade that was striking towards him like lightning, Ling Tianyang shouted. Chapter 234. Terrifying Duel. As Ling Tianyang moved, the 100-meter-long five-clawed azure dragon resonated with his aura. The azure dragon roared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. As the five-clawed azure dragon soared and coiled, it immediately overlapped with Ling Tianyang's body. With every move Ling Tianyang made alongside the five-clawed azure dragon, a battle that could frighten ghosts and gods surged forth, obliterating all void powers around them. Good lad, you truly deserve to be the first person to leave the Tianqi sect in history. While soaring through the air, Shen Yudao sensed the changes in Ling Tianyang and the five-clawed azure dragon. He felt delighted in his heart while his battle intent rose even higher. As his hand seals changed, Shen Yudao's aura intensified. Meanwhile, the thousands of spiritual power blades surrounding him accelerated significantly. Both Shen Yudao and Ling Tianyang seemed to have a tacit understanding of not using weapons, instead purely employing martial techniques and divine abilities. Even so, the space surrounding Ling Tianyang, the five-clawed azure dragon, and Shen Yudao experienced tremendous turbulence, with parts of the space even being torn apart. Chapter 235. Mutual Respect. Swish. Swish. High in the sky, Shen Yudao and Ling Tianyang's figures flickered continuously, producing sounds of breaking air around them. Good. Facing Ling Tianyang's sword strike, Shen Yudao's expression changed slightly. The power of Ling Tianyang's sword was terrifying beyond compare. In Shen Yudao's view, it was nearly impossible to unleash such a condensed and unmatched terrifying sword energy without over 100 years of accumulation and refinement. As he watched the terrifying sword energy getting closer to him, Shen Yudao rapidly swung his spiritual power longblade. In the blink of an eye, 3 dazzling sword lights appeared in front of Shen Yudao. Immediately after, more dazzling sword lights shot out from the spiritual power longblade in Shen Yudao's hand. The sword lights surged like rainbows, and the momentum soared. A dazzling array of terrifying sword lights slashed towards Ling Tianyang, clashing with the terrifying sword chi shooting towards him. Under the pressure of such a formidable opponent as Ling Tianyang, Shen Yudao immediately erupted with unprecedented fighting spirit and combat power. If it were a mid-stage expert of the Void Profound Realm here, they would likely perish instantly under just one casual sword light from Shen Yudao. Chapter 236, Brotherhood? Boom. The attacks of Ling Tianyang and Shen Yudao collided, instantly producing a deafening roar. At the moment of their clash, the extreme palm force swept across a radius of dozens of miles. Meanwhile, in the sky 10,000 meters high, a vacuum zone several miles long was immediately created. Both Ling Tianyang and Shen Yudao emitted an aura that seemed to devour the heavens and the earth. At this moment, their combat power had almost reached the peak of the Void Profound Realm. A blue and a red terrifying battle intent and spiritual power spiraled and clashed in the sky, instantly triggering a terrifying spiritual power storm. Whoosh, whoosh. From the center of the spiritual power storm, a series of muffled sounds continuously emerged. At a certain moment, 2 figures simultaneously flew out from within. Puffed. A mouthful of reverse blood spewed out, and Ling Tianyang and Shen Yudao's bodies immediately flew downwards. Master, Elder Shintu. In the air several thousand meters below Ling Tianyang and Shen Yudao, Tuobayi, Gu Yifeng, Su Yingrong, Shun Huanyu, Shun Tianxing, Long Xingao, and other experts of the Void Profound Realm were present. Chapter 237. Offer Ling Tianyang. If you keep saying that, I might get angry. With Ling Tianyang's words, Shen Yudao's face suddenly stiffened, looking somewhat displeased as he said, Ling Tianyang, do you look down on me? No, that's not what I meant. Seeing Shen Yudao's expression darken, Ling Tianyang quickly shook his head, a bit flustered, and continued, I truly didn't mean it that way. Then do you think I'm a burden? Seeing Ling Tianyang's somewhat flustered demeanor, Shen Yudao pretended to be angry. No, no. As Shen Yudao's words fell, Ling Tianyang's face turned dark. Damn it. Can this brotherhood thing be like this? Can I just agree to you casually? Feeling the enthusiasm in Shen Yudao's words, wanting to form a brotherhood with him, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Counting his past life, Ling Tianyang had never felt so troubled in the past few hundred years. Shen Yudao suddenly wanting to form a brotherhood with him. What kind of situation was that? How am I supposed to respond to this? Casting a strange glance at Shen Yudao, Ling Tianyang suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Chapter 238. A sigh of relief, that's actually a good idea. Seeing the look of expectation in Shun Tianxing's eyes, Ling Tianyang pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Humans are not grass or wood. Who can be without feelings? The Tianqi sect was the first sect power Ling Tianyang joined. Although he hadn't been in the Tianqi sect for long, he had also learned to refine spiritual tools there. Therefore, in Ling Tianyang's heart, he felt a deep gratitude towards the Tianqi sect. Tianyang, hearing you say this, are you willing to serve as the sect's offering? Upon seeing Ling Tianyang nod, Shun Tianxing immediately rejoiced. Meanwhile, the other experts of the Void Profound Realm, such as Shun Huanyu and Long Xingao, also showed happy expressions. No, Master, you misunderstood. As Shun Tianxing's words fell, Ling Tianyang immediately waved his hand and began to explain to Shun Tianxing. Master, what I mean is that Toba Yi, Gu Yifeng, and Su Yingrong can take up the position of offerings for the Tianqi sect. However, I am now the master of the Xianling sect, and if I were to also serve as an offering for the Tianqi sect, it would likely be inappropriate. After a pause, Ling Tianyang cupped his hands towards Shun Tianxing and said apologetically, I hope Master can forgive me. Chapter 239. Flame Dragon Mountain in the Qingyun Kingdom. Possessing the cultivation of the Void Profound Realm means standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Each expert of the Void Profound Realm is a guest of honor in various major powers. Ling Tianyang successfully exited the Tianqi sect with his late-stage Void Profound Realm cultivation. And the news of Tuoba Yi, Gu Yifeng, Ensuing Rong being promoted to the supreme offerings of the Tianchi sect spread among the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the sect in less than a day. Upon hearing that their sect had produced several more experts of the void profound realm, the disciples of the Tianchi sect were overjoyed and excited. Although some disciples of the Tianchi sect felt a bit regretful about Ling Tianyang's departure, they were comforted to hear that Ling Tianyang promised to assist the Tianchi sect during times of danger. More disciples of the Tianchi sect couldn't help but feel admiration. I didn't expect our Tianchi sect to produce so many experts of the void profound realm in just a few short years. At this moment, in every corner of the Tianchi sect, the discussions among all disciples revolved around the sudden emergence of Ling Tianyang and the others as experts of the void profound realm. Chapter 240. Killing and looting my husband. You beasts, you actually kill my husband. You will definitely face retribution. As Ling Tianyang descended from sky, he had barely walked a short distance when he heard a woman's heart-wrenching scream. With a surge of spiritual power beneath his feet, Ling Tianyang immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. Previously, Ling Tianyang had promised Ling Xian that he would head to the Flame Fire sect to find his foster mother. Although Ling Tianyang was now a powerful expert of the void profound realm, his purpose in going to the Flame Fire sect was to find someone, not to cause trouble. Before heading to the Flame Fire sect, Ling Tianyang had also learned some information about it from Shun Tianxing and others. The Flame Fire sect's power ranked among the top 3 in the Qingyun kingdom, and its overall strength even slightly surpassed that of the Tianchi sect, indicating that the Flame Fire sect's power was indeed formidable. If Ling Tianyang marched boldly into the Flame Fire sect, he would certainly be obstructed by the experts of the Flame Fire sect. Despite Ling Tianyang's current cultivation level, he wouldn't fear those experts. But it would be quite inappropriate for him to find someone in the Flame Fire sect in such a manner. Chapter 241. Bottom line Upon seeing the sudden appearance of a young man in the arena, who crushed the Flame Fire sect man into a mist of blood with a single palm, the joyful robed woman and the remaining male members of the Flame Fire sect couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Not good. Run. Seeing their companion killed, the remaining 2 male members of the Flame Fire sect were greatly alarmed and instinctively turned to flee. In stark contrast to the terrified expressions of the 2 men, a glimmer of hope sparkled in the originally deadened eyes of the joyful robed woman. My lord, please kill them for me. I am willing to offer you the Shangyun stone as a reward. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Ling Tianyang, far beyond the spirit sea realm, the woman in the joyful robe grasped at the chance like a lifeline and immediately pleaded with Ling Tianyang. After all, Ling Tianyang's earlier actions clearly indicated he wanted to help her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed the man from the fire sect. Rest assured, I will definitely not let these beasts go, Ling Tianyang assured her with a reassuring look, then slowly nodded. Turning his head, Ling Tianyang coldly gazed at the 2 men from the fire sect who were attempting to escape and couldn't help but shout. Chapter 242. Keeping one's word seeking death. Seeing the 2 fire sect men fleeing, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but snort coldly. He then casually waved his hand, unleashing 2 incredibly terrifying spiritual power attacks. The 2 attacks shot out like lightning, engulfing the 2 fire sect men in an instant. No. As the horrific attacks approached from behind, the pleas for mercy from the 2 fire sect men barely escaped their lips before they were instantly obliterated by Ling Tianyang's attacks, turning into a mist of blood. Seeing the men from the fire sect being slaughtered by Ling Tianyang, the woman in the joyful robe couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "Thank you, my lord." Originally, she had thought she would fall victim to the 3 fire sect men today, but Ling Tianyang's appearance not only saved her, but also avenged her husband's death. As she spoke, the woman in the joyful robe knelt directly on the ground, continuously bowing and thanking Ling Tianyang. You don't need to thank me. I just cannot stand the actions of those beasts. Collecting the spatial rings from the 3 fire sect men, Ling Tianyang turned to the woman in the joyful robe and said, "Get up quickly. There's no need for this." Chapter 243. Infiltrating the fire sect 3 days later. On a night when the cold wind howled and the moon was hidden, Ling Tianyang, wearing a black mask and dressed in dark night clothes, finally crossed most of the fire sect's territory and stealthily reached the outer gate of the fire sect. Finally arrived at the destination. I wonder if my adoptive mother is really inside this fire sect? Looking at the grand architectural complex before him, Ling Tianyang's brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. Yamlong Mountain is a mountain range stretching over 1,000 miles, and the fire sect built on it is quite vast. With Ling Tianyang's strength alone, searching for one person's whereabouts within this enormous fire sect would be a very difficult task and would likely consume a lot of his time. Moreover, a power at the level of the fire sect would have set up numerous formations both inside and outside their sect when they established it. If Ling Tianyang accidentally triggered one of the formations inside the fire sect, it would surely alert the strong members of the fire sect. Although with Ling Tianyang's current cultivation, he need not fear the strong members of the fire sect. His main purpose in coming to the fire sect is to find someone, not to cause trouble. Chapter 244. By Xiaosheng. With Ling Tianyang's current cultivation level, extracting the soul origin of a celestial extreme realm warrior is as easy as pie. Ling Tianyang quickly performed hand seals, and soon extracted the soul origin of Hong Dingshan, successfully refining it. Good. Sensing that Hong Dingshan's soul origin had been successfully refined, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Looking at the closed door of the secret chamber, Ling Tianyang casually removed the surrounding soundproof barrier. After all, this is the fire sect, the place where the outer gate's elder is in seclusion. Unless there was something of utmost urgency, no one would come here to disturb Hong Dingshan's cultivation. Just as Ling Tianyang took off his mask, Hong Dingshan, who had been knocked unconscious by him, immediately woke up. "Greetings, my lord." Staring blankly at Ling Tianyang, who was dressed in black night clothes not far away, Hong Dingshan's expression was somewhat complex as he respectfully saluted. As soon as he regained consciousness, Hong Dingshan felt a strange sensation suddenly appear in his mind. He sensed that his soul had established a subtle connection with the soul of the person in front of him, the man in black. Chapter 245. The fire-burning heaven formation. What is it? Seeing Hong Dingshan suddenly call out to him, Ling Tianyang looked at him with confusion and asked, "Do you have something else to say?" "Lord, I do have something very important to discuss." As soon as Ling Tianyang finished speaking, Hong Dingshan nodded and began to explain. Recently, the fire sect has spent a large sum of money hiring the top formation master of the Qingyun Kingdom to set up a 6-star fire-burning heaven formation in the inner sect. Pausing for a moment, Hong Dingshan continued, "If outsiders enter the inner sect of the fire sect without the specially made identity token, they will immediately be attacked by the fire-burning heaven formation." The fire-burning heaven formation? Upon hearing the name of the formation, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He had indeed heard of the fire-burning heaven formation. The way of formations is ever-changing and unpredictable. Formation masters can use some special heavenly materials, earth treasures, and spiritual weapons, along with a large amount of spiritual stones as energy supply, to unleash immense powers. Just like martial artist cultivation, formations are also divided into several levels based on the power they can exert. Chapter 246. Yin Wanshan. Extracting a warrior's soul origin. While a very defiant method, does come with numerous limitations. One of them is that each warrior's soul origin can only be refined by one person. Sensing the distinctly different soul aura in Bai Xiaosheng's soul sea, Ling Tianyang immediately knew that Bai Xiaosheng's soul origin had probably been refined by someone else first. Extracting a warrior's soul origin is not a unique skill of Ling Tianyang. Many powerful individuals at the late stage of the empty profound realm or above may have comprehended it. Of course, in the cycle of cause and effect, all things exist in mutual restraint. Since there are methods to extract a warrior's soul origin, there must also be means to counter such extraction. "You are not a warrior of my fire sect, are you?" Just as Ling Tianyang was feeling puzzled, the voice from Bai Xiaosheng's soul sea rang out again. "Who exactly are you? I must admit, you really are bold to dare to infiltrate my fire sect's inner gate." Immediately, the voice from the soul sea of Bai Xiaosheng paused, and he couldn't help but coldly shout, "I advise you not to act rashly. Bai Xiaosheng is an inner elder of my flame sect." Chapter 247. The whereabouts of the adoptive mother. This person's speed is so fast. In the air above the outer sect of the flame sect, as Ling Tianyang was moving forward, he couldn't help but release his divine sense to glance back. Immediately, he discovered that Yin Wanshan was rapidly chasing after him. Yin Wanshan's speed seemed even faster than his own, and Ling Tianyang's brows furrowed. "No, I have to speed up. It would be troublesome if that person catches up to me." Feeling Yin Wanshan getting closer, Ling Tianyang could no longer conceal his aura. His internal spiritual power surged, and his body shot forward, instantly increasing in speed. In just a moment, Ling Tianyang had created a significant distance between himself and Yin Wanshan. Damn, that kid is also a late-stage Kong Xian realm expert. Sensing the terrifying aura suddenly erupting from Ling Tianyang, Yin Wanshan's forward momentum halted. At the same time, the expression on Yin Wanshan's face became increasingly serious. The late-stage Kong Xian realm is the pinnacle of strength in the Qingyan kingdom. Even within the entire Qingyan kingdom, there are not many experts at the late stage of the Kong Xian realm. Chapter 248, Dilemma. Huh, why did that person suddenly stop? When Yin Wanshan's divine sense noticed that Ling Tianyang had stopped moving forward, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What does that person want to do? After all, at Ling Tianyang's current speed, he could definitely escape from Yin Wanshan's divine sense range. But Yin Wanshan couldn't figure out why Ling Tianyang chose to stay when he clearly could escape. Earlier in the inner door of the Flame sect, he had fled without a word, yet now, when he could obviously escape, he chose to stay. What is this for? When his divine sense saw Ling Tianyang hovering in the sky, Yin Wanshan's brows furrowed deeply. What a strong killing intent. It seems he wants to kill me. Although Ling Tianyang and Yin Wanshan were over 100 miles apart, Yin Wanshan could subtly feel the cold, killing intent emanating from Ling Tianyang. Yin Wanshan's original intention was to chase and kill Ling Tianyang, but for some reason, upon seeing Ling Tianyang stop in the sky, he couldn't feel happy at all. At the same time, Yin Wanshan's forward momentum also paused, revealing a look of hesitation. Chapter 249, The Young Man in the Green Robe. If you don't make a move, then I will have to leave. I don't have time to continue to entangle with you here. Just as Yin Wanshan was feeling conflicted, he heard Ling Tianyang's voice transmitted through divine sense. Meanwhile, far away, 100 miles away, Ling Tianyang's mind was racing. Earlier, although Ling Tianyang had harbored killing intent towards Yin Wanshan, he was also weighing whether it was appropriate to engage in battle with him at this moment. After all, Ling Tianyang's purpose for coming to the Flame sect was to find someone, and, unless necessary, he didn't want to fight Yin Wanshan now. If it weren't for Yin Wanshan's relentless pursuit reminding Ling Tianyang of the days when he was hunted by the Demon Dragon Clan and the Extinction sect in his previous life, he wouldn't be so angry. After all, there wasn't any irreconcilable hatred between Ling Tianyang and Yin Wanshan at this moment. As Ling Tianyang finished speaking, he noticed that Yin Wanshan showed no response. After a brief moment of surprise, Ling Tianyang quickly understood what Yin Wanshan was thinking. Then Ling Tianyang's internal spiritual power surged, and his body instantly transformed into a streak of light, breaking through the air towards the distance. Chapter 250, Fuqing Shuang. I've met Elder Yin. The group of supreme elders of the Flame sect sensed Yin Wanshan's aura rapidly approaching, and all looked towards the direction of the outer sect in unison. In just a moment, Yin Wanshan's figure appeared in the depths of the Flame sect, where the group of supreme elders was located. Seeing the warm greetings from the supreme elders, Yin Wanshan immediately nodded in response. Elder Yin, who exactly was the black-clothed person that infiltrated our Flame sect's inner door earlier? Where's that person now? As Yin Wanshan descended from the sky, the supreme elders of the Flame sect immediately began to inquire about the black-clothed person who had infiltrated the inner door. Cough, cough. Seeing the expectant looks in the eyes of the supreme elders around him, Yin Wanshan couldn't help but clear his throat a few times, and his face turned slightly red. Although Yin Wanshan had chased Ling Tianyang for a while, he had no idea what Ling Tianyang looked like, or who he was. While martial artist divine sense has the ability to detect others, Ling Tianyang's divine sense is definitely stronger than Yin Wanshan's. Chapter 251, Shuebiyun. This, Yin Wanshan shot Fuqing Shuang a fierce glare, but found himself stuttering. At this moment, he was filled with rage. He really wanted to slap Fuqing Shuang for constantly asking questions that put him in a difficult position. However, seeing the curious gazes from the supreme elders, Yin Wanshan felt he should respond. You may not know, but the black clothing and the black scarf on that person are artifacts that can block the divine sense detection of martial artists. Yin Wanshan said with a troubled expression. That person is at least a late-stage Kong Xian realm expert, and his strength is not much weaker than mine. Although I injured him, I couldn't remove the scar from his face, so I don't know what he looks like. After a pause, Yin Wanshan continued, additionally, that person's voice and aura have also been altered, so for a while, I couldn't determine who that person was. As Yin Wanshan explained, he felt quite complicated inside. Even with his face, which had existed for hundreds of years, he couldn't help but feel a slight flush. This feeling of lying through his teeth was something he had never experienced before, and he felt extremely guilty. Chapter 252. The Woman Who Sends Chills Down One's Spine. I hope this time won't disappoint me. Looking towards the mansion ahead, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but murmur. Having learned from the lesson of being discovered by Yin Wanshan last time, Ling Tianyang made sure to conceal his aura with all his might, disguising himself as an ordinary inner disciple of the Flame sect to infiltrate the inner door once again. There are more than 100,000 inner disciples in the Flame sect, with the identity token given to him by Hongding Shan. As soon as Ling Tianyang entered the inner door of the Flame sect, it was as if a drop of water had fallen into the ocean, causing not a single ripple. After all, the identity token in Ling Tianyang's hand is genuine, and with so many inner disciples in the Flame sect, it is impossible for everyone to know each other. According to Bai Xiaoxing's memory, more than a decade ago, the newly appointed supreme elder of the Fire sect, Fu Qingxuang, brought back a woman who somewhat resembled Ling Tianyang's adoptive mother. Ling Tianyang used the soul-searching method to glimpse Bai Xiaoxing's memories from back then, but he didn't see it very clearly. He just knew that such a thing happened. As for whether that person was indeed Ling Tianyang's adoptive mother, that remained to be verified by Ling Tianyang himself. Ling Tianyang stealthily advanced, concealing his own aura while also activating his terrifying spiritual consciousness. Chapter 253. Slow down, Fu Qingxuang. If you want to kill, then kill. I, Shui Biyun, am not someone who fears death. Faced with Fu Qingxuang's threat, Shui Biyun showed no fear in her eyes. Staring fiercely at Fu Qingxuang across from her, Shui Biyun suddenly shouted frantically. Fu Qingxuang, you have killed thousands of my Shui family members. You still want me to sacrifice myself to help you break through your cultivation? You are simply dreaming. As Shui Biyun spoke, the wound on her face, cut by Fu Qingxuang, bled even more. However, Shui Biyun paid no attention to all of this. At this moment, looking at Shui Biyun, her face was covered with terrifying sword scars. The scars, old and new, looked quite horrific. But if one didn't look at Shui Biyun's face and only looked at her figure, it was a different scene. Shui Biyun had a curvaceous figure. If she hadn't been disfigured and abused by Fu Qingxuang, she would have been a beauty. I had long anticipated that you wouldn't agree easily. After Shui Biyun finished speaking, Fu Qingxuang picked up the dagger in her hand again and slowly approached Shui Biyun's body. Chapter 254. At a loss ignoring Fu Qingxuang's pleas for mercy and Shui Biyun's cries, Ling Tianyang's figure pressed forward. He saw Ling Tianyang's spiritual power surging in his palm and swiftly slapped at Fu Qingxuang's body. You can rest assured, I won't kill her for now. With one palm, he sealed Fu Qingxuang's spiritual power, knocking her unconscious. Then Ling Tianyang turned to the imprisoned Shui Biyun in the stone chamber and said, Why do you still want to stop me from killing her? Considering how Fu Qingxuang treated you? My lord, Fu Qingxuang indeed deserves to die, but I want to kill her myself. Fu Qingxuang exterminated my Shui family. I want to avenge the thousands of people from my family. I hope my lord can grant me this wish. Seeing Ling Tianyang suddenly appear in the stone chamber and easily subdue the already empty Xian realm, Fu Qingxuang, Shui Biyun was shocked. Seeing the unconscious Fu Qingxuang, a glimmer of hope for revenge ignited in Shui Biyun's eyes. Saying this, Shui Biyun wanted to kneel and plead with Ling Tianyang. No. Ling Tianyang's spiritual consciousness had been paying attention to the woman named Shui Biyun. Seeing her wanting to kneel and plead with him, Ling Tianyang immediately spoke to stop her. Chapter 255. Moved Yes, adoptive mother, I am the baby that my adoptive father brought back. After Shui Biyun finished speaking, Ling Tianyang immediately nodded and then said, Adoptive mother, since I have found you, let's return to the Ling family. My adoptive father has been searching for you almost to madness. No, I can't go back with you. Hearing Ling Tianyang say he wanted to take her back to the Ling family, Shui Biyun immediately shook her head and waved her hands to refuse. With a bitter expression looking at Ling Tianyang, Shui Biyun Kushao Dao, with my current appearance, how can I go back to see Ling Ge? Adoptive mother, are you worried about the sword scars on your face? You really don't need to be like this. Although the sword scars on your face were deliberately inflicted by a strong person in the empty Xian realm, as long as we use some high-level spiritual medicine or high-level heavenly treasures for treatment, we can definitely restore you to your previous appearance. Seeing Shui Biyun's bitter expression, Ling Tianyang could roughly guess her thoughts and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. although Xue Biyun didn't leave an impression in Ling Tianyang's previous memories. Based on the portrait in Ling Xian's hand, Xue Biyun, though not possessing breathtaking beauty, was indeed a rare beauty. Chapter 256, Xianling Great Amnesty Seal. All right. After Ling Tianyang finished speaking, Xue Biyun nodded appreciatively. Although they had just met, Xue Biyun felt that she had become much closer to Ling Tianyang. Looking at the young man in front of her, who was at the empty Xian realm, and thinking that he was her adopted son, Xue Biyun couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Adoptive mother, how do you plan to deal with Fu Qingxuang? Glancing at Fu Qingxuang, who was unconscious on the ground, Ling Tianyang suddenly asked. After all, this was the inner door of the fire sect, where a group of empty Xian realm supreme elders resided, and it could be said to be fraught with danger. Since Ling Tianyang had found Xue Biyun and achieved the goal of infiltrating the fire sect, he did not want to stay in the fire sect any longer and prepared to take Xue Biyun away to avoid any further complications. Fu Qingxuang killed thousands of my Xue family members. I want to kill her. I want to use Fu Qingxuang's blood to honor the souls of the thousands of my Xue family members. As Ling Tianyang's voice fell, a deep-seated hatred surged in Xue Biyun's eyes. Staring intently at Fu Qingxuang, who lay unconscious on the ground in the stone chamber, Xue Biyun stepped forward toward Fu Qingxuang. Chapter 257, Qingyan Imperial City. Not good. Elder Fu's soul token has suddenly shattered. Just as Xue Biyun was about to slay Fu Qingxuang, the soul token left by Fu Qingxuang in the soul hall of the fire sect suddenly shattered into a pile of fragments. Seeing the fragments of Fu Qingxuang's soul token, the two heavenly extreme realm guards responsible for guarding the soul hall were immediately alarmed. Not long ago, they had personally witnessed the soul token of Elder by a Shaoxing from the inner door of the fire sect suddenly shatter. Later, it was confirmed that Bai Shaoxing was killed by a strong person who had infiltrated the inner door of the fire sect. First, the heavenly extreme realm inner door elder Bai Shaoxing fell, and now it was directly the turn of the empty Xian realm supreme elder Fu Qingxuang. How could these two heavenly extreme realm guards of the soul hall remain calm? What kind of person was Fu Qingxuang? These two guards knew very well that Fu Qingxuang was one of the highly regarded supreme elders of the fire sect, a peak powerhouse with empty Xian realm cultivation. Yet, such an empty Xian realm powerhouse had her soul token suddenly shatter. What did that signify? It certainly indicated that Fu Qingxuang had suddenly fallen. What strong person have we offended in the fire sect? Chapter 258, 3 Yuan Conference Good. After Ling Tianyang finished speaking, a glimmer of hope ignited in Xue Biyun's eyes, and she immediately nodded. In Xue Biyun's heart, she actually also wanted to return to the Ling family, to see Ling Xian and her son Ling Ju. However, due to her disfigured face caused by Fu Qingxuang, Xue Biyun truly felt a bit at a loss and unsure how to face Ling Xian and Ling Ju. Additionally, Xue Biyun was also afraid that her appearance would scare Ling Xian and the others, and she did not want to ruin the beautiful memories she had in Ling Xian's heart. As Xue Biyun's words fell, Ling Tianyang and Xue Biyun soared into the sky, transforming into two streaks of light, swiftly flying towards the direction of Qingyan Imperial City. Qingyan Imperial City is located in the central area of Qingyan Kingdom. Although it is called an imperial city, it is actually governed by several major powers. Qingyan Imperial City is vast, covering an area thousands of times larger than Kaiyang City. Among the three most powerful factions in Qingyan Imperial City, there are the Qingyan Royal Family, Duanmu Family, and Sanyuan Society. The Qingyan Royal Family was originally a royal family among the common people. 1,000 years ago, due to an emperor of the Qingyan Royal Family, who by chance obtained a great opportunity, they rose to power. Chapter 259, I Spirit Grass He, Young Master Ling, you are a rare guest of my Duanmu family. Upon seeing Ling Tianyang and Xue Biyun standing at the gate, a charming woman in a red dress immediately smiled and spoke to Ling Tianyang. The woman in the red dress at the Duanmu family's gate, along with the white-haired elder with a stern expression, were none other than Duanmu Yao and her uncle Duanmu Hong, whom Ling Tianyang had come to find. Nice to see you, young Master Ling. As soon as Duanmu Yao finished speaking, Duanmu Hong also smiled and cupped his hands towards Ling Tianyang. Back in the Qingyan secret realm, Duanmu Yao, Duanmu Hong, Ling Tianyang, and Chu Yujiao had been in closed-door cultivation in the Spirit Pool Hall for 3 years, after which they traveled together in the Qingyan secret realm. Both Duanmu Yao and Duanmu Hong were quite aware of Ling Tianyang's cultivation strength, although they still did not know that Ling Tianyang was already a powerful figure at the empty profound realm. Based on Ling Tianyang's performance in the Qingyan secret realm, he had already surpassed an average peak Tianji realm warrior. Chapter 260, Duanmu Xian Miss Duanmu, you need not worry about this. I have already prepared the spirit stones required for the items on the purchase list. As Duanmu Yao's words fell, Ling Tianyang smiled and immediately said, I hope Miss Duanmu can expedite the transaction. All right, since young Master Ling is so anxious, I will now go to invite the supreme elder of my Duanmu family. After Ling Tianyang's words, Duanmu Yao immediately nodded with a smile. As she spoke, Duanmu Yao got up and left the living room, quickly heading toward the place where the empty profound realm's strong members of the Duanmu family resided. After about half a stick of incense's time, when Duanmu Yao reappeared, she was accompanied by a man in a brocade robe who looked to be around 45 or 46 years old. May I ask which friend wishes to purchase these 6th-tier spiritual items? In the living room, before Duanmu Yao could speak, the brocade-robed man voiced his confusion. 6th-tier spiritual items are quite valuable, and generally, Tianji realm warriors cannot afford the spirit stones required for them. However, since there are multiple 6th-tier spiritual items on this list, a warrior who can afford several of them at once must be a powerful figure at the empty profound realm or a representative sent by a major power. Chapter 261, Arrival at the Xianbing Sect. Where is it? As soon as Duanmu Xian's words fell, Ling Tianyang immediately asked, with Ling Tianyang's voice echoing. Shui Biyun also turned her gaze towards Duanmu Xian, her eyes flashing with urgency. The Xianbing Sect. I remember that the sect master of the Xianbing Sect has ice spirit grass in his possession. Under the somewhat anxious gazes of Ling Tianyang and Shui Biyun, Duanmu Xian's expression became serious as he said, Master Ling, the Xianbing Sect is mostly comprised of women, and I believe that spiritual fruits like the Rongyan fruit, which enhance beauty, can also be found within the Xianbing Sect. Elder Duanmu, is this true? Upon hearing Duanmu Xian's words, Shui Biyun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This matter was related to whether Shui Biyun could restore her appearance and return to the Ling family soon, so she was quite concerned. Hearing that she could gather the spiritual medicine that would restore her appearance, Shui Biyun could no longer maintain her composure. Madam, it's true. My Duanmu family has been established through business, and we pay close attention to treasures within the Qingyan kingdom. According to reports from our spies, the sect master of the Xianbing sect indeed possesses ice spirit grass, which is a 6th-tier spiritual item. Chapter 262, Reunion with Chu Yujiao Hihi, Ling Tianyang. Are you here to find me? The woman with a ponytail smiled as she saw that the visitor was Ling Tianyang, her previous wariness disappearing immediately, replaced by a cheerful expression. With her eyes narrowed in a smile, the ponytailed girl continued, At least you have a bit of conscience. Known to come to the Xianbing sect to see me. Stop flattering yourself. Who said I was here to find you? Looking at the girl with the ponytail, Ling Tianyang was slightly taken aback and then rolled his eyes. The girl with the ponytail was none other than Ling Tianyang's nominal fiancé, Chu Yujiao. Although Ling Tianyang had guessed that he might meet Chu Yujiao during this visit to the Xianbing sect, he did not expect that the person who came to block his way as soon as he arrived would be Chu Yujiao. Back then, Ling Xian had arranged a marriage contract between him and the Chu sisters, Chu Yujiao and Chu Yuyan. Now, there was less than half a year left until the wedding date between Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao. For some reason, upon seeing Chu Yujiao this time, Ling Tianyang felt a bit uneasy. Ling Tianyang, you scoundrel. Chapter 263, The Arrival of the Rongyan Fruit. You want to see our sect master? As Ling Tianyang's words fell, Chu Yujiao was taken aback, and after pondering for a moment, she slowly spoke, but our sect master is currently in closed-door cultivation, so you probably won't be able to see her for a while. What? Upon hearing that the sect master of the Xianbing sect was in closed-door cultivation, Ling Tianyang's brows immediately furrowed. The once-in-100 years empty, profound, realm expert exchange conference in Yuzhou would be held in a little over a month. Ling Tianyang did not have extra time to wait for the sect master of the Xianbing sect to come out of seclusion. However, he was very eager to obtain the ice spirit grass and the Rongyan fruit. Ling Tianyang, what do you want to see our sect master for? Seeing Ling Tianyang's frown, Chu Yujiao couldn't help but look at him suspiciously and asked. As soon as Chu Yujiao's words fell, Ling Tianyang's eyes flickered, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Chu Yujiao, your cultivation has actually reached half a step into the empty, profound realm. And it seems you are on the verge of breaking through into the empty, profound realm. Your status in the Xianbing sect should not be low, right? Ling Tianyang's gaze fixed on Chu Yujiao as he moved closer, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 264. Qiao, Xintong, Ling Tianyang. Why can't I see through your cultivation? Have you already become a strong practitioner of the empty, profound realm? After Chu Yujiao brought Shuebiyun and Ling Tianyang around the Xianbing sect for a while, she took the two of them to her residence within the sect. The three sat down in the living room, and only then did Chu Yujiao carefully examine Ling Tianyang. Upon looking closely, she immediately realized that she could not see through Ling Tianyang's cultivation at all. Well, my cultivation is already broken through. I am now a strong practitioner of the empty, profound realm. Under Chu Yujiao's astonished gaze, Ling Tianyang smiled and nodded, then looked at Chu Yujiao with a somewhat mischievous glint in his eyes, saying, Chu Yujiao, come on, call me senior and let me hear it. Go to hell with your senior. You wish. After Ling Tianyang's words, Chu Yujiao rolled her eyes at him and then pouted. Haha. Seeing Chu Yujiao's pout, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but chuckle. Then, a flash of light appeared in his palm, and two blank soul jade slips appeared. The next moment, Ling Tianyang poured his soul consciousness into the soul jade slips, leaving behind his insights and experiences from breaking through to the empty, profound realm. Chapter 265. Heart concentration pill, so that's how it is. After Shuebiyun finished speaking, admiration appeared in the eyes of both Chu Yujiao and Xiao Xintong as they looked at Ling Tianyang. Initially, Xiao Xintong thought that Ling Tianyang was arrogant and dismissive, daring to disturb the sect master of the Xianbing sect during his seclusion. However, after hearing Shuebiyun's explanation, Xiao Xintong realized she had misunderstood Ling Tianyang. It turned out that he was doing all this for his adoptive mother. After looking deeply at Ling Tianyang, Xiao Xintong's impression of him changed drastically. As a woman, she could naturally imagine the pain of a woman who had been disfigured, feeling hopeless. With Xiao Xintong's cultivation in the empty, profound realm, she also understood how difficult it would be for a strong practitioner of the empty, profound realm to deliberately harm a martial artist who had not yet reached that level, and how hard it would be to heal such injuries. Just a 6th-tier ice spirit grass is quite valuable. One can imagine that Ling Tianyang must have paid a considerable price to collect the high-level spiritual medicines and rare treasures he needed along the way. Just based on Ling Tianyang's filial piety, Xiao Xintong couldn't help but want to lend a hand to help him. Chapter 266. Qinggu Ding deep within the Xianbing sect. In the courtyard where Chu Yujiao lived, in a closed secret chamber, Ling Tianyang waved his hand, and in the center of the secret chamber, an ancient cauldron and 2 zeton wood tables immediately appeared. A flash of light from the blue ring in his hand revealed over 100 kinds of spiritual medicines on the zeton wood tables. At a glance, aside from the ice spirit grass and several other 6th-tier spiritual items, most of them were 5th-tier spiritual medicines and rare treasures. Qinggu Ding, I hope you won't disappoint me. Ling Tianyang muttered as he reached out to touch the ancient cauldron before him. The ancient cauldron that appeared before Ling Tianyang was called the Qinggu Ding and was a top-grade spiritual artifact. Ling Tianyang obtained it from the treasure vault of a major power after he and a group of strong practitioners from the Xianling sect annexed the sects in the western part of the Hengduan Mountains. It is said that the previous owner of the Qinggu Ding was a powerful alchemist who had achieved considerable success in the alchemical path. After that alchemist fell, the Qinggu Ding circulated outside for hundreds of years before being acquired by that major power in the Hengduan Mountains. The Qinggu Ding looked somewhat aged, especially at the bottom, which still shimmered with a hint of gold. Chapter 267. Alchemical Thunder Tribulation. It seems it's time for me to start refining the Huanqing pill. Looking at the successfully refined 5th-grade extreme spirit pill in his hand, Ling Tianyang spoke slowly, his heart calm. With Ling Tianyang's current cultivation in the empty, profound realm, refining a batch of 5th-grade extreme spirit pills was a piece of cake and wouldn't consume much of his mental energy or spiritual power at all. After storing the extreme spirit pill in the blue ring, Ling Tianyang's gaze turned to the 2 zeton wood tables. He checked all the medicinal materials for refining the Huanqing pill on the zeton wood tables until he confirmed everything was correct, and only then did he begin to act. With a flip of his palm, the Xianling true fire leapt into the Qinggu Ding under Ling Tianyang's control, instantly igniting and burning. Then, Ling Tianyang skillfully grabbed a fifth-tier spiritual medicine that was entirely emerald green from the Zetan wood table and flicked it into the Qingyu Ding. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang was already an alchemist capable of refining 6th-grade high-level spiritual pills, and he was already very familiar with the alchemical process. As Ling Tianyang continued to move, he kept throwing the medicinal materials into the Qingyu Ding, refining them into pure energy medicinal liquids. Chapter 268, Disturbance Boom. Ling Tianyang's spiritual power surged within him, and with one palm, he smashed a huge hole in the ceiling of the secret chamber. Then, Ling Tianyang leaped up, his body instantly turning into a blur as he shot towards the lightning that was striking down for the Huanqing pill. This lightning was none other than the alchemical thunder tribulation summoned after Ling Tianyang successfully refined the 6th-grade high-level Huanqing pill. Looking at the descending alchemical thunder tribulation, Ling Tianyang's eyes showed no fear. Instead, they became even more fervent. The alchemical thunder tribulation was the greatest recognition from the heavens for an alchemist's achievements in the alchemical path. For all alchemists, being able to refine a pill that attracts the alchemical thunder tribulation is undoubtedly a great honor. As an alchemist, Ling Tianyang, like all others, longed for the pills he refined to attract the alchemical thunder tribulation. The alchemical thunder tribulation was something every alchemist dreamed of, and Ling Tianyang had deeply yearned for it in his previous life as well. Now, looking at the approaching alchemical thunder tribulation, Ling Tianyang felt his blood boil and his heart surge with excitement. Chapter 269, Recovery. I am Ling Tianyang, the sect master of the Xinling sect. I have met all of you friends from the Xinbing sect. Under the gazes of many strong practitioners of the empty, profound realm from the Xinbing sect, Ling Tianyang appeared calm, clasped his fists towards everyone, and then spoke loudly. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Ling Tianyang finished speaking, Chu Yujiao's courtyard saw Chu Yujiao, Shui Biyun, and Xiao Xintong quickly flying over. The three clasped their hands toward the strong practitioners of the Xinbing sect, and then Xiao Xintong laughed, saying, Everyone, Sect Master Ling is Yujiao's fiancé. I'm sure that the Ling Tianyang who fought to a standstill against Shin Tu Yudao in the Tiangong sect is not a stranger to you all, right? As Xiao Xintong spoke, she felt quite shocked in her heart. Initially, when Ling Tianyang was searching for ice spirit grass, Xiao Xintong thought he was looking for an alchemist to help him refine pills. But she never expected that Ling Tianyang actually had the idea of refining it himself. What surprised Xiao Xintong even more was that Ling Tianyang could refine a 6th-grade spiritual pill that attracted the Dan Dao Thunder Tribulation. It should be noted that even in the entire Qingyun Kingdom, Xiao Xintong had never heard of any alchemist capable of refining a pill that could attract the Dan Dao Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 270. Astonishing changes. As soon as the Huanqing pill entered her throat, Shui Biyun felt a pure and massive medicinal power quickly surge into her limbs and bones. At the same time, Shui Biyun felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, especially on her face, which had been intentionally ruined by Fu Qingxuan. When Shui Biyun removed the colorful mask from her face, her horrific face, covered with terrifying sword scars, was revealed. Both Chu Yuyao and Xiao Xintong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, this was not what shocked them the most. What truly made them gasp was that after Shui Biyun took the Huanqing pill, they quickly saw a large mass of black impurities emerging from her terrifying face. Accompanying those black impurities, the terrifying sword scars and scars on Shui Biyun's face began to visibly fall away at an incredible speed. And when the scars and black impurities on Shui Biyun's face were completely shed, the terrifying sword scars that had originally marred her face had disappeared without a trace. In their place was a flawless, snow-white, stunningly beautiful face. Chapter 271. Changes in the Upper Void Sect. Whoosh. 3 days later, a beam of light shot out from the Xinbing sect, disappearing completely in just a few blinks. That bastard Ling Tianyang just left without a word. Deep within the inner sect of the Xinbing sect, Chu Yao looked at the figure rapidly vanishing in the air above the Xinbing sect and couldn't help but scold softly. Yu Yao, the sect master Ling has already reached the late stage of the empty, profound realm. You must work hard to cultivate. Although you already have a marriage contract, you have spent too little time together, and your feelings will inevitably be a bit behind. Chu Yao, Xiao Xintong glanced at the sky with a complicated expression and then said to Chu Yuyao with some emotion, 3 days ago. After Shui Biyun took the 6th-grade Huanqing pill refined by Ling Tianyang and successfully restored her appearance, she immediately set off back to the Ling family. And after Ling Tianyang's late-stage, empty, profound realm cultivation and alchemy skills were exposed, many empty, profound realm powerhouses from the Xianbing sect asked Ling Tianyang to stay a few more days to help them refine some 6th-grade pills. After all, in the Qingyun kingdom, there are very few alchemists capable of refining 6th-grade spiritual pills. And the only one who can refine pills that attract the Dandao Thunder Tribulation is Ling Tianyang alone. Chapter 272, Blood Clothes Sect Bold Madman. This is the sacred ground of our Upper Void sect. How dare you act so recklessly in our Upper Void sect and kill many of our disciples? You truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Looking at the collapsed buildings in the distance and the numerous corpses of martial artists on the ground, several angry shouts suddenly rang out from the air above the Upper Void sect, where many powerful members of the sect were gathered. Immediately afterward, 23 powerful auras belonging to the empty, profound realm rose from the Upper Void sect's camp. The terrifying auras of the 23 empty, profound realm powerhouses from the Upper Void sect faintly converged in the sky, making the pressure even more terrifying. So what if we acted recklessly in your Upper Void sect? Today, our blood-clothed sect has traveled thousands of miles to come here just to kill. You old fellows from the Upper Void sect, today is the end of your sect. As soon as the words of the Upper Void sect powerhouse fell, a red-haired, green-eyed man flew out from the group of martial artists dressed in blood robes. That red-haired, green-eyed man's aura surged dramatically, instantly reaching the late stage of the empty, profound realm. As the red-haired, green-eyed man spoke, the thousands of martial artists behind him, also dressed in blood robes, had their auras rise as if they were ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 273, It's You Looking for Death. As soon as the red-haired, green-eyed man from the blood-clothed sect finished speaking, Jiang Ziyun's ancestor, Jiang Waya, couldn't help but coldly shout. In an instant, Jiang Waya's aura surged, and his figure disappeared from where he stood. When Jiang Waya reappeared, he was already less than 2 meters away from the red-haired, green-eyed man of the blood-clothed sect. Hee, old man, it seems you're really tired of living. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I have a record of killing peak, empty, profound realm powerhouses. Seeing Jiang Waya's figure rushing towards him, the red-haired, green-eyed man from the blood-clothed sect immediately let out a strange laugh. Coldly staring at the approaching Jiang Waya, the red-haired, green-eyed man unleashed his late-stage, empty, profound realm cultivation without holding back. Old man, you'll be my second kill, a powerhouse with peak, empty, profound realm cultivation. As soon as the red-haired, green-eyed man finished speaking, his figure disappeared from where he stood. The red-haired, green-eyed man transformed into a shadow, rushing toward Jiang Waya's direction in an instant. Chapter 274, Traitor Shi Qianxuan, it's actually you? I never expected that not only are you not dead, but you've also become a mid-level powerhouse of the empty, profound realm. Looking at the blood-robed man in the blood-clothed sect, holding a long knife and wearing a lewd and sinister expression, Jiang Ziyan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This blood-robed man from the blood-clothed sect was none other than Shi Qianxuan, the traitor of the Upper Void sect whom Jiang Ziyan chased after in the Qinglian mountain range years ago. Back then, both Jiang Ziyan and Shi Qianxuan were not very strong, and after a fierce battle in the Qinglian mountain range, Shi Qianxuan was almost killed by Jiang Ziyun's Ice Soul sword technique, Forbidden Ice Seal. Later, Shi Qianxuan managed to escape death by using a blood escape technique, burning his blood to transform into essence. In that Qinglian mountain range, Jiang Ziyun thought that Shi Qianxuan, dragging his heavily injured body, would find it hard to escape the attacks of the beasts in the Qinglian mountain range. But Jiang Ziyan never expected that Shi Qianxuan not only survived, but also broke through several major realms in just a few years, directly reaching the mid-level of the empty, profound realm. Looking at Shi Qianxuan, who had already reached the mid-level of the empty, profound realm, Jiang Ziyan was extremely shocked. Chapter 275, Slaughter. What lay before her was a chaotic scene of colorful spiritual power attacks and a melee involving thousands of martial artists above the Tianji realm. At every moment, martial artists from both the Upper Void sect and the blood-clothed sect were continuously falling. The terrified cries of martial artists before their deaths echoed in the sky above the upper void sect. "Old man, stop. If you dare to harm her in the slightest, I will make all of you die." Just as Ling Tianyang arrived at the place where the disciples of Shangsu's sect were battling the blood-clothed sect warriors, he saw Feng Changsheng from blood-clothed sect about to attack Jiangxia. Seeing this scene, Ling Tianyang was burning with anxiety and immediately roared out loud. At the same time, his eyes turned crimson. How could Ling Tianyang not be anxious? How could he not be angry? He felt a surge of spiritual power around him, and his cultivation at the late stage of the empty, profound realm erupted instantly. As he shouted in anger, a bright light flashed in his palm, and a high-grade spiritual weapon long sword appeared immediately. Chapter 276. Bloodthirsty Skeleton So Strong. Who is this person? Such terrifying power. As soon as Ling Tianyang made his move, he instantly slaughtered hundreds of blood-clothed sects Tianji realm warriors. Those present, whether from Shangsu sect or blood-clothed sect, were all shocked and stared at Ling Tianyang in disbelief. Killing hundreds of Tianji realm warriors with just one move? What kind of concept is that? It could be said that all the Tianji realm warriors present combined would probably not be able to withstand a few moves from him before falling. As the blood-clothed sects Tianji realm warriors ignited in flames and vanished in an instant, all the Tianji realm warriors present stopped their attacks simultaneously. Unlike the terrified expressions of the blood-clothed sect warriors, the eyes of all Shangsu sect disciples shone with a glimmer of hope. They realized that the warriors Ling Tianyang had killed were all from blood-clothed sect. The Shangsu sect warriors understood that Ling Tianyang was likely there to help them. At this moment, Ling Tianyang did not hide his cultivation aura, and everyone could sense the terrifying aura emanating from him, clearly belonging to the late stage of the empty, profound realm, causing them to tremble. Chapter 277. Coldness. Humph. Old man, you think you can kill me with your little bloodthirsty secret technique? You are simply overestimating yourself. Looking at the bloodthirsty skeleton that shot towards him with a terrifying and bloody power, Ling Tianyang snorted disdainfully. As his spiritual power surged, he waved his palms in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, under Ling Tianyang's mental control, the hundreds of clusters of Xianling true fire flames that had slaughtered the blood-clothed sects Tianji realm warriors gathered in front of him. Fire control technique, transformation. Watching the bloodthirsty skeleton getting closer, Ling Tianyang remained calm as he changed the hand seals. The Xianling true fire immediately ignited and transformed into a massive flame lion, 3 times larger than the bloodthirsty skeleton. If a warrior who had seen the Mang lion beast fire were present, they would immediately recognize that the flame lion formed by Xianling true fire was in the same form as the Mang lion beast fire. Of course, the flame lion formed by Xianling true fire was fundamentally different from that formed by the Mang lion beast fire. Chapter 278. Treasure and Master, Spare My Life. In the blood-clothed sects camp, when they saw the many empty, profound realm powerhouses from blood-clothed sect perish at Ling Tianyang's sword in an instant, the Tianji realm warriors looked at Ling Tianyang with eyes filled with deep-seated coldness and fear. Empty, profound realm powerhouses are already the top-tier experts in both Qingyun country and Bloodslaughter country. Yet such empty, profound realm powerhouses were so easily defeated by Ling Tianyang. The Tianji realm warriors of blood-clothed sect were not fools. They understood that Ling Tianyang was likely a peak empty, profound realm powerhouse. As martial artists cultivate, the power gap between each level becomes greater in the later stages. Facing a peak empty, profound realm powerhouse, those at the early and mid stages of the empty, profound realm, except for those geniuses capable of fighting above their level, would have no chance of escaping. We are saved in Shangsu sect. With that master's help, the crisis of Shangsu sect has already passed most of the way. As the blood-clothed sect warriors panicked and trembled in fear, the Shangsu sect warriors showed expressions of joy. Chapter 279. Deception. Quickly tell me, what is the secret of this beast's skin and the treasure? After speaking, Ling Tianyang put away the Xianling true fire in his hand and coldly gazed at Shi Qianxuan across from him. At the same time, Ling Tianyang's spiritual consciousness firmly locked onto Shi Qianxuan and the space around him. If Shi Qianxuan dared to lie, Ling Tianyang would not hesitate to kill him immediately. After all, if he killed Shi Qianxuan, everything on him would naturally belong to Ling Tianyang. The reason Ling Tianyang did not forcefully act against Shi Qianquan was that he knew that Shi Qianquan, having reached the mid-stage of the empty profound realm, might self-destruct his primordial spirit if he fought back desperately. Besides Shi Qianquan's spatial ring, Ling Tianyang would not gain any useful information. As for forcibly searching Shi Qianquan's soul, Ling Tianyang had thought about it. However, facing a mid-stage, empty, profound realm warrior who was already on guard, if Ling Tianyang acted forcefully, and Shi Qianquan fought back at all costs, it would not end well. After all, being fellow empty, profound realm powerhouses, if Shi Qianquan self-destructed his primordial spirit while Ling Tianyang was searching his soul, Ling Tianyang's primordial spirit could very likely be injured by the explosion, which was something he did not want to see. Chapter 280. Ending grudges. The spiritual power surged out of Ling Tianyang's body and under his mental control. It instantly wrapped around the bee skin map he was holding tightly. At the same time, with a shake of his other wrist, the god-slaying sword appeared in his hand. "You dare to deceive me? I will not spare you," Ling Tianyang shouted angrily, and the god-slaying sword in his hand instantly transformed into a black, ghostly light, striking towards Shi Qianquan's body like lightning. "Spare me, spare me." As Shi Qianquan changed his hand seals and was about to detonate the special spiritual device of the bee skin map, he sensed that the map paused slightly and was immediately suppressed by Ling Tianyang's powerful force, unable to move an inch. Shi Qianquan also realized that the connection between him and the bee skin map seemed to have become tenuous. Upon seeing the black, ghostly light in Ling Tianyang's hand, Shi Qianquan's face turned pale with terror. The previous Feng Changsheng and the many empty, profound realm powerhouses from blood-clothed sect had all perished under that black, ghostly light in Ling Tianyang's hand. At this moment, seeing the black, ghostly light flashing like lightning towards him, Shi Qianquan immediately panicked and shouted, "No, don't kill me." Chapter 281. Retreating intent. Upon seeing Jiang Ziyun's figure pouncing towards him, Ling Tianyang immediately spread his arms wide. In an instant, Ling Tianyang and Jiang Ziyun tightly embraced each other in midair. Boom! Feeling the warmth radiating from Jiang Ziyun, looking at the person he had missed for many years now in his arms, Ling Tianyang truly wished time could forever freeze at this moment. But at that moment, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the heights of the Upper Void sect, 10,000 meters above. Following that, a terrifying surge of spiritual power instantly erupted from the Upper Void sect at that height. A terrifying wave of spiritual power spread outward from the center of the battle between Jiang Waya and the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the Blood-Robe sect. "Tianyang, my great-grandfather is up in the sky, fighting fiercely against that late-stage Kongxian realm expert from the Blood-Robe sect. You must go help my great-grandfather." Sensing the fluctuations from the fierce battle between Jiang Waya and the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the Blood-Robe sect in the sky, Jiang Ziyun immediately spoke to Ling Tianyang. Jiang Waya is Jiang Ziyun's great-grandfather, and he usually dotes on her the most. Chapter 282. Rushing to the battle, where do you think you're going? Just as the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the Blood-Robe sect was contemplating leaving this place quickly, he suddenly heard Jiang Waya's loud shout. Then, with a flash in the sky, Jiang Waya's figure swiftly charged towards the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the Blood-Robe sect. If the roots of the grass are not removed, the future troubles are endless. The Upper Void sect and the Blood-Robe sect had already established a deadly feud, and one side must perish. Since the Upper Void sect and the Blood-Robe sect had completely torn apart their facade, and many warriors from both sides had fallen, there was no room for retreat. Therefore, Jiang Waya could not allow the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the Blood-Robe sect to leave alive. Facing a late-stage Kongxian realm expert, if he were to escape. Once he regained his senses and plotted revenge against the Upper Void sect, the people of the Upper Void sect would surely suffer. As Jiang Waya soared through the air, his aura surged dramatically, and the peak aura of the Kongxian realm was immediately revealed. With a burst of spiritual light in his hands, Jiang Waya shot out terrifying spiritual power attacks. "Old man, you dare to stop me." The red-haired, blue-eyed man from the Blood-Robe sect had just flown forward less than 100 meters. Chapter 283. Madness, kid. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Since you are so ungrateful, then let us fight. With his eyes glaring at Ling Tianyang, who suddenly appeared in the arena, the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the Blood-Robe sect coldly shouted, and his aura surged greatly. Immediately, A glaring red light enveloped his body, followed by an overwhelming force erupting from within him. At the same time, intense spatial fluctuations occurred around the red-haired, blue-eyed man. Visible ripples in space rapidly expanded outward from his body. You have guts. This time next year will be your death date. Remember this. The one who will kill you is Ling Tianyang. As the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the blood-robe sect moved, Ling Tianyang also shouted angrily. With a cold glance at the approaching red-haired, blue-eyed man from the blood-robe sect, Ling Tianyang's aura quickly began to surge. Behind Ling Tianyang, a vague dragon-shaped phantom gradually emerged. Subsequently, the spiritual energy from the surrounding world surged towards the dragon-shaped phantom behind Ling Tianyang. Chapter 284. The finale. It's bad. Sensing the turbulent spiritual energy in the surrounding world and the surging aura of the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the blood-robe sect. Seeing the rapidly expanding body of the red-haired, blue-eyed man and the crazed expression on his face, Jiang Waya, in the distance, and Jiang Ziyun, who was rushing towards the sky below, were both instantly shocked. At this moment, Jiang Waya and Jiang Ziyun both understood that the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the blood-robe sect was likely about to self-destruct. The power generated by the self-detonation of a peak late-stage Kong Xian realm expert was undoubtedly terrifying. Even at the height of the Upper Void sect, the explosion of a peak late-stage Kong Xian realm expert would pose a significant threat to the Upper Void sect below. Tianyang, be careful. Looking up, when Jiang Ziyun saw Ling Tianyang, who was stepping on the five-clawed azure dragon, was less than 5 meters away from the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the blood-robe sect, she couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. As Jiang Ziyun shouted in surprise, her body instinctively rushed rapidly toward Ling Tianyang's direction. Ziyun, are you crazy? Chapter 285. Understanding Humph. Looking at the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the blood-robe sect, whose body was split in half under his god-slaying sword, and whose soul was instantly scattered, Ling Tianyang snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he immediately collected the man's spatial ring. Then, with a change of hand seals, and with a thought, the nearby five-clawed azure dragon immediately transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing into Ling Tianyang's body. Just as Ling Tianyang successfully killed the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the blood-robe sect and was flying downward, Jiang Waya below was forcibly pulling Jiang Ziyun away as they fled into the distance, while keeping his divine sense focused on Ling Tianyang's every move. When Jiang Waya saw the blood splattering in the sky, and the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the blood-robe sect, whose terrified expression had not fully revealed itself before he was split in half by Ling Tianyang's black sword, he was immediately shocked and halted his escape. Chapter 286. Fury. A few days later, within the Upper Void sect. The buildings destroyed during the battle between the forces of the Upper Void sect and the Blood-Robe sect had already been restored under the leadership of the upper echelons of the Upper Void sect. After Ling Tianyang slaughtered the Kong Xian realm experts from the Blood-Robe sect that day, the remaining Tianji realm warriors from the Blood-Robe sect were soon annihilated under the attacks of over 20 Kong Xian realm experts and thousands of Tianji realm warriors from the Upper Void sect. All the warriors from the Blood-Robe sect who invaded the Upper Void sect were completely wiped out. None escaped under the full-on assault of the Upper Void sect's experts. Although the Upper Void sect suffered considerable losses, it was not to the extent of crippling injuries. In contrast, the Blood-Robe sect was far less fortunate. Nearly all of the warriors who went to the Upper Void sect were the elite forces of the Blood-Robe sect. With the fall of the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the Blood-Clothed sect, along with Feng Changsheng and over 20 powerful beings of the Void Profound realm, as well as thousands of warriors of the Celestial Extreme realm, the strength of the Blood-Clothed sect has already suffered a severe blow. Chapter 287. Marriage. Deep within the inner sect of the Shanshu sect, in an ancient and elegantly designed courtyard, Ling Tianyang, Jiang Ziyun, and a group of Void Profound realm powerhouses who had just returned from revenge against the Blood Slaughter Nation gathered here. Thank you, Sect Master Ling, for saving our Shanshu sect from great peril. If Sect Master Ling ever needs our Shanshu sect's assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to command us. A group of Shanshu sect's Void Profound realm powerhouses, along with some high-ranking members of the sect, totaling dozens of people, respectfully bowed to Ling Tianyang and spoke earnestly. On the day the Blood-Clothed sect invaded the Shanshu sect, if it weren't for Ling Tianyang's sudden assistance, The Shangshu sect would have suffered heavy losses and could have even been destroyed by the blood-clothed sect. The gratitude for Ling Tianyang's help was firmly etched in the hearts of the Shangshu sect's powerhouses. In the past few days, Ling Tianyang had been enjoying the most prestigious guest treatment in the Shangshu sect. You are all too polite. You need not be so formal. Ziyun and I are friends. And if Ziyun is in trouble, I will certainly not stand by idly. Looking at the group of Shangshu sect powerhouses who were bowing to thank him, Ling Tianyang smiled and then spoke with a serious expression. Chapter 288. A woman shouldn't stay. Ling Tianyang, do you dislike me? As soon as Ling Tianyang finished speaking, Jiang Ziyun's eyes instantly turned red. Staring directly at Ling Tianyang, she timidly asked, do you really not want to marry me? Ziyun, you misunderstood my meaning. Seeing Jiang Ziyun's expression, Ling Tianyang immediately realized she had misunderstood him. He quickly waved his hand and began to explain, Ziyun, I do like you, and I am willing to marry you. However, my adoptive father arranged for me to marry my elder brother Ling Ju and Chu Yujiao and Chu Yuyin when I was very young. Ling Tianyang continued to explain the relationships between himself, Ling Ju, Chu Yujiao, and Chu Yuyin. As he spoke, Jiang Ziyun and the other Shangshu sect powerhouses gradually understood the reason behind Ling Tianyang's refusal to marry Jiang Ziyun. Sect Master Ling's actions are not wrong. Indeed, a young talent like Sect Master Ling must have long been targeted by others. Once Ling Tianyang finished speaking, the Shangshu sect powerhouses began to discuss among themselves. Chapter 289. An uproar since the news of Ling Tianyang's incredible prowess at the Shangshu sect, where he had continuously slain dozens of void profound realm powerhouses. Spread throughout the Qinyan nation, a large number of martial artists from various places had flocked to Kaiyang City, where the Ling family was located, just to catch a glimpse of the famed peak powerhouse of the void profound realm. At this time, Kaiyang City was no longer the same as before. After the Ling family exterminated the Song family, they had become the only overlord of Kaiyang City. With Ling Tianyang's full support, the Ling family had gradually produced several celestial extreme realm powerhouses over the past few years. As the strength of the Ling family continued to grow, after discussions among the high-ranking members of the Ling family, under the leadership of Ling Xian and other celestial extreme realm powerhouses, the Ling family began to expand its influence around Kaiyang City. In less than half a year, the Ling family successfully occupied several cities neighboring Kaiyang City. After seizing these cities, the Ling family naturally harvested a significant amount of cultivation resources. Tasting the sweetness of success, many celestial extreme realm powerhouses from the Ling family, along with their martial artists, crazily expanded their territory outside Kaiyang City. Chapter 290. A lesson. Tianyang, you're back. As soon as Ling Tianyang landed on the grounds of the Ling family, two exceptionally delighted voices immediately rang in his ears. Soon, two figures, one male and one female, appeared before Ling Tianyang. I met my adoptive father and adoptive mother. Looking at the man and woman approaching him, Ling Tianyang's expression brightened, and he respectfully spoke. The man and woman before Ling Tianyang were none other than his adoptive father, Ling Xian, and his wife, Shui Biyun. After recovering her appearance by taking the 6th grade Huanqing pill that Ling Tianyang had refined at the Xianbing sect, Shui Biyun immediately set off to reunite with Ling Xian at the Ling family. Having not seen each other for many years, the couple was naturally extremely excited. Later, when Ling Xian learned from Shui Biyun that Ling Tianyang had infiltrated the Liuhua sect alone to rescue her, and was searching everywhere for high-level spiritual herbs and rare treasures to restore her appearance, Ling Xian's heart became increasingly complex. Unknowingly, his adoptive son had grown into a peak powerhouse whom he needed to look up to. Chapter 291. Surprise Biyun. Ling Xian and Shui Biyun had been separated for over a decade and were finally reunited. Hearing Shui Biyun's rebuttal, Ling Xian couldn't bear to argue with her. So, after Shui Biyun finished speaking, Ling Xian could only helplessly glare at her. Then, turning to Ling Tianyang, he spoke with a serious expression. Tianyang, I don't care about your relationship with Miss Jiang, but you must fulfill your marriage with Yu Jiao. Sighing deeply, Ling Xian continued, Tianyang, since it has come to this, I must say a few more words. Miss Shintu is also a good girl, and she has great kindness towards our Ling family. You must marry Yu Jiao. If you still wish to marry Miss Jiang, why not just marry both Miss Shintu and her together as well? After Ling Xian finished speaking, he shot a fierce glare at Ling Tianyang, feeling quite dissatisfied. Previously, when Ling Tianyang returned to the Ling family, Ling Xian had discussed Ling Tianyang's engagement with Chu Yujiao. However, at that time, Ling Tianyang was somewhat reluctant to mention it, only saying that he already had someone he cared about. Chapter 292, Establishing a Branch. Yes, Big Brother. Seeing Ling Ju's actions, Ling Tianyang also clenched his fist and punched Ling Ju's chest. Then the two brothers warmly embraced each other. Ling Tianyang was pleased to see that Ling Ju did not distance himself or act awkwardly because he had become a peak powerhouse in the void profound realm. Although Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju were not biological brothers, their bond was stronger than that of typical siblings. Of course, this was largely due to Ling Xian treating Ling Tianyang as his own son. I met my sister-in-law. After separating from Ling Ju, Ling Tianyang turned to greet Chu Yuyan, who was beside Ling Ju, with a smile. During Ling Tianyang's absence from the Qingyan nation, Ling Ju and Chu Yuyan had already married, and Chu Yuyan was now truly Ling Tianyang's sister-in-law. Tianyang, you are truly impressive. We have all heard of your achievements. It has only been a few years. You have already reached the peak of the empty, profound realm. As Ling Tianyang's voice fell, Chu Yuyan stared at him with wide eyes, astonished. Chapter 293. Support. According to some records in the books of the Qingyan kingdom, the fallen god domain is adjacent to the Eastern Emperor domain. But the area of the fallen god domain is considerably larger than that of the Eastern Emperor domain. The martial arts are flourishing in the fallen god domain. It is said that there are many spirit sea realm practitioners. Heavenly extreme realm warriors are everywhere. Only those who have reached the empty profound realm can be called strong. The distance between the Qingyan kingdom and the fallen god domain is likely measured in tens of millions of miles. If an ordinary person who has not practiced martial arts tries to leave the Eastern Emperor domain, they may never succeed in their lifetime. Therefore, at this moment, when Chu Ming, Xue Biyun, and Ling Ju heard that Ling Tianyang's Xianling sect was established in the distant fallen god domain, they were all incredulous. Tianyang, are you sure it's the fallen god domain? Although everyone had already heard Ling Tianyang mention the fallen god domain, they couldn't help but confirm again. After all, to them, the fallen god domain was a legendary existence. So when they suddenly heard news about it, they all felt a bit incredulous. That's right. I'm talking about the fallen god domain. Ling Tianyang glanced at the crowd, noticing their disbelief. Chapter 294. Terrifying momentum in the Qinglian mountain range. In the foggy valley filled with dense white mist and lurking dangers, the mysterious valley that once cloaked trees and flowers in a white haze, resembling a fairyland, had long since disappeared. In its place was a grand and sprawling complex of buildings. At a glance, whether on the ground or in the sky, one could see countless bustling figures. Since Ling Tianyang decided to establish a branch of the Xianling sect in the Qinglian mountain range, both the Ling and Chu families sent a large number of family martial artists and craftsmen to join in the construction of the Xianling sect branch. Meanwhile, in the Hengduan Mountains far away in the fallen god domain, Ling Tianyang, the head of the Xianling sect, immediately summoned 10 peak practitioners of the empty profound realm and over 2,000 heavenly extreme realm warriors. He then collected them into the Blue Ring and transported them to the Qinglian mountain range through the long-distance teleportation array to participate in the construction and protection of the Xianling sect branch. Previously, when Ling Tianyang returned to the Qingyun kingdom with Shi Xiaoya and others, he had fused a Xianling avatar into his main body. Chapter 295. Intimidation. The Xianling sect really has some ability. They have only established a branch in the Qingyun kingdom, yet it has attracted so many strong practitioners from various factions in the Qingyun kingdom. Even some major forces probably didn't have such a grand occasion when they established their sects, right? Looking at the densely packed martial artists in the large square of the Xianling sect branch below, and the powerful figures sitting in the VIP seats opposite, a lean old man in the empty profound realm from the Flame Fire sect exclaimed. This person was none other than Fong Tiandu, the elder of the Flame Fire sect, who had previously had conflicts with Fu Qingxuang and possessed mid-level empty profound realm cultivation. Elder Fong's words are incorrect. However, as soon as Elder Fong's voice fell, Duanmu Xian from the Duanmu family immediately spoke up. Elder Fong, although the Xianling sect has only established a branch here, the value of this branch is certainly not inferior to that of some major sects. We all know that Ling Tianyang is the head of the Xianling sect. But where is the headquarters of the Xianling sect? Do you know? Chapter 296. Hard to act out when Ling Tianyang walked to the front of the high platform with a beaming smile and spoke. Many martial artists in the large square who had seen Ling Tianyang before couldn't help but murmur. Among them, a woman in red. Upon seeing Ling Tianyang's true appearance on the high platform, widened her eyes in disbelief. If Ling Tianyang had noticed her, he would immediately recognize that this was the woman in the joyful robe, Qin Kursin, whom he had saved on his way to the Flame Fire sect. At that time, Ling Tianyang had admired Qin Kursin's character. If he hadn't been in a hurry to save Shuebi-Yun, he might have already taken Qin Kursin under his wing. Meanwhile, the powerful figures from various factions in the VIP seats of the large square. When they looked at the spirited Ling Tianyang on the high platform and the group of strong practitioners behind him, also couldn't help but show a complex expression. All right, now I announce that the assessment of the Xianling sect officially begins. Ling Tianyang paused on the high platform and then laughed aloud. Chapter 297. Heading to Yuzhou in less than half a month, it will be the once-a-century empty profound realm-strong practitioner exchange meeting in Yuzhou. It seems we need to set off for Yuzhou soon. In the fallen god domain, in the southwest of the Hengduan Mountains, at Ling Tianyang's residence. He looked up towards the direction of Yuzhou and murmured. At this moment, 5 young and beautiful women surrounded Ling Tianyang. Besides his disciple, Xiao Xiaoyu. The other 4 were Shi Xiaoya, Shi Xiaomei, Jiang Ziyun, and Chu Yujiao. After handling the matters regarding the Xianling sect branch in the Qingyun kingdom, Ling Tianyang brought only Shi Xiaoya, Shi Xiaomei, Xiao Xiaoyu, Jiang Ziyun, and Chu Yujiao back to the Xianling sect in the Hengduan Mountains. As for Wu Lingyan, Tuo Beiji, Su Yingrong, Gu Yifeng, and Shui Li and other empty, profound realm-strong practitioners, along with thousands of heavenly extreme realm warriors. They were all left at the Xianling sect branch in the Qinglian mountain range. After all, the Xianling sect branch in the Qinglian mountain range had just been established and needed a large number of strong practitioners to guard and develop its influence. When the Xianling sect branch was established and disciples were recruited, martial artists participating in the assessment numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Chapter 298. Interception Tianyang. What happened? Seeing the sudden appearance of a communication jade slip in front of Ling Tianyang, Jiang Ziyun couldn't help but ask in confusion. This place is the headquarters of the Xianling sect. Generally, communication jade slips are not used unless something very urgent occurs. This communication jade slip is from Elder Ji of the 100-Flower Valley. She informed us that we should head to Yuzhou. After putting away the communication jade slip, Ling Tianyang glanced at Jiang Ziyun and the others beside him and said, "Let's set off now." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tianyang, along with Jiang Ziyun, Chu Yujiao, Shi Xiaoya, and Shi Xiaomei, soared into the sky, turning into several streaks of light and disappearing into the sky above the Xianling sect. The sky was clear and the clouds were fluffy. Below was a vast plain, and of course on this plain, one could occasionally see a few steep peaks. At a glance, the ground of this plain is filled with martial artists rushing forward. Looking up, one can also see figures flying in the sky, along with massive demon beasts carrying human martial artists. Whoosh! Whoosh! At several peaks on the plain, a huge black shadow flashed past one side of the mountain, followed closely by several other large black shadows shooting in from the other side. Chapter 299. Lesson Master Brother, what's wrong? The other 3 from the Beastmaster Villa, upon seeing the actions of the young man in the brocade robe, immediately controlled their black wind demon eagle beneath them, making an arc in the air before stopping beside the brocade-robed youth. With puzzled expressions, the 3 members of the Beastmaster Villa couldn't help but ask. However, as soon as their words fell, the brocade-robed youth, who was the master brother of the Beastmaster Villa, did not respond at all. His gaze was fixated on the group of women beside the young man in the blue robe. To think there are women in this world who can match the bare heroine. The few girls in front of him, whether in appearance or temperament, were all stunningly beautiful. Gazing intensely ahead, the brocade-robed youth couldn't help but murmur, despite having seen countless beauties in the world. His heart couldn't help but race as he looked at the women beside the young man in the blue robe. Kid, you've already angered me. Just as the brocade-robed youth's gaze was fixated on the group of women beside the young man in the blue robe. Chapter 300. The dragon has its reverse scales. Dare to lay a hand on my woman. You all shall die. In life, there are several great grievances: the hatred of killing one's father, the resentment of taking one's wife. Ling Tianyang's cold gaze fell upon Lu Rufeng and Zhua Hu, along with the other two from the Beastmaster Villa, and his killing intent surged. In this world where the strong are respected, only strength is the hard truth. Ling Tianyang understood very well why Lu Rufeng and the others acted this way. It was mainly because among the four, Lu Rufeng had reached the late stage of the empty profound realm, while Zhua Hu and the others had also reached the minor completion of the late stage of the empty profound realm. Therefore, when they saw Ling Tianyang's cultivation was only at the entry level of the late stage of the empty profound realm, they all looked down on him. The four from the Beastmaster Villa first blocked Ling Tianyang's path. Then Lu Rufeng, right in front of Ling Tianyang, brazenly attempted to steal his woman. Ling Tianyang's eyes narrowed, and his expression gradually turned cold. The dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and you will die. Jiang Ziyun, Chu Yujiao, Shi Xiaoya, and Shi Xiaomei were all Ling Tianyang's women, and he could not tolerate anyone's gaze on them. Chapter 301. Too early, let's retreat. Just as Ling Tianyang was about to make a move, Jiang Ziyun, Chu Yujiao, Shi Xiaoya, and Shi Xiaomei all cried out simultaneously. Immediately, the four girls, along with the others from Hundred Flower Valley, quickly retreated to the distance. At the same time, Ling Tianyang, hanging in midair, felt his momentum suddenly surge. Instantly reaching the peak of the empty profound realm, he slashed the god-slaying sword in the void, and a black ghostly light shot out from the sword. The black ghostly light moved as swiftly as lightning, appearing before Lu Rufeng and the other three from the Beastmaster Villa in an instant. Not good. This terrifying, ghostly thing again. Lu Rufeng and his brothers were greatly alarmed upon seeing Ling Tianyang suddenly make his move, especially when they saw the black, ghostly light that had previously slain Zhua Hu reappear. Their expressions turned grave, and they couldn't help but exclaim. They still vividly remembered the scene of Ling Tianyang killing Zhua Hu and his black wind demon eagle. Now, seeing that black, ghostly light, which had once killed Zhua Hu, rushing towards them like lightning. Chapter 302. Traveling together, you actually hid your strength. Feeling the terrifying aura from Ling Tianyang and seeing the visible spatial ripples suddenly emanating from him, Lu Rufeng, who had already activated a teleportation talisman and was surrounded by a layer of transparent spatial ripples, was on the verge of disappearing and couldn't help but exclaim. With the strength Ling Tianyang was displaying, it was clear that he had surpassed Lu Rufeng's understanding of a peak empty profound realm expert. However, before Lu Rufeng could finish his sentence, Ling Tianyang, wielding the god-slaying sword, struck towards him like lightning. A muffled sound of flesh being pierced suddenly echoed in the void. Immediately, a dazzling spray of blood burst forth in the air. Following that, a bloody arm, clearly severed at the shoulder, suddenly fell from a space where Lu Rufeng had vanished. A heart-wrenching scream rang out. After Lu Rufeng was teleported away by the talisman, he left behind a bloody arm. Alas, what a pity. Chapter 303. Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers, Xianling Sect? As Ling Tianyang's words fell, Wei Tianshu from the Sword Control Sect looked at him with confusion and muttered. With Wei Tianshu's words, over 100 men and women from the Sword Control Sect behind him also looked at Ling Tianyang with curiosity. The previous battle between Ling Tianyang and Lu Rufeng's group had been clearly observed by the empty profound realm experts from the Sword Control Sect through their divine senses. Upon witnessing Ling Tianyang's terrifying strength, the experts were all greatly shocked. In this world of martial artists, the stronger the cultivation level, the more attention one will receive. Seeing Ling Tianyang effortlessly slay Zhua Hu and instantly injure Lu Rufeng, who had used a spatial teleportation talisman, the experts from the Sword Control Sect immediately realized that Ling Tianyang's strength was likely not inferior to any of the strong members present from their sect. Meanwhile, they also became quite curious about Ling Tianyang's background. However, upon hearing him mention the Xianling sect, the experts from the Sword Control Sect were left utterly bewildered. Chapter 304. The Blade Gate Scattered Cultivator Alliance. I finally arrived. As he descended from the sky, Ling Tianyang looked up at the imposing four characters of the Scattered Cultivator Alliance on the city wall and couldn't help but murmur. At the same time, his gaze gradually became unfocused. Master, could the medicinal shop of the Scattered Cultivator Alliance be yours? Did you, like me, unexpectedly arrive in this realm of fallen gods? Looking at the four large characters of the loose cultivator alliance on the city wall, Ling Tianyang's heart immediately surged with excitement. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang was just an orphan without anyone to rely on. Later, by chance, he caught the eye of the powerful loose cultivator, Medicine Sovereign, and became Medicine Sovereign's only closed-door disciple. From then on, Ling Tianyang relied on Medicine Sovereign and became a loose cultivator warrior. However, hundreds of years ago, Medicine Sovereign entered an ancient secret realm to seek an opportunity to break through his cultivation bottleneck, and he disappeared without a trace. Since Medicine Sovereign went missing, Ling Tianyang has been practicing alone for hundreds of years. Until later, when Ling Tianyang obtained the Xianling Pearl. He was hunted down by the powerful forces of the Demon Dragon clan and the Oblivion sect, and was reborn in the Ling family of the Eastern Emperor domain. Chapter 305. The Start of Battle? In the next moment, the triangular-eyed man from the Absolute Blade sect felt a flash in front of his eyes. Immediately, a terrifying black, ghostly light appeared above his head. Oh no! Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the black, ghostly light above him, as if it were from death itself, the triangular-eyed man from the Absolute Blade sect immediately cried out in panic. At that moment, the triangular-eyed man finally understood that Ling Tianyang's true strength was indeed as terrifying as this. Stop, kid, stop. As soon as Ling Tianyang's figure disappeared, all the Void Profound Realm experts present were shocked. The leading members among the Void Profound Realm experts of the Absolute Blade sect also immediately exclaimed. However, amidst the exclamations of the Void Profound Realm experts of the Absolute Blade sect, the black, ghostly light above the triangular-eyed man's head showed no signs of stopping and continued to strike down fiercely at him. A muffled sound of a sword piercing flesh rang out. Then everyone present saw the triangular-eyed man's body being split in half. Chapter 306. The Bear Heroine. A battle is a battle. Lu Qianshan, do you think my sword control sect fears your Absolute Blade sect? As the silver-haired young man from the Absolute Blade sect finished speaking, Wei Tianshu from the sword control sect immediately shouted coldly. The silver-haired young man from the Absolute Blade sect was none other than Lu Qianshan, one of the top 10 Void Profound Realm experts of Yuzhou, possessing peak cultivation in the Void Profound Realm, ranking 6th. All right, Wei Tianshu, you have guts. As soon as Wei Tianshu's words fell, Lu Qianshan's eyes turned cold. Immediately, the terrifying aura of his peak Void Profound Realm exploded without reservation. The Sword Control sect and the Absolute Blade sect were already at odds, and conflicts between the two powers often erupted. This was not surprising to Wei Tianshu and the other experts from the Sword Control sect and the Absolute Blade sect. Seeing Lu Qianshan from the Absolute Blade sect swing his long knife, he turned his head and glared at Ling Tianyang with killing intent, angrily stating, "And you, kid, you just killed my junior brother. The Absolute Blade sect will never let you go." Along with Lu Qianshan's movements, over 100 experts from the Absolute Blade sect also erupted with their auras, immediately raising their long knives. Chapter 307. The Pursuer. It's a misunderstanding. Bear Heroine. This is just a misunderstanding. As soon as the Bear Heroine of the Loose Cultivator Alliance appeared, the attention of Wei Tianshu from the Sword Control sect and Lu Qianshan from the Absolute Blade sect was immediately drawn to her. Once the Bear Heroine finished speaking, Wei Tianshu quickly began to explain. This was the territory of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, although everyone had not yet entered the city. A certain area outside the city was also managed by the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Wei Tianshu did not forget that the exchange meeting for the Void Profound Realm experts was about to be held in the city of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. At that time, the Loose Cultivator Alliance would certainly send many powerful experts to maintain order during the exchange meeting. The exchange meeting for the Void Profound Realm experts had not been held for the first time in Yuzhou, and thus some unspoken rules had already formed during this period. If anyone dared to cause trouble during the exchange meeting, they would definitely face the joint attack of all major forces in Yuzhou. Although both the Sword Control sect and the Absolute Blade sect were top 10 forces in Yuzhou, they did not dare to oppose all sects and forces in Yuzhou. Chapter 308. Sleeping on the Streets. Watching the Bear Heroine and the group of Loose Cultivator Alliance experts leave, Ling Tianyang was momentarily stunned and felt quite speechless. He originally wanted to ask the Bear Heroine about Medicine Sovereign, but upon seeing the coldness in her eyes, Ling Tianyang decided not to make himself uncomfortable. After all, In a few days, the Centennial Exchange meeting for the Void Profound Realm experts in Yuzhou would take place, facing the top experts from all over Yuzhou. The Loose Cultivator Alliance, as the host, would surely send out their most top-notch peak experts to maintain order. Wei Tianshu, and you too, kid, will see. The Absolute Blade sect will never let you go. At this moment, Lu Qianshan from the Absolute Blade sect glared fiercely at Ling Tianyang and the other experts from the Sword Control sect, gritting his teeth. If looks could kill, Ling Tianyang and the others would have been dead countless times from Lu Qianshan's gaze. However, after the warning from the Bear Heroine and the group of Loose Cultivator Alliance experts, Lu Qianshan gradually calmed down. Although the triangular-eyed man from the Absolute Blade sect had been killed by Ling Tianyang on the spot. Chapter 309, Blood Boiling. The exchange meeting for the Void Profound Realm experts is imminent. There will definitely be many martial artists in the Loose Cultivator Alliance city, so you should stop complaining. As soon as Chu Yujiao finished speaking, Jiang Ziyun immediately chimed in. Let's go to a more remote area in the city and take a look. Following Jiang Ziyun's words, Ling Tianyang and Shixiao, Shixiami, and the others all nodded in agreement. Then the five of them immediately set off towards a remote area in the city of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. A few hours later, the five finally found a medium-sized inn in a relatively remote area of the city. I'm sorry, gentlemen. When Ling Tianyang asked for 5 rooms, the innkeeper immediately apologized, saying, Aren't only has 1 room left? I wonder if you gentlemen would still like it? What? Only 1 room left? As soon as the innkeeper's words fell, Ling Tianyang looked at Jiang Ziyun and the other 4 with a somewhat speechless expression. Ziyun, Yujiao, how about we just stay here? As the words fell, Ling Tianyang carefully observed the expressions of Jiang Ziyun and Chu Yujiao. Chapter 3:10. Betting after a moment. The table in front of Ling Tianyang and the others was filled with a feast of delicious dishes. Although all 5 of them were already powerful practitioners at the empty profound realm and could survive solely by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there were times when Ling Tianyang couldn't help but indulge in some tasty food to satisfy his cravings. Have you heard? Recently, on the way to the Loose Cultivator Alliance, a very formidable and ruthless man appeared, one who kills without blinking. Not only did he slay the 3 young masters of the Beast Tamer Mountain Villa, but in front of Lu Qianshan from the Absolute Blade sect, he also killed a late-stage, empty, profound realm expert from the Absolute Blade sect. It's truly insane. Sigh, it's all my fault for coming too late. I didn't get to witness that ruthless man's fury firsthand. You should know that Lu Qianshan is a peak expert ranked 6th among the top 10 empty, profound realm practitioners on the Qinji Towers list. As Ling Tianyang and the others savored the delicious food on the table, the voices of the martial artists at the surrounding tables in the hall reached them. When Ling Tianyang heard himself being referred to as a ruthless killer by these martial artists, Chapter 311, Clue to the Treasure. The next day, the sky was clear. In the room, Ling Tianyang slowly opened his eyes, then stood up and stretched lazily, glancing towards the direction of the bedroom. He saw Jiang Ziyun and the other 3 women gradually walking out. Tianyang, there's still a few days until the empty, profound realm practitioners exchange meeting. How about we go for a stroll around the city? Chu Yujiao walked to the window, looked down at the bustling crowd in the street, and suddenly smiled at Ling Tianyang. As Chu Yujiao's words fell, Jiang Ziyun, Shi Xiaoya, and Shi Xiaomei all looked at Ling Tianyang with anticipation. We have important matters to attend to today, but if you want to explore the city, that's fine too. Seeing the eager expressions on Jiang Ziyun and the others, Ling Tianyang smiled and nodded. Then, Ling Tianyang waved his hand, and immediately a piece of ancient, weathered beast skin appeared. Handing the beast skin to Jiang Ziyun, Ling Tianyang said, Zin, this beast skin was something I obtained from Shi Qinshuan. It is said to contain a treasure left behind by a returning Origin Realm expert. Chapter 312. Following, sir, these are maps of various places in Yuzhou, along with some books introducing the simple conditions of these places. Moments latte. When the attendant from the Wanbao Pavilion appeared before Ling Tianyang again, he was carrying dozens of books and a pile of jade slips, which he placed on the counter. The manager of the Wanbao Pavilion then lowered his head to check the items on the counter before smiling at Ling Tianyang. Sir, how do you find these items? How many spirit stones do these cost? I'll take them all. As the manager finished speaking, Ling Tianyang nodded and smiled. Although Ling Tianyang's voice was not loud, everyone in the Wanbao Pavilion heard him clearly. He was not worried about being robbed. After all, there were not many practitioners in the Loose Cultivator Alliance city who were stronger than him. Even if he walked around arrogantly, few would dare to confront him. Sir, because some of these books and jade slips are quite rare in Yuzhou, the price is a bit higher. The total for everything on the counter comes to 103 mid-grade spirit stones, but you only need to pay 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Chapter 313. Something's off, big brother. That kid really has good fortune with women. Look at the 4 women around him, each one more beautiful than the last. After we kill that kid, I want the one with the ponytail. In the air behind Ling Tianyang and the others, 9 empty, profound realm experts were following them. One middle-aged man with a yellowish complexion and a lewd expression couldn't help but glare at the direction Ling Tianyang and his group had left, gritting his teeth. Haha, brothers, don't hold back later. After we get the treasures and secrets from that kid, those 4 women will all belong to us 9 brothers. After the yellow-faced, lewd man spoke, the leading burly man among the 9 nodded excitedly. Then, after a moment of contemplation, the leading man spoke again. We need to hurry. Don't let that kid get too far. As soon as he finished speaking, his body transformed into a streak of light, rapidly chasing after the direction Ling Tianyang and his group had gone. Meanwhile, the others exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of fervor in the other's eyes. Chapter 314. Beast God Mountain Swish. Swish! In the sky, several streaks of light shot through the air. After half a day, Ling Tianyang and the others finally arrived at the edge where the loose Cultivator Alliance and Beast God Mountain, 2 major superpowers, intersect. Looking into the distance at the endless mountain range, Ling Tianyang and the others immediately halted their forward flight and descended from the sky. We've finally arrived. That mountain range over there should be where the treasure is located according to the beast skin map. Ling Tianyang thought to himself, while secretly rejoicing. But his expression slightly tightened. Glancing at Jiang Ziyun and the other 3 women with a serious face, Ling Tianyang spoke earnestly. Zun, Yujiao, Xiaoya, Xiaomei. We are about to approach the territory of the Beast God Mountain. Flying freely above the Beast God Mountain is not allowed for human practitioners below the returning origin realm. So we all need to be careful. Beast God Mountain is one of the top superpowers in Yuzhou. As the name suggests, it is a paradise for monsters and a kingdom for spirit beasts. Within the entire territory of Beast God Mountain, there are almost continuous mountain ranges, home to countless monsters and spirit beasts. Chapter 315. Something strange on the rugged mountain road. 5 shadowy figures flashed past. Following the clues on the beast skin map, Ling Tianyang and the others continued to rush deeper into the mountain range. At the same time, they were constantly searching for the true location of the treasure. According to the beast skin map, the treasure was located within a mountain peak shaped like a tiger. Surrounding this tiger mountain were colorful forests that looked vibrant and diverse. From the appearance of the beast skin map, the treasure's location seemed quite conspicuous. Unfortunately, since Ling Tianyang and the others were already within the territory of Beast God Mountain, he couldn't recklessly use his spiritual sense to probe through the mountain range. After all, the Beast God Mountain has several 7th-tier spirit beasts, which are certainly not beings that Ling Tianyang can provoke at this moment. Looking at the endless mountain range before him, Ling Tianyang now understands what it means to search for a needle in the ocean and to sigh in vain. At this time, it has been over a day since the 5 of them arrived in this mountain range. During this time, Ling Tianyang and the others have been trying their best to conceal their aura, keeping their spiritual awareness within a very small range, cautiously probing the surrounding situation. Chapter 316. Bone-corroding grave, soul, smoke. This colorful dense forest is indeed strange. Just now, that 5th-tier demon wind wolf and the black line overlord snake entered this colorful dense forest for just a few breaths, and their aura immediately disappeared. It's truly terrifying. As Ling Tianyang's words fell, Jiang Ziyun and the other 3 women nodded with serious expressions. Under the grave gaze of Jiang Ziyun and the others, Ling Tianyang's figure flashed and suddenly appeared at the edge of the colorful dense forest. Taking a deep look at the colorful dense forest ahead, Ling Tianyang flipped his palm, and a low-grade spiritual weapon with a faint spiritual aura appeared in his hand. Sizzle when Ling Tianyang suddenly thrust the low-grade spiritual weapon in his hand into the colorful dense forest in front of him. The weapon was immediately corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye by the colorful gas within the forest. In just a moment, the low-grade spiritual weapon that had entered the colorful dense forest was corroded into a piece of dull and lifeless scrap metal. Is this the legendary bone-corroding grave soul smoke? But there seems to be too much of it here. Chapter 317. Entering the tiger's den, bloodthirsty vine demon. How could such a thing exist here? As Jiang Ziyun and the other three women spoke, Ling Tianyang immediately saw slender shadows rapidly shooting towards their direction. Upon closer inspection, he saw that these shadows were green vines mixed with a hint of gray. At the ends of these vines were huge openings, and inside those openings were some blood-red substances and shards of sharp teeth. Looking at the bizarre vines that were clearly approaching them with ill intent, Ling Tianyang remained calm, but his eyes were filled with indifference. The moment he saw these strange vines, he recognized their origin. After all, in his past life, Ling Tianyang was a loose cultivator who lived for hundreds of years and was at the peak of the empty, profound realm. So, he had seen some beasts and monsters on the continent to some extent. He had also encountered strange vines like the bloodthirsty vine demon in his past life. Ling Tianyang could clearly sense that the bloodthirsty vine demon suddenly appearing in the colorful dense forest and rushing towards them was only at the high 6th tier level, equivalent to a human at the late to peak stage of the empty, profound realm. Chapter 318. Huge harvest. This is a huge cave, at least the size of 8 or 9 basketball courts. Inside the cave, piles of spirit stones stacked together like small mountains filled the view. At a glance, the spiritual power contained in these spirit stones was abundant, far exceeding that of ordinary mid to low-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones. Tianyang, these are actually high-grade spirit stones. Sensing the abundant spiritual power contained in the high-grade spirit stones in front of them, Jiang Ziyun and the other three women immediately exclaimed in delight. In this cave, besides the piles of casually placed high-grade spirit stones, there were also over 100 exquisite wooden boxes, each filled with thousands of extremely rare top-grade spirit stones. In addition, on one side of the cave's floor, various materials for alchemy and weapon forging, as well as some gemstones, crystals, and agates were carelessly piled up. Every item in this cave, if taken outside, could be said to be a valuable treasure. Ziyun, we all share in this. Let us divide everything here into 5 parts, one for each of us. Seeing Jiang Ziyun and the others' excited expressions, Ling Tianyang immediately spoke with a smile. Chapter 319. Magical Artifacts. Tianyang, these are all top-grade spiritual weapons, right? After arriving at the other side of the stone chamber, Jiang Ziyun and the other three women immediately exclaimed. On the other side of the stone chamber, there were also 2 wooden racks, but on these racks were dozens of weapons exuding extraordinary auras. Yes, most of the weapons on these racks are top-grade spiritual weapons. As Jiang Ziyun's words fell, Ling Tianyang nodded with a smile. Contemplating the dozens of weapons on the 2 racks, Ling Tianyang immediately released his spiritual awareness to investigate. Moments later, a look of wild joy appeared on Ling Tianyang's face. Magical artifacts. The few weapons on the top of these 2 racks are actually all magical artifacts. Ling Tianyang turned to Jiang Ziyun and the others, his face full of joy. Magical artifacts are different from spiritual weapons. Magical artifacts surpass spiritual weapons in existence, and each magical artifact possesses extremely terrifying power. Looking over, he saw that on the very top of the 2 racks, there were actually 9 weapons that revealed no aura at all, which caused Ling Tianyang's heart to tremble wildly. At a glance, aside from the 9 weapons on the top of the racks, the remaining dozens of weapons all reached the level of top-grade spiritual weapons. Chapter 320. Anomaly. All right, let us not mess around anymore. This is a treasure trove of a Guiyuan realm expert. We don't know if any unforeseen dangers will suddenly arise. We should be cautious. After a moment of playful banter among the 5 in the stone chamber, Ling Tianyang immediately reminded them. Although Ling Tianyang also enjoyed the joyful moments with Jiang Ziyun and the others, he still maintained a vigilant heart. For some reason, Ling Tianyang always felt that their treasure hunting process had been too smooth, so smooth that it made him a bit surprised. After all, this is a treasure left behind by a powerful expert above the Guiyuan realm. Could it really be so easily obtained? Shaking his head, Ling Tianyang cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. With a wave of his hand, he immediately put away the 2 wooden racks on one side of the stone chamber, along with the remaining low-grade magical artifact long knife and the remaining dozens of top-grade spiritual weapons into the Yulan ring. Only then did Ling Tianyang have the time to carefully examine the entire stone chamber. Now, the whole stone chamber looked empty and desolate. Chapter 321. Great killing weapon under the powerful force emitted by the invisible energy barrier in the secret chamber. Jiang Ziyun and the other three women were involuntarily sent flying back. With a thud, Jiang Ziyun and the other three girls slammed against the wall of the hidden chamber behind them, unable to suppress a muffled groan as they spat out a mouthful of blood mist. Jiang Ziyun, Chu Yujiao, Shi Xiaoya, and Shi Xiaomei all stood up, their faces filled with concern as they looked at the layer of invisible energy barrier, gasping in shock but not daring to approach again. Among the four, Jiang Ziyun had the highest cultivation level, yet she was only at the mid-stage of the void profound realm. However, the previous layer of invisible energy barrier allowed them all to clearly sense that it contained a power they could not resist. They all knew that if that invisible energy barrier had even a hint of killing intent, they would not have merely spat out blood. After experiencing the earlier impulse, the four gradually calmed down. They understood that, given their current cultivation levels, they could not break through that energy barrier, and rushing at it again would be futile. Chapter 322. Vigilance. You're overthinking it. I was just trying to test the power of the Xianling Pearl. How could I let you take over my body? As the words of the demon lord fell, Ling Tianyang's eyes suddenly turned cold. As he spoke, the hand seals he was forming did not pause for an instant. With his movements, the Xianling Pearl in his sea of consciousness flashed like lightning and reappeared in front of the demon lord in an instant. Ah, no. Upon seeing the Xianling Pearl radiating light and approaching rapidly, the demon lord's face turned pale with terror. With a soft sound, the demon lord's already somewhat illusory soul body was instantly dissipated under the attack of the Xianling Pearl. Seeing the demon lord's soul body completely vanish from his sea of consciousness, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although he had appeared calm and unafraid when facing the demon lord's attempt to take over, the demon lord had once been a powerful being in the returning origin realm. The methods of such a powerful being were not something an ordinary martial artist could compare to. Chapter 323. Huge commotion. Could it be that this fierce tiger seal is not the main body, but rather the control core of the seal? Upon seeing 5 figures, 1 male and 4 female, suddenly appear in front of him, Ling Tianyang was immediately filled with astonishment. The 5 figures that appeared before him were none other than himself and the 4 girls. Shaking his head, Ling Tianyang's spiritual consciousness surged out, rapidly refining the fierce tiger seal in his hand. Moments later, some information regarding the fierce tiger seal naturally appeared in his mind. The fierce tiger soul seal is a mid-grade, offensive magical treasure. It was created by an ancient, powerful being using an 8th-tier tiger demon and various heavenly materials and treasures, possessing immense power. After carefully reviewing the information about the fierce tiger soul seal in his mind, Ling Tianyang's eyes widened in shock. This fierce tiger soul seal was actually a top-tier, mid-grade, offensive magical treasure. The entire tiger head mountain outside was the main body of the fierce tiger soul seal. And even the bone-eating soul smoke in the colorful forest was a technique of the fierce tiger soul seal. This fierce tiger soul seal is truly incredible. Chapter 324. 7th-tier spirit beast Tianyang. What's wrong? As they watched the enormous tiger created from the fierce tiger soul seal, causing a terrifying commotion below, Jiang Ziyun, Chu Yujiao, Shi Xiaoya, and Shi Xiaomei were all shocked. However, noticing the worried expression on Ling Tianyang's face, Jiang Ziyun couldn't help but voice her confusion. As Jiang Ziyun spoke, Chu Yujiao, Shi Xiaoya, and Shi Xiaomei also looked at Ling Tianyang with puzzled expressions. The commotion caused by the fierce tiger soul seal was too great. We might be in trouble this time. Seeing the confusion in the girl's eyes, Ling Tianyang's gaze sharpened slightly, and his expression became quite serious. This was the territory of the Beast God Mountain. He hoped that the 7th-tier spirit beasts in the Beast God Mountain were not nearby. As Ling Tianyang spoke, the spiritual energy within him surged out wildly. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness frantically surged downward into the fierce tiger, transformed from the fierce tiger soul seal, which was devouring the bone-eating soul smoke in the colorful forest. As Ling Tianyang formed dazzling hand seals in front of his chest, the tiger's speed in devouring the bone-eating soul smoke immediately surged several times. Chapter 325. the Horned King boom. A thunderous sound suddenly erupted in midair. Following that, an incredibly terrifying spiritual energy storm materialized from the air. Then, terrifying waves of spiritual energy continuously spread out from the center of the storm. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures suddenly shot out from the center of the spiritual energy storm. One of them was an unusual man with a single horn on his head, and with a surge of demon power, he halted his backward flight. Human, you dare to intrude upon my territory, the Horned King. The Horned Man coldly fixed his gaze on Ling Tianyang, who was enveloped in a layer of silver armor. This Horned Man was none other than the fourth-ranked Horned King of the Beast God Mountain. The Horned King was a newly promoted 7th-tier spirit beast of the Beast God Mountain, ranking 4th in status. His strength was equivalent to that of a powerful being in the returning origin realm among humans. You have quite the nerve, upon seeing me. Not only do you not flee, but you also have the courage to strike at me. I really wonder where you get your confidence from. The Horned King unleashed a torrent of demon power, and as he spread his arms, the spiritual energy storm in the air immediately dissipated without a trace. Chapter 326. Enchanting beauty luck is also a part of strength. You managed to hold out against me for so long with your strength below the returning origin realm. Even among all the human martial artists in Yuzhou, that is quite rare. As Ling Tianyang's words fell, the Horned King's voice rang out again. In the world of demon beasts, the hierarchy was very clear. Therefore, when the Horned King saw that Ling Tianyang possessed the strength to contend with him, the disdain in his eyes had long since vanished. The reason the Beast God Mountain could exist in Yuzhou for so long, besides having several 7th-tier spirit beasts to intimidate others, was also because the 7th-tier spirit beasts of the Beast God Mountain did not want to offend the peak powerhouses among humans unnecessarily, unless absolutely necessary. The 7th-tier spirit beasts of the Beast God Mountain were unwilling to become enemies with powerful humans. He cast a serious glance into the distance, where a gigantic tiger, transformed from the soul burial seal of the fierce tiger, stirred a deep shock within the heart of the One-Horned King. The One-Horned King could distinctly sense that the enormous tiger, formed from the soul burial seal, subtly emanated a feeling of extreme danger. Chapter 327. Martial Arts Square. The once-in-a-century exchange conference for strong practitioners at the Void Realm in Yuzhou is a significant opportunity for many strong practitioners at this level in Yuzhou to prove themselves to the younger generation. On ordinary days, everyone reigns supreme in their own territories, which doesn't count for much. Only those who can dominate the stage of the Century's Void Realm Exchange Conference in Yuzhou can truly be considered capable. Therefore, numerous strong practitioners at the Void Realm in Yuzhou have secretly put in countless efforts and sweat for this once-in-a-century conference. A century of hard cultivation goes unnoticed, but one day of fame is known across the world. In Yuzhou, although the practitioners at the Void Realm are not the most peak-level strong, they are still the backbone of the entire region. The Exchange Conference for Strong Practitioners at the Void Realm in Yuzhou holds significant weight, being the ranking event for these practitioners once every 100 years. As long as one achieves good results at this conference, it is enough to make a name in Yuzhou. In the Alliance City of Scattered Practitioners, Ling Tianyang and his 4 companions exited from the top floor of the restaurant and arrived in the lobby, where they began to have breakfast and drink tea. It seemed as if the upcoming exchange conference for strong practitioners at the Void Realm had no impact on them whatsoever. Chapter 328. Amitabha. After the small incident caused by the half-step Void Realm practitioner, many practitioners at the same level who were restless in the venue couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment in their eyes, losing the intention to take action again. After all, seeing that half-step Void Realm practitioner being thrown out by the Void Realm practitioner from the Alliance like trash, they didn't want to humiliate themselves further. However, when they witnessed the many Void Realm strong practitioners around them gradually passing the special artifact test for measuring combat power and entering the martial arts square of the Scattered Practitioners Alliance, the expressions of the practitioners below the Void Realm were extremely complex. Envy, jealousy, excitement, disappointment. Sigh. Brothers, let us just be honest spectators. I hope we can qualify for the next exchange conference for strong practitioners at the Void Realm. Yeah, let's hope for that. The tests in the venue were proceeding in an orderly manner, while the surrounding practitioners were discussing. Ling Tianyang and his companions finally arrived in front of the special artifact for measuring combat power. Ling Tianyang casually flicked his finger, and an extraordinary spiritual power attack accurately shot towards the special artifact for measuring combat power. Chapter 329. Grudges. Ling Tianyang had once heard with his own ears in the restaurant's lobby a middle-aged man with a tuft of beard below his jaw passionately declare that he wanted everyone to know his name, Jiang Tianyuan, at this exchange conference for the Void Realm. When Jiang Tianyuan and the young man in brocade realized that among the few people sitting beside them were the renowned monk Jinkong and the formidable Xing Ingluo, both rising peak strong practitioners in Yuzhou, they were both greatly shocked. The monk Jinkong and Xing Ingluo were both peak strong practitioners who had just recently risen in Yuzhou. Many of the so-called top 10 Void Realm strong practitioners in Yuzhou were often elusive. Therefore, although many martial artists in Yuzhou had heard of the names of the monk Jinkong and Xing Ingluo, few truly knew them. They are actually the ones who defeated the top 10 Void Realm strong practitioners in Yuzhou. Tianyang. I never expected that today we could sit in the same pavilion as two of the peak strong practitioners from the top 10 in Yuzhou. Isn't that too coincidental? As Jiang Tianyuan and the young man in brocade were astonished by the identities of Jinkong and Xing Ingluo. Chapter 330. Blood Bodhi. After Jiang Tianyuan finished speaking, Ling Tianyang merely smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't take it to heart. At that moment, the monk Jinkong suddenly extended his hand and presented a palm-sized, exquisitely crafted white jade box. Master Ling, this is a 6th grade blood bodhi that I accidentally obtained. This blood bodhi can help practitioners below the return to origin realm achieve enlightenment and see their true nature. After experiencing the path of enlightenment, they can reach a transcendent state. As he handed the white jade box containing the blood bodhi to Ling Tianyang, the monk Jinkong glanced at the four women beside him. Jiang Zian, before slowly continuing, Master Ling, I know that with your cultivation level, this blood bodhi has little effect on you. However, I believe these lovely companions of yours will certainly find it useful. After finishing his words, the monk Jinkong opened the white jade box he handed to Ling Tianyang. Inside the exquisite white jade box lay 4 bright red blood bodhi, quietly resting within. Looking at the 6th grade blood bodhi presented by the monk Jinkong, before Ling Tianyang could say anything, Chu Yujiao beside him eagerly took the white jade box containing the blood bodhi from the monk's hand. Chapter 331. Dreaming. Jinkong, I, Mo Qing Tian, have come to challenge you. As the words of the monk Jinkong fell, the venue fell silent for a moment. Just as Ling Tianyang was about to make a move, a tall figure emanating a chilling aura suddenly shot out from somewhere on the martial arts platform. This imposing figure was none other than Mo Qing Tian, the number 1 genius practitioner of the Ghost King sect, who possessed peak cultivation at the Void Realm. Mo Qing Tian was ranked 9th among the top 10 Void Realm strong practitioners in Yuzhou. Ever since he was defeated by the monk Jinkong last time, Mo Qing Tian had been in closed-door cultivation within the Ghost King sect. This time, Mo Qing Tian participated in the exchange conference for strong practitioners at the Void Realm primarily to defeat the monk Jinkong and reclaim his former ranking of 9th among the top 10 Void Realm strong practitioners in Yuzhou. When all practitioners challenge their opponents at the exchange conference for strong practitioners at the Void Realm, they generally assess their opponent's strength first. If they feel their strength is comparable, they will go up. If they think they're too strong or too weak, they won't bother. Mo Qing Tian, it seems your strength has improved again. Chapter 332. Ghost King roars arrogant. Jinkong, today I will let you know my might. As soon as the monk Jinkong's words fell, Mo Qing Tian opposite him erupted with a surge of ghostly energy. With his movements, countless deep and terrifying ghostly energies behind Mo Qing Tian began to coalesce into a ghostly king phantom towering several dozen feet high. Soon, under Mo Qing Tian's control, the ghostly king phantom began to take on a tangible form. At the same time, an aura far surpassing that of an ordinary peak Void Realm strong practitioner erupted from within the ghostly king phantom. Under the terrifying aura of the Ghost King's phantom, the space around Mo Qing Tian and the Ghost King's phantom began to twist slightly. The Ghost King roared, his cold gaze fixed on the monk Jinkong opposite him. Mo Qing Tian let out a frenzied shout. Immediately, all the martial artists on the martial arts platform saw the Ghost King's phantom behind Mo Qing Tian let out a roar towards the sky. Then, with its massive blood-red mouth wide open, it lunged and clawed at the monk Jinkong opposite him. Amipa, looking at the terrifying Ghost King's phantom displayed by Mo Qing Tian, the monk Jinkong remained calm and composed. Chapter 333. a heated debate as the monk Jinkong spoke. Xing Ingluo of the corpse god sect couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in her eyes. Turning her head to look at Ling Tianyang, Xing Ingluo, feeling the energy surging within her, spoke seriously. Ling Tianyang, I've heard that your strength is not weak. How about we spar? As soon as she finished speaking, the fighting spirit in Xing Ingluo's eyes surged, as if she would immediately leap onto the martial arts platform if Ling Tianyang nodded. However, after she spoke, Ling Tianyang slightly shook his head. Miss Xing, let's give the martial arts platform to others. The earlier battle between Jinkong and Mo Qingtian has already shaken the confidence of many martial artists around the platform. They probably won't step up to fight again. Placing the teacup in his hand on the table, Ling Tianyang smiled and said, the previous battle between the monk Jinkong and Mo Qingtian had allowed many martial artists in the Void Profound realm to gain some insights. After witnessing the battle between two peak experts of the Void Profound realm, even now, no one had started a challenge on the martial arts platform after Jinkong and Mo Qingtian left. They're all useless. If they were truly frightened by the battle between Jinkong and Mo Qingtian, they probably won't achieve much in their lifetime. Chapter 334. A place to stand amiss. It's good to challenge strong opponents, but if you overestimate yourself, it's just self-humiliation. When Wan Qingrong from the Falling Sun Cliff saw Jiang Ziyun suddenly appear before him, only at the mid-stage of the Void Profound realm, he was momentarily taken aback. After a brief moment of shock, Wan Qingrong suddenly pointed at the martial arts platform below. Looking at Jiang Ziyun with a somewhat arrogant expression and disdainfully said, "You're not my opponent. You'd better step back quickly." Arrogant fool. Just based on your mid-stage Void Profound realm cultivation, you're simply dreaming. As Wan Qingrong's words fell, Jiang Ziyun's voice immediately rang out in the arena. Today, let me Jiang Ziyun have a go at you. After her words, a flash of spiritual light appeared in Jiang Ziyun's hand, and a long sword with a deep cold sheen immediately materialized. As her spiritual energy surged, Jiang Ziyun swung the long sword and made the first move. With a flash of her figure, she immediately pounced towards Wan Qingrong. Ignorant of the consequences. Chapter 335. Unthinkable, how dare he? Wan Qingrong clearly admitted defeat, but still wants to sneak attack someone. He truly deserves to die. Have the martial artists of Falling Sun Cliff fallen to this level? This is getting more and more outrageous. Upon seeing Wan Qingrong from Falling Sun Cliff suddenly swing his knife, attempting to sneak attack Jiang Ziyun, the surrounding Void Profound realm martial artists watching the battle were all furious. Although unexpected events are inevitable in the century-old exchange conference of Void Profound realm experts held in Yuzhou, and many Void Profound realm experts often fall during these conferences, Wan Qingrong had clearly admitted defeat to Jiang Ziyun earlier. According to the rules of the Void Profound realm exchange conference, Wan Qingrong should not have attacked Jiang Ziyun again. Therefore, Wan Qingrong's act of sneaking an attack at this moment was clearly a violation of the rules of the exchange conference. As many Void Profound realm martial artists around the platform witnessed Wan Qingrong break the rules and sneak attack Jiang Ziyun, they all voiced their condemnation. However, while they were criticizing, no one actually stepped up to stop him. Chapter 336. Deserved death, kill him if you want. What are you going to do about it? Ling Tianyang glanced at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, his eyes filled with amusement. Then, under the furious gaze of that man, Ling Tianyang casually collected the spatial ring left by Wan Qingrong. Wan Qingrong's earlier attempt to sneak attack Jiang Ziyun, wanting to put her to death, had already stirred Ling Tianyang's killing intent. Meanwhile, Ling Tianyang's impression of the Falling Sun Cliff faction had also turned extremely negative. It is said that Wan Qingrong was one of the pillars of Falling Sun Cliff, having reached the mid-stage of the Void Profound realm. Yet this pillar of Falling Sun Cliff dared to sneak attack in front of numerous Void Profound realm experts from different regions of Yuzhou after admitting defeat to Jiang Ziyun. Many Void Profound realm experts around the martial arts platform shared Ling Tianyang's sentiments, believing that Wan Qingrong deserved to die. Gu Fengming, I recognize him. He is Gu Fengming from Falling Sun Cliff. He is the first genius of Falling Sun Cliff, originally ranked 10th among the top 10 Void Profound realm experts in Yuzhou. Chapter 337. Old Grudges. Jinkong, whether I am your opponent or not, I suppose we will only find out after the battle. After the monk Jinkong's words fell, Xing Ingluo of the corpse god sect couldn't help but snort coldly. However, Just as Xing Yingluo's spiritual energy surged and she was about to leap onto the martial arts platform to duel with Ling Tianyang, a figure moved even faster than her. As soon as Gu Fengming from Falling Sun Cliff admitted defeat, a young man with silver hair from the Absolute Blade sects camp immediately dashed toward Ling Tianyang from the pavilions surrounding the martial arts platform. Hee, no wonder you were so arrogant before. It turns out you do have some skills. However, since you killed my junior brother and offended the Absolute Blade sect, I will definitely not let you go. This silver-haired young man was none other than Lu Qianshan, a powerful figure from the Absolute Blade sect who had nearly clashed with Ling Tianyang, Wei Tianshu, and other experts from the Sword Control sect outside the city gate of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. On that day, when Lu Qianshan and several other martial artists from the Absolute Blade sect saw Ling Tianyang and his companions mingling with the Sword Control sect, they mistakenly thought Ling Tianyang was a friend of the Sword Control sect. When they saw Ling Tianyang's displayed cultivation, which was only at the late-stage entry of the Void Profound Realm. Chapter 338, Tear Apart Whoosh. The silver light beam shot out from Lu Qianshan's body and instantly expanded into a silver shield several zhang in size. Watching the terrifying sword energy that Ling Tianyang swung out, Lu Qianshan immediately controlled the silver shield to block the incoming terrifying sword energy. Bang! Pung pung! Waves of sword energy sliced through the void, carrying unmatched, overwhelming power, all shooting towards Lu Qianshan's silver shield, instantly erupting with a series of dull sounds. At the same time, visible layers of spatial ripples continuously spread outward from the center of the fierce battle between Ling Tianyang and Lu Qianshan. Lu Qianshan, your strength is not weak. It's a pity that you chose to become my enemy. As Lu Qianshan defended against the terrifying sword energy raining down, Ling Tianyang's voice suddenly rang in his ears. As Ling Tianyang's words fell, Lu Qianshan, who was using the silver shield to block the onslaught of sword energy, was taken aback. While Lu Qianshan launched his attack, his sole consciousness had been keeping an eye on Ling Tianyang's every move. When he saw Ling Tianyang unleash a torrent of sword energy, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, causing Lu Qianshan to shudder. Chapter 339, Intimidation with One Strike. Under the powerful inertia of the Absolute Blade Annihilation Slash, Lu Qianshan's body rapidly approached Ling Tianyang. The speed of the Absolute Blade Annihilation Slash was astonishing, emphasizing speed, precision, and brutality, embodying a fearless, forward-charging blade momentum. Unfortunately, Lu Qianshan's Absolute Blade Annihilation Slash hadn't even reached Ling Tianyang before it was easily dodged by him. Not good. Failing to hit, Lu Qianshan's sole consciousness suddenly noticed that Ling Tianyang's figure had disappeared. A sense of warning surged in Lu Qianshan's heart, and he immediately retreated backward. Whoosh! Just then, a cold gleam sliced through the void, appearing behind Lu Qianshan in an instant. Although Lu Qianshan's movements were as swift as lightning, they were still a bit slower compared to Ling Tianyang's speed. Just as Lu Qianshan made a move, a sharp, cold sword tip had already sliced through his protective shield, emerging right from the center of Lu Qianshan's forehead. You are considered one of the top experts in the empty, profound realm. If it weren't for your intent to kill me, I wouldn't want to kill you. Chapter 340, Rampage. Bastard. You actually dared to kill Lu Qianshan. I want you to die a horrible death. In the air above the martial arts platform, the old scarred man with gray hair, upon seeing Ling Tianyang easily annihilate Lu Qianshan's primordial spirit, was instantly filled with rage. Lu Qianshan was the top expert in the Absolute Blade sect's empty, profound realm, and it was only a matter of time before he became a peak expert at the half-step return to Origin Realm. Each peak expert at the half-step return to Origin Realm was a pillar for major forces, and a loss of even one was a tremendous blow. Seeing that after he had intervened, Ling Tianyang still dared to obliterate Lu Qianshan's primordial spirit, the old scarred man felt his authority was challenged, and his murderous intent surged. Kid, you will die. Fixing his gaze on Ling Tianyang, the half-step return to Origin Realm old scarred man waved his hand, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to immediately converge towards him. Following that, a long sword of pure spiritual energy formed from the gathered spiritual energy, sliced through the void and shot towards Ling Tianyang's position like lightning. As the long sword of spiritual energy descended, The surrounding space immediately rippled with visible waves. Chapter 341. Certain death, am I really going to fall here today? I hate this. Watching the giant hand of spiritual energy approaching him, the old scarred man of the Absolute Blade sect suddenly wore a look of terror. As a martial artist's cultivation level rises, the gap between each major realm becomes as vast as a chasm, especially in the later stages. The old scarred man of the Absolute Blade sect knew that if he was hit by that giant hand of spiritual energy again, he would undoubtedly die. Brother Yao, please show mercy. Just as the giant hand of spiritual energy was about to strike the old scarred man of the Absolute Blade sect, a hurried shout suddenly rang out in the air above the martial arts platform. Immediately, before the old scarred man of the Absolute Blade sect, an invisible energy barrier appeared out of nowhere, instantly blocking the incoming giant hand of spiritual energy. The next moment, the giant hand of spiritual energy and the energy barrier in front of the old scarred man of the Absolute Blade sect struggled for a moment before both were obliterated. This time I'll spare him for your sake, old ghost of the Absolute Blade. However, if he dares to cause trouble in my loose cultivator alliance again, don't blame me for not giving you face. Chapter 342. Personal grievances, my God. Has Ling Tianyang gone insane? One must know that the old scarred man of the Absolute Blade sect was a peak expert with half-step return to origin realm cultivation. Even though he was injured now, his power was still not something an ordinary peak expert in the empty profound realm could compare to. Is it that the withered camel is still bigger than a horse? Or is this Ling Tianyang fearless? Or does he have some hidden trump card that can kill a peak expert at the half-step return to origin realm? As Ling Tianyang's words fell, the old scarred man of the Absolute Blade sect immediately halted his retreat and turned to glare at Ling Tianyang. At the same time, the surrounding empty, profound realm martial artists on the martial arts platform erupted in chaos. Ling Tianyang's actions at this moment, along with his unabashed murderous intent, immediately shocked the surrounding empty, profound realm martial artists. Although the old scarred man of the Absolute Blade sect had already been injured by Brother Yao, he was still a peak expert at the half-step return to origin realm. Earlier, the old scarred man's casual strike had already released a terrifying aura from the giant sword of spiritual energy, making it clear to all the surrounding empty, profound realm martial artists that they were not a match for him. Chapter 343. Concealed Depths Pucci. Next came the sound of a weapon slicing through flesh on the martial arts platform. Immediately, the surrounding empty, profound realm martial artists saw Ling Tianyang's god-slaying sword descend, instantly cleaving the long spirit weapon in the old scarred man's hand in half. Although the long spirit weapon in the old scarred man's hand was a top-tier spirit weapon, it was still just a spirit weapon. Under Ling Tianyang's inferior-grade magic treasure, the god-slaying sword, the old scarred man's spirit weapon was utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. With one strike, the spirit weapon in the old scarred man's hand was severed. Ling Tianyang's god-slaying sword did not lose momentum. In the blink of an eye, under the terrified gaze of the old scarred man of the Absolute Blade sect, the sword cleaved his body in half from his forehead down. As blood splattered on the martial arts platform, the old scarred man's primordial spirit also dissipated under the god-slaying sword, leaving him dead beyond revival. This can't be true, right? Am I seeing things? The half-step return to origin realm old scarred man of the Absolute Blade sect was actually killed so easily by Ling Tianyang. Chapter 344. Incompatible. As Brother Yao's voice fell on the martial arts platform, which was several miles away, after the old ghost of the Absolute Blade unleashed his massive spiritual power palm, an even larger spiritual power palm immediately materialized. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air echoed as the massive spiritual power palm unleashed by the Medicine King tore through space, moving as swiftly as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Medicine King's spiritual power palm sliced through space and instantly grabbed the old ghost of the Absolute Blade's palm. Bang! As the fingers of the Medicine King's spiritual power palm came together, a dull, thunderous sound reverberated in the ears of the surrounding martial artists at the martial arts platform. After this loud sound, the two spiritual power palms hovering above the martial arts platform instantly vanished. At the same time, in a certain location of the loose cultivator alliance, the Medicine King and several powerful figures from the major forces of Yuzhou in the returning origin realm felt their auras surge dramatically. unleashing their returning origin level cultivation without reservation. Whoosh, whoosh. Looking around, one could see layers of visible spatial ripples emanating from the bodies of the Medicine King and the others. As they moved, they subtly surrounded the old ghost of the Absolute Blade. Chapter 345. Threat. Old Ghost of the Absolute Blade, prepare to die. As the voice of a powerful figure from the Sword Control sect fell, his entire aura erupted without any reservation. As the spiritual power surged within him, the Sword Control sect as powerful figure was about to strike at the old ghost of the Absolute Blade. At the same time, the Medicine King of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, Master Wuchen of the Pure Heaven Temple, and several other powerful figures in the returning origin realm also surged with spiritual power, clearly preparing to attack the old ghost of the Absolute Blade. Stop. Everyone, let us talk this over. Seeing the terrifying killing intent radiating from the powerful figure of the Sword Control sect and the Medicine King and Master Wuchen, the old ghost of the Absolute Blade struggled for a moment before finally unable to hold back and started to soften his tone towards the Medicine King and the others. The old ghost of the Absolute Blade knew that if the powerful figure from the Sword Control sect teamed up with the Medicine King and Master Wuchen, he would definitely not be their match. When the old ghost of the Absolute Blade saw the uncontrollable killing intent in the eyes of the powerful figure from the Sword Control sect, he inwardly cursed himself for the trouble. He knew that he could not let things continue to develop like this. Chapter 346. Intent. Madman, you actually want to self-destruct. Feeling the surging aura from the old ghost of the Absolute Blade and seeing his rapidly expanding body, the powerful figures in the returning origin realm present were furious. Immediately, the Medicine King and Master Wuchen and the others all retreated in unison. The self-detonation of a powerful figure in the returning origin realm would undoubtedly unleash terrifying power. Even if the Medicine King and Master Wuchen possessed returning origin cultivation, they could not afford to ignore it. Old Ghost of the Absolute Blade, you truly have guts. Since you are willing to give up some territory and cultivation resources of the Absolute Blade sect as compensation, I agree not to attack. Alright, I also agree. Seeing the old ghost of the Absolute Blade's desperate self-detonation stance, the Medicine King and Master Wuchen and the others, while retreating, pondered for a moment before solemnly speaking. The Medicine King and Master Wuchen were all top-tier experts from major forces. They were not fools. They were well aware of the grudge between Wei Jianming of the Sword Control sect and the old ghost of the Absolute Blade. Since the old ghost of the Absolute Blade could see through Wei Jianming's intent, the Medicine King and the others could naturally see it too. Chapter 347. Hidden Family. You flatter me. It is said that among the top 10 powerful figures in the empty, profound realm of Yuzhou, the first-ranked Qianjizi and the second-ranked Xiongnuxia far surpassed the other 8. After Master Jinkong's words fell, Ling Tianyang chuckled and then spoke loudly. Earlier, my ability to slay that scarred old man from the Absolute Blade sect, who was at the half-step returning origin realm, was purely a stroke of luck. If he hadn't been injured previously, his strength severely diminished, and if he hadn't underestimated me, I wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. Pausing, Ling Tianyang continued, saying, to be honest, I am quite curious about Qianjizi of Qiangela and Xiongnuxia of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Among the top 10 powerful figures in the empty, profound realm of Yuzhou, Qianjizi of Qiangela is the most mysterious. Most martial artists in Yuzhou have only heard of Qianjizi's name, but have never seen him in person. After Ling Tianyang's words fell, the voices of Master Jinkong and Xie Ingluo from the Corpse God sect immediately rang out. As for Xiongnuxia of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, I have indeed seen her in action. Xiongnuxia's strength is indeed terrifying. Back then, Liu Qianshan of the Absolute Blade sect only lasted a few moves before being defeated by her. Chapter 348. Sword Control Technique. Whoosh. A dazzling sword light streaked across the martial arts platform, and a deep sword wound appeared on Wu Daoming's chest. With one sword strike, Wu Daoming was injured, and the long sword in Wei Tianshu's hand could not be retracted. It instantly shattered the energy shield around Wu Daoming, with the sword tip pointed directly at his throat. I lost, feeling the cold sensation at his throat and the intense pain in his chest. Wu Daoming took a deep breath, struggled for a moment in his eyes, and finally bitterly admitted defeat. Wu Daoming originally thought he had the strength to fight Wei Tianshu. However, he did not expect that under Wei Tianshu's sword, He could only last for a few dozen moves before being defeated. As Wu Daoming announced his defeat, the martial artists surrounding the martial arts platform immediately began to discuss fervently. TSK, TSK. I didn't expect Wu Daoming to be quite impressive. Able to last so long under Wei Tianshu's sword. Ha, that arrogant guy. In the end, still lost to Wei Tianshu's sword. You're impressive. Why didn't you go up just now? Chapter 349. Xiongnuxia as challenger, not good. Seeing his spiritual weapon long sword showing signs of slipping from his control under Zhao Juming's gun spiral, Wei Tianshu's heart sank, and he immediately thought it was bad. Then, Wei Tianshu's spiritual consciousness surged forth, and he quickly formed dazzling seals with his hands. Buzz buzz. With Wei Tianshu's movements, the several spiritual weapon long swords near the gun spiral began to tremble violently, emitting ear-piercing buzzing sounds. The several spiritual weapon long swords, amidst the crossing sword shadows in midair, vaguely formed a sword formation, instantly breaking free from Zhao Juming's gun spiral's pull. The long swords broke through the air, carrying terrifying sword energy and immense power, shooting lightning fast towards Zhao Juming's body and the gun spiral. Boom! On the martial arts platform, Wei Tianshu's attack collided with Zhao Juming's attack in midair, immediately erupting with a thunderous roar. A terrifying wave of spiritual power continuously spread around the martial arts platform. Under the influence of these terrifying waves, the pavilions surrounding the martial arts platform seemed as if they would be swept away. Chapter 350. Junior Sister Great. I had the same intention. After the words of the bear heroine fell, Ling Tianyang was slightly taken aback, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Then, a surge of spiritual power erupted beneath Ling Tianyang's feet, and his figure immediately became blurry within the pavilion. When Ling Tianyang reappeared, he was already standing opposite the bear heroine on the martial arts platform. With a meaningful glance at the bear heroine, Ling Tianyang cupped his fists and said loudly, "Miss Bear, please." All right, that's straightforward. As soon as Ling Tianyang's voice fell, the bear heroine's voice immediately rang out on the martial arts platform. You better be careful. I'm going to use my sect's ultimate skill. As her voice fell, the spiritual power surged within the bear heroine, and her figure swiftly charged towards Ling Tianyang. Both Ling Tianyang and the bear heroine, with their auras soaring, tacitly chose not to take out weapons. The Medicine King's meridian hand. As the bear heroine flew through the air, a delicate shout rang out. Instantly, Ling Tianyang, who was opposite her, found his figure slightly pause. The Medicine King's meridian hand. This was such a familiar name in Ling Tianyang's memory. Wasn't this one of the few secret techniques he was best at? Chapter 351. The Great Taboo of Martial Arts. Hee. Miss Bear, are you trying to scare me? After the bear heroine's words fell, Ling Tianyang chuckled, but there was not a trace of anger in his heart. After all, in this world of martial artists, the techniques of various sects are not easily shared. If a sect discovers someone stealing their unique martial arts and techniques, they would certainly extract the tendons and bones of that thief. It was quite normal for the bear heroine, not knowing that he was her senior brother, to harbor hostility towards him. Seeing the bear heroine wielding two exquisite spiritual swords, Ling Tianyang flicked his wrist and also took out an impressive, exquisite spiritual sword. The sword is the ancestor of short weapons, a powerful weapon for close combat. It balances softness and hardness, swallows and exhales freely, is light and agile and elegant. Due to its profound artistry, it is favored by many martial artists. In his previous life, after being accepted as a closed-door disciple by the Medicine King, who was a master swordsman and best at sword techniques, Ling Tianyang also learned swordsmanship from him and became a highly skilled rogue swordsman. Seeing the two swords in the bear heroine's hands, Ling Tianyang immediately knew that she had likely received the true transmission of the Medicine King regarding swordsmanship. Chapter 352. Sword Light Shooting Boom. Ling Tianyang and the bear heroine were separated by hundreds of meters on the martial arts platform. As their gazes collided in midair, two terrifying auras clashed across the space, immediately producing a dull loud sound. The bear heroine, ranked second among the top 10 void profound realm experts in Yuzhou, was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Ling Tianyang had already fused with two mysterious spiritual avatars, And even though he was only unleashing the combined power of one avatar and his real self, his cultivation had reached the peak of the void profound realm, far beyond that of an ordinary void profound realm martial artist. On the martial arts platform, as the auras of Ling Tianyang and the bear heroine collided, the void emitted strange hissing sounds. Oomph. At the same time, as Ling Tianyang's words fell, the bear heroine couldn't help but snort coldly. Watching Ling Tianyang's approaching figure and the fierce sword energy shooting through the air, her pupils involuntarily contracted. The power Ling Tianyang was displaying was perhaps beyond her imagination. As the bear heroine swung the long sword in her hand, terrifying sword energies shot out, continuously attacking Ling Tianyang. Chapter 353. Meeting the senior brother disciple, Ling Tianyang pays respects to the master. As the words of the Medicine King fell, Ling Tianyang's face instantly filled with excitement. Then, under the astonished gaze of the Medicine King, Ling Tianyang suddenly knelt down on both knees before him, forcefully bowing several times on the martial arts platform. Looking at Ling Tianyang's respectful demeanor, the Medicine King was immediately taken aback. As Ling Tianyang's words fell, the Medicine King also trembled slightly, staring at Ling Tianyang with an incredulous expression. In the next moment, the Medicine King's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ling Tianyang. Fixing his gaze on Ling Tianyang, after a moment of contemplation, the Medicine King's voice trembled slightly. Who exactly are you? Master, am Tianyang. Under the somewhat puzzled gaze of the Medicine King, Ling Tianyang slowly stood up and spoke with excitement. It had been over 200 years since Ling Tianyang last parted from the Medicine King. In Ling Tianyang's heart, the Medicine King was like a father to him. Without the Medicine King, Ling Tianyang might have starved to death on the streets, and it would have been impossible for him to become the current Void Profound Realm expert, let alone shine in this year's Void Profound Realm Experts Exchange Conference. Chapter 354. Dual Sword Flying Phoenix / after more than 200 years. Today he finally reunited with the Medicine King and suddenly gained a junior sister. Ling Tianyang was naturally overjoyed. Meanwhile, the bear heroine, seeing Ling Tianyang suddenly become her senior brother, felt somewhat complicated in her heart. The previous conversation between Ling Tianyang and the Medicine King had not been meant to be concealed from the bear heroine, so she also learned about Ling Tianyang's reincarnation. On the martial arts platform, when Ling Tianyang suddenly performed a grand salute to the Medicine King, it shocked the surrounding Void Profound Realm martial artists. At the same time, the Medicine King's spiritual consciousness had already surged out, forming a spiritual consciousness barrier with a radius of hundreds of feet around the martial arts platform. As soon as this barrier appeared, it enveloped the Medicine King, Ling Tianyang, and the bear heroine not far away. After all, neither Ling Tianyang nor the Medicine King were from the Godslayer domain, and some secrets were better kept known to fewer people and less necessary. Unexpectedly, Ling Tianyang is truly the disciple of the Medicine King. Then, the positions among the top 3 of the top 10 Void Profound Realm experts in Yuzhou. Wouldn't the Rogue Cultivator Alliance occupy 2 of them all of a sudden? Chapter 355. The 5-clawed Azure Dragon reappears. What a powerful dual sword flying phoenix / Watching the dual sword flying phoenix / that shattered the sword within the sword, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but silently praise. With Ling Tianyang's understanding of the sword within the sword, he could immediately tell the origin of this dual sword flying phoenix / Ling Tianyang's eyes lit up at the bear heroine's ability to unleash such an impressive modified version of the sword within the sword. Just as Ling Tianyang's thoughts were racing, the dual sword flying phoenix / cleaved by the bear heroine was already like lightning, appearing less than 10 meters away from Ling Tianyang. Unexpectedly, the sword of swords in her hand could achieve such power. No wonder her strength ranked second among the top 10 Void Profound Realm experts in Yuzhou. If I did not merge with the Xianling avatar and relied solely on my own cultivation, I would probably not be her match. Looking at the double swords flying towards him from the bear heroine in midair, Ling Tianyang's eyes showed no signs of panic, but instead surged with a strong fighting spirit. Previously, when Ling Tianyang fought, he mostly faced martial artists with weaker cultivation. With his peak Void Profound Realm cultivation and experience from his previous life, he naturally had the upper hand. Chapter 356. All swords return to the source when Master Wuchen and Wei jamming, saw the five-clawed azure dragon suddenly appear around Ling Tianyang. Their eyes immediately narrowed. With their keen insight, they could easily see the extraordinary nature of this five-clawed azure dragon. The Xianling True Resolution was a technique from the continent where Ling Tianyang's South previous life took place, a treasure that countless powerful experts fought for, the Xianling Pearl. The Xianling Dragon Control Technique was a reverse heaven-defying divine ability recorded within the Xianling True Resolution, far beyond ordinary techniques. Even though the five-clawed azure dragon Ling Tianyang summoned at this moment was not strong enough to threaten a return to Origin Expert, Master Wuchen and Wei Jiaming felt that once Ling Tianyang's cultivation reached the return to Origin Realm, this single move, the Xianling Dragon Control Technique, would be enough to battle several return to Origin Experts present. This Xianling Dragon Control Technique was not taught by me. I cannot do this move, Master Wuchen said. After a moment of surprise, Yao Xingzun shook his head helplessly. He was equally astonished by Ling Tianyang's Xianling Dragon Control Technique. Chapter 357. Sword Chi Storm Bang Bang. The dull sounds of massive impacts echoed at the center of the battle between Ling Tianyang and the bear heroine. Waves of visible spatial ripples began to spread outwards. The terrifying spiritual energy erupted above the martial arts platform, sending shock waves soaring into the sky. Although Ling Tianyang only unleashed the power of a Xianling avatar at this moment, his cultivation had surged to the peak of the void profound realm. Under Ling Tianyang's solid spiritual power, the strength of the five-clawed azure dragon became increasingly terrifying. The Xianling Dragon Control Technique Ling Tianyang executed this time was more than twice as powerful as when he faced Shintu Yudao at the Tianqi sect. Under the overwhelming attack of the five-clawed azure dragon, the countless terrifying sword Qi unleashed by the bear heroine was completely extinguished above the martial arts platform. As the second-ranked existence among the top 10 void profound realm experts in Yuzhou, the bear heroine was certainly not just a name. Although the five-clawed azure dragon blocked all the bear heroine's sword Qi, its body also dimmed, flickering in and out of visibility, clearly having suffered significant damage from her attack. Chapter 358. True Martial Divine Fist. As soon as the words fell, Ling Tianyang and the bear heroine exchanged glances. Then their figures flashed and instantly returned to the pavilions surrounding the martial arts platform. With their departure, the area around the martial arts platform, which had experienced a brief silence, quickly erupted into noise. The surrounding void profound realm martial artists had long lost the energy to marvel at the power of Ling Tianyang and the bear heroine. At this moment, everyone knew that the two strongest individuals in this exchange conference of the void profound realm experts were undoubtedly Ling Tianyang and the bear heroine. As for Qianjizi, who had previously ranked first among the top 10 void profound realm experts in Yuzhou, he did not participate in this exchange conference. According to the void profound realm experts present from Qinji Tower, Qianjizi had successfully advanced to the peak of the half-step return to Origin Realm over a month ago. Therefore, in this exchange conference, apart from Ling Tianyang and the bear heroine, who undoubtedly occupied the first and second positions, the remaining experts from Yozhou's top 10 void profound realm were fiercely competing for the 3rd to 10th positions, including Jing Kong from the Jingtianzi, Xing Luo from the Corpse God sect, and Wu Daoming, who previously battled Wei Tianshu. Chapter 359. Yozhou's latest rankings faced with the terrifying Qianji Duanhuan Palm. Yan Wuzhen's eyes slightly narrowed, and his spiritual energy surged wildly. Although Yan Wuzhen verbally dismissed Mo Tianji's Qianji Duanhuan Palm, and despite being ranked above Mo Tianji, he did not believe he could easily defeat him. Mo Tianji was also a master of the same level as Yan Wuzhen. Even if there was some difference between them, it wouldn't be too significant. Moreover, Qinji Tower was a highly mysterious and powerful force in Yuzhou, ranking among the top 3 in overall strength. As the second genius of Qinji Tower, second only to Qianjizi, Mo Tianji was certainly not just a name. Yan Wuzhen's robes rustled in the terrifying wind generated by the Qianji Duanhuan Palm. Then, as his spiritual energy surged out, the space around his clenched fists began to show signs of collapsing. Looking up at the rapidly approaching Qianji Duanhuan Palm, Yan Wuzhen took a step forward and soared into the air. As he swung his fists, he launched a series of punches towards Mo Tianji and the Qianji Duanhuan Palm he had unleashed. Chapter 360. Recruitment aside from Ling Tianyang and the Bear Heroine. Among the void profound realm experts surrounding the martial arts platform, Yin Wuzhen from the True Martial Sect and Mo Tianji from Qianji Tower, and Wei Tianshu from the Yujin Sect were considered the strongest, ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th among the top 10 void profound realm experts in Yuzhou. As for Jing Kong from the Jingtianxi, Wu Daoming from the Tiandao Sect, Xing Ingluo from the Corpse God Sect, Zhao Jueming from the Yin Yang Sect, and Shang Miao from the Spirit Medicine Valley, these 5 occupied the 6th to 10th positions in this year's top 10 void profound realm experts in Yuzhou. Among them, Ling Tianyang, Jing Kong, Wu Daoming, and Xing Ingluo were the dark horses of this exchange conference. Apart from Qian Jizi, who had advanced to the half-step return to Origin Realm and did not participate, and Lu Qianshan from the Judao Sect, who was slain by Ling Tianyang. Mo Qingtian from the Ghost King Sect and Gu Fengming from the Sunset Cliff were pushed to the 15th position among Yozhou's Void Profound Realm experts. However, in every exchange conference for the Void Profound Realm experts, only the top 10 ranked individuals would draw attention from others. Therefore, those ranked outside the top 10 would lose the luxury of competing for rankings. Chapter 361. Adding flowers to the brocade senior brother. You are looking at Ling Tianyang, who is introducing the Xianling sect and trying to recruit martial artists at this year's Kong Xian Realm Power Exchange Conference. After a slight pause, the Bear Heroine looked at Ling Tianyang and felt somewhat speechless. As for Yin Wuzhen, Mo Tianji, Wei Tianshu, and the others nearby, they also looked at Ling Tianyang in shock. It should be noted that among the 10 people on the martial arts platform, apart from Ling Tianyang, the other 9 are top geniuses from major superpowers in Yuzhou. When they heard that Ling Tianyang had established his own force, they were immediately shocked, curious, and wore strange smiles. Who will be the organizer of the next Kong Xian Realm Power Exchange Conference? The current Loose Cultivator Alliance has already hosted it, so the organizer for the next one should be the force proposed by Ling Tianyang, Yin Wuzhen, Mo Tianji, and others, right? That makes sense. I think Ling Tianyang's Xianling sect has a good chance of being the organizer for the next Kong Xian Realm Power Exchange Conference. Speaking of which, Ling Tianyang's strength is formidable, and he ranks first among the Kong Xian Realm powerhouses in this exchange conference. I am indeed curious about Ling Tianyang's Xianling sect. Chapter 362. The result. Thank you, Sect Master. Feeling the unmatched power erupting from Ling Tianyang, Ji Baiwa and the Black Evil Old Monster stood up and respectfully bowed to him. Seeing that Ling Tianyang accepted them, Ji Baiwa and the Black Evil Old Monster felt a bit emotional, but their eyes became even more fervent. In the world of martial artists, strength is paramount, and the weak are prey to the strong. The reason Ji Baiwa and the Black Evil Old Monster continuously expanded their territory in the Hungduan Mountains was to obtain more cultivation resources to enhance their own strength. Martial artists cultivate not only to pursue great power, but also to defy the heavens and change their fate, striving for a longer lifespan. In the Kong Xian realm, a martial artist's lifespan is at most around 1,000 years. However, once a martial artist breaks through to the Return to Origin realm, their lifespan will immediately surge to around 3,000 years. As for the immortal kings above the Return to Origin realm, their lifespans are even more terrifying. With the cultivation and potential displayed by Ling Tianyang, the chance of him becoming a powerful being in the Return to Origin realm in the future is extremely high. A powerful being in the Return to Origin realm is the pinnacle of strength in Yuzhou, and being able to follow a future powerful being in the Return to Origin realm is something that many lower-level martial artists dream of. Chapter 363. Mutual need. Since everyone supports Ling Tianyang and the Xianling sect to host the next Kong Xian Realm Power Exchange Conference, this matter is settled. After the proposal from Ling Tianyang and the other 10 Kong Xian Realm powerhouses on the martial arts platform, the surrounding Kong Xian Realm powerhouses also voted. In the end, the responsibility for hosting the next Kong Xian Realm Power Exchange Conference fell to Ling Tianyang and the Xianling sect. As the representative of the host for this Kong Xian Realm Power Exchange Conference, the Bear Heroine looked around at the Kong Xian Realm powerhouses present and spoke seriously. Senior brother, do you have a location in mind for the next Kong Xian Realm Power Exchange Conference? The Kong Xian Realm Power Exchange Conference in Yuzhou has a long history and has developed some unwritten rules. As the host, they naturally have the right to decide where the conference will be held. With the Bear Heroine's words, both Yin Wuzhen and others on the martial arts platform, as well as the surrounding Kong Xian realm powerhouses, looked at Ling Tianyang expectantly. Thank you all for your support. The location for the next Kong Xian Realm Power Exchange Conference will be set in the Hengduan Mountains at the southernmost tip of Yuzhou. Chapter 364. The gale sweeps away the leaves. Oh my, so many Kong Xian Realm powerhouses. I wonder which major force this is. You don't know? The young man in the blue robe at the front is the sect master Ling who won first place in this Kong Xian Realm Power Exchange Conference. And the group of Kong Xian Realm powerhouses behind him are his followers. Ling Tianyang and over 100 Kong Xian Realm powerhouses strode through the streets of the loose Cultivator Alliance city, immediately attracting countless envious glances from passers-by. Although Kong Xian Realm martial artists are not the pinnacle of existence in Yuzhou, they're still considered powerful figures. A force that can easily mobilize over 100 Kong Xian Realm martial artists is not to be underestimated. Boss, I'll take over this in. In a rather secluded area of the loose Cultivator Alliance city, at a medium-sized and where Ling Tianyang and his companions had previously stayed. He came to the counter with over 100 Kong Xian Realm powerhouses behind him, exuding a formidable aura. Glancing at the innkeeper, Ling Tianyang casually took out a space ring filled with spirit stones and handed it to the innkeeper, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 365. Each applies their skills in the world of martial artists. The strong are always the most watched group. The Kong Xian Realm Power Exchange Conference in Yuzhou is a grand event that occurs once every 100 years, and nearly all martial artists in Yuzhou are closely following it. In just a few days, in the loose Cultivator Alliance city, those who were unaware of Ling Tianyang's deeds were likely only some naive children. As the martial artists participating in this Kong Xian Realm Power Exchange Conference left the loose Cultivator Alliance, if nothing unexpected happens, Ling Tianyang's name would quickly spread throughout Yuzhou. Ranked first among the top 10 Kong Xian Realm powerhouses in Yuzhou, having a record of slaying half-step return to Origin Realm opponents. A disciple of the Return to Origin Realm powerhouse from the loose Cultivator Alliance. With a series of events like this, it is impossible for Ling Tianyang not to cause a sensation in Yuzhou. Ling Tianyang did not pay much attention to everything happening outside. While he was resting in the inn with Jiang Ziyun, Chu Yujiao, Shi Xiaoya, and Shi Xiaomei, some martial artists in the loose Cultivator Alliance city learned of Ling Tianyang's news and came to congratulate him. Among them were many martial artists who admired Ling Tianyang and wished to follow him. Chapter 366. The rich aroma of medicine, the Medicine King Sutra, truly lives up to its reputation. Amazing, as the bear heroine demonstrated her martial arts. The Kong Xian Realm martial artists in the courtyard watched her every move intently, afraid of missing a single detail. As everyone knows, after the Medicine King became a powerful being in the Return to Origin Realm, he immediately secured a place in Yuzhou. Even some ordinary Return to Origin Realm powerhouses in Yuzhou are not a match for the Medicine King. When the Medicine King led the martial artists of the loose Cultivator Alliance to continuously expand their territory in Yuzhou, if it weren't for touching the interests of several major superpowers in Yuzhou, the Return to Origin Realm powerhouses from these superpowers would not have joined forces to stop the Medicine King. Otherwise, the territory of the loose Cultivator Alliance would likely have been even more extensive by now. Meanwhile, those warriors in Yuzhou who have a slight understanding of the Medicine King sect know that the sect's renowned martial arts are the Medicine King classic and a profound sword technique. As the close disciple of the Medicine King, the bear heroine has naturally received the true teachings of the sect. Among them are Yin Wuzhen from the True Martial Sect, Mo Tianji from the Thousand Machine Tower, Shang Miao Miao from the Spiritual Medicine Valley, and a group of empty, profound realm warriors currently in the courtyard. Chapter 367. Unfinished business. Shang Miao Miao truly lives up to her reputation as a top genius from the Spiritual Medicine Valley. Not only is her cultivation level impressive, but her achievements in alchemy are likely extraordinary as well. With a deep gaze, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but think about Shang Miao Miao, who exudes a rich medicinal fragrance. As a master alchemist capable of refining 6th-grade high-level spiritual pills, Ling Tianyang is very familiar with this fragrance. Such a strong medicinal scent usually appears on alchemists who have spent years refining high-level spiritual pills, based on the rich medicinal fragrance emanating from Shang Miao Miao. Ling Tianyang concludes that she is definitely an alchemist capable of refining 6th-grade spiritual pills. As warriors cultivate, the deeper their cultivation, the stronger their power. However, in the path of martial arts, countless warriors encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation due to differences in talent and the techniques they practice, which leads to difficulties in breaking through their original realms. Some warriors face imminent death as their potential has been exhausted. If they cannot use external forces to help them break through their cultivation realms, death is the only outcome awaiting them. Chapter 368. Qingming Xian, Iron Time gradually passes. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month has passed since the end of the Yuzhou Empty Profound Realm Stronghold Exchange Conference. After Ling Tianyang gathered with the top 10 Empty Profound Realm powerhouses of Yuzhou, including the Bear Heroine, Yan Wuzhen, and Mo Tianji, he took Jiang Ziun, Chu Yujiao, Shi Xiaoya, and Shi Xiaomei to visit his master, the Medicine King, deep within the loose Cultivator Alliance. Ling Tianyang and the Medicine King have a father-son-like bond, and after many years of not seeing each other, they naturally needed to reunite. Thus, Ling Tianyang stayed in the loose Cultivator Alliance with Jiang Ziyun and the others for nearly a month. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang was always alone, and the Medicine King once wanted to arrange a marriage for him. Unfortunately, the Medicine King suddenly went missing at that time. Therefore, when the Medicine King saw Ling Tianyang accompanied by 4 beautiful young women, sensing the complex relationship between Ling Tianyang and Jiang Ziyun, he felt happy for Ling Tianyang. With the Medicine King's keen eye, he could naturally see that the talents of Jiang Ziyun and the other 3 women were not weak. Each was a rare cultivation genius. Since all 4 women are Ling Tianyang's partners, the Medicine King naturally regarded them as his own junior disciples. Chapter 369. Return to the Sect Master. I will return to the Xianling sect now. Goodbye, junior sister. After Ling Tianyang put away the 2 metallic spheres, he stayed in the Medicine King's courtyard for a while before rising to take his leave with Jiang Ziyun and the 4 women. Swish, swish. Outside the loose Cultivator Alliance, hundreds of figures leaped into the air, transforming into streaks of light, quickly disappearing from sight. Tianyang, when we came to the loose Cultivator Alliance, there were only a few of us. I didn't expect that as we leave now, we are actually followed by hundreds of empty, profound realm powerhouses. While flying, Jiang Ziyun and Chu Yujiao looked at Ling Tianyang in amazement and couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, the hundreds of figures soaring in the air were none other than Ling Tianyang and the 4 women. Previously, when Ling Tianyang was recruiting warriors on the martial arts platform, in addition to Ji Baiwa and the Black Evil Old Ghost, there were more than 120 empty Profound Realm warriors who were willing to follow Ling Tianyang. Later, after Ling Tianyang spent nearly a month in the loose Cultivator Alliance, as his reputation spread throughout Yuzhou, many more warriors were convinced by Ling Tianyang's strength or attracted by his potential and came to follow him. Chapter 370. Clear rewards and punishments. Swish, swish. As the sounds of breaking air echoed before Ling Tianyang and the others landed, the warriors of the Xianling sect below bowed to Ling Tianyang in the sky. We have seen the sect master. We have seen the sect master. At this time, in the martial arts square of the Xianling sect, over 30 empty profound realm powerhouses, along with tens of thousands of Tianji realm warriors and hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Xianling sect, looked up with respect at Ling Tianyang and the others, who were getting closer in the sky. Master Niu, the sect master's strength is truly growing stronger. Now we need to look up to him. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that the sect master's cultivation was still below the empty profound realm before coming to the Hengduan Mountains. In the martial arts square of the Xianling sect, an elderly man with silver hair, looking around 50, gazed at Ling Tianyang in the sky with admiration and spoke to a young man in a green robe wearing a silver mask in front of him. As the silver-haired elder spoke, a balding middle-aged man and a somewhat lewd-looking old man beside him nodded in agreement. These few were none other than the silver-haired elder, Bai Minghui, the head of the law enforcement hall of the Xianling sect. Chapter 371. Not knowing how to appreciate while Mo Xingchuan was delighted. The heads of the Spirit Medicine Hall, Xikong Ran, the Law Enforcement Hall, Bai Minghui, the Affairs Hall, Mo Xingchuan, the Refining Hall, Tian Chizi, the Martial Arts Hall, Xiao Tian, and the Intelligence Hall, Wei Tian Zhao, were also overjoyed. Aside from the heads of the major halls of the Xianling sect, the other disciples of the Xianling sect, upon seeing Ling Tianyang suddenly produce dozens of top-grade spirit weapons and reward them to several hall masters, and even promised that any warrior who makes significant contributions to the Xianling sect would have the opportunity to receive top-grade spirit weapons. We're all inspired. Although dozens of top-grade spirit weapons had already been taken by several hall masters and Xiao Xiaoyu, there were still dozens left. This made the eyes of the empty, profound realm powerhouses and the disciples below them shine with excitement. As Ling Tianyang's voice fell, the atmosphere of the entire Xianling sect quickly became lively. Everyone, quiet down. I have several good news to announce. Looking at the many disciples of the Xianling sect below, Ling Tianyang slightly pressed his hands down, and all the warriors of the Xianling sect immediately quieted down. Chapter 372. Making a big deal out of nothing in just a day or two, news of Ling Tianyang returning to the Xianling sect and the two major forces, Baiwa Valley and the Black Evil sect, submitting to the Xianling sect spread throughout the Hengduan Mountains. Instantly, it caused a huge uproar among the warriors of the entire Hengduan Mountains, leaving countless warriors in shock. Heavens! I heard that Ji Baiwa and the Black Evil Old Monster have led the strong members of Baiwa Valley and the Black Evil sect to submit to the Xianling sect. Now, only the Xianling sect and the Corpse Ghost sect remain in the entire Hengduan Mountains. The strength of the Xianling sect is becoming increasingly powerful. I believe it won't be long before there is a bloody battle between the Xianling sect and the Shigui sect. The martial artists in the Hengduan Mountains are both curious and fearful of the Xianling sect. When the Xianling sect had not yet appeared in the Hengduan Mountains, there were over 100 factions of various sizes in the region. However, since the emergence of the Xianling sect, all the forces in the Hengduan Mountains seem to have gone mad, constantly devouring and annihilating the surrounding factions. In just a month, only the Xianling sect, Baiwa Valley, Haisha sect, and Shigui sect remain among the major powers in the Hengduan Mountains. Chapter 373. Shigui Taoist Master. If all the powerful members of the Xianling sect above the Tianji realm leave, what should we do if someone takes advantage of our internal weakness and suddenly attacks us? Ling Tianyang's words had barely fallen when Xiao Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. As Xiao Xiaoyu spoke, Sikong ran and the others nodded in agreement. Clearly, they shared the same concerns and doubts in their hearts. You don't need to worry about that. Don't forget, my master is a powerful being at the Guiyuan realm. They Wunti truly act recklessly. Which faction in Yuzhou would dare to ignore the revenge of a Guiyuan realm powerhouse? Ling Tianyang surveyed the surrounding powerful beings at the Kongxian realm, and with a sudden surge of momentum, leaped into the air. Let us go. As Ling Tianyang's voice fell, his figure transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the Shigui sect. Whoosh whoosh! With Ling Tianyang's actions, hundreds of Kongxian realm powerhouses and over 10,000 Tianji realm martial artists from the Xianling sect immediately leaped into the air, turning into streaks of light that quickly disappeared from the range of the Xianling sect. Chapter 374. Great Protector of the Shirshin Sect Master. This old fool is unappreciative. Please let my subordinates take action and slay him. As Ling Tianyang's voice fell, a middle-aged man with a beard under his jaw, who stood behind him, looked coldly at the group of Shigui sect martial artists and bowed to Ling Tianyang. This man was none other than Jiang Tianyuan, a loose cultivator who had once sat with Ling Tianyang in a pavilion and later chose to follow him. Jiang Tianyuan had already reached the late stage of the Kongxian realm, and facing the Shigui Taoist, who was only at the peak of the mid-stage of the Kongxian realm. Jiang Tianyuan was confident he could slay the Shigui Taoist right here. Master, I am also willing to fight and slay those inhuman and ghostly creatures. The words of the Shigui Taoist, who had previously looked down on Ling Tianyang, had already ignited a killing intent in Ling Tianyang's heart. Sensing the hidden killing intent radiating from Ling Tianyang, many Kongxian realm powerhouses behind him also eagerly spoke up. A group of ignorant fools. Ling Tianyang. In terms of cultivation, I indeed cannot compare to you. Chapter 375. Lu Ruffing reappears, old man. Do not be arrogant. Even if you're a half-step Guiyuan realm powerhouse, do you think we would be afraid of you? Moreover, my sect master's master is a true Guiyuan realm powerhouse. As soon as Ji Wuyun, the great protector of the Shirshin sect, finished speaking, Jiang Tianyuan jumped out and shouted angrily. Although Jiang Tianyuan's cultivation was only at the late stage of the Kongxian realm, as long as Ling Tianyang was present, he felt no fear even facing Ji Wuyun, who had a half-step Guiyuan realm cultivation. just over a month ago, on the martial arts platform of the Kongshian Realm Powerhouse Exchange Conference, Ling Tianyang had personally witnessed Ling Tianyang slay an old man with a scar who had half-stepped Guiyuan realm cultivation. This made Ling Tianyang's strength in Ling Tianyang's eyes no longer fear the half-step Guiyuan realm martial artists. Moreover, Ling Tianyang also knew that Ling Tianyang was a disciple of the Guiyuan realm powerhouse Yaoyingzun. Who knows what terrifying trump cards Ling Tianyang might possess? At the same time, when the martial artists of the Shigui sect saw a peak half-step Guiyuan realm powerhouse appear beside the Shigui Taoist, they were immediately overjoyed. Chapter 376. The Fall of the Shigui Taoist Old Man. You are seeking death. Looking at Ji Weiyun's figure disappearing into the air, a cold glint flashed in Ling Tianyang's eyes, and his soul consciousness instantly enveloped an area of several miles. At this moment, within this area, no movement could escape Ling Tianyang's eyes. Ling Tianyang's spiritual power surged wildly, and the power of his two Xianling avatars instantly erupted within his main body. The next moment, all the martial artists of the Xianling sect and those from the Shigui sect immediately noticed the drastic change in the aura emanating from Ling Tianyang. At a glance, the space around Ling Tianyang began to ripple like waves. Layers of visible spatial ripples spread out from Ling Tianyang's body, continuously expanding outward. Half-step Guiyuan realm? The commotion caused by Ling Tianyang instantly attracted the attention of all the martial artists present. Meanwhile, the great protector of the Shirshin sect, Ji Weiyun, in midair, felt the terrifying aura from Ling Tianyang and immediately halted his forward motion. Chapter 377. The Ancient Corpse of 1,000 Years, Ghost. Upon seeing the Shigui Taoist die on the spot, Ji Weiyun's eyes instantly turned red, and his expression twisted in rage. Ling Tianyang, I will kill you. With his eyes fixed on Ling Tianyang and the martial artists of the Xianling sect, Ji Weiyun went mad. Previously, Ji Weiyun had seen Ling Tianyang and the martial artists of the Xianling sect work together to attack the martial artists from the Shigui sect. He witnessed the hundreds of Kongshian realm powerhouses of the Xianling sect unleash a terrifying storm of sword energy, blade light, and palm power. Seeing the Shigui Taoist in a precarious situation under the hands of a young man wearing a silver mask from the Xianling sect, Ji Weiyun's spiritual power surged, and with a flash of his figure, he charged towards the powerful beings of the Xianling sect. But at that moment, Ling Tianyang, wielding the god-slaying sword, quickly blocked Ji Weiyun's path. Faced with Ling Tianyang's terrifying strength and the low-grade magical artifact, the god-slaying sword, Ji Weiyun's forward momentum was instantly halted, unable to advance even an inch. Suddenly, screams echoed from the Shigui sect side, and Ji Weiyun witnessed a scene that made his eyes nearly split with rage. Chapter 378. Blood Battle Bang Bang. The colorful spiritual power attacks filled the air, colliding with sharp sword energy, blade light, fist strength, and palm force, instantly erupting with a series of dull sounds. The attacks from the martial artists of the Xianling sect and the Shigui sect clashed, and immediately, the air was filled with the screams of those facing death. In the very first major clash between the Xianling sect and the Shigui sect, hundreds of bodies turned into clouds of blood, dying on the spot. Among these hundreds of martial artists, most were from the Shigui sect's Tianji realm. In addition, many strong practitioners from the empty, profound realm fell on sight. Among them were those from the Corpse Ghost sect and the Beast Control Manor, as well as those from the Xianling sect. The more than 300 empty, profound realm experts from the Xianling sect struck first, and their terrifying momentum was daunting. Under the attack of the over 300 empty, profound realm experts from the Xianling sect, aside from the hundreds of heavenly extreme realm martial artists, more than 20 experts from the Corpse Ghost sect and Beast Control Manor also perished. 20 or so empty, profound realm experts, regardless of which sect or force they belonged to, were individuals who enjoyed great honor and could even command the winds and rains. Chapter 379. Black Wind Demon Eagle, no way. You dare to offend my master. You all will die today. With one bite, a blood lizard devoured a heavenly extreme realm martial artist from the Corpse Ghost sect. Amidst the cries for mercy from the group of heavenly extreme realm martial artists from the Corpse Ghost sect, the blood lizard's figure showed no signs of stopping. Its large bloody mouth opened wide as it continually attacked the martial artists from the Corpse Ghost sect. Demonic beasts are treasures to human martial artists. But what are human martial artists to demonic beasts? To demonic beasts, human martial artists are like pills that can help them rapidly enhance their strength. Thus, in the eyes of the blood lizard, these martial artists from the corpse ghost sect and beast control manor were its prey, a form of elixir that could quickly elevate its cultivation. It is incredibly simple for a demonic beast to gain benefits from human martial artists. As long as they devour the human martial artists, they can acquire some of the power within them. Bold beast, with me, Lu Rufeng from Beast Control Manor here. You better not be reckless. Lu Rufeng from the Beast Control Manor looked at the bloodthirsty giant lizard that was slaughtering the early-stage, empty, profound realm experts and heavenly extreme realm martial artists from the Corpse Ghost sect and couldn't help but shout in anger. Chapter 380. Corpse Transformation Technique While Flying. Ling Tianyang's god-slaying sword instantly transformed into a black, ghostly light, carrying a sharp sword aura that pierced through the void, appearing in front of Ji Wuyun in an instant. Ah, Ling Tianyang, I want you dead. Looking at Ling Tianyang rushing towards him, Ji Wuyun let out a furious roar as if he had gone mad. Immediately, a flash of light appeared in Ji Wuyun's hand, revealing a humanoid white-bone sword. Ji Wuyun's body was filled with a rolling aura of darkness, and with a swing of the humanoid white-bone sword, he struck towards Ling Tianyang without evasion. Facing Ling Tianyang's attack, Ji Wuyun dared not be the slightest bit careless. Previously, when Ji Wuyun personally witnessed the millennium ancient corpse he had cultivated for many years being reduced to ashes in the face of Ling Tianyang's Xianling true fire after just a moment's resistance, he was quite shocked. Moreover, from that Xianling true fire, Ji Wuyun could faintly sense a very dangerous aura. However, when Ji Wuyun saw Lu Rufeng from the Beast Control Manor suddenly release a Black Wind Demon Eagle King with strength equivalent to half-step returning Origin Realm, he was immediately overjoyed, watching the Black Wind Demon Eagle King wreak havoc in the Xianling sects camp. It instantly tore apart more than 10 empty, profound realm experts from the Xianling sect. Chapter 381. Ambush Ji Wuyun. It's all over now. Seeing Ji Wuyun rushing towards him, Ling Tianyang's gaze was deep, calm, and composed. As Ling Tianyang spoke, the spiritual power within him surged wildly into the god-slaying sword in his hand. With a swing of the god-slaying sword, a thunderous crack echoed in the void beside Ling Tianyang. Immediately, a condensed and unmatched black ghostly light flashed like lightning towards Ji Wuyun. The two half-step returning Origin Realm experts clashed head-on in mid-air, instantly forming a terrifying spiritual power storm that swept across a radius of 100 miles into the sky. Terrifying auras continuously spread outward. The surrounding martial artists from the Xianling sect, Corpse Ghost sect, and Beast Control Manor felt the increasingly terrifying aura coming from the sky and couldn't help but feel their minds shake, even from a distance. The Corpse Ghost sect will not let you go. In the center of the battle between Ling Tianyang and Ji Wuyun, a chilling voice faintly echoed. As the spiritual power storm in the air dissipated, only a young man in a green robe holding a black small sword remained at the scene. Chapter 382. Decisive killing under Ling Tianyang's full effort. In just a short moment, the empty, profound realm expert from the Corpse Ghost sect were reduced to less than 30. Ah, you actually killed Lu Rufeng and so many from the Beast Control Manor. My master will not let you go. Just as Ling Tianyang swung the god-slaying sword, intending to eliminate all the empty, profound realm experts from the Corpse Ghost sect, the Black Wind Demon Eagle King, previously trapped by the Xianling True Fire, finally broke free from its restraints. After all, Ji Wuyun's millennium ancient corpse was formidable. Even an ordinary half-step returning Origin Realm expert couldn't easily deal with it. Millennium ancient corpses belong to the Yin category, while Xianling True Fire belongs to the Yang category. Although Ling Tianyang's Xianling True Fire is the nemesis of millennium ancient corpses, it still consumed a lot of energy from the Xianling True Fire when annihilating Ji Wuyun's millennium ancient corpse. The level of Xianling True Fire, while faintly exceeding the peak of the 6th tier, has not yet reached the 7th tier. Faced with the Black Wind Demon Eagle King released by Lu Rufeng, the Xianling True Fire could only barely restrain it. When the Black Wind Demon Eagle King broke free from the Xianling True Fire and saw the bodies of Lu Rufeng and over 100 empty, profound realm experts from the Beast Control Manor continuously falling to the ground, it was immediately filled with shock and anger. Chapter 383. sweeping such strong power, having successively killed Ji Wuyun of half-step returning Origin Realm and the Black Wind Demon Eagle. Alas, it's a pity that back then, in the camp of the Xinling sect, Ji Wanfu, who had some interactions with Ling Tianyang, looked at the figure floating in mid-air, holding a black small sword, with a complex expression, feeling quite bitter in his heart. Ling Tianyang could have been a guest elder of the Wanfu sect, but he was personally pushed out of the Wanfu sect by him. After Ling Tianyang rose in the Hengduan Mountains, the Xinling sect had become the strongest force in the Hengduan Mountains. Looking at the remains of the Black Wind Demon Eagle that was falling toward the ground and the less than 200 remaining martial artists from the Corpse Ghost sect, Ji Wanfu immediately realized that the rise of the Xinling sect in the Hengduan Mountains had become unstoppable. After today, the Hengduan Mountains will probably only have the Xinling sect left as a force. Boom boom. As the sect master of the Xinling sect, every move of Ling Tianyang attracted considerable attention. Seeing Ling Tianyang successively slay Ji Wuyun and the Black Wind Demon Eagle, witnessing Ling Tianyang's decisive demeanor. Chapter 384, Mad-like Appearance Bang Bang. As Ling Tianyang killed Ji Wuyun, the Grand Protector of the Corpse God sect, and the group of empty, profound realm experts brought over from the Corpse God sect by Ji Wuyun suddenly, in a hall far away in the Corpse God sect, which was specially set up for placing the soul tablets of sect experts, a series of piercing explosion sounds suddenly rang out. In just less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the more than 100 soul plates belonging to the empty, profound realm experts in this soul plate hall shattered into countless fragments. At the same time, in the most conspicuous area of the soul plate hall, a plate symbolizing the half-step return to the origin realm suddenly shattered with a loud bang, turning into a pile of debris. Oh, not good. What on earth is happening? Am I seeing things? Why would so many soul plates of empty, profound realm experts suddenly shatter? Watching the continuously breaking soul plates in the hall, the several celestial realm guards responsible for protecting the soul plate hall widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the Grand Protector's soul plate has shattered. It should be known that the Grand Protector is a peak expert at the half-step return to the origin realm. Who could have killed him? Chapter 385, Hatred Swish Swish. Under the attack of the Beastmaster Mountain Manor's master, Lu Yunhe, the bodies of the celestial realm guards slammed hard against the back door, instantly reducing it to ruins. The bodies of several celestial realm guards crashed through the door of the room, but before they could hit the ground, they suddenly exploded into clouds of blood mist less than a yard from the floor, dead beyond recovery. Master, please accept my condolences. Glancing at the celestial realm guards who had been turned into blood mist by Lu Yunhe, several high-ranking members of the Beastmaster Mountain Manor furrowed their brows. After a pause, they slowly spoke. Master, it seems there is something suspicious about Ru Feng's matter. We should calm down first. Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? As soon as the high-ranking members of the Beastmaster Mountain Manor finished speaking, Lu Yunhe could not help but roar in anger. My most cherished eldest son has been killed. How can I remain calm? Master, we can understand your pain of losing son. However, at the time Ru Feng was with us, besides the more than 100 empty, profound realm experts from the Beastmaster Mountain Manor, he also had one of our 2 guardian spiritual beasts, the Black Wind Demon Eagle King. Chapter 386, Relocation. Have you all heard? The number 1 among the top 10 empty, profound realm experts in Yuzhou, Ling Tianyang, has broken through to the half-step return to the origin realm. I even suspect that the number 1 position among the top 10 empty, profound realm experts in Yuzhou has some kind of magic power. First, Qian Jizi from the Qinji Tower became a peak expert at the half-step return to the origin realm, and now, just a few months later, Ling Tianyang's cultivation has also broken through to the half-step return to the origin realm. Such sensational news. Is there anyone in Yuzhou who doesn't know about it? I heard that this time Ling Tianyang, along with the powerful members of the Xinling sect, not only killed the Grand Protector Ji Wuyun of the Corpse God cult, who was at the half-step return to the origin realm, but also exterminated the Beastmaster Mountain Manor's master Lu Yunhe's most beloved eldest son, Lu Rufeng, along with over 100 empty, profound realm experts from the Beastmaster Mountain Manor. His strength is terrifying. This time, Ling Tianyang has offended both the Corpse God cult and the Beastmaster Mountain Manor, especially since the Corpse God cult has a powerful being at the return to the origin realm. Ling Tianyang's days are going to be tough. Not necessarily. Ling Tianyang is a disciple of the return to the origin realm expert, Zun from the Loose Cultivator Alliance. I believe the Corpse God cult and the Beastmaster Mountain Manor won't dare to act recklessly, right? Chapter 387. Subtle influence in the courtyard where the master of the Xianling sect resides. In a spacious secret chamber, a miniature grand hall stands out prominently. Ever since Ling Tianyang destroyed the Corpse Ghost sect a month ago, he brought along Jiang Ziun, Chu Yujiao, Shi Xiaoya, Shi Xiaomei, Xiao Xiaoyu, Sikong Ran, Blood Lizard, and a group of empty, profound realm experts whose sole origins he had refined. After opening the Spirit Pool Grand Hall, Ling Tianyang led his trusted followers into the hall to enter secluded cultivation. Ling Tianyang knew he had offended several major forces in Yuzhou, not lacking peak experts at the half-step return to the origin realm and beings at the return to the origin realm. However, Ling Tianyang's current true cultivation was still too low. Without merging with the Xianling avatars, his true self's cultivation was merely at the late stage of the empty profound realm. As for the Xianling sect, besides Ling Tianyang, the cultivation levels of the others were generally not high, and there were no strong figures to hold down the fort. After Ling Tianyang killed the Grand Protector Ji Wuyun of the Corpse God cult and Lu Rufeng and other expert from the Beastmaster Mountain Manor, he knew that both the Corpse God cult and the Beastmaster Mountain Manor would definitely send their own powerful members to seek revenge. Chapter 388. Eerie after 5 years in the Spirit Pool Grand Hall, Ling Tianyang's cultivation saw a significant improvement. Under the joint cultivation of Ling Tianyang's true self and several Xianling avatars, his cultivation speed was astonishing, several times faster than that of ordinary empty, profound realm experts, even tenfold or more. Now, 5 years have passed, and without merging with the Xianling avatars, Ling Tianyang's true self's cultivation had already reached the half-step return to the origin realm. If it weren't for Ling Tianyang's intentional control over his cultivation and spending some time studying alchemy and artifact forging, he would have doubted whether he could break through to the return to the origin realm. However, now that Ling Tianyang's true self and 3 Xianling avatars had all reached the half-step return to the origin realm, he was not in a hurry to break through. After all, Ling Tianyang could increase his cultivation significantly by merging with the Xianling avatars. With his current half-step return to the origin realm cultivation, he believed that even if he merged with just one Xianling avatar, his cultivation would be sufficient to soar to the return to the origin realm. Corpse God Cult, Beastmaster Mountain Manor, Absolute Blade Sect, let's wait and see. I want to see, with my current strength, who will win between us. Chapter 389. Strong enemies approaching. As Ling Tianyang's words fell, many martial artists in the discussion hall nodded in agreement. The reactions of the Corpse God Cult and the Beastmaster Mountain Manor puzzled everyone present. Previously, in the battle between the Xianling sect and the Corpse Ghost sect, all the strong members above the celestial realm from the Corpse Ghost sect had fallen. In addition, over 100 empty, profound realm experts from the Corpse God cult, led by Ji Wuyun, and over 100 empty, profound realm experts from the Beastmaster Mountain Manor, including Lu Rufeng, had also been killed by Ling Tianyang and others. The enmity between the Xianling sect and the Corpse God cult, as well as the Beastmaster Mountain Manor, had truly become irreconcilable. Nearly 2 months had passed since the last battle between the Xianling sect and the Corpse Ghost sect. Logically speaking, the Corpse God cult and the Beastmaster Mountain Manor should have come to the Xianling sect to take revenge. Why have they been so quiet? However, the martial artists of the Xianling sect in the discussion hall thought for a moment and recalled that Ling Tianyang was a disciple of the return to the origin realm expert, Zun, which made them feel somewhat relieved. The master is right. However, the master's teacher is a return to the origin realm expert. So it's likely that the Corpse God cult and the Beastmaster Mountain Manor are cautious and have not acted yet. Chapter 390. Capriciousness Junior Brother. Do you think I don't know all this? But the Manor Master has already decided to take action against Ling Tianyang and the Xianling sect. It would be useless for us to advise otherwise. As the third elder of the Beastmaster Mountain Manor's words fell, the Grand Elder of the Beastmaster Mountain Manor pondered for a moment before slowly responding with his consciousness. Junior Brother, the elders who previously opposed the Master of the Beast Control Manor, you have seen their fate, haven't you? The Master has been temperamental lately. We should hurry and catch up to avoid provoking his anger. The Grand Elder of the Beast Control Manor shook his head, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. After saying this, he took a deep look at the third elder of the beast control manor not far away, and then immediately controlled his sixth-level spirit beast to swiftly follow the direction in which Lu Yunhe had left. Sighing, the third elder of the beast control manor watched the backs of the grand elder and Lu Yunhe leave, letting out a long sigh, but his gaze was somewhat flickering. Shaking his head, the third elder of the beast control manor still decided to pursue. Not good. Dozens of strong practitioners above the void profound realm are rapidly approaching our Xianling sect from outside the Hengduan Mountains. They're likely not here for a friendly visit. Chapter 391. Encounter Whoosh Whoosh. In the sky above the Hengduan Mountains, dozens of streaks of light tore through the air, accompanied by piercing sounds of breaking the void. Ling Tianyang and dozens of strong practitioners at the late stage of the void profound realm exuded terrifying auras. Their speed was so fast that they covered a distance of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Yunhe of the Beast Control Manor led dozens of strong practitioners at the void profound realm towards Ling Tianyang and the others, their momentum fierce. Whether it was the Xianling sect or the Beast Control Manor, the martial artists mobilized this time were all at least at the late stage of the void profound realm, and their speed was incredibly fast. In less than a stick of incense, Ling Tianyang and the other strong practitioners of the Xianling sect spotted several large sixth-level spirit beasts and dozens of strong practitioners. These were all the strong practitioners from the Beast Control Manor come to seek revenge. Everyone should hold nothing back. Today, one side must perish. As for the master of the Beast Control Manor, Lu Yunhe, and that half-step return to Origin Realm guy, they will be dealt with by me and Master Nyo. As they flew, Ling Tianyang's aura surged. With a loud shout, the low-grade magic weapon, the Sword of God Slaying, appeared in his hand. This time, there were only 37 martial artists from the Beast Control Manor seeking revenge. Among these 37 strong practitioners, except for the master of the Beast Control Manor, Lu Yunhe, and the Grand Elder, who were peak strong practitioners at the half-step return to Origin Realm, the rest were all at the late stage of the Void Profound Realm. Ling Tianyang and the Beast Control Manor had long established an unending feud. Ling Tianyang was very clear about Lu Yunhe and the others' intentions. After finishing his words, Ling Tianyang no longer spoke, and as his aura surged, he swung the Sword of God, slaying in the air, unleashing streams of black, ghostly light. The black, ghostly light tore through the void, carrying a chilling aura as it struck towards the approaching strong practitioners of the Beast Control Manor. Yes, Sect Master. The members of the Beast Control Manor dared to come to our Xianling sect to seek revenge. They deserve to die. As soon as Ling Tianyang's words fell, Nyo Yidao, the master of the Guardian Hall who followed closely behind him, swung his long knife and shouted angrily. Nyo Yidao's killing intent surged, and, as he waved his long knife, terrifying knife lights surged forth, overwhelming the strong practitioners of the Beast Control Manor. As soon as Ling Tianyang and Nyo Yidao made their move, the dozens of strong practitioners from a Xianling sect behind them hurriedly took out their weapons and moved. The distance between Ling Tianyang and the other strong practitioners of the Xianling sect and Lu Yunhe and the others from the Beast Control Manor had now shrunk to less than 5 miles. 4 miles, 2 miles, 800 meters. 4 strong practitioners at the late stage of the Void Profound Realm. A few miles was merely a matter of a few breaths. Whoosh whoosh, streaks of light passed through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, Ling Tianyang and the other strong practitioners of the Xianling sect appeared less than 200 meters away from Lu Yunhe and the others from the Beast Control Manor. Everyone be careful. The opponent has 2 peak half-step return to Origin Realm strong practitioners. In the Beast Control Manor's camp, the Grand Elder looked at the imposing stance of Ling Tianyang and the others, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The people of the Beast Control Manor did not expect Ling Tianyang and the others to attack so suddenly. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Ling Tianyang and the others, and witnessing the horrifying attacks they unleashed, the strong practitioners of the Beast Control Manor all turned grave, immediately treating it as a major threat. At the same time, the martial artists of the Beast Control Manor also drew their weapons. As the Grand Elder of the Beast Control Manor finished speaking, the aura of the Beast Control Manor's people surged, and they all launched their attacks towards Ling Tianyang and the others. Chapter 392. Exclusion. Ling Tianyang. I was just about to find you at Xianling sect. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. In the Beast Control Manor's camp, Lu Yunhe glared at Ling Tianyang, his eyes bloodshot with rage. The news of Ling Tianyang's overwhelming performance at the Loose Cultivator Alliance, where he defeated numerous strong practitioners at the Void Profound Realm and became the #1 among the top 10 Void Profound Realm practitioners in Yuzhou, had long spread throughout the entire Yuzhou. As the protagonist, Ling Tianyang's image had already circulated among the major forces. When a master of the Beast Control Manor, Lu Yunhe, learned that 3 of the 4 young masters of the Beast Control Manor were killed by Ling Tianyang, he immediately sent many spies from the Beast Control Manor to infiltrate the Loose Cultivator Alliance, keeping a close watch on Ling Tianyang's every move. Although today was the first time Lu Yunhe and Ling Tianyang met, Lu Yunhe had already deeply etched Ling Tianyang's appearance in his mind. Looking at Ling Tianyang and the group of Xinling sects strong practitioners attacking him, Lu Yunhe's killing intent surged, and his face twisted in fury. Chapter 393, Wine Bear King Boom Boom. Ling Tianyang and Niu Yidao unleashed their full strength, and terrifying attacks shot out. In an instant, their attacks collided with those of Lu Yunhe, the Grand Elder of the Beast Control Manor, and the 6th-level Spirit Beast with half-step return to Origin Realm strength. Suddenly, a series of dull, thunderous roars erupted at the center of the battle between Ling Tianyang, Niu Yidao, and Lu Yunhe. Waves of terrifying spiritual power erupted in the air, sending shockwaves soaring into the sky. At the same time, visible spatial ripples appeared around Ling Tianyang and the others. Sword light surged. Looking at Lu Yunhe's twisted face filled with killing intent, Ling Tianyang's own killing intent surged as well. With a loud shout, he swung the sword of God slaying, and a thunderous crack sounded in the void beside him. Immediately, a series of unparalleled, terrifying sword chi, resembling black ghostly lights, tore through the void, striking like lightning towards Lu Yunhe and the spirit beast beside him, which possessed the strength of half a step into the return to Origin Realm. In this battle, the only ones in the Beast Control Mountain Villa with half-step return to Origin strength were the Grand Elder and the Villa Master Lu Yunhe. Aside from them, there was only one spirit beast with half-step return to Origin strength. The last time, one of the 2 guardian spirit beasts of Beast Control Mountain Villa, the Black Wind Demon Eagle King, had already been slain by Ling Tianyang. Thus, the spirit beast appearing next to Lu Yunhe at this moment, with half-step return to Origin strength, should be the only remaining guardian spirit beast of Beast Control Mountain Villa. Looking closely, it was a Wind Bear King, standing several dozen zhang tall. The Wind Bear King not only had astonishing speed, but also immense strength. Its powerful paws could easily crush mountains and split rocks. A typical empty, profound realm expert would be obliterated into blood mist under the full force of a single paw from the Wind Bear King. Seeing Lu Yunhe release such a terrifying creature, a surge of killing intent erupted in Ling Tianyang's eyes, and he showed no mercy as he made his move. With a wave of his sword, terrifying sword chi shot out in rapid succession. In an instant, a rain of swords filled the sky above Lu Yunhe and the Wind Bear King, carrying waves of terrifying energy that struck down like a torrential downpour. The sword lights were as fast as lightning, and, as they shot forth, they inexplicably stirred up numerous whirlwinds of sword chi, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. At the same time, Niu Yidao, standing beside Ling Tianyang, also swung the long knife in his hand to confront the Grand Elder of Beast Control Mountain Villa. Niu Yidao was Ling Tianyang's Xinling avatar, proficient in all the martial arts and techniques that Ling Tianyang mastered. Looking at the Grand Elder of Beast Control Mountain Villa, Niu Yidao swung his long knife, and in an instant, a dazzling knife light appeared. The knife light surged like a rainbow, its momentum soaring. Following that, another series of brilliant knife lights continuously shot out from the blade. In midair, Ling Tianyang and Niu Yidao resembled war gods. A series of terrifying sword, chi, and knife lights slashed towards the Grand Elder of Beast Control Mountain Villa, Villa Master Lu Yunhe, and the Wind Bear King. At this moment, even a peak expert in the empty, profound realm would perish under the sword chi unleashed by Ling Tianyang and the knife lights struck by Niu Yidao. Chapter 394. A fight with all their might. Swish, swish. Ling Tianyang and Niu Yidao faced off against the Grand Elder of Beast Control Mountain Villa, Villa Master Lu Yunhe, and the Wind Bear King, a spirit beast with half-step return to origin strength. The figures of these 4 individuals and one beast flickered in the high sky, with the sounds of breaking air constantly ringing around Ling Tianyang and others. Meanwhile, the surrounding void was suddenly engulfed in a collision of terrifying spiritual powers. Such powerful strength. No wonder you dare to kill my son Rufeng and the Black Wind Demon Eagle King of my Beast Control Mountain Villa. At the moment when Ling Tianyang and Yo Yidao unleashed their full power, Lu Yunhe and the others from Beast Control Mountain Villa looked at the attacks from Ling Tianyang and Yo Yidao, their expressions changing dramatically. Whether it was Ling Tianyang or Yo Yidao, their attacks clearly surpassed those of typical peak experts in a half-step return to Origin Realm. Just feeling the terrifying power emitted by Ling Tianyang's sword made both Lu Yunhe and the Wind Bear King exclaim in shock, and they immediately unleashed all their strength frantically. Boom! At that moment, the terrifying sword Qi unleashed by Ling Tianyang shot forth like lightning, accurately striking both Lu Yunhe and the Wind Bear King. Chapter 395. Terrifying beyond measure, a surge of terrifying spiritual power shockwaves spread out continuously from the center of the battle between Ling Tianyang and the others. All the empty, profound realm experts and sixth-tier spirit beasts present could distinctly sense the increasingly terrifying aura, even from a distance. Many could not help but feel their hearts tremble. Swish, swish! Just then, under the terrifying sword Qi unleashed by Ling Tianyang's 10,000 swords return to origin, the bodies of Lu Yunhe and the Wind Bear King finally could not withstand the torrential rain of swords, and in an instant, they exploded into two clouds of blood mist. Roar! The screams of the two half-step return to origin peak experts, Lu Yunhe and the Wind Bear King, echoed abruptly in mid-air, instantly causing the hearts of the nearby empty, profound realm experts from Beast Control Mountain Villa to shatter with fear, causing their attacks to falter slightly. A series of ear-piercing screams continued to resound in midair. In that brief moment, several more empty, profound realm experts and sixth-tier spirit beasts from Beast Control Mountain Villa were struck by the attacks of the Xianling sect experts, instantly perishing without a trace. Chapter 396. Showing one's head and tail. Great sir, spare us. We are all willing to submit. As Ling Tianyang's voice fell, a group of empty, profound realm experts from Beast Control Mountain Villa shouted in fear, seeing that two of the three peak half-step return to origin experts in this location were dead or captured. All the surviving experts from Beast Control Mountain Villa could not help but beg for mercy and terror. Under the cold gazes of Ling Tianyang and Yo Yidao, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Ling Tianyang, the experts from Beast Control Mountain Villa felt a chill run through their bodies, as if a breath of death enveloped them, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. You traitors! You dare to betray Beast Control Mountain Villa and plead for mercy from our enemies. Do you not fear the vengeance of the ancestors of Beast Control? As the empty, profound realm experts from Beast Control Mountain Villa pleaded for mercy and expressed their submission to Ling Tianyang, a few of Lu Yunhe's trusted subordinates could not help but roar in anger at their peers who were begging for mercy. However, even as they spoke, the resentment in their eyes towards Ling Tianyang was mixed with a hint of fear. Chapter 397. Fearful swish, swish, swish. Meanwhile, behind Ling Tianyang and Yo Yidao, a group of empty, profound realm experts, under Ling Tianyang's mental command, quickly retreated with a group of Beast Control Mountain Villa experts they had captured. 2 months ago, Ling Tianyang led a group of Xianling sect experts to eliminate the Corpse Ghost sect from the Hongduan Mountains and even killed the great protector of the Corpse God sect, Ji Wuyun. Ling Tianyang knew that he had already made an enemy of the Corpse God sect, and a battle between them was inevitable. He could somewhat guess the thoughts of the three peak experts of the Corpse God sect hiding in the distant forest. The reason the three peak experts of the Corpse God sect were hiding far away was to wait for Ling Tianyang and the experts from Beast Control Mountain Villa to fight to the bitter end, and then they would come out to clean up the mess. Since the three peak experts of the Corpse God cult came with ill intentions, Ling Tianyang didn't need to be polite with them. If a fight broke out, he wouldn't mind having a few more souls under his extermination sword. Ling Zhongzhu is joking. Chapter 398. Catching them all, you are ruthless. We're leaving. Looking at the undisguised killing intent in Ling Tianyang and Yo Yidao's eyes, the three members of the Corpse God cult were furious. After struggling for a moment, they gritted their teeth and chose to leave. Although at this moment, The three strong members of the corpse god cult had thoughts of wanting to kill Ling Tianyang and the other powerful figures of the Xianling sect. They all knew that the combat power Ling Tianyang displayed when he killed Lu Yunhe and the Wind Bear King was extremely terrifying. The three experts from the corpse god cult understood that they were definitely not Ling Tianyang's opponents, and the intention to retreat had already arisen in their hearts. As Ling Tianyang finished speaking, the three peak experts of the corpse god cult looked reluctantly at Ling Tianyang and Yo Idao, then transformed into streaks of light and quickly disappeared into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing the three peak experts of the corpse god cult leave, the Xianling sect members who had retreated to the side immediately flew over to Ling Tianyang and Yo Idao's side. Zhongzhu. Those three from the corpse god cult clearly came with bad intentions. Chapter 399. Lu Tianhu in the Xianling sects discussion hall. When Ling Tianyang and the other Xianling sects empty experts returned, the martial artists in the hall were still obediently waiting in place. We have seen Zhongzhu. Congratulations on your triumphant return. When the people in the discussion hall saw that Ling Tianyang and the group of late-stage empty experts returned safely, they immediately bowed in respect. Shifting their gaze to the right, when the martial artists in the discussion hall saw the unfamiliar late-stage empty experts like Fu Yuehui, a huge wave surged in their hearts. Previously, the spiritual power fluctuations from the battle between Ling Tianyang, Lu Yunhe, the Wind Bear King, Niu Yidao, and Fu Yuehui swept across a radius of hundreds of miles. The martial artists in the Xianling sect discussion hall had already felt the terrifying combat fluctuations coming from afar. Looking at Fu Yuehui and the others' appearance, along with the still-drying bloodstains on them, the martial artists in the discussion hall could easily imagine that Ling Tianyang and the others had definitely experienced a terrifying bloodbath. Surveying the martial artists in the Xianling sect's discussion hall, Ling Tianyang slowly began to briefly introduce the situation of the battle with the experts from the beast control manor to everyone in the hall. Chapter 400. Xingku. While Ling Tianyang and the members of the Xianling sect were recuperating and diligently cultivating to prepare for the threats from the corpse god cult and beast control manor. Far away in the corpse god cult located thousands of miles beyond the Hungduan Mountains, three experts of the corpse god cult were standing respectfully in front of a thin, red-faced old man. According to you, that kid's strength is even above the three of you? After the three peak experts of the corpse god cult recounted the battle situation between Ling Tianyang, the master of the beast control manor Lu Yunhe, and the Wind Bear King without holding back, the thin, red-faced old man in front of them spoke with great interest. Master Yaoxing has taken on an extraordinary disciple this time. This thin, red-faced old man was none other than Xingku, the supreme elder of the corpse god cult and the strongest expert with the cultivation of the returning origin realm. As Xingku's voice fell, the three half-step returning origin realm experts from the corpse god cult pondered for a moment before cautiously speaking. Sir, that Ling Tianyang is a disciple of Master Yaoxing, making him difficult to deal with. Now that Ling Tianyang's cultivation has also broken through to the half-step returning origin realm. Even a few returning origin realm experts working together may not be his match. After a pause, the three peak experts from the corpse god cult looked troubled and said, Sir, given our cultivation, even if we join forces, we might not be able to eliminate Ling Tianyang. As her words fell, the three peak experts from the corpse god cult looked anxiously at Xingku in the distance, fearing that he might kill the three brothers in a fit of rage. Although half-step returning origin realm experts were already considered peak experts in Yuzhou, they were still not true returning origin realm experts. The gap between the two was like a chasm. The three half-step returning origin realm experts of the corpse god cult knew that they were definitely not Xingku's opponents. Killing them would be as easy as squashing an ant. After all, that kid is a disciple of Master Yaoxing. We cannot push too hard. Moreover, he has already grown up, and it's likely very difficult to kill him without a returning origin realm expert stepping in. Under the anxious gazes of the three peak experts of the corpse god cult, Xingku pondered for a moment before shaking his head slightly. I've heard that the kid has some connection with Ying Luo. Let's let this matter go. As for Ji Weiyun, during his tenure as the grand protector of our corpse god cult, he wasn't very obedient either. This time, we can only blame Ji Weiyun for provoking someone he shouldn't have. Chapter 401. Fear. As Xingku's voice fell, the three strong members of the corpse god cult nodded in agreement, feeling quite supportive of Xingku's approach. After all, Ling Tianyang was no longer in existence that an ordinary half-step returning origin realm expert could deal with. Furthermore, Behind Ling Tianyang was the support of the returning Origin Realm expert Master Yaoxing, making him not someone an ordinary force could provoke. Although the Corpse God cult also had a returning Origin Realm expert in Xingku, there was only one. Once the Corpse God cult completely went to war with Ling Tianyang and Master Yaoxing, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. As a top superpower in Yuzhou, the Corpse God cult not only had the returning Origin Realm expert Xingku stationed, but also had more than a dozen peak half-step returning Origin Realm experts, while the number of empty experts was in the thousands. Ji Weiyun, although the grand protector of the Corpse God cult, was insignificant compared to the overall interests of the Corpse God cult, especially in light of the more than 100 fallen empty experts. Moreover, Xingku and the high-ranking members of the Corpse God cult had also gained some understanding of the fierce battle that took place between Ling Tianyang, Ji Weiyun, and the experts from the Beast Control Manor. Chapter 402. Boiling while the ancestor of Beast Control, Lu Qianhu, was roaring in anger, Ling Tianyang, far away in the Xianling sect within the Hengduan Mountains, once again opened the Spirit Pool Hall, allowing his trusted subordinates to enter and take turns cultivating within the Spirit Pool Hall. With Ling Tianyang's current cultivation level, he didn't care much about the threats posed by the peak experts from the Beast Control Manor and the Corpse God cult. However, Ling Tianyang was no longer alone. In addition to a few close companions by his side, he also had hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Xianling sect. Since Ling Tianyang chose to establish the Xianling sect, he needed to enhance the strength of his subordinates. The power of a sect depends not only on its most elite strong fighters, but also on the overall strength of the sect. Ling Tianyang's original intention in founding the Xianling sect was to cultivate some peak experts who could stand on their own, so that when he faced formidable enemies, the Xianling sect behind him could provide some assistance. If the Xianling sect only had Ling Tianyang as a strong individual and needed him to handle everything, wouldn't that make him worse off than before as a loose cultivator? At least, in his previous life as a loose cultivator, he enjoyed freedom and a carefree life without having to worry about many subordinates. Tianyang, last time you let go of those 3 powerful members of the Corpse God sect, are you really not worried about the threat they pose? Suddenly, Jiang Ziyan spoke up from behind Ling Tianyang. As her words fell, Chu Yujiao, Shi Xiaoya, and Shi Xiaomei also looked over with curious expressions. During this opening of the Spirit Pool Hall, neither Ling Tianyang nor Jiang Ziyun and the others entered it. The path of cultivation emphasizes a balance between effort and rest. Haste makes waste, and excessive hard training might instead lead a martial artist into a misunderstanding of cultivation, making it difficult to progress. What is there to fear? Aside from Xingku, who is a powerful being in the return to Origin Realm, the other strong members of the Corpse God sect are merely those half-step return to Origin martial artists. Ling Tianyang spoke slowly under the curious gazes of Jiang Ziyun and the others. With my current cultivation, as long as Xingku doesn't come, I don't put the others from the Corpse God sect in my eyes. Now our Xianling sect's overall strength has skyrocketed several dozen times. The Hengduan Mountains are somewhat small for us. Once we stabilize for a while, and all the martial artists in the Xianling sect have improved their strength, it will be time for us to expand our territory beyond the Hengduan Mountains. Ling Tianyang glanced at Jiang Ziyun, Chu Yujiao, Shi Xiaoya, and Shi Xiaomei. Standing tall and confidently said, "It's fine if the Corpse God sect doesn't come to provoke us, but if they don't know what's good for them, they can't blame me for being rude. As for the remaining guys from the Beast Control Manor, it's only a matter of time before we eliminate them," Ling Tianyang added. As he spoke, Jiang Ziyun and the others nodded in agreement. Throughout their journey, Jiang Ziyun and the others had witnessed Ling Tianyang grow from a weak martial artist to a peak expert with great renown in Yuzhou. Ever since Ling Tianyang killed the Beast Control Manor's master, Lu Yunhe, and the Beast Control Manor's Windbear King, who was at the half-step return to Origin Realm, along with the news of him slaying many strong martial artists in the empty Profound Realm, it stirred up quite a storm in Yuzhou. Peak experts at the half-step return to Origin Realm are the pillars of major forces and are not easily fallen. However, since the Loose Cultivator Alliance held that session of the empty Profound Realm Expert Exchange Conference, several half-step return to Origin experts have fallen one after another. In the vast Yuzhou, even if a few half-step return to Origin peak experts fell, it wouldn't be considered particularly shocking. Yet in the past few months, all the half-step return to Origin peak experts who fell in Yuzhou died at the hands of Ling Tianyang alone, which was something that stirred the hearts of all martial artists in Yuzhou. Chapter 403. A glimpse of heaven's secrets looking at Jiang Ziyun and the others beside him. Ling Tianyang felt quite emotional. In his previous life, as a loose cultivator, he was always alone except for when he was in seclusion. Later, when the Medicine King lost track, Ling Tianyang hit a bottleneck in his cultivation. And while searching for further cultivation methods, he met a few like-minded martial artists. They traveled together, exploring the world. When the news of the opening of the Thief God Cave spread, Ling Tianyang joined those like-minded martial artists to enter the cave together in search of opportunities. However, when Ling Tianyang unexpectedly obtained the continent's first treasure, the Xianling Pearl, his companions became envious and leaked the news to the Demon Dragon Clan and the Oblivion sect, leading to Ling Tianyang being hunted by the powerful members of both superforces. Thus, after Ling Tianyang's unexpected rebirth, he felt isolated and wanted to establish a force of his own. Now, although the Xianling sect has not yet produced any peak experts, it has begun to take shape and has the embryonic form of a major force. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang was solitary and had no experience interacting with women. However, after his rebirth, in this world where having multiple wives is common, he has encountered numerous romantic prospects, and now he has several women by his side. Among them, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei are his most loyal maids, and also one of his women. Jiang Ziyun met Ling Tianyang in the Qinglian Mountains, developed mutual affection, and has been together with him since. Chu Yujiao, too, had a relationship with Ling Tianyang that began with conflict, but later she fell in love with him. And since they had been betrothed by Ling Xian and Chu Ming since childhood, it was only natural for them to be together. As for Shun Tujing, whom Ling Tianyang still doesn't know where she is now, they met in the Danxiao ruins, and she was Ling Tianyang's first woman, providing him with significant help, making their relationship somewhat complex. However, when Ling Tianyang last returned to Qingyun country, Shun Tujing left the Heavenly Artifacts sect, and he has no idea where she went. Nonetheless, Shun Tujing inherited the legacy of the Green Robe King, and at the time of their separation, her cultivation was still above Ling Tianyang's. So he wasn't worried about her safety. After all, the legacy left by the Immortal King is not something ordinary people can compare to. Moreover, the 4 magical treasures that Shun Tujing left for Ling Tianyang greatly aided him, especially the mid-grade magical treasure, the Spirit Pool Hall, which caused the cultivation speed and levels of Ling Tianyang and those around him to surge. It's important to note that in the vast territory of Yuzhou, the strongest martial artists are merely those of the Return to Origin Realm. As for the legendary Immortal Kings, they are extremely terrifying existences, likely only found deep within the fallen god domain. Immortal Kings, shaking his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ling Tianyang's eyes, and he murmured, "I haven't even reached the Return to Origin Realm yet. Thinking about the Immortal King realm is still quite distant." Looking at Jiang Ziyun and the others beside him, Ling Tianyang recalled the introduction to the Return to Origin Realm in the Xianling True Explanation, his expression serious as he continued. The Return to Origin Realm is about returning to the essence, where the martial artist comprehends the heavens and earth, consolidating the diverse things they have absorbed into a singularity, achieving a true self-only state, and even catching a glimpse of heaven's secrets. Chapter 404. The mysterious ironwood box after spending some time with Jiang Ziyun and the others. Ling Tianyang returned to his room alone. Looking at the luxurious yet ancient and elegant room before him, Ling Tianyang's mind raced with thoughts. At one moment, he waved his hand, and a quaint ironwood box, 10 inches wide and 70 inches long, appeared before him. This ancient ironwood box was none other than the item that Ling Xian had given to Ling Tianyang during his last visit to the Ling family in Qingyun country, related to the secret of Ling Tianyang's origins. Ling Tianyang was quite curious about the contents of this ancient ironwood box. According to Ling Xian's account, Ling Tianyang's background was likely extraordinary. Years ago, Shuebiyun's family was wiped out by Fu Qingxuan, with only Shuebiyun managing to escape. Severely injured, she encountered Ling Xian, and over time, they developed feelings for each other, eventually marrying and giving birth to Ling Ju. Due to her pre-existing injuries, Shuebiyun's condition worsened after giving birth to Ling Ju. Watching her health decline day by day, and with no healing elixirs in Ling Xian's possession, he sought out Qingfeng Cliff, rumored to have healing elixirs for Shuebiyun. Just as Ling Xian searched the entire Qingfeng cliff without finding any trace of the elixirs, he suddenly sensed several terrifying fluctuations from afar. Under the pressure of those terrifying auras, Ling Xian even felt a sense of suffocation. The fierce battle lasted a full day in Qingyun country, attracting the attention of many powerful warriors. Those who were drawn to the battle out of curiosity, however, suffered greatly, with many strong warriors perishing in the aftermath of the clashes. Some Tianji realm warriors didn't even get close to the battlefield before being torn to shreds by the residual energy, and even those of the Kongxian realm dared not approach too closely. Finally, as the terrifying auras dissipated and Ling Xian was about to leave, an old man holding a baby suddenly tore through space and appeared before him. Although the old man was seriously injured, Ling Xian felt as though he was being seen through completely under the old man's gaze. After entrusting the baby in his arms to Ling Xian, the old man tore through space once more and vanished. The baby the old man held was none other than Ling Tianyang, the protagonist. That day, besides handing over the infant Ling Tianyang to Ling Xian, the old man also left behind an ancient ironwood box and a 6th-grade healing elixir. Time passed, and nearly 20 years went by in the blink of an eye. Although Ling Tianyang's cultivation had reached the half-step return to Origin Realm, he still couldn't tear through space at will. According to Ling Xian, Ling Tianyang concluded that the old man who entrusted him to Ling Xian was undoubtedly not weaker than a mighty being of the return to Origin Realm. Although Ling Tianyang was no longer the same as before, he still wanted to know the origins of this body in this life. Ling Tianyang was quite curious about the ancient ironwood box left by the old man, but his previous strength had prevented him from opening it. However, now that Ling Tianyang had reached the half-step return to Origin Realm without merging with his Xianling avatar, he was eager to see what treasures were hidden within the ancient ironwood box. Chapter 405, Mysterious Totem. After merging a Xianling avatar into his main body, Ling Tianyang's cultivation unexpectedly surged to the return to Origin Realm. With a wave of his hand, a visible energy barrier appeared around his room. What treasures could be hidden inside this ironwood box? Given the mysterious old man's strength and the oddities of this ironwood box, it surely wouldn't disappoint me, right? With a fiery gaze, Ling Tianyang looked at the ancient ironwood box floating before him. Instantly, the spiritual energy within Ling Tianyang surged and quickly gathered in his palms. As he spoke, he grasped both ends of the ancient ironwood box and forcefully attempted to open it. Buzz! However, at that moment, the ancient ironwood box suddenly trembled under Ling Tianyang's strength, and a piercing, buzzing sound echoed throughout the room. As the buzzing intensified, countless barbs suddenly shot out from the ironwood box. The barbs, sharp as needles, shimmered with a blinding cold light. Thousands of needle-like barbs instantly surrounded the ancient ironwood box, resembling a porcupine. The appearance of the barbs was as swift as lightning, and by the time Ling Tianyang noticed, his palms had already been pierced by the barbs on the ironwood box. In an instant, blood flowed profusely from Ling Tianyang's palms. As soon as the blood arrows left his hands, they were swiftly absorbed by the ancient ironwood box, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, after absorbing Ling Tianyang's blood, the color of the ancient ironwood box began to change dramatically. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. In the blink of an eye, the box changed colors dozens of times. At one moment, when the color of the box turned golden, an extremely mysterious aura suddenly erupted from the ancient ironwood box. Following that, a brilliant golden light burst forth from the box, piercing through the energy barrier Ling Tianyang had set up around the room in an instant. The dazzling golden light tore through the void, moving faster than lightning. In less than a blink of an eye, the blinding golden light disappeared from sight. Oh, not good. At this moment, in Ling Tianyang's room, looking at the energy barrier that had been pierced and the dazzling golden light that had vanished, Ling Tianyang immediately felt a sense of dread. He hadn't expected that this ancient ironwood box, which had always been safe, would undergo such an unexpected change today. The unknown and uncontrollable were the most terrifying. Realizing the sudden change in the ancient ironwood box, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but be astonished. Despite having merged with a Xianling avatar and reached the return to Origin Realm, he couldn't stop the box's transformation. This undoubtedly confirmed Ling Tianyang's suspicion that the ancient ironwood box was anything but ordinary. Heavens, what kind of power is this? If the power of this ancient ironwood box were to turn against me, it would be troublesome. Thinking of the mysterious changes in the ancient ironwood box, Ling Tianyang broke into a cold sweat. If the power of the ancient ironwood box had intended to harm him, he would have been in grave danger. Whoosh! A sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Without giving Ling Tianyang much time to think, as the dazzling golden light disappeared, a mysterious totem, which appeared extremely complex and filled with an ancient grandeur, suddenly re-emerged on the ancient ironwood box in front of him. As soon as this mysterious totem appeared, it transformed into a streak of flowing light that shot directly into Ling Tianyang's brow under his astonished gaze. Chapter 406. Demons and Monsters Buzz. A buzzing sound abruptly rang out in Ling Tianyang's mind. When the mysterious totem entered Ling Tianyang's brow, his body shook violently, and an extremely profound aura instantly enveloped him. Following that, a series of unfamiliar images suddenly appeared in Ling Tianyang's mind. It was an expansive and boundless land. At a glance, there were thousands of demons with dual horns on their heads and towering over hundreds of meters, all surrounded by a swirling aura of demonic energy, roaring in fury. One of the demons casually blew, and immediately the mountains on the ground were blown away and scattered. When the demon stomped its foot on the ground, the earth beneath it cracked open, and streams of lava, capable of evaporating even the strongest in the void realm, erupted from the fissures, dyeing the sky red in an instant. The power of these demons was incredibly formidable, unprecedented, and unseen. Perhaps even if the respected apothecary and the various experts of the Return to Origin realm in Yuzhou teamed up, they might not possess such terrifying combat power. Chapter 407. Inheritance Treasure. I never expected that in just 20 years, the bloodline ironwood box I left behind would be opened. Not long after the dazzling golden light disappeared from the mysterious elder's brow, a look of shock appeared on his face. Such a young expert in the Return to Origin realm must be a rare existence in the entire fallen god domain, right? Truly, heaven has not abandoned me. The mysterious elder shouted excitedly, his body trembling with emotion. If Ling Xian were here, he would immediately recognize that this mysterious elder was the one who entrusted Ling Tianyang to him back then. After about half a cup of tea's time, the mysterious elder gradually calmed his excitement. However, when he looked towards the south of the fallen god domain, his brows couldn't help but furrow slightly, and his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Unfortunately, I am still injured and surrounded by many strong enemies, making it inconvenient to seek you out. I hope you can become strong soon and change the fate of yourself and our family. The mysterious elder's thoughts raced, and after a moment of struggle in his eyes, he once again sat cross-legged in the secret chamber. He closed his eyes, and as he breathed in and out, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously flowed from the air into his body. In the Hongduan Mountains, where the head of the Xianling sect resided, at a certain moment, Ling Tianyang suddenly opened his eyes, and a dazzling brilliance emerged from his gaze, lingering for a long time. At this moment, the discomfort in Ling Tianyang's mind had long since disappeared, and the sudden influx of information had been digested. Swish! With a wave of his hand, a highly condensed spiritual power shot out from Ling Tianyang's palm, instantly repairing the holes created by the dazzling golden light around the room. What a powerful bloodline treasure! Looking at the ancient ironwood box floating in midair, enveloped by thousands of needle-like barbs and exuding a mysterious aura, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but exclaim. From the information that had appeared in his mind earlier, Ling Tianyang already knew the origin of the ancient ironwood box. This ancient ironwood box was a treasure of inheritance known as the bloodline ironwood box, which could only be opened by martial artists with the same bloodline who had reached a certain level of power. Through the information just received, Ling Tianyang also obtained a lot of useful knowledge. Withdrawing his palms from the bloodline ironwood box, Ling Tianyang looked at the small wound on his palm, caused by the barbs of the box, and was filled with joy. At this moment, Ling Tianyang could be sure that neither the previous dazzling golden light nor the mysterious totem harbored any hostility towards him. As his internal cultivation method began to operate, the spiritual light from Ling Tianyang's palms suddenly radiated, and when that light disappeared, the wound caused by the barbs on his palms had vanished without a trace. Open! With a loud shout from Ling Tianyang, the bloodline ironwood box floating not far from him slowly opened. As the bloodline ironwood box opened, a colorful light group suddenly emerged, enveloping the box in the blink of an eye. At first glance, it was hazy and mysterious, making Ling Tianyang even more curious about what was inside. I really want to see what is contained within this bloodline ironwood box. Ling Tianyang gazed ahead with burning eyes. When the bloodline ironwood box was fully opened, 3 exquisite small items came into view. Chapter 408, Confinement Buzz Buzz. A buzzing sound suddenly rang out. As soon as the bloodline ironwood box opened, the 3 exquisite small items within began to tremble violently. Immediately, an extremely mysterious aura filled the entire room. Under this mysterious aura, the spiritual power within Ling Tianyang felt somewhat blocked, and his body involuntarily stiffened. What a domineering ability! Feeling the changes within himself, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, he also sensed that he had developed a close connection with the bloodline ironwood box and the 3 exquisite small items. It seemed that as long as Ling Tianyang focused his thoughts, the bloodline ironwood box and the 3 exquisite small items would operate according to his intentions. Even if Ling Tianyang wanted to make the bloodline ironwood box self-destruct, it would be an easy task. Whoosh whoosh! Just as Ling Tianyang was marveling, the 3 small items that were shaking violently suddenly began to spin rapidly around Ling Tianyang's body, moving at lightning speed. If Ling Tianyang hadn't already merged with a Xianling clone and elevated his cultivation to the return to origin realm, he might not have been able to see the traces of those 3 small items at all. Crack, crack! 2 crisp cracking sounds suddenly rang out. Then, the 3 small items that were spinning around Ling Tianyang's body suddenly combined together to form a brand new metal ring. The metal ring shot through the air and automatically appeared on Ling Tianyang's wrist in the blink of an eye. At the same time, information belonging to this metal ring suddenly appeared in Ling Tianyang's mind. Confinement ring, a top-grade confinement-type treasure. The spirit binding ring, as the name suggests, is a magical treasure that can bind a warrior's body and inner spiritual power. After browsing through the information about the spirit binding ring, Ling Tianyang immediately showed an expression of ecstatic joy. Magical treasures are extremely rare. Top-quality magical treasures are even harder to come by. A top-quality magical treasure would undoubtedly cause Ling Tianyang's strength to soar. With Ling Tianyang's current strength, combined with the binding ability of the spirit binding ring, he is confident that even some powerful beings who have already entered the returning origin realm may not be his match. The binding ability of the spirit binding ring is extraordinarily powerful. If it weren't for an existence far surpassing Ling Tianyang's cultivation, anyone hit by Ling Tianyang's spirit binding ring would immediately be like fish on a chopping board, completely at his mercy. What an impressive spirit binding ring, indeed. Now, when battling with the established forces of Yuzhou, like the Corpse God sect and the Absolute Blade sect, the odds have greatly increased. Satisfied, Ling Tianyang stroked the spirit-binding ring on his wrist, feeling overjoyed. He then waved his hand, causing the bloodline ironwood box, not far away, to suddenly appear in his palm. With a thought, the countless barbs on the ironwood box vanished. Following that, a brilliant light erupted from Ling Tianyang's palm, and the bloodline ironwood box began to change. When the light from Ling Tianyang's palm faded, the bloodline ironwood box that had been in his hand was also gone. Waving his hand, Ling Tianyang retracted the energy barrier he had set up around the room and stepped outside. Chapter 409, Secret Weapon Tianyang. What happened? Just as Ling Tianyang stepped out of the room, he was met with the serious expressions of Jiang Ziyun and the others. Earlier, we suddenly felt a pause in our bodies and spiritual power. It was as if we were somewhat out of control. If there had been enemies here just now, we would have been in danger. As Ling Tianyang removed the energy barrier, Jiang Ziyun spoke up, and Chu Yuyao and Shi Xiaoyao also looked at him with puzzled expressions. We were resting in the room when we suddenly felt a mysterious aura envelop us. When we came out, we saw a blinding golden light shooting from the ceiling of your room. What was that? After Jiang Ziyun finished speaking, Chu Yuyao chimed in, tugging on Ling Tianyang's arm with curiosity in her eyes. Under Chu Yuyao's curious gaze, Ling Tianyang chuckled and gently pulled her into his embrace. He pinched her pretty face and said with a smile, Yuyao, I can't tell you. That's my secret weapon. Who cares? Fine, don't tell me. After Ling Tianyang finished speaking, Chu Yuyao let out a huff of mock anger. Looking closely at Ling Tianyang, feeling the masculine aura emanating from him, Her face suddenly turned red. Noticing the teasing glances from Jiang Ziyun and the others, Chu Yao felt even more embarrassed and buried her head in Ling Tianyang's chest. Ha! Ling Tianyang laughed heartily at Chu Yao's cute demeanor. Having just acquired the bloodline ironwood box and the spirit binding ring, his strength had soared, and naturally, his mood was excellent. His gaze towards Jiang Ziyun and the others also became more intense. Chapter 410. Communication. Seeing Ling Tianyang's fiery gaze, Jiang Ziyun and the others couldn't help but blush, their eyes flickering with shyness. Among them, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei were somewhat better off, as they had already established a marital relationship with Ling Tianyang, merely feeling a bit shy. However, Jiang Ziyun and Chu Yao, though they had already regarded Ling Tianyang as their man in their hearts, had not yet truly crossed that line with him. Haha! Ling Tianyang laughed heartily at the shy expressions of Jiang Ziyun and the others, feeling a surge of heat rising from within. After kissing Chu Yao's pretty face in his arms, Ling Tianyang reached out and pulled Jiang Ziyun into his embrace as well. Dian, no, Xiaoya is still here, and there are so many people. Feeling the strength of Ling Tianyang's arm and seeing his face drawing closer, Jiang Ziyun instantly felt a wave of embarrassment and buried her head in Ling Tianyang's chest. Jie, little beauty, today you all have fallen into my hands. So why not surrender to me? Chapter 411. Grand momentum. As Ling Tianyang's words fell, not long after Shi Xiaoya left, all martial artists within the Xianling sect who had reached the heavenly extreme realm gathered rapidly at the martial arts square. At the same time, Ling Tianyang opened the spirit pool great hall, allowing those who had been cultivating inside to stop and appear beside him. Having cultivated in the spirit pool great hall for a year, only 10 days had passed outside. Almost 2 months had passed since Ling Tianyang's last fierce battle with Lu Yunhe, the master of the Beastmaster Villa. During these 2 months, many strong individuals had emerged within the Xianling sect. With Ling Tianyang's full support and the provision of various talents, rare treasures, elixirs, and high-level martial arts techniques, the overall strength of the Xianling sect had undoubtedly reached a new level. I believe everyone is aware of the grievances between our Xianling sect and the Beastmaster Villa. Today, I have gathered you all here for one purpose. The day of reckoning between our Xianling sect and the Beastmaster Villa has arrived. Ling Tianyang looked down at the strong figures of the Xianling sect from above the martial arts square and shouted loudly, "Do you have the confidence to fight alongside me and remove the Beastmaster Villa from Yuzhou?" Chapter 412. The Grand Elder. The Beastmaster Villa is located in the Qinglin mountain range of Yuzhou. The Qinglin mountain range consists of peaks of various sizes, covering an area of over 100,000 miles. The mountain range is rich in various resources, and besides the Beast God Mountain in Yuzhou, the demonic beasts in the Qinglin mountain range are among the most concentrated in the region. The Beastmaster Villa has been famous in Yuzhou for a long time, founded thousands of years ago by the Beastmaster. Over its history of thousands of years, several powerful beings in the returning origin realm have appeared in the Beastmaster Villa, allowing it to flourish and rank among the top superpowers in Yuzhou. However, in recent times, the Beastmaster Villa has gradually declined, since the last powerful being in the returning origin realm fell. The strongest ancestor of the Beastmaster Villa has only reached half a step into the returning origin realm in the last 10,000 years. With the decline of the Beastmaster Villa, not only has a large amount of its territory been swallowed by other forces, but it has also fallen from being one of the top superpowers in Yuzhou to a regular major power. Despite this, the current Beastmaster Villa still ranks among the top forces in Yuzhou that lack a powerful being in the returning origin realm. Chapter 413. Ruthless Action. Fui Wehui. You traitor. You actually dared to betray the Beastmaster Villa? Bah, we will never be traitors like you. The ancestor of Beastmaster has already come out of seclusion, and you're doomed now. As Fui Wehui bowed to Ling Tianyang, a wave of angry curses erupted from the more than 1,000 martial artists of the Beastmaster Villa. Although Fui Wehui was the Grand Elder of the Beastmaster Villa, the highest-ranking and most powerful figure was the ancestor of Beastmaster. Even though Fui Wehui had some loyal supporters within the villa, they were insignificant compared to the entire Beastmaster Villa. When the martial artists of the Beastmaster Villa heard Fui Wehui asking them to surrender and submit to the Xianling sect, some of the die-hard loyalists couldn't help but angrily curse at him. The Qinglin mountain range was the territory of the Beastmaster Villa, and among its martial artists, there was a sense of pride and confidence. Ungrateful fools. Since you seek death, don't blame me for not remembering our past friendship. Chapter 414. Traitor, I pay my respects to the sect master. After subduing Lu He and the other martial artists from the Beastmaster Villa, Fui Wehui led them to Ling Tianyang and bowed. At this moment, Lu He and the others had learned from Fui Wehui that the young man in the green robe on the back of the bloodthirsty giant lizard was the sect master of the Xianling sect and a peak expert at the half-step returning origin realm. The owner of the Beastmaster Villa, Lu Yunhe, along with the two guardian spirit beasts of the villa, the Black Wind Demon Eagle King and the Wind Bear King, had all fallen at Ling Tianyang's hands. Upon realizing the terrifying strength of Ling Tianyang, the martial artists of the Beastmaster Villa couldn't help but feel awe and dared not entertain any further thoughts. In this world where strength is revered, formidable power is always the most convincing and awe-inspiring. All right, everyone, there's no need for formalities. From now on, you'll be disciples of my Xianling sect. Looking at Fui Wehui and Lu He along with the other martial artists from the Beastmaster Villa, Ling Tianyang smiled and continued, since you have joined my Xianling sect, you must abide by our rules. I detest traitors the most. No matter how you were before, once you join my Xianling sect, you must never betray again. Chapter 415. Arrogance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Attacks tore through the air and appeared in front of Lu He and the other martial artists of the Beastmaster Villa in an instant. The furious strikes from the two half-step returning origin experts were not something ordinary empty, profound realm martial artists could withstand. Under the onslaught of those terrifying attacks, any martial artist who had not reached the half-step returning origin realm found their breath stifled, and their internal spiritual power became sluggish. Old fool, don't be reckless. Lu He and the others have already joined my Xianling sect, and you cannot just kill them as you wish. Just as the terrifying attacks were less than 10 meters from Lu He and the others, Ling Tianyang's cold voice suddenly rang out in the arena. As Ling Tianyang's words fell, everyone present saw a milky white energy shield appear out of thin air in front of Lu He and the others, instantly enveloping them. When the attacks from the two half-step returning origin experts came crashing down, Ling Tianyang's aura surged dramatically. Immediately, a tremendous force shot forth from Ling Tianyang's body, causing the energy shield in front of Lu He and the others to shine brightly and solidify at a visible speed. Chapter 416. Great battle, what powerful sword energy. With just this move, this kid could rampage among the half-step returning origin experts in Yuzhou, unless a returning origin expert intervenes. It would be hard for anyone to match him. As the terrifying sword energy in the air dwindled to over 3,000 strands, several deep sword marks appeared on Lu Tianhu's body. Looking at the remaining thousands of terrifying sword energies in the sky, a bitter smile appeared on Lu Tianhu's face. He originally wanted to kill Ling Tianyang here, but he never expected Ling Tianyang's strength to be so terrifying. As soon as they engaged, he immediately fell into a disadvantage and was even in danger of perishing. Oh no, Ling Tianyang, today I must kill you. Lu Tianhu let out a furious roar, his eyes bursting with madness. He then spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, and his aura began to surge. As Lu Tianhu's aura skyrocketed, the black iron hammer in his hand turned into countless afterimages that shot through the air, before the remaining terrifying sword energy could approach Lu Tianhu. It was immediately shattered into nothingness by the black iron hammer in his hand. Chapter 417. Soul Eruption. Boom. Boom. Thunderous sounds echoed continuously in midair. Looking up, the sky above the Qinglin mountain range was densely packed with silhouettes. The fierce sword energies crisscrossed, the slashing blade lights roamed freely, and various colorful spiritual power attacks were everywhere. Swords, spears, blades, and halberds of all kinds could be seen. At this moment, over 10,000 martial artists from the Xianling sect and around 30 to 40,000 disciples from the Beastmaster Villa were mercilessly launching ruthless attacks against each other. This battle was a life-and-death struggle between the Xianling sect and the Beastmaster Villa. Only the victorious side could continue to survive in Yuzhou. As the battle between the martial artists of the Xianling sect and the Beastmaster Villa progressed second by second, the dazzling blood blossoms in the sky began to emerge one after another. Each blood blossom that appeared in midair signified that a martial artist from either the Xianling sect or the Beastmaster Villa had fallen beneath the swords of the opposing martial artists. As time passed, the bodies of the fallen martial artists rained down from the sky like raindrops, accumulating into mountains of corpses on the ground. The blood flowing from the severed limbs and broken arms had stained this area into a hellish scene. Chapter 4:18. Agitated hearts stop. Stop. I'm willing to submit. As Wei Juehui desperately defended against the attacks from Fu Yuehui, Wang Yi, and Su Yuehua, he hurriedly cried out for mercy. Back then, Wei Juehui became a guest elder of the Beastmaster Villa because he had fought with all his might under Lu Tianhu and had only lasted less than 100 moves before being defeated. Wei Juehui was well aware of Lu Tianhu's strength. He never expected that even the formidable ancestor of the Beastmaster Villa, Lu Tianhu, could be so easily slain by someone with a single sword. At this moment, Wei Juehui no longer had the courage to continue fighting against Fu Yuehui and the others from the Xinling sect. When he felt Ling Tianyang's cold gaze upon him, Wei Juehui felt a chill run down his spine and cold sweat instantly broke out, soaking through his clothes. As Wei Juehui begged for mercy, he was afraid that if he spoke too slowly, Ling Tianyang would become displeased and take action against him. Wei Juehui was different from the second elder of the Beast Control Mountain Villa, Liao Tian. His loyalty to the villa did not reach the point where he was willing to die alongside it. Seeing Ling Tianyang so fierce, Wei Juehui's heart had already turned cold. He did not want to die. He still had hundreds of years of lifespan left and wanted to enjoy life. Chapter 4:19. Demon Transformation. As Ling Tianyang's words fell, the figure of Liao Tian, the second elder of the Beast Control Mountain Villa, paused in midair. With a complex expression, he glanced at the distant Ling Tianyang, and his body moved faster towards Wei Juehui, the guest elder of the villa. Ah, Liao Tian, you're going too far. You're not Lu Tianhu. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? At the same time, facing the mad expression of Liao Tian, Wei Juehui's face twisted in response. Earlier, when Wei Juehui wanted to seek help from Ling Tianyang, the disdainful look on Ling Tianyang's face made him realize that if he wanted to live, he had to survive under Liao Tian's hands. Thus, as he spoke, his spiritual powers surged wildly. At this moment, he dared not hold back at all. Facing the furious Liao Tian, Wei Juehui knew that one misstep could lead to his demise. In that moment, he felt that this might be a test from Ling Tianyang. If he couldn't pass it smoothly, he would only have death awaiting him. Chapter 4:20. The fierce tiger reappears. He, Ling Tianyang. You must be regretting not killing me the moment you had the chance, right? As Ling Tianyang's voice fell, Liao Tian, who was about to self-destruct after using the demon transformation, suddenly let out a strange laugh. Ling Tianyang, now you want to stop me? It's too late. Everyone, go die. Liao Tian's voice was extremely harsh, sending chills down the spines of the nearby martial artists from the Xinling sect and Beast Control Mountain Villa. Looking at Ling Tianyang's furious expression, Liao Tian's voice rang out again. Ling Tianyang, you've killed so many strong members of the Beast Control Mountain Villa, and I will not let you off easily. Since our villa is destined to become history, I will make your Xinling sect suffer as well. I want to see how your Xinling sect stands in Yuzhou after losing most of your strong members. Amidst Liao Tian's mad laughter, his 3 demon bodies had almost inflated to the limit, seeming ready to self-destruct at any moment. Chapter 4:21. Madness. Ah, they're dead, all dead. The Beast Control Mountain Villa is finished. The guest elder Wei Juehui of the Beast Control Mountain Villa, along with the previous elder Fu Yuehui and the 9th elder Lu Ha, and many other top experts of the villa, had all defected to the Xinling sect. This sent shockwaves through the martial artists of the Beast Control Mountain Villa, who were engaged in fierce battles with over 10,000 disciples of the Xinling sect. When they saw the first strongest member of the Beast Control Mountain Villa, Lu Tianhu, and the second elder Liao Tian, both peak experts at the half-step return to Origin Realm, fall one after the other at the hands of Ling Tianyang, their faces turned ashen and any fighting spirit vanished. At this moment, the peak experts at the half-step return to Origin Realm from the Beast Control Mountain Villa were either dead or had chosen to surrender to the Xinling sect, leaving the villa without any peak experts to rely on. In contrast, the Xinling sect already had 5 peak experts of the half-step return to Origin Realm, along with a terrifying spirit beast, the bloodthirsty giant lizard, whose power was evidently not beneath the half-step return to Origin Realm. Chapter 4:22. Rodents, please, don't kill me. I am willing to submit. I am willing to join the Xinling sect. I have suffered enough in the Beast Control Mountain Villa, and I wish to join the Xinling sect. As they looked at the bloodthirsty giant lizard rampaging in the sky, Wei Juehui, Fuyuehui, Wang Yi, Suyuewa, and other peak experts from the Xianling sect felt a chill run down their backs. At this moment, nearly 99 out of every 100 surviving martial artists from the Beast Control Mountain Villa began to plead for mercy from the Xianling sect's martial artists. In this short time, over 10,000 of the Beast Control Mountain Villa's tens of thousands of martial artists at the Celestial Realm had fallen, and the peak experts at the half-step return to Origin Realm had been completely wiped out. This left the martial artists of the Beast Control Mountain Villa in the Qingtian mountain range feeling terrified, not daring to make any reckless moves. Everyone stop. Since the martial artists of the Beast Control Mountain Villa are willing to submit to my Xianling sect, they will henceforth be our martial artists. Seeing the members of the Beast Control Mountain Villa pleading for mercy, Ling Tianyang was not willing to create more bloodshed. After all, the members of the Beast Control Mountain Villa who held the greatest resentment against him, like Lu Tianhu and Lu Yunhe, had already fallen at his hands. So he was not inclined to strike again. Chapter 423. Reckless Destruction. Old man, why aren't you staying put in the Absolute Blade sect? You actually dare to come to my Xianling sect's territory to seek death. Ling Tianyang coldly glared at the suddenly appearing Absolute Blade old ghost and couldn't help but shout. Ling Tianyang had already formed a deadly feud with the Absolute Blade sect after killing their martial artists, since the Absolute Blade old ghost had developed murderous intent towards him. Ling Tianyang naturally wouldn't be polite with him. The Absolute Blade old ghost was indeed a renowned return to Origin expert in Yuzhou. But Ling Tianyang was not an ordinary half-step return to Origin martial artist. Hee, kid, you're quite arrogant. Although you can unleash attacks equivalent to a return to Origin expert with that treasure, your cultivation is still only at the half-step return to Origin realm. You remain vulnerable before a true return to Origin expert. As soon as Ling Tianyang finished speaking, the Absolute Blade old ghost let out a strange laugh. Kid, some people are not someone you can provoke. As the Absolute Blade old ghost spoke, his return to Origin aura erupted without reservation. In an instant, the space around him stirred, visible spatial ripples appeared, and a powerful surge of spiritual power shot out from his body, instantly reaching Ling Tianyang. Chapter 424. Threat. The strongest expert of the empty profound realm in Yuzhou, Ling Tianyang, had already become a peak expert at the half-step return to Origin realm. Not only that, but he also led his Xianling sect to unify the Hengduan mountain range, slaying the grand guardian of the corpse god sect, Ji Wuyun, and over 100 experts at the empty profound realm from the corpse god sect, as well as numerous martial artists from the Beast Control Mountain Villa. When the Absolute Blade old ghost learned of these matters about Ling Tianyang, his murderous intent became difficult to suppress. However, the Absolute Blade old ghost also felt some fear of the threat posed by the Medicine King, especially since he later learned that Ling Tianyang was actually a closed-door disciple of the Medicine King. Once the old ghost of the Absolute Blade truly kills Ling Tianyang, given the protective nature of Medicine King Zun, he will undoubtedly seek mad revenge against him. However, when the old ghost of the Absolute Blade recalls that Ling Tianyang killed the Grand Protector of the Corpse God sect and over 100 void-returning realm martial artists while unifying the Hengduan Mountains, he concludes that the Corpse God sect will retaliate against Ling Tianyang. The Corpse God sect is a superpower in Yuzhou and has powerful beings in the returning Origin realm. The old ghost of the Absolute Blade initially thought that under the revenge of the Corpse God sect, Ling Tianyang would have no chance of survival, right? Chapter 425. Flying Sand and Running Stones. Humph. Old man, don't be arrogant. Today, the one who dies here will definitely be you. Looking at the magical long knife swung by the old ghost of the Absolute Blade, Ling Tianyang suddenly let out a cold snort, and his entire aura instantly surged. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tianyang's aura surpassed the half-step returning Origin realm and directly reached the level of a powerful being in the returning Origin realm. As Ling Tianyang led a group of Xianling sect powerhouses to the Qinglin Mountains, he had already fused a Xianling avatar into his main body. At this moment, seeing the old ghost of the Absolute Blade charging at him with his magical long knife, Ling Tianyang dared not hide his strength anymore. The Xianling true resolution began to operate within him, and Ling Tianyang immediately unleashed the power of the Xianling avatar within his main body, causing his cultivation level to soar to the returning Origin realm. Although Ling Tianyang was about to declare that he would kill the old ghost of the Absolute Blade, he did not dare to be careless when truly facing the old ghost's attack. After all, the old ghost of the Absolute Blade is a well-known powerhouse in the returning origin realm in Yuzhou and has immersed himself in this realm for hundreds of years. His strength should not be underestimated. Chapter 426, Returning Origin 9, turns in the direction of the Qinglin Mountains. There are actually two powerful beings in the returning origin realm engaged in fierce battle. Looking at the blade light in the sky, could it be the old ghost of the Absolute Blade? Within the territory of the Corpse God sect, some areas are located at the junction of the Hengduan Mountains and Qinglin Mountains. At this moment, the supreme elder of the Corpse God sect, Xing Ku, was hovering in mid-air, his expression grave as he looked towards the direction of the Qinglin Mountains. At a glance in the sky over the Qinglin Mountains, two terrifying auras occupied their respective sides of the sky. Xing Ku, a powerful being in the returning origin realm, immediately sensed that a terrifying sword intent and another terrifying knife intent filled the air above the Qinglin Mountains. Realizing that the two auras clearly belonged to powerful beings in the returning origin realm, Xing Ku understood that the combatants were a returning origin realm expert skilled in swordsmanship and another skilled in knife techniques. Previously, Ling Tianyang, a disciple of Medicine King Zun, led a group of martial artists from the Xianling sect past the outskirts of the Corpse God sect, presumably to attack the Beastmaster Villa. Now, with the old ghost of the Absolute Blade engaged in battle in the Qinglin Mountains, could that person be Medicine King Zun? Chapter 427, Sparks Unlike the Body Tempering. Inner Qi and Void Returning Realms. Once a martial artist cultivation reaches the returning origin realm, it is no longer simply divided into early, middle, late, or peak stages. The returning origin realm has 9 turns, with the first turn being the weakest and the 9th turn being the strongest. The strength gap between each turn of a powerful being in the returning origin realm is several times greater, of course. This is also closely related to the martial artist cultivation method, and so on. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking through the air rang out, and Ling Tianyang followed closely behind the enormous tiger, his soul sense instantly enveloping the old ghost of the Absolute Blade on the opposite side. At this moment, Ling Tianyang had fused a Xianling avatar, barely reaching the mid-stage of the first turn in the returning origin realm, still having a significant gap compared to the old ghost of the Absolute Blade at the peak of the second turn. Gazing seriously at the old ghost of the Absolute Blade, Ling Tianyang dared not be careless. If it were not for the mid-grade magical treasure, the soul-burying tiger seal, which transformed into a giant tiger with combat power not inferior to that of the old ghost, combined with Ling Tianyang's silver radiance armor for protection, he truly might not dare to confront the old ghost head-on. Boom! Chapter 428, Unmatched Bang Bang. In midair over the Qinglin Mountains, the giant tiger, transformed from the soul-burying tiger seal, clashed with the old ghost of the Absolute Blade, unleashing terrifying power with every move. While the giant tiger and the old ghost fought fiercely, Ling Tianyang wielded the god-slaying sword beside the giant tiger, continuously launching waves of terrifying sword chi attacks at the old ghost. The 3 powerful beings in the returning origin realm exerted their full strength, creating a shockwave that resonated through the heavens and earth. In the area where Ling Tianyang and the old ghost of the Absolute Blade were battling, the mountains and forests within a radius of several dozen miles were left in ruins, under the terrifying aftermath of the battle from Ling Tianyang and his companions. The demon beasts in the surrounding mountains within a radius of several hundred miles all fled in unison to the distance. Clang clang. The sounds of blades and swords clashing and muffled noises continuously emanated from the center of the battle between Ling Tianyang and the old ghost of the Absolute Blade. Roar! Human figures flickered in midair, sword chi and knife light crisscrossing, with the roar of tigers resounding through the sky. Although the old ghost of the Absolute Blade was strong, he was immediately suppressed by the giant tiger transformed from the soul-burying tiger seal and Ling Tianyang's joint efforts. Chapter 429, Meddling, a defensive magical treasure. I didn't expect this kid to have a defensive magical treasure on him. Looking at Ling Tianyang, who was completely wrapped in the silver radiance armor, the old ghost of the Absolute Blade couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder this kid was unwilling to seek reconciliation and insisted on fighting me to the death. It turned out he was relying on having a defensive magical treasure. With the old ghost of the Absolute Blade's keen eyesight, He could easily see that the silver radiance armor on Ling Tianyang was an extremely powerful defensive magical treasure. Shifting his gaze from the silver radiance armor on Ling Tianyang to the terrifying giant sword he wielded, the old ghost's brows immediately furrowed. From this giant sword, the old ghost sensed a hint of unsettling aura. Although Ling Tianyang's strength was somewhat weaker than the old ghost of the Absolute Blade, his cultivation was still at the mid-stage of the first turn in the returning origin realm. For the terrifying attack Ling Tianyang unleashed, the old ghost did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. Kid, don't think that just because you have a defensive magical treasure protecting you, I can't do anything to you. Today, let me show you the ultimate move of my Absolute Blade sect, 10,000 Blades Breaking the Void. Chapter 430, Confining Space, What a Strong Attack. I didn't expect that even with the silver radiance armor protecting me, I would still suffer some considerable injuries under that old guy's attack. Looking ahead with a serious expression, Ling Tianyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured, "This old guy's hidden strength is remarkable. Indeed, no powerful beings in the returning origin realm are simple characters." Although the silver radiance armor on Ling Tianyang was not invincible, it was a mid-grade defensive magical treasure and naturally had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Under the obstruction of the old ghost of the Absolute Blade's terrifying knife shadows, the silver radiance armor could not be easily breached. It only transmitted some immense force on a Ling Tianyang without causing any serious harm to him. The terrifying shadow of the knife stood still in mid-air, locked in a momentary standoff with the silver-armored figure. Finally, with a loud bang, it dissipated into the sky as its power ran out. A dull roar echoed, and as Ling Tianyang's body was sent flying backward, a loud sound erupted from the position of the old ghost of the Absolute Knife. Following that, a scream pierced the air, and Ling Tianyang saw the old ghost of the Absolute Knife's body immediately struck as if by lightning, hurtling downward like a cannonball, spitting blood. Chapter 431, The Primordial Spirit Roar. The tiger's roar shook the heavens as the massive tiger form from the soul burial seal charged toward the old ghost of the Absolute Knife the moment he revealed his form. The enormous tiger's massive claws swiped through the air, seemingly tearing apart the space in front, carrying an unmatched force that suddenly appeared beside the old ghost of the Absolute Knife. "No, you actually have a treasure that can trap space?" Seeing the spatial ripples that had just emerged around him dissipate under Ling Tianyang's binding spirit ring, the old ghost of the Absolute Knife's eyes widened in disbelief. It should be noted that the old ghost of the Absolute Knife's power at this moment had surged due to the self-detonation of his legs, briefly allowing him to reach a higher cultivation level and gain a chance for teleportation. The body explosion teleportation technique is a very powerful, self-harming, forbidden technique, where the martial artist detonates their own body to greatly increase their strength. The more area of the body the martial artist explodes, the stronger their power becomes. With the old ghost of the Absolute Knife's peak second transformation in the returning origin realm exploding his legs, his power instantly reached the early stage of the third transformation in the returning origin realm. Chapter 432, The Final Madness. Humph. Old man, your body is already self-destructed, yet you still dare to speak arrogantly. It's just a mere primordial spirit. Let me see how I deal with you. As the old ghost of the Absolute Knife's voice fell, Ling Tianyang burst into wild laughter, looking at the primordial spirit of the old ghost of the Absolute Knife, which had shrunk to the size of an ordinary person. Ling Tianyang's eyes shone with cold light. With a thought, Ling Tianyang immediately poured his soul consciousness into the binding spirit ring in midair. In an instant, the binding spirit ring trembled rapidly in the air, with mysterious ripples appearing around it. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking air echoed, and under Ling Tianyang's control, the binding spirit ring shot toward the old ghost of the Absolute Knife's primordial spirit like lightning. This binding spirit ring is a top-grade binding treasure. It not only has the ability to restrain a martial artist's body and spiritual power, but can also affect the stability of space, even temporarily binding space. At this moment, the old ghost of the Absolute Knife had no body to protect him, leaving only a nearly vanquished primordial spirit. If hit by Ling Tianyang's binding spirit ring, the old ghost's primordial spirit would become easy prey for Ling Tianyang. As long as Ling Tianyang delayed for a moment or two, he wouldn't even need to take action. and the old ghost's primordial spirit would automatically dissipate in midair. Chapter 433. Murong Qian in the air above the Qinglin mountain range. A streak of light broke through the void, swiftly heading towards the battlefield between Ling Tianyang and the old ghost of the absolute knife. Oh no! Suddenly, a startled voice came from the streak of light in the sky, followed by a terrifying surge of spiritual power sweeping in from the distance. After my main body was blasted into the spatial rift by that old man, I lost contact with it. My main body is probably in danger now. Stopping his forward momentum, a masked figure in black looked solemnly into the distance, frowning deeply. That old man self-destructed his primordial spirit with his fourth transformation power in the returning origin realm. Its power is terrifying. Fortunately, my Xianling avatar is still several dozen miles away from the explosion site. Otherwise, I would also be in danger. This masked figure was none other than one of Ling Tianyang's Xianling avatars, who sensed the summoning of Ling Tianyang's main body and quickly rushed over from among the martial artists of the Xianling sect. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking air rang out, and Ling Tianyang's masked black-clad avatar immediately saw a streak of light shooting towards him from ahead. Chapter 434. Serious injury, where am I? Ling Tianyang slowly opened his heavy eyes, and the first thing he saw was a strange room. Just as he was about to release his soul consciousness to explore the surrounding environment, a tearing pain suddenly shot through his mind, nearly causing him to faint again. At the same time, a severe pain surged through Ling Tianyang's entire body, causing him to involuntarily cry out. Soon after, a strong sense of dizziness suddenly hit him from his brain. As time passed, when the discomfort in his mind slightly faded, Ling Tianyang began to realize what had happened to him. That old ghost of the absolute knife was truly ruthless. If it weren't for my fate not being sealed and having the protection of the Xianling avatar and the silver-armored figure, I would probably have truly perished in that spatial turbulence. The intense pain snapped Ling Tianyang back to reality, reminding him of the scenes from his fierce battle with the old ghost of the absolute knife. Sigh, what a pity. This time, to escape from the spatial turbulence. My Xianling avatar and the silver-armored figure were both destroyed. Chapter 435. The Xiaoya sect, thank you for saving my life. Ling Tianyang deeply gazed at the woman who suddenly appeared in the room and couldn't help but express his gratitude. Ling Tianyang remembered that just before he lost consciousness from his severe injuries, he was plummeting from the sky. Given his injuries at that time, he knew that if no one had rescued him, even if he didn't die from his injuries, he would likely be eaten by some wild beast or monster in the wilderness, making it nearly impossible to escape death. Looking at this suddenly appearing Jihong Yue in the unfamiliar room, and smelling the somewhat pungent herbal scent coming from his body, Ling Tianyang knew that Jihong Yue was the one who brought him back. A drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of water. A small grievance should be avenged. Jihong Yue saved Ling Tianyang's life during his time of trouble, making her a benefactor to him. Although Ling Tianyang couldn't repay Jihong Yue right now, once his injuries recovered, he would naturally compensate her double. Ling Tianyang looked at Jihong Yue with deep gratitude. At a glance, Jihong Yue had a curvaceous figure. Her neck skin was fair and delicate, but her face was covered with a layer of red veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance. Chapter 436. Sect Mission. Hey, why do I feel that the Qingmu Dan has no effect on you? Upon seeing Ling Tianyang swallow the Qingmu Dan, yet his face remained pale without any signs of improvement, Jihong Yue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Who exactly are you? Were you a peak expert before you got injured?" Jihong Yue looked at Ling Tianyang with a face full of suspicion, feeling quite puzzled. It should be known that the Qingmu Dan was the most precious healing pill Jihong Yue had, and she usually wouldn't use it even for minor injuries. If it weren't for seeing Ling Tianyang in such a miserable state, looking like he was in imminent danger of losing his life, Jihong Yue wouldn't have taken out the third-grade Qingmu Dan and stuffed it into Ling Tianyang's mouth. However, when Jihong Yue saw that her Qingmu Dan was ineffective for Ling Tianyang, she couldn't help but doubt his true identity. The Qingmu Dan was a third-grade healing pill, which could save a warrior below the Spirit Sea realm, even if they were gravely injured and on the verge of death, as long as they took it in time. As a newly promoted inner disciple of the Xiaoya sect, Jihong Yue had some understanding of the levels of martial artists. Seeing that Ling Tianyang took the Qingmu Dan but showed no reaction, there were only two possibilities. Chapter 437. Fourth Order with Spirit Fruit Miss Hongyue. What's wrong? Feeling the chaotic aura from Ji Hongyue and looking at the large amount of bloodstains on her robe, Ling Tianyang's expression immediately turned cold. Who hurt you? That person deserves to die. Ji Hongyue was Ling Tianyang's lifesaver, and now someone dared to harm her, instantly igniting the killing intent in his heart. Although Ling Tianyang's body couldn't move at this moment, he had already decided that as soon as he regained some strength, he would immediately kill those who harmed Ji Hongyue. It's nothing, I was just accidentally chased by a Fourth Order monster while carrying out a sect mission and got a little hurt. Upon seeing the icy killing intent in Ling Tianyang's eyes, Ji Hongyue felt a strange warmth in her heart, as if touched by the spring sunshine. Ji Hongyue and Ling Tianyang had somewhat similar pasts. Both were orphans without support since childhood and later adopted by kind-hearted people, stepping onto the path of martial arts. However, unlike Ling Tianyang, Ji Hongyue was taken back to the Xiaoya sect by an elder over a decade ago. But that elder was killed by a top-tier Fifth Order monster while performing a sect mission 10 years ago. Chapter 438. Bullying the weak at this moment. In the small courtyard where Ji Hongyue lived, she had a dark expression, her eyes burning with flames of anger, staring intently at the 7 figures of 5 men and 2 women across from her. Junior Sister Ji, do you still want to report us to the law enforcement hall? The law enforcement hall probably won't punish us for such small matters in the future. Among the 7 figures, the 2 women dressed in the inner disciple attire of the Xiaoya sect stared at Ji Hongyue with unfriendly expressions. As the 2 women stepped forward, they exuded a clear aura stronger than Ji Hongyue's, speaking with an imposing demeanor. Junior Sister Ji, I think you may not know yet. Senior Sister Pan has already caught the eye of the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. In the future, as long as we don't go too far in the inner sect, the Law Enforcement Hall will turn a blind eye to us. You still want to report us to the Law Enforcement Hall? I'm afraid once you enter, you will be punished by the Law Enforcement Hall instead. I advise you not to seek your own suffering. As the 2 women finished speaking, the 5 men behind them also showed mocking expressions. Chapter 439. Who is that monster? Who is it? As soon as Pan Lianhua landed, she immediately stood up, looking alert and wary of her surroundings. A crisp cracking sound suddenly rang in the ears of Pan Lianhua and the others. Following that, a door in the courtyard was opened from the inside, and a pale-faced young man dressed in a green robe slowly walked out. This young man was none other than Ling Tianyang, who had been recuperating in the room. Originally, Ling Tianyang had taken 2 6th-grade spiritual pills and was recovering in the room, but he was unexpectedly awakened by the voices outside. At this moment, Ling Tianyang's spiritual consciousness had recovered to the level of the celestial realm. Cautiously releasing his spiritual consciousness, he immediately discovered a scene that drove him to madness. In his consciousness, the protective barrier around Ji Hongyue had been broken by Pan Lianhua's middle-grade spiritual weapon sword, which was now heading towards Ji Hongyue's body without retreating, making it impossible for Ling Tianyang to remain calm, ignoring the unrefined medicinal power in his body. Ling Tianyang immediately stood up and condensed a layer of blue energy barrier outside Ji Hongyue's body. Miss Hongyue, are you alright? Chapter 440. Enmity Across Miles Whoosh. A sound of breaking air rang out. A figure flashed deep within the inner sect of the Xiaoya sect, and a middle-aged man, looking about 40 and exuding an air of authority, immediately appeared in the sky. For you. How dare you sneak into my Xiaoya sect to commit murder? Hurry up and surrender. Obediently come back with me to the law enforcement hall to face the punishment of my Xiaoya sect. In just a few blinks, the middle-aged man's figure had arrived above Ji Hongyue's small courtyard. His gaze fixed firmly on Ling Tianyang, and he suddenly exuded a strong, killing intent. Arrogant. What if I choose not to surrender today? Ling Tianyang shot a cold glance at the suddenly appearing middle-aged man in the sky and immediately shouted, "Get lost!" As he spoke, Ling Tianyang slowly retreated to Ji Hongyue's side, and a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing an ancient-looking talisman. This talisman was none other than the random teleportation talisman that Jiang Ziyun had given him at the Danxiao ruins when he was in the Qinglian mountain range. As long as the owner of the random teleportation talisman activated it when in danger, they could be randomly transported to a place thousands of miles away. Chapter 441. Stirring up trouble Hongyue. You don't need to pay attention to that guy's nonsense. He's just a celestial realm martial artist. Today, I will make him pay the price for what he said. Seeing Ji Hongyue's somewhat unstable demeanor, Ling Tianyang immediately reached out to support her shoulder, firmly stating, "Please believe me, I won't let you suffer any more harm." Ji Hongyue was Ling Tianyang's lifesaver, and in Ling Tianyang's heart, he had already regarded Ji Hongyue as his family. Seeing Qiu Wanli insult Ji Hongyue, causing her to lose control, Ling Tianyang immediately realized that Qiu Wanli's words had a significant impact on Ji Hongyue. Noticing that Ji Hongyue's face was always covered by a layer of red veil, Ling Tianyang could vaguely guess that perhaps Ji Hongyue really looked somewhat unpleasant, as previously mentioned by Pan Lianhua and Qiu Wanli. But so what if Ji Hongyue's appearance was not good? This did not change the fact that she was Ling Tianyang's benefactor, nor did it change the fact that Ji Hongyue was a kind-hearted girl. It certainly did not change her status in Ling Tianyang's heart. With his gaze fixed on Qiu Wanli in the sky, Ling Tianyang's killing intent surged. "Qiu Wanli, I was originally going to leave like this, but you absolutely should not insult Hongyue." Chapter 442. The Strange Red Lotus Buzz. A buzzing sound rang out, just as several strong practitioners of the empty profound realm from the Xiaoya sect were desperately resisting the aftermath of the explosion of 3 high-grade spiritual weapons. In a canyon thousands of miles away from the Xiaoya sect, a visible ripple suddenly appeared in the space above, and then a man and a woman emerged from the spatial ripple. Whoosh, whoosh, as they floated down from midair. Ling Tianyang slowly released his arm that was around Ji Hongyue and smiled, saying, "Miss Hongyue, we are safe for now." When using the random teleportation talisman earlier, Ling Tianyang immediately held Ji Hongyue tightly. Since the random teleportation talisman teleports randomly, if Ling Tianyang and Ji Hongyue weren't closely together during the teleportation, they would likely get separated. Thank you." As Ling Tianyang's voice fell, Ji Hongyue recalled how Ling Tianyang had held her just now, and a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. For over 20 years, it was the first time Ji Hongyue had been this close to someone, which left her momentarily dazed. After a moment, the shyness in Ji Hongyue's eyes faded, but a trace of timidity and unease emerged. Chapter 443. Heart Fluttering Ahem. "I just heard your exclamation and thought something had happened to you. I didn't mean to peek." As Ji Hongyue's startled cry sounded, Ling Tianyang's figure flickered and he appeared in a small pond several thousand meters away in the blink of an eye. Standing on the surface of the pond, Ling Tianyang looked at Ji Hongyue, who was blushing and using her hands to cover her exposed areas, and felt embarrassed. At this moment, Ji Hongyue was as white as jade, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness, and her face, as smooth as cream, was stunningly beautiful. The strange red lotus on her forehead, although its radiance had faded, still emitted a faint mysterious wave that made one reluctant to look directly at it. I feel like I've seen that strange red lotus somewhere before. Under Ji Hongyue's flustered cries, Ling Tianyang was momentarily stunned before quickly turning away. But the image of Ji Hongyue's stunning face couldn't help but linger in his mind. This was the first time Ling Tianyang had seen Ji Hongyue's true appearance, leading him to doubt whether what Pan Lianhua and others said about Ji Hongyue being unsightly was true. Chapter 444. Giant Spirit City Ahem. "Hongyue, do you know where we are right now?" Seeing Ji Hongyue's increasingly red face, Ling Tianyang changed the subject and said, "We're only a few thousand miles from the Xiaoya sect. It's best if we leave here quickly. The 3 high-grade spirit artifacts I threw out earlier had a significant explosion power, but they could only cause a certain amount of damage. They definitely couldn't destroy a force with a Kongxian realm warrior." After pondering for a moment, Ling Tianyang continued, "I'm afraid that's soon. The Kongxian realm experts from the Xiaoya sect will find this place, so we need to be cautious." As soon as Ling Tianyang finished speaking, Ji Hongyue nodded immediately. Ji Hongyue was not an ignorant woman. As soon as Ling Tianyang spoke, she understood the situation they were facing. Looking around, Ji Hongyue finally said, "This seems to be a canyon outside Giant Spirit City. About a year ago, when I was on a sect mission near Giant Spirit City, I passed by here once, so I have a bit of an impression." Giant Spirit City? After Ji Hongyue finished speaking, Ling Tianyang looked at her with some confusion. Chapter 445. Blood Demon Sect Brother. "Pretty impressive. You dare to fly freely above Giant Spirit City while holding a beautiful woman. I'm really envious." Just as Ling Tianyang and Ji Hongyue landed on the ground outside Giant Spirit City, several streaks of light rushed toward them from behind. When Ling Tianyang turned around, The first thing he saw was a man who looked to be in his late 20s with a somewhat lewd appearance, followed by 2 men and 5 women. A total of 7 figures. Seeing Ji Hongyue burying her head in Ling Tianyang's chest, and Ling Tianyang, who exuded a mysterious aura, the lewd-looking man couldn't help but blink and gave Ling Tianyang a thumbs up. Ahem, I see you're not bad either, with 5 beautiful ladies following you. As the lewd man spoke, Ling Tianyang assessed the 8 individuals who suddenly appeared behind him and slowly said, "We are not acquainted. I don't know what you want with me." At a glance, it was clear that the 8 were wearing uniform clothing, clearly members of the same force. Ling Tianyang could tell that all 8 were warriors of the Tianji realm. Among them, the lewd man was likely at the late stage of the Tianji realm, while the other 7 were at the mid-stage. Chapter 446. Intent to kill Sikong Ran had followed Ling Tianyang for many years and had accomplished many great feats for him. As the sect master of the Xianling sect, Ling Tianyang naturally couldn't ignore Sikong Ran's great enmity, especially since he had promised to support Sikong Ran in seeking revenge against the Blood Demon sect. Therefore, upon hearing from Fan Tianan about the connection between Giant Spirit City and the Blood Demon sect, Ling Tianyang immediately became interested. Thinking of this, Ling Tianyang straightened his expression and looked at Fan Tianan with seriousness, confirming again, "Brother Fan, is it true that the Blood Demon sect, a superpower in Lingzhou, is behind Giant Spirit City?" "Yes, this information is accurate." Fan Tianan nodded, and seeing Ling Tianyang's serious expression, he firmly stated, "Everyone with some strength within a radius of several thousand miles knows this news. Indeed, our Mingyue sect master has some connections with the city lord of Giant Spirit City. So this news is definitely reliable." While Fan Tianan spoke, the 2 men behind him also slowly chimed in. "Actually, you don't need to worry. You were just flying outside the city earlier, and the experts from Giant Spirit City should not hold it against you." Chapter 447. Committing evils. Giant Spirit City has never required passing warriors to reveal their true cultivation level. Hearing Ling Tianyang's blunt words, the city guard's aura, which was at the peak of the Tianji realm, immediately erupted without reservation. With a wave of his weapon, the guard coldly glared at Ling Tianyang and said in a chilling voice, "Is it not allowed for me to be curious? Xiao Hong, we are the city guards of Giant Spirit City now. Do not forget our duty." As the city guard finished speaking, a cold reprimand suddenly echoed in the scene. Immediately afterward, an aura of initial small success in the Kongshan realm enveloped everyone present. "My Giant Spirit City is the largest city within several miles, and I don't know how many people want to join, but cannot find a way in. I see you don't seem to take my Giant Spirit City seriously." The leader of the city guards, who had initial small success in the Kongshan realm, slowly walked toward Ling Tianyang and the city guard. As soon as the gaze of the Xianjing realm city guard leader swept over the city guard, it finally landed on Ling Tianyang. "What Xiao Hong said earlier is correct. If this girl beside you joins our Juling city, it will only benefit her." Chapter 448. The 7 heroes of the Yellow Sand, after Ling Tianyang and Ji Hongyue left. He naturally did not know what happened at the city gate of Juling City, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, Ling Tianyang was pulling Ji Hongyue, appearing in the streets of Juling City with Fan Tianan and others. As soon as they entered Juling City, a bustling noise immediately filled their ears. Looking around, they saw that the wide streets of Juling City were like a plaza, with a continuous flow of vehicles and pedestrians. Amidst the clamor, countless heads were crowded into every corner of Juling City. The towering shops and restaurants on both sides of the street resembled riverbanks, encircling the martial artists who had come to the city. "Brother Ling, you were really something just now," Fan Tianan said curiously while walking on the streets of Juling City. Under the watchful eyes of that Xianjing realm expert and over 100 Tianji realm city guards, you remained unfazed and showed them no respect. "Today, I am impressed. Brother Ling, you must be a martial artist from some major power in Yuzhou, right?" It's not exactly a major power, just a bit stronger than Juling City." Chapter 449. The seal. "Ah, bastard, you actually killed the 3rd one. I'll fight you to the death." After a brief silence in the private room, the 2nd of the 7 heroes of the Yellow Sand let out a mad roar. He was instantly enveloped in spiritual energy, transforming into a shadow and rushing towards Ling Tianyang and the others like lightning. "No, don't." Seeing the 2nd of the 7 heroes of the Yellow Sand move, the remaining few couldn't help but exclaim. The 3rd one, who was wiped out by the Xianling true fire, was not the strongest among them, but ranked third. Even someone as strong as the third one was killed instantly by Ling Tianyang's terrifying Xianling true fire. The remaining few realized they were no match for Ling Tianyang. Looking at the second of the 7 heroes of the yellow sand, whose eyes were blood red and now driven mad, the remaining few trembled and wanted to intervene. Whoosh! But at that moment, a sharp sound of breaking air rang out in the private room. Chapter 450. Insights on Cultivation. Tianyang, what is wrong with you? Seeing Ling Tianyang spit out blood, Ji Hongyue immediately snapped back to her senses, anxiously supporting his arm and asking, "Are you okay?" Ji Hongyue's expression changed anxiously, knowing that Ling Tianyang's injuries were not healed. Seeing him spit blood again made her heart ache. Earlier, when she saw Ling Tianyang effortlessly slay 2 peak Tianji realm experts, she was still shocked. But when she saw him put away the Xianling true fire and then spit blood, her expression changed dramatically. Ji Hongyue understood that Ling Tianyang must have forcibly used powers beyond what he could currently handle, worsening his internal injuries. At the same time, Ji Hongyue felt useless, always needing Ling Tianyang as protection. But when she saw him injured, she couldn't provide any help. Never had she felt so powerless. Whether it was during the time at Xiaoya sect, when Pan Lianhua and others wanted to kill her, or at the city gate of Zhuling City, where the city guards had ill intentions, or just now in the private room, where the 7 heroes of the yellow sand were imposing and rude. Chapter 451. 6th rank corpse poison pill lord. We didn't mean it. Under Ling Tianyang's cold gaze, the remaining 5 from the 7 heroes of the yellow sand felt an icy chill, as if falling into an ice cave, and immediately panicked. Yes, it was Qiu Hong, the city lord's nephew, who threatened us and forced us to come here. The remaining 5 from the 7 heroes of the yellow sand felt a strong killing intent emanating from Ling Tianyang's eyes. They had no doubt that if their answer displeased him, they would be met with death. The scene of Ling Tianyang using the Xianling true fire to kill the 3rd and 2nd members of the 7 heroes of the yellow sand was still vivid in their minds. Now, seeing Ling Tianyang's cold gaze, they dared not conceal anything. Moreover, their spiritual energy was sealed by Fan Tianan, and their lives were completely in Ling Tianyang's hands. Lord, spare us. It was all Qiu Hong's coercion. Qiu Hong himself has peak Tianji realm cultivation, and he has the backing of the city lord of Zhuling City and many powerful city guards. We are not someone we can provoke. Chapter 452. Heaven-level cultivation technique lord. I'm willing to submit. Seeing the coldness in Ling Tianyang's eyes, the leader of the 7 heroes of the yellow sand gritted his teeth and immediately swallowed a 6th rank corpse poison pill that was floating in the private room. Then, with a bitter expression, he looked at the other 4 beside him and said, "If you don't want to die, you should take it quickly. As long as we are loyal to the Lord, he won't kill us. Of course, I will be loyal to the Lord from now on. If the Lord tells me to go east, I will never go west. I am willing to serve the Lord." As the leader of the 7 heroes of the yellow sand spoke, the remaining 5 immediately swallowed the 4 remaining 6th rank corpse poison pills in the private room, expressing their loyalty to Ling Tianyang. At this moment, the remaining 5 from the 7 heroes of the yellow sand knew that if they did not swallow the 6th rank corpse poison pill, they would undoubtedly die. But after swallowing it, their lives were in Ling Tianyang's hands. Now, the 7 heroes of the yellow sand all had peak Tianji realm cultivation. As long as they could advance further and break into the Xianjing realm, not only would their status in Lingzhou rise significantly, but their lifespans would also extend to over 1,000 years. Chapter 453. Golden Crow Divine Art in the private room on the 3rd floor. After Ling Tianyang and Fan Tianan had a hearty meal, Ling Tianyang felt that the somewhat restrained demeanor of Fan Tianan and the others was a bit boring. So, he rented 2 guest rooms on the top floor of the Qijin building and bid farewell to Fan Tianan and the others. As for Huang Yi, Huang Si, Huang Wu, Huang Lu, and Huang Qi, the 5 of them, controlled by Ling Tianyang's 6th rank corpse poison pill, also obediently rented a few guest rooms in the Qijin building. Ling Tianyang then took Ji Hongyue to the guest room on the top floor of the Qijin building. The guest rooms where Ling Tianyang and Ji Hongyue stayed were adjacent to each other. After arriving at the top floor, Ling Tianyang did not immediately enter his own guest room, but followed Ji Hongyue to her room. At this moment, Ling Tianyang's cultivation had recovered to the early stage of the Xianjing realm. Although he was not the top expert in Juling City, he had gained a certain level of self-protection. Looking at Ji Hongyue's cultivation level in the spiritual sea realm, Ling Tianyang's mind raced, and he immediately decided to let her cultivate one of the heavenly grade techniques he had obtained from the treasure site of the Demon Lord on Beast God Mountain. Previously, Ji Hongyue was just an ordinary new inner sect disciple of the Xiaoya sect, practicing only a high-level profound technique. Even if she cultivated that profound technique to its peak, it would be impossible for her to break through to the void profound realm. Chapter 454. Connection. Ling Tianyang's expression grew serious as he looked at Ji Hongyue and said, Hongyue, you must remember, no matter how many cultivation resources there are, only transforming them into our own strength is what truly matters. Only when our cultivation strength is powerful can we have the ability to strive for more advanced cultivation resources. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. As she watched Ling Tianyang speak earnestly, Ji Hongyue's expression became grave. She understood that Ling Tianyang was right in the path of cultivation. All resources serve to enhance the martial artist's strength. Only when the martial artist's own strength is formidable can they have the capability to seek more cultivation resources. Thinking of how Ling Tianyang, before his injury, was the leader of a major force and a peak expert at the half-step return to Origin Realm, Ji Hongyue realized that the resources he considered commonplace might be extremely valuable in her eyes. With this in mind, Ji Hongyue accepted the spatial ring that Ling Tianyang handed her with reassurance. Although the overall strength of Ling Zhou was considerably stronger than that of Yu Zhou, the strongest martial artist in Ling Zhou was still a powerful figure at the return to Origin Realm.